Chun Tiangang said, "My dear little sister, your big brother is going to the other world to become a hero." Chun Tiangang said, "Take care of everything at home." Chun Xiaoqing looked at her brother who was lying on the floor like a defeated dog with a look of disgust and speechlessness. Chun Xiaoqing said, "Hey, what are you doing, bro? Have you watched too much anime and gone Shinibu again? What's this about going to the other world to be a hero? I'd rather be a magical girl myself." Chun Xiaoqing said, "Balala energy lightning magic. Wake up." She then picked up an electric mosquito racket and waved it like a magical girl's wand. With a crackling sound of electric current, the lightning magic smacked onto Chun Tiangang's head. Ouch! Chun Tiangang held his head in pain, slumping to the side. He wasn't seriously hurt, but the smell of burnt hair and his frizzy curled hair made him look quite disheveled. Chun Tiangang's expression became even more determined, as if he had made a decision. He rolled over, stood up, and strode over to Chun Xiaoqing, staring into her startled eyes. Chun Tiangang said, "Xiaoqing, time is short, and the task is heavy. There's no time to explain." Chun Xiaoqing was startled by her brother's sudden move, and suddenly remembered seeing resources of Yasuga no Sora and Oremo on her brother's computer. Chun Xiaoqing's mind raced. Could her brother be about to do something beastly? She thought about calling Butler Fu. Chun Xiaoqing picked up the white rabbit slippers from her feet and held them in front of her chest like a shield, looking at Chun Tiangang warily. "Chun Tiangang, let me tell you." Chun Xiaoqing said, "I've told you I only like girls." Chun Xiaoqing said, "If you dare to pull a German orthopedics on me, I'll tell Dad." Hearing her say she only likes girls, Chun Tiangang felt even more distressed. His clever and cute twin sister actually had a gender identity disorder, always kept short hair, dressed as a boy, and liked girls. But before she could finish her warning, a dazzling light flashed. The light was so dazzling that Chun Xiaoqing quickly closed her eyes, and at the same time a mechanical female voice sounded in her mind. System is activating. Host identity confirmed, starting binding. Beautiful girl system bound successfully, ding. System, congratulations host. Your first fate potential person Chun Tiangang's affection value has reached 100. Main quest group Pet Goddess 15 completed. First protagonist script, becoming a hero to become a beautiful girl for the cross-dressing sister. Fusion 100 female lead personality keywords cold rebellious tsundere. Your compatibility is 100 after 19 years. Your brother finally agreed to transmigrate, so the system activated. Chun Xiaoqing was stunned. Before she could process the system voice, she was surprised to see a circular rainbow-colored light portal appear behind her brother. Chun Tiangang looked at his sister with a relieved and determined expression. Chun Tiangang said, "Xiaoqing, I sacrificed myself to activate the system for you. This system will definitely help you become a real beautiful girl. Don't be moved. This is what your big brother should do. If you want me to come back, just work hard to become a beautiful girl." Then he stepped into the light portal. Just as the portal disappeared, a faint Shinibu and excited howl came from inside. Chun Tiangang shouted, "Oh, beautiful girls of the other world, your hero is here to save you." It all happened in an instant. When Chun Xiaoqing came to her senses, everything was too late. Chun Xiaoqing looked at the empty bedroom where her brother was nowhere to be seen and tentatively called out, "Bro." Chun Xiaoqing shouted, "Chun Tiangang. Really? This joke ain't funny. Get the hell out here." But only silence and the wind outside answered. Chun Xiaoqing said, "Holy crap. No way, what is this?" And he said, "If I become a beautiful girl, I can save him." Looking at him, I bet he wouldn't even want to come back. Chun Xiaoqing silently complained. At this moment, she felt no pain of losing her brother, only a strong urge to roll her eyes and a face full of helplessness and confusion. She was actually a transmigrator. In her previous life, she was a tough male college student. She died from staying up all night playing games and was reborn. The key was that the world she was reborn into was a fusion of 5 male-oriented novels. Since there were already 5 male protagonists, there was no room for another, so she became the only female lead. So she was reborn as a fair-skinned, beautiful girl. Chun Xiaoqing felt devastated. She was a guy. So if you can't be the male lead, you become the female lead. And when interacting with the corresponding male lead, she had to act according to the original female lead. So in order to complete the first main quest, she had been dressing as a boy all along, which she was happy about since she was a guy in her previous life and wasn't used to wearing skirts. Knock knock. Young master. Second young lady. No, second young master. Are you in the room? I heard shouting. Is something wrong? Chun Xiaoqing snapped out of her thoughts and replied, "It's Uncle Fu. Nothing's wrong, I was just playing games and got a bit loud." Chun Xiaoqing quickly replied, thinking that Butler Fu was a retired special forces soldier and might break down the door if he misunderstood. Fu Bo said, "Oh, that's good. Second young master, the master is here. He wants you and the young master to come downstairs. There's an urgent matter to discuss." Chun Xiaoqing replied, "Okay, I'll change clothes and be right there." Fu Bo, "All right, I'll go back to the master. Remember to bring the young master along." Hearing Xiaoqing's reply, Fu Bo sighed in relief and quickly walked away, muttering to himself in self-blame. Fu Bo muttered, "Getting old, my memory is terrible, so careless. I always forget that the second young lady hates being called second young lady. She prefers second young master." Fu Bo said, "I must remember next time. But didn't I just see the young master enter the second young lady's room? Why didn't I hear his voice?" Thinking this, Fu Bo couldn't help but slap himself on the mouth. Fu Bo muttered to himself, "What am I thinking? The young master and second young lady could never be like that. Besides, the young master is a famous otaku who isn't interested in 3D girls, and the second young lady is a famous lesbian. At this moment, Chun Xiaoqing was in a dilemma. Her brother had just disappeared, and now her father wanted to see them. If her father couldn't find her brother, he would blow up. But there was no time to think about that. She decided to go first. Chun Xiaoqing opened the wardrobe ready to change into her usual boy's clothes. System notification. System ding. System side quest released: put on a dress to meet your father and become a warm little daughter to please him. Complete to receive a system beginner reward. The voice in her mind made Chun Xiaoqing's hand, which was reaching for the boy's clothes, freeze in midair. Chun Xiaoqing said, "Holy crap, so it wasn't an auditory hallucination. The system is really activated. And what does this crappy system task mean?" Chun Xiaoqing said, "I've been here for years, and even under the coercion of my father and brother, I never wore a dress. You want me to wear one just with a word? No way. System, please calm down, host. This system is designed to help you become a perfect, beautiful girl heroine. The contract is signed and cannot be changed. If you resist, you can pay a small price. And the system can be dissolved." The system's voice carried a hint of mischievous laughter, making Chun Xiaoqing feel uneasy, but she couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Chun Xiaoqing asked, "What price?" System: "It's not a big deal, just making your dream come true. The place where a guy should be. Becomes a femboy cutie. Of course the rest of the body remains female." Chun Xiaoqing said, "Holy shit. That's not a big deal. That would make me a tranny. I'd rather stay as a cross-dressing cute girl, at least that's normal. Dream come true, my ass." Chun Xiaoqing said, "I think you're the one who wants to be a femboy. Don't think I won't scold you just because you're a system." She was about to say beat, but realized she couldn't hit the system. System Sumamason, sorry, human gender is meaningless to this system. Femboy, or whatever, I don't care at all. System, enough talk. Host, just answer whether you accept this quest or not. Chun Xiaoqing felt speechless. Did she even have a choice? Chun Xiaoqing thought, I'll just remember this grudge. But wearing a dress is just too embarrassing. In the grand hall of the Crescent Moon Mountain Villa, a stern-faced, middle-aged man with tightly furrowed brows sat on the sofa in the living room. He still wore a formal suit, and the ashtray before him held 3 cigarettes, but still faintly warm. Between his left index and middle fingers, he pinched a cigarette that had been smoked halfway. His right hand flipped through messages on his phone sent by family members and management personnel of the family's various enterprises. The middle-aged man was none other than Chun Yonglong, current patriarch of the Chun family and father to Chun Tiangang and Chun Xiaoqing. At that moment, Steward Fu hurried down the stairs from the second floor. "Steward Fu, have those 2 little rascals arrived yet?" Upon seeing Steward Fu return, Chun Yonglong asked without looking up. "The second young master should be here shortly. The eldest young master should be with her." Steward Fu replied respectfully. But upon hearing the reply, Chun Yonglong's brow couldn't help but twitch. "What second young master?" "She's my daughter, the second miss." "Where does a second young master come from?" "My apologies, master. It slipped out of habit. I'll be sure to mind my words next time." Steward Fu could not help but feel embarrassed, hurriedly apologizing while secretly berating himself within his heart. "I'm truly getting senile. The master hates it most when subordinates call his precious daughter the second young master, yet I forgot again. This household is truly difficult to serve." Seeing Steward Fu's apologetic face, Chun Yonglong could only wave his hand helplessly. His heart ached too. Beneath his knees were a pair of twin children who should have brought happiness and fulfillment, yet the 2 little rascals had grown crooked in unexpected ways. The eldest son spent his days in idle pursuits, obsessed with all things two-dimensional. As a child, he often clamored about going to another world to be some hero. After being beaten a few times, he no longer dared act foolishly before him. But the moment his father's back was turned, the boy's folly returned time and again. The second daughter, Chun Xiaoqing, was by nature a girl who loved other girls. She dressed in masculine attire every day, watched shows about beautiful maidens, and hung around groups of playboys picking up girls. He felt he had lost all face. To preserve his dignity, and due to certain special reasons of the family, he could only indulge her. Apart from a few close household servants, no one outside knew that Chun Xiaoqing was a girl. Chun Yonglong could only cry out helplessly in his heart. Every time he thought of it, he couldn't help but thump his chest. Suddenly a bout of tightness gripped his chest, and a sharp pain shot from his heart. He quickly reached his hand toward his inner breast pocket. "What misfortune has befallen my household?" "Ugh, my medicine." Seeing this, Steward Fu's eyes and hands moved swiftly. Understanding the master's heart condition had flared again, he hurried forward and helped Chun Yonglong fish out a small bottle of Su Xiao Jushin Wan from his inner pocket. He tipped out several pills and fed them into Chun Yonglong's mouth, which finally brought much relief. "Master, you really should worry less. The eldest young master and second miss are still young and don't understand things. They'll surely straighten out in the future." Hearing Steward Fu's words, Chun Yonglong couldn't help but roll his eyes, speechless within. If not for fear that his barely suppressed heart condition would flare up again, he would surely have lost his temper and argued back. "Those 2 rascals are already 19 years old, and they're still young. At their age, I had already inherited the family business." Speaking of inheriting the family business, I nearly forgot the main business at hand. "What are those 2 rascals doing? Why haven't they come yet?" Soon, master." Just wait a moment, I'll call and ask right now. Saying this, Steward Fu was about to pull out his phone and begin dialing. Dad, Steward Fu, I'm here. You don't need to make that call. Just at that moment, a shy and timid voice drifted down from the second floor. In an instant, both Steward Fu and Chun Yanglong's gazes were drawn over. A flowing white silk long dress drifted gracefully into view, adorned with red pleated accents that looked especially playful and cute. The jade-smooth fair and moving arms, a pair of small feet clad in white silk long stockings paired with adorable bunny slippers, simply enough to melt everyone's hearts. A cascade of jet-black long hair reaching her waist flowed down like a waterfall, and that delicate face, like a porcelain doll, carried a faint girlish blush. Second young master. Second miss, you are so beautiful. Steward Fu beside them momentarily lost his composure, his 50-something-year-old brain unable to keep up, uncertain whether to address her as second miss or second young master. As a result, both Chun Xiaoqing and Chun Yanglong glared at him at the same time. Chun Yanglong's expression was even more exaggerated. Even his eyes glimmered faintly with tears. She looks just like her. Xiaoqing, my good daughter, you're so beautiful. Are you really my daughter, Chun Xiaoqing? The graceful figure before him was identical to his wife from his youth, Chun Xiaoqing's mother. Ding! Chun Yanglong's joy index increased, father-daughter warmth index 30. Hearing Chun Yanglong's words, the already embarrassed Chun Xiaoqing became even more bashful. After insisting on being a proper man for so many years, today, I finally wore a dress. Sigh. Though she thought it, the matter still had to be done. Moreover, having just seen that moved look on her father's face, she truly felt a sting of emotion within her heart. Dad, look at what you're saying. If I'm not your good daughter Chun Xiaoqing, then who could I be? Chun Xiaoqing playfully smiled and walked a few steps to Chun Yanglong's side, sitting down on the sofa beside him. Dad, has your heart condition flared up again? Are you alright? Should we go to the hospital? Only after sitting down did Chun Xiaoqing notice the medicine bottle in Steward Fu's hand. She quickly stood up again and began kneading her father's shoulders and patting his back to ease his breathing. Ding! Chun Yanglong's joy index increased, father-daughter warmth index 60. Chun Yanglong shook his hand and hurriedly shook his head, motioning for Chun Xiaoqing to sit back down beside him. Looking at his daughter, now so cute and well-behaved before him, completely a different person from the short-haired tomboy of before, his heart filled with both joy and warmth. He could not resist extending his hand to gently stroke her head. Sigh. It's all just an old complaint, it's nothing serious. But Xiaoqing, this hair of yours. Hee, of course it's a wig. What? Dad, you don't like it? Then I'll take it off right now. Oh no, this is perfectly fine. It would be even better if you grew your hair out for real. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing's hands about to remove the wig also startled Chun Yanglong. He hurriedly stopped her, then suddenly recalled something and lightly patted his own head. Look at my memory. Right. Where's your brother? Where has that stinky boy run off to? Hearing her father ask this, Chun Xiaoqing was momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain. Suddenly an idea struck her. Big brother. I'm not sure about him. He came looking for me this morning and said he heard he was going to another world to find beautiful girls. Maybe he went abroad to see a foreign anime convention. After speaking, Chun Xiaoqing stuck out her tongue with an innocent look while secretly watching her father's expression, thinking secretly, big brother, this is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you, take care of yourself. What that stinky boy ran off abroad at such a critical moment. When did this happen? It was just this morning. If you send someone to check, you might still be able to catch up with him. Chun Xiaoqing added meekly, secretly muttering in her heart. As if I'd ever actually find him. He's probably off somewhere in another world having the time of his life. Of course, Chun Yanglong knew nothing of this. He immediately turned his gaze towards Steward Fu beside him. Steward Fu quickly get in touch with the family's information network and look into the whereabouts of that boy, Chun Tiangang. Steward Fu was also rather stunned. This very morning, he had seen the eldest young master enter the second Mrs. room, and now he had vanished. Could he have escaped through the back window? Truly worthy of the eldest young master's careful planning, truly thorough indeed. In his heart, he secretly admired his young master's cleverness. Though he thought this, his hands were not idle. He immediately dispatched messages rallying the family's forces to begin the search. Dad, is there something urgent? Why are you looking for brother so urgently? Chun Xiaoqing watched Fu Bo busy beside her, feeling amused, and curiously asked her father. Chun Yanglong sighed softly, looking at his adorable daughter. In an instant, he felt as if a low-health hero in a game had been healed, and his mood brightened considerably. But if she had still been in her tomboyish look from before, he would not have been healed. Instead, it would have only added fuel to the fire. My health is getting worse and worse. You know the family rules. The old master has spoken. The new generation must appoint a young patriarch to deal with any emergencies that may arise at any time. Chun Xiaoqing immediately smiled sweetly and said, Dad, you are in good health. What nonsense is the family talking about? I think they are just worrying unnecessarily. Dad, you will definitely live a long life. While saying this, she hugged Chun Yanglong's arm, truly like a lovely little princess. Chun Longyang heard this and laughed heartily, unable to help but pat Chun Xiaoqing's head again. You little girl, when did you become so sweet-tongued? If according to the family head rules, the eldest legitimate son has priority of inheritance. The eldest legitimate son is your brother. Your brother is the eldest of your generation, and you are the second, then your uncles and others. Ah, but you are a daughter. According to family rules, the priority of inheritance will be lower for you. Chun Xiaoqing understood. Her father's words were quite tactful. The Chun family had never had a precedent of a daughter becoming the family head. Of course, there is another reason why we must appoint the young patriarch now. Your uncles have been making many small moves recently, and it's also to prevent them from taking desperate measures. After listening to her father's account, Chun Xiaoqing finally understood the stakes. She looked again at Chun Yanglong's furrowed brow and then chuckled lightly. Dad is so formidable, their little tricks are nothing but trifles. Besides, my brother and I are not pushovers. Hearing the system voice in her mind, Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel excited. Chun Yanglong heard his daughter's flattery and saw her playful expression, found it amusing, and couldn't help but tap her fair little nose. Most of this family's fortune was earned by my own hard work. Who becomes the young patriarch is not something I will let them dictate. You little girl, you have a sharp tongue. Speaking of your brother, by the way, Fu Bo, what have you found out about the news? Beside them, Fu Bo was worried sick. He looked at Chun Yanglong with some difficulty. Patriarch, we have mobilized the entire family's power, but still haven't found the young master. We couldn't find any flight itinerary either. He seems to have vanished into thin air. Hearing Fu Bo's words, Chun Yanglong couldn't help but clench his fists, burning with anger. However, looking at his daughter beside him, he held back. At the same time, a look of firm determination appeared on his face. This little brat, he's really gotten bold. Where did he disappear to at such a critical moment? Since this worthless brat doesn't want to be the young patriarch, then he won't be. It's better to let my precious daughter be. As he thought this, Chun Yanglong took out from inside his suit a dark, ancient-looking token with the character Xiao Young written on it, along with a black gold card. The token was also engraved with dragon patterns and the small characters Jingdu Chun family. Chun Yanglong took Chun Xiaoqing's hand and directly stuffed the token and the black gold card into her palm. The young patriarch token and the gold diamond black card. Chun Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her father in disbelief. Not to mention the value of the young patriarch token, the gold diamond black card alone was said to contain hundreds of billions of funds. Dad just casually gave her these two things. Beside them, Fu Bo was also full of shock, but he didn't say much, just swallowed subconsciously. Screech. Screech. Chun Xiaoqing was just about to decline, but before she could say anything more, just then a harsh screech of brakes came from outside the villa. Chun Yanglong instinctively stood up. After decades in the family, his intuition told him that the visitors were not friendly. Fu Bo also went out directly with practiced ease. Regardless of who it was, he would greet them first. Chun Xiaoqing also took the opportunity to get up and quickly slip upstairs. Just now, through the window, she had seen outside and recognized the black Land Rovers. They were the cars of her uncles in the family. She didn't want anyone else to see her in women's clothing, otherwise the image of the second young master she had cultivated for years would be completely ruined. Although she had worn women's clothing this time under the system's coercion, she didn't want a second time. She hurried back to her room to change clothes first. Truly, the smell of meat attracts wolves from 1,000 miles, and the smell of shit attracts dogs from 1,000 miles. The three younger brothers are indeed rare guests. Is there something urgent that you couldn't discuss at my villa, but instead chased after me to my nephew's villa? Chun Yanglong stood with his hands behind his back and strode out of the villa's main gate. Seeing the people getting out of the three Land Rovers in the yard, he sneered unceremoniously. An aura of authority from the family had emanated naturally, and he showed no sign of timidity in front of the crowd. The people getting out of the cars were none other than Chun Yanglong's three younger brothers, the second Chun Yanghu, the third Chun Yangma, and the fourth Chun Yangho. Several bodyguards and followers also got out with them. Look, big brother, what you said is not pleasant to hear. We younger brothers are still uncles after all. Isn't it just a visit to our nephew's house? Isn't that reasonable? Just a coincidence. Didn't expect you to be here too, big brother. The second brother Chun Yanghu smiled without sincerity and replied to his elder brother. Big brother, we just heard that our nephew is missing and you mobilized the family's power to search for him. Is that true or false? Chun Yangma was the first to lose his composure and asked the question on his mind. Exactly, big brother, we are very worried about our nephew's safety. Chun Yangho also chimed in with a fake smile. Hearing their words, Chun Yanglong finally understood. It was the use of family power that had let the news slip, attracting these pests. He also cursed himself for being careless, having forgotten about this in his urgency. Who said my son is missing? Everyone knows his temper. He's just playful. What's wrong with going out to have some fun? Hearing Chun Yanglong's words, the three brothers couldn't help but reveal a sneer of, I knew it. They exchanged glances, each understanding the other's meaning. Ha, big brother, I won't beat around the bush with you. Even if it's true as you say that our nephew just went out to play, the old master just ordered the appointment of a new young patriarch. At this time, our nephew going out to play shows that he doesn't take family affairs to heart. With such a mindset, how can he assume the position of young patriarch? Third brother is right. Moreover, according to what we know, our nephew is not just playful, he is actually missing. Since that's the case, big brother hand over the young patriarch token. It was clear that the three had prearranged this, each speaking in turn aggressive and relentless, showing no signs of backing down. Chun Yanglong watched his three younger brothers carrying on like this, and a look of anger crept onto his face. It was obvious they would not stop until they achieved their goal. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, consider our bond as brothers. Don't go too far. Remember, I am the head of the Chunyang family now. Your behavior here gives me the right to report you to the family and have you dealt with according to the clan rules. Chunyang Long snorted coldly and shouted sternly, while Fu Bo silently stepped to his oblique front ready to thwart any mischief. Chunyang Long's rebuke did have an effect. Chunyang Ma and Chunyang Ho both instinctively took a step back, their childhood fear of their eldest brother still deeply ingrained in their hearts. Only Chunyang, who stood firm, merely frowning slightly and letting out a cold sneer with a curl of his lips. Big brother, you're making it sound too serious. Of course we abide by the clan rules. We're only thinking of the family's future. Do you think we came here without the old master's knowledge? All of this has his tacit approval. What? The old master tacitly approved? How is that possible? Chunyang Long was inwardly shocked at these words, but his face remained impassive. This is just your one-sided story. I'll report to the old master myself when I return to the family. No need for you brothers to worry. If there's nothing else, please take your leave. This villa of my eldest nephew doesn't have much prepared for guests, so I won't keep you. If you brothers fancy some tea, you're welcome to visit my own residence. Chunyang Long's words were watertight, clearly indicating his desire to avoid further trouble. With too many unexpected events today, the best course was to steer clear of the conflict and plan for the long term. Seeing that their eldest brother had adopted a dismissive posture and Fu Bo had stepped forward with a gesture of farewell, Chunyang Ma and Chunyang Ho both looked at Chunyang Hu in unison. Chunyang Hu still wore that gloomy sneer. Suddenly he raised his hands and clapped twice. Since Big Brother refuses to show any face, don't blame us for not showing you respect. Yaiwa, come out. Help the family head check if he's carrying anything superfluous on him. As Chunyang Hu's words fell, a black-clad woman stepped out of the Range Rover behind him. She wore a black veil, was slender and graceful with an icy demeanor and a murderous aura emanating from her. Especially the black spider lily tattoo on her neck made her appear particularly eerie and dangerous. Chunyang Ma, Chunyang Ho, and the nearby bodyguards hastily retreated several meters to clear a path for her. Boss, what do you need me to do? The woman walked up to Chunyang, who her voice cold and clear. Shadow Guard. Chunyang, who you actually mobilized forces from the underworld. What are you trying to do? If you dare to act recklessly here, the Chunyang family will have no place for you. Fu Bo, a veteran who had been guarding Chunyang Long for years, immediately recognized the woman who had disembarked and warned Chunyang Hu and his group in a low voice. Big brother, don't be nervous. I've said it before. I only want to take the young master's token and return it to the family. As long as you cooperate, nothing will happen. At this point, Chunyang Hu's face finally cleared of its gloom, revealing a triumphant expression. Yao Yue, make your move. Don't hurt the family head. Just search and find the item. Family head, they came prepared today. You go first and notify the family. I'll hold the rear and stop them. Fu Bo whispered to Chunyang Long, his gaze fixed grimly on Yao Yu. Sai, family head, you'd better cooperate obediently. Li Fu, you do have some skills, but you're no match for me. Yao Yu's cold voice sounded again, and with a few flickering movements, her ghostly figure, trailing after images, directly sealed the acupoints of Li Fu and Chunyang Long. Chunyang Long's face finally lost its composure. He had never expected Chunyang Hu to be so audacious as to actually search them. Now Chunyang Hu and his companions were even more smug, watching the show with glee. They had caught Chunyang Long completely off guard today. On ordinary days, without a proper excuse, it would have been hard to make a move. After being so submissive all along today, they finally felt triumphant. Just as Yao Yu was about to begin the search, a lazy yawn sounded from inside the room. What's all this ruckus? What's all this ruckus? I heard barking outside the villa early in the morning, and now it's only 11 a.m. Can't a person get a decent nap? At that moment, Chun Xiaoqing, dressed in men's pajamas and with short hair, walked out with a bleary-eyed expression. From the look of her, she appeared to have just woken up. Huh, who is this? The eldest young master. No, I've met the eldest young master a few times. This one does resemble him, but he's much more delicate with fairer and smoother skin. Then who is this? In an instant, everyone's eyes converged on Chun Xiaoqing. Chunyang Ma, Chunyang Ho, and the bodyguards immediately began whispering among themselves upon seeing her. Chunyang, whose originally triumphant expression froze on his face. Eldest young master. What eldest young master? I am your second young master. The second child of the Chunyang family. I've just been away a lot lately, and you uncles don't recognize me anymore. How sad that makes your nephew. My elder brother just went abroad for a few days, and you can't even wait. Isn't this token what you're after? It's right here with me. Come and take it. I'll stand right here and not fight back at all. Not only won't I fight back, but I've also installed several hundred surveillance cameras around the villa to witness your magnificent feat. Chun Xiaoqing's androgynous voice, calm and unhurried, delivered these words to the people before her, but they made everyone on the opposite side turn pale with dismay. At the same time, Chun Xiaoqing actually took out the dark young master's token, held it openly in her hand, and showed it to Chunyang, who weighing it playfully like a toy. Although Fu Bo's body was immobilized, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he secretly admired her in his heart. As expected of the second miss, I never thought she had been disguising herself as a man since childhood, all for the position of family head. Such lofty ambitions, such deep scheming, truly impressive. Chunyang Long's heart was also filled with mixed emotions. He was grateful that his daughter had disguised herself as a man, yet saddened by the same fact. His beautiful, adorable little girl had turned back into a tomboy. This lovely lady is called Yao Yue, right? The young master's token is now in my hand. If you want to come and take it, I won't stop you. Seeing everyone fall silent, and especially emphasizing the word, take, heavily Chun Xiaoqing had no intention of backing down. She had witnessed everything that had happened from upstairs just moments ago. Yao Yu's expression was cold and stern. She was like a wooden puppet devoid of emotion, unaffected by Chun Xiaoqing. She merely cast her gaze toward Chunyang, who awaiting his next command. Seeing her like this, Chun Xiaoqing found it boring and silently muttered 2 words in his heart, robot. Chunyang, who and his companions dared not continue their actions. Originally, they had the upper hand. The eldest young master was missing, and they could take advantage of the situation to swiftly settle matters, while the eldest brother's family was left without an heir. But now that a second young master had suddenly appeared, they naturally could not continue their actions. After all, in a large family, everything must be done with a proper justification and in a logical manner. Even if the justification was twisted, it was acceptable. But acting without any reason was not allowed. Since you dare not seize the token, then untie my father and Uncle Fu's acupoints. How exhausting it must be for them to stand like that. Don't you know to respect the elderly and love the young? Hearing this, Yao Yu's chest heaved with frustration. Having been an assassin for so many years, this was the first time she had been lectured on not respecting the elderly and loving the young. Although displeased, she still reached out to untie the acupoints of Chunyang Long and Fu Bo. As soon as their acupoints were released, their legs felt weak, but they gritted their teeth and immediately stepped back a few paces, putting more distance between themselves and Yao Yu. This woman is too dangerous. The same thought emerged in both their minds. Third brother, fourth brother, do you know the origin of this kid, eh? Does big brother really have a second young master? Chunyang, who walked slowly over to Chunyang Ma, and Chunyang asking in confusion. His second brother, don't you know? Big brother's family indeed has 2 children, but they often study in other places and seldom return home. So many in the family have rarely seen them. I've heard about it, and I heard they were twins. But no one has ever mentioned the specific gender of big brother's second child. I've only heard some of the younger generation often call him the second young master. Isn't that nonsense? Which child would specifically introduce their gender when outside? But big brother's second child is still too delicate. And I heard that the hospital where the eldest sister-in-law gave birth said it was a dragon and phoenix twin, a boy and a girl. Could it be a mistake? Could it be that the second child is actually a girl disguised as a boy? And you call me stupid? I think third brother, you're not much better. This kid is definitely a boy. What girl would pretend to be a boy from childhood to adulthood? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to write that. In the TV shows, Liang Zhu and Hua Mulan only disguised themselves as women for a few years before being exposed. Chunyang Ma and Chunyang Ho were now arguing fiercely over whether Chun Xiaoqing was a boy or a girl, their debate extremely heated. Chunyang, who looked at his 2 brothers who seemed like idiots with a face full of black lines. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he bit his teeth lightly, as if he had thought of a plan. He looked up at Yao Yue, who understood, and walked over to listen closely. Yao would try to get close to that kid later and verify whether he is a boy or a girl. How am I supposed to verify that? Upon hearing this, Yao Yu's face instantly flushed slightly. If not for her professional discipline as an assassin, any ordinary girl in her early 20s like her would have had an emotional outburst. You're an assassin, do I need to teach you this? Don't you assassins have ways to identify gender? If all else fails, just find an opportunity to touch him. There isn't that enough. What should we uncles do it? Or these useless bodyguards? With Uncle Fu around, do they have a chance to get close? Chunyang, who said nonchalantly. Yao Yu felt even more frustrated, but there was nothing she could do. After all, they were the bosses. Her gaze turned again toward Chun Xiaoqing's direction. The cold and fierce aura about her receded somewhat, and she spoke in a clear, cold voice, slowly beginning to speak. Second young master, didn't you just say you could produce the token? Don't move, I'll come over now to take it. Chun Xiaoqing found it strange. Why had this woman's attitude suddenly become so much more amiable? Ding. New mission, the killer not so cold. Mission objective, flirt with the assassin Yao Yu. The higher Yao Yu's heart rate, the higher the mission completion. Hearing the system mission in his mind, Chun Xiaoqing was instantly dumbfounded and immediately replied in his heart. System, are you kidding me? I'm supposed to flirt with Yao Yu. She's an assassin. Do you know what an assassin is? This is like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth, courting death. Host, look at how timid you are. As they say, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Besides, don't you have the reward items I gave you to use? Go bravely, young man. Oh no, go bravely, young lady. Chun Xiaoqing always felt that this system was very unreliable, but there was no other way. Based on past experience, she estimated she couldn't escape it. However, reminded by the system, she did remember that she still had the reward items given by the system to use. Opening the system backpack to check, it was indeed a succubus constitution trial card. Looking at the card, Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but complain again. This damn system is really stingy, just giving a trial version, not at all like the generous systems in the satisfying novels I used to read. Host, mind your words. Besides, for you now, the trial card might be better. If I gave you a permanent succubus constitution, you might not be happy. Try it later, and you'll see. The effect lasts 3 minutes after use. Only 3 minutes. I don't even know what this thing does. Will it really work? Chun Xiaoqing was very uncertain in her heart, and didn't dare to use it immediately. At this moment Yao Yu had somehow approached. "Hey little brother, what are you muttering about here? Care to share with me?" Chun Xiaoqing felt a murderous bone-chilling aura appear beside her instantly, sending a chill down her spine. Chun Xiaoqing then reacted and looked closely. Good heavens, Yao Yue, who had said she was coming to take the token, had actually approached, and was carefully scrutinizing her. And her hand was actually resting on her shoulder. What does this cold woman want to do? Something's wrong, very wrong. Truly, if the uncle can bear it, the aunt cannot. Although she was now in a female body, she had the heart of a true man. Having lived 2 lives, when had she ever been flirted with by a woman? Succubus Constitution Trial card activate. The next second, everyone present instantly fixed their eyes on Chun Xiaoqing. Holy crap, are my eyes blurred? How come the second young master looks so beautiful? More beautiful than the princesses at the Imperial KTV. A bodyguard blurted out dazedly. Immediately several people beside him stepped away. Although he was right, and had voiced everyone's inner thoughts, no one dared to admit it, otherwise they would be suspected of being gay. Old hey, I told you to read more books, but you chose to be a thug. The second young master is male. Can you use beautiful to describe him? It's handsome. Dashing. You brat, you're not a hidden gay, are you? No wonder you often ask us to go to the bathhouse for a scrub. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just telling the truth. The second young master is really beautiful, not handsome. Immediately the bodyguard team was thrown into chaos amidst the uproar. The few old men also had dazed expressions looking at Chun Xiaoqing, each silently muttering in their hearts. We've lived for decades, what kind of beautiful women haven't we seen? How could we feel that a man is beautiful? And he's our own nephew. Damn, I can't look anymore, can't look anymore. The old men very tacitly lowered their heads together. Woman, you've crossed the line. If you want to get closer, just say it. This young master is very tolerant of beauties. As he said this, Chun Xiaoqing actually took the initiative to grab the hand that was on her shoulder, pulled it gently, and drew Yao Yu in front of her, looking at her face to face with a teasing gaze. Her other hand, the right one, actually directly wrapped around Yao Yu's waist. At that moment Yao Yu felt her body stiffen as she stared blankly at the man before her. She suddenly felt her heart race wildly, and the more she looked at him, the more she found him beautiful. For an instant he exuded a strange allure that made her unwilling to resist, and unable to summon the strength to fight back. This isn't normal. Not normal at all. What is happening to me? I've been an assassin for over a decade. My heart should have been frozen long ago. How could I feel a flutter for a man? She chastised herself furiously, her mind suddenly in turmoil. I've wasted 10 years as an assassin. I'm no better than that butcher who's been gutting fish at a supermarket for a decade. It was utterly insane. She actually found a man beautiful. So beautiful it made her heart skip a beat. What terrified her most was that she had also considered whether she had been bewitched or drugged. But after channeling her inner energy to examine her body, everything was normal, indicating these reactions were purely instinctual. Yao Yu gazed at the man before her, yet despite her heartbeat the feeling wasn't romantic love. Instead she felt as though the second young master was an adorable lowly-like girl she wanted to drag off to a secluded spot, to ravish and caress relentlessly. At this thought Yao Yu quickly shook her head to clear her mind. The only thing she was certain of was that she was not a lesbian, had never liked another woman, and definitely wasn't gay. Thus she concluded that the second young master was male, and she was attracted to a man. Perfectly normal and reasonable. Yao Yu tried to convince herself, even if the reasoning was flimsy. Chun Xiaoqing's heart was also unsettled. She had just been putting on a brave front. After all, the woman she was embracing was an assassin. But seeing Yao Yu's unusual reaction and the odd looks from those around, she realized the succubus constitution was indeed taking effect. Yet they kept saying the second young master was beautiful. What did that mean? Shouldn't it be handsome? It seemed this succubus constitution wasn't so perfect. It had the flaw of making people confuse genders. Ding host, you've misunderstood. Forgot to tell you. The effect of the succubus constitution is based on the user's actual gender. Since you're dressed as a man now, it creates this contradiction. What? This thing is gender specific. Damn. So Yao Yu's gaze isn't romantic love, but lesbian attraction. Chun Xiaoqing's hand trembled. After all, she was truly a woman now. If Yao Yu really was a lesbian, it was all over. She felt a suffocating dread of being scared witless by a lesbian. Congratulations host, full marks for comprehension. No reward though. Ding. Yao Yu's infatuation index 60. Mission, the assassin isn't cold enough, completion 60. Just then Chun Xiaoqing sensed another change. The previously limp and stiff Yao Yu seemed to recover. She began to regain her senses and rationality, and her hand grew restless again, reaching downward. Chun Xiaoqing knew exactly what the woman was after. If she confirmed the truth and discovered that Chun Xiaoqing was a woman, all would be lost. Damn. As expected of an assassin, her willpower is extraordinary. I have to use my hidden trump card. Chun Xiaoqing tightened her right arm around Yao Yu's waist, pulling them even closer. At the same time her left hand reached for Yao Yu's veil. Simultaneously a hard bulge swelled between Chun Xiaoqing's legs. It was of course nothing but the carrot she had prepared in advance. Don't ask where it came from. She had grabbed it from the kitchen on her way downstairs, just in case. In an instant the bulging carrot pressed against Yao Yu's thigh. Because their bodies were so close, Yao Yu couldn't see what it was, only feeling a hard object against her thigh. Her face flushed scarlet instantly, the crimson spreading to the nape of her neck. She could no longer hold herself together. At the same time, she felt a cool sensation on her face. The veil was sliding down. By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. The veil was completely torn off by Chun Xiaoqing. A cold, exquisite, breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared before Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing was inwardly stunned. She hadn't expected the assassin to be so pretty. But it wasn't over yet. She smirked and looked at Yao Yu's face, speaking softly. "Miss Yao Yue, you're not being very well behaved. Don't blame me. You started it by touching me, and I couldn't control myself. And I apologize, but seeing such a gorgeous figure, I couldn't resist wanting to see your face. I didn't expect you to be a beauty who could topple kingdoms." Ding. Yao Yu's infatuation index 100. Mission: the assassin isn't cold enough. Completion 100. Congratulations, host, mission complete. Reward: a cupcake figure and permanent heavenly voice. The A cupcake figure will take effect in 3 hours. Please prepare in advance. Before Chun Xiaoqing could tease her further, she suddenly felt her arms empty. Turning, she saw Yao Yu had somehow retreated to the far side, standing beside the uncle's Land Rover. Her veil was back in place, but the faint blush still lingered on her ears and neck. Her gaze had regained its sharpness, yet when she looked at Chun Xiaoqing, it carried a complex, unspoken emotion. Why did she run off so fast? I wasn't done having fun. In my past life as a guy, I never got a hold of beauty. Now as a woman, I finally get to hold one, and it's over in a flash. Chun Xiaoqing wasn't lying. Though she often disguised herself as a man and hung out with the young masters of the capital, they only played with cars, traveled, and gamed. She never went to brothels afraid of being exposed. Dumb host, your succubus constitution trial card expired. She recovered, so of course she ran. Chun Xiaoqing felt speechless. The system was always butting in. She knew that, but she was just lamenting her unsatisfied desires. "Hey Miss Yao Yu, did you forget your young master's token?" Yao Yu trembled with anger, snorted lightly, and without a word got into the car. The uncles, seeing the situation, realized they couldn't continue today. They shot resentful glances at Chun Xiaoqing, her father, and Uncle Fu. Chun Yang, who roared at the chaotic group of bodyguards. "Useless idiots. Shut the hell up and get in the car. You've disgraced me. I'll deal with you later." The noisy bodyguards quieted down and timidly climbed into the Land Rover. "Big brother, you win this time, but it's not over." Chun Yang, who left a cold threat before slamming the car door shut. The 3 vehicles sped off, having lost all the arrogance they had when they arrived. Chun Yang frowned deeply and looked at Chun Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, let's go inside. I need to talk to you. I'll likely have to return to the family soon. Your uncle's visit is too suspicious." In the villa's living room, Chunyang Long and Chun Xiaoqing sat opposite each other on the sofa. "Dad, what's the matter? Why do you look so serious?" Chun Xiaoqing asked with puzzlement. Uncle Fu was helping to warm the tea and refill the water. Chunyang Long looked at his daughter, who had once again dressed like a boy, and let out a soft sigh. Times were different now, and he could understand. If not for the circumstances, he would certainly have wished for his daughter to always dress beautifully rather than as a tomboy. "Xiaoqing, I've decided to let you go to Nandu City for university. The situation in the capital is too chaotic right now, and I'm worried that the family's infighting might involve you." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing frowned slightly and was about to retort. "Dad, I got into Qingbei University in the capital. You want me to go to Nandu?" "That's not." Chunyang Long waved his hand, signaling Chun Xiaoqing to calm down. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Calm down. I've thought it all through. Do you know which university in Nandu I've arranged for you? I've contacted Nangang University for you. It's in no way inferior to Qingbei. Moreover, a while ago my company donated 1 billion in charitable scholarships to Qingbei University, and I've spoken with the dean about your situation. You will go to Nangang University in Nandu as an exchange student. If you still want to return to Qingbei in the future, you can come back during your senior year." Chunyang Long's explanation did surprise Chun Xiaoqing. She hadn't expected that her father had quietly arranged everything, and at such a great cost. Although there were indeed no lingering worries and Chun Xiaoqing had no particular attachment to Qingbei, she had lived in the capital for decades, and was already tired of it, wanting to see the outside world. But she still felt a bit disgruntled. Going to the outside world in this way gave her the feeling of a homeless dog being driven out to flee. She couldn't help but retort to Chunyang Long. "Dad, are Uncle and the others really that difficult to handle? It can't be that serious, right? Oh, you don't understand. The reasons are not as simple as you think. It also involves your mother's side." "What? Related to mother's side?" Chun Xiaoqing asked in astonishment. She couldn't help but be surprised. Her mother had disappeared without a trace after she and her twin brother were born. For so many years her father had never mentioned it, and even when she asked, she received no answer. "I won't say more. Although you've been quite rebellious since childhood, your father knows that you understand the gravity of things. Of course, if you really don't want to go, I won't force you. If you stay in the capital to study, I will increase the number of people protecting you." Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but shudder. She hated having a bunch of people around her. That was one of the reasons she dressed as a boy. There was no helping it, as she was too beautiful, and she was from a prominent family in the capital. If she had grown up as a girl, she would have been annoyed to death. This was also the reason why the villa they lived in had no servants. Usually cleaners came periodically or food was delivered. If she had to study in the capital with a crowd of protectors, she would rather die. Alright, dear dad, my own dear dad, I'll go to Nandu, okay? I'm tired of the capital anyway. It's a good chance to see the scenery of southern China. Seeing that Chun Shaoqing finally relented, Chunyang Long let out a soft sigh of relief, while a deeply hidden smirk of triumph involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. But it was quickly concealed. Alright, I won't stay long. Also, don't worry about having no support over there. I have a close friend there, Xiao Aoyan, the head of the Xiao family. Just call him Uncle Xiao. I'll send you his contact information later. You can find him if you encounter any trouble there. Oh, and he has a son who is about your age. If you have the chance, you might get to know each other. You young people might hit it off. After saying these few words, Chunyang Long stretched, as if relieved of a heavy burden, and walked toward the underground garage to leave. Chun Shaoqing felt dazed for a moment. Something felt off. She had a feeling that all the earlier talk was unimportant, and the Xiao family mentioned so casually was the real point. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Chun Shaoqing shook her head, comforting herself, and decided not to think too much. She went upstairs to pack her luggage. A Rolls-Royce drove out of the villa's garage. As soon as it left the villa area, a hearty laugh came from inside the car. Uncle Fu, what do you think of my arrangement? Uncle Fu, who was driving, smiled and couldn't help but praise. The patriarch is truly formidable. I never expected you to make the second young lady agree to go to the Xiao family so easily. Yes, this girl is stubborn as hell. If I had told her directly that I had arranged a childhood betrothal for her and wanted her to meet the young master of the Xiao family, given her temper, forget about going, she would have exploded on the spot. By sending her under the guise of studying, this not only gives Shaoqing a chance to get to know the Xiao boy, but also lets her avoid the upcoming turmoil in the capital, killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, letting her go to my old comrade's place indeed puts my mind at ease, and I can also go all out and play with Chunyang Hu and the others. Now the only thing that makes me angry is that brat Tiangang. I don't know where he's gone off to fool around. Uncle Fu also chimed in with timely comfort. Patriarch, please rest assured. Although the young master is a bit of a playboy and loves to have fun, he will surely be fine. When he grows older and gets married, he will definitely become sensible. Chunyang Long sighed softly upon hearing this, shook his head, and said no more. Evening, at the Chun family ancestral mansion. In a tranquil courtyard with a small pond, an old man was leisurely pinching bread in his hand, crumbling it into small pieces, and tossing them into the lotus pond to feed the goldfish. Goldfish, they said, but strangely this pond was different from ordinary ones because it only contained white and black goldfish. Beside the old man were two servants, and not far behind followed three middle-aged men with bowed heads and solemn expressions. These three were the brothers Chunyang, Chunyang Ma, and Chunyang Ho. What brings you to this old man again? Haven't I said that if you have any matters you should go to your eldest brother? He is the head of the Chun family now. This old man has retired. If you are not here to fulfill filial piety, then don't say anything about family affairs. Chunyang, who lowered his head with a fawning smile. Father, what are you saying? As long as you need us, aren't we sons always ready to fulfill filial piety? Moreover, this time is different from before. The eldest brother actually privately gave the family's young master token to his second son. And Chun Tiangang is too fond of play, neglecting his duties and unwilling to bear family responsibilities. He has disappeared and gone abroad to travel. Don't you think this shows a lack of regard for the family? Chunyang, who elaborating with embellishments recounted all the transgressions of the eldest brother's family. Then he stealthily glanced at his father's expression, and only after detecting no unusual reaction did he heave a relieved sigh. Exactly. Father, and that second son of the eldest brother's household. He shows no respect for his elders, daring to talk back to us. How could he be allowed to become the young master of the family? Chunyang Ma immediately chimed in to support him. Yes, father. In my opinion, the most suitable candidate for young master is Chun Tianyu from second brother's family. Though he is ranked third, the eldest brother's two children are twins, so they should count as one. So rounding it off, Tianyu from second brother's side should be the second child, don't you think? At this, the fourth brother Chunyang Ho also eagerly interjected. After speaking with great confidence, he felt his reasoning was impeccable and secretly admired his own brilliance. The others present were left speechless, their foreheads dark with exasperation. Old Master Chun Sanyue in particular felt his hands trembling slightly, inwardly lamenting that despite his own wisdom, he had fathered such a fool. Enough. Since Yanglong has decided to let his second son inherit the position of young master, so be it. I have said before that your eldest brother is now the head of the family. As for you, I heard you used my name to pick a quarrel with Yanglong. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Chunyang, who broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and quickly forced a smile. Father, where did you hear that? We wouldn't dare. We merely went to discuss matters with eldest brother. Since you have spoken, we naturally obey. The old man's eyes, etched with wrinkles, gave them a deep, penetrating look. He did not reply immediately, but instead gazed at the fish in the lotus pond. Suddenly, he seemed to have spotted something extraordinary. On the verge of disbelief, he was about to rub his eyes and lean closer for a better look, but then he remembered his sons were still present and stopped himself. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. All right, I'm tired from today's walk. The food at the old residence is bland, and you're surely not used to it. I won't keep you for dinner. Hearing the old man's dismissal, Chunyang Hu and the others could only leave awkwardly. They had come to complain to the old man, but instead of intervening, he had left them feeling humiliated and empty-handed. Second brother, are we just going to let this go? Once outside the old residence, Chunyang Ma couldn't help asking Chunyang, who his eyes filled with resentment. Father is too biased. He won't even lift a finger. All the good things go to eldest brother's side. Chunyang, who waved his hand dismissively, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. None of you understood the old man's attitude. When we were vying for the patriarch's position, it gave him quite a headache. Now when it comes to the grandson's generation, it seems he truly doesn't intend to interfere. Since he doesn't want to meddle, things are even simpler. This matter of the young master's position certainly won't end here. Back when we competed for the patriarch's position, we failed. This time for the grandson's generation, I won't give up so easily. Now that brat Chun Tiangang has gone missing, only eldest brother's effeminate second son, Chun Xiaoqing, remains. What needs to be done is obvious, isn't it? Chunyang, who spoke harshly, his eyes filled with icy malice. Chunyang Ma and Chunyang Ho, hearing this, also had their eyes light up. At the Chun family ancestral residence beside the lotus pond. No sooner had Chunyang Hu and the others left than Chun Tsungyue immediately crouched by the pond, parting the goldfish, as if searching for something. The two servants nearby exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, an old man dressed in black hurried over from a side room, followed by a young girl also in black. The girl was none other than Yao Yu. Old master, what are you doing? Do you need help? You're advanced in years, you must be careful not to strain your back. Seeing Chun Tsungyue's actions, the old man in black stepped forward to remind him. Chun Tsungyue, upon noticing the two arrivals, showed no embarrassment. Instead, he continued using breadcrumbs and a stick to lure the fish into a cluster, then scatter them with the stick to facilitate his search. He exclaimed excitedly, perfect timing. Let me tell you, I think I just saw a golden goldfish in the pond. The old man in black was also startled. He looked into the fish, but despite his decades of training as an assassin, which had honed his vision, he searched several times and saw no golden goldfish. He hesitated and said, Old master, could you have been mistaken? Hearing this, Chun Tsungyue grew even more anxious, quickening his movements. The fish, annoyed by the constant disturbance, scattered and refused to regroup, no matter how much bread Chun Tsungyue tossed. Seeing this, he became even more desperate and was about to bend down and stretch his arm further into the pond. A soft crack sounded from his waist. Ouch! With a cry of pain, Chun Tsungyue lost his balance and toppled toward the lotus pond. The old man in black with a sharp look moved swiftly. In an instant, he caught Chun Tsungyue, and at the same time, 3 silver needles flew from his hand, piercing into the old man's waist. Chun Tsungyue's pained expression eased considerably. Supported by the old man, he was helped to a seat in the nearby pavilion. Once seated, he couldn't help complaining. Your Jinx's tongue is as sharp as ever from our younger days. I really did throw my back out. Good thing your medical skills haven't faded, or I'd be in for a world of pain. The old man in black chuckled. Then, old master, you must be more careful next time. Don't get so worked up and take care of your health. Chun Tsungyue sighed softly. You know, for dozens of generations our family has only produced sons, not a single daughter. That mysterious fortune teller once said that the day a living golden fish appears in this black and white fish pond will mark the breaking of the male child curse, and a girl will be born into our family. I suppose it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. The last time I saw things, it was more than 10 years ago when Yanglong's 2 boys were just born. By the way, Yao Yue, you met with the second son of Yanglong's family today. Did you notice anything unusual? Yao Yu dared not be negligent. Reporting to the old master, I did meet the second young master today, and personally verified that he is indeed male. Upon hearing this answer, Chun Tsungyue, who had still harbored some hope, sighed and waved his hand to indicate he understood. For a moment, he was lost in memories of 19 years ago. At that time, it was strange. The hospital said it was a boy and a girl, but when they went to see for themselves, there were 2 boys. Disappointed, they had never laid eyes on Chun Xiaoqing a second time since then. In truth, he had no idea that it was precisely when Chun Xiaoqing had transmigrated and the conflict between his soul and body had not yet stabilized that had led to this outcome. Seeing pure Tsungyue in such a state, Ying also sighed softly. Elder of the clan, you should try to take it easier. As the old saying goes, what is destined will come to pass, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. Pure Tsungyue nodded in agreement, then glanced at Yao Yu beside him. After a moment of thought, he gave his instructions. Yao Yu, continue assisting Yang Hu and his group. I have no interest in whatever schemes they are plotting as long as no lives are lost. As for Chun Xiaoqing's side, just keep a record of any news. There is no need to pay special attention. I trust Yang Long will protect his only remaining son. Once he learned that Chun Xiaoqing was indeed a boy, Pure Tsungyue lost much of his interest. He already had plenty of sons and grandsons. Succession disputes were nothing new to him, and he had no desire to meddle. It has been far too long since we last caught up. Stay and share a drink with me for a while. After giving his instructions, Pure Tsungyue felt somewhat weary and waved Yao Yu away, leaving only Ying and 2 servants to keep him company. A piercing shriek erupted from Chun Xiaoqing's villa. No, damn system, what have you done to me? Chun Xiaoqing could only weep in silence, gazing sorrowfully at her slightly swollen chest and feeling suffocated. Previously, her flat chest required no bra at all, and she could disguise herself in men's clothing without any telltale signs. Now, however, there was no way she could continue wearing men's clothes carelessly. Ding. Host, please watch your language. This is your reward, do not be ungrateful. Other girls would kill for this opportunity to enlarge. And host, rest assured products from this system are top quality. Your little buns are absolutely natural, nothing like those synthetic hyaluronic acid injections. You should be thrilled. I am thrilled, my foot. I really appreciate your entire family. Chun Xiaoqing ground her teeth in fury. If this system had a physical form, she would have lunged at it and torn out a chunk to vent her anger. She only wanted to quietly remain a tomboy, never wishing to transform into an actual cute girl. The host's temper is excessively volatile. The system suspects the soul and body have not reached perfect harmony within the host, resulting in insufficient estrogen. Excessively high androgen levels are causing the irritability. This is already the 4th time the host has cursed this system. Therefore, as a responsible, beautiful system, I have decided to grant the host one additional physique transformation opportunity. This transformation takes 20 hours to complete. Once finished, the host's physiology will no longer be in disarray, but will become that of a genuine, beautiful girl. Upon hearing the system's words, Chun Xiaoqing felt as though she were about to explode. Damn system. Oh wait, dear system, did you even ask for my consent? I was perfectly fine before. Besides the inconvenience of not having a penis for urinating, everything else was great. Can you stop so casually altering my body, hey? Objection invalid. Host, where exactly was your normalcy? What healthy 19-year-old girl has never experienced menstruation? That remark certainly caught Chun Xiaoqing off guard. For over 10 years, she had never needed those sanitary products. Rather than worrying, Chun Xiaoqing had secretly rejoiced in avoiding such hassle. Most crucially, men's clothing proved far more convenient and went unnoticed. But from today forward, all these conveniences would vanish. Just thinking about it. A wave of sorrow crashed over Chun Xiaoqing. Yet there was no alternative. Confronted with this wretched system, Chun Xiaoqing could only resign herself to fate. Things being what they were, she should eat first. If I'm a girl, so be it. At least this life comes with endless wealth. I've become the young master of the household, inheriting billions. Chun Xiaoqing could only console herself, but an urgent problem remained. She needed to quickly buy chest-binding bandages. She absolutely refused to wear bras, and to maintain her future cross-dressing lifestyle, binding wraps were her only option. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Air, I heard you screaming just now. Are you alright? Just then a male voice suddenly came from outside the bedroom door. Chun Xiaoqing was baffled. Whose voice is that? She did not recognize it. Why was he calling her second miss? Surely very few people knew she was actually a girl, right? Moreover, wasn't her villa's first floor locked? Only her father, older brother, and butler Fu possessed keys. Unsure whether to respond, Chun Xiaoqing instinctively reached for the baseball bat beside her. Though her heart was male and her body female, if she truly encountered a criminal and was violated, it would be too late to cry. When the young man outside received no response, he seemed to grow anxious and called out louder once more. Miss Air, are you alright? Has something happened? Don't worry, I'm coming in to save you right now. Hearing this, a chill ran straight down Chun Xiaoqing's spine. Wait, bro. Who are you? Do I even need your help? Chun Xiaoqing's mind raced with protests. Gripping the baseball bat tighter, she crept silently toward the door, adopting a combative stance. If anyone dared enter, she would exploit the doorway angle for a surprise strike, knock them out cold with the bat, then slip past and call for help. Of course, these were all tactics she had used in games. At least that is what Chun Xiaoqing told herself, and she felt quite confident about it. Yet the next moment, Chun Xiaoqing was stunned. There was no violent battering of the door as she had expected. Instead, she heard the faint sound of a thin wire probing, followed by a soft click. It seemed the lock had simply opened. Seriously, bro, this door was locked. How did it just open so easily? Must be a seasoned pro. Good thing I did not believe him. Chun Xiaoqing felt both relieved and tense, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the door. The door slowly creaked open, and a figure clad in green Taoist robes gradually stepped inside. Opportunity strikes but once. Seizing the moment, Chun Xiaoqing swung the baseball bat hard at the dark figure. Thwack! A dull thud echoed, and the figure caught the bat barehanded, though technically it was a baseball bat, not a blade. The force behind her swing seemed completely absorbed, as if dissipated entirely. Chun Xiaoqing's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. Instead of the anticipated bloody mess, the figure had simply caught the blow. Now Chun Xiaoqing could make out their appearance. A youth of about 18 or 19 dressed in a shabby, outdated Taoist gray robe. It's over. Game over. Chun Xiaoqing's heart raced wildly. She had tried to catch a thief, but ended up caught herself. Would her innocence be ruined here today? Too afraid to continue thinking, she closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear watching. Yet after waiting 5 or 6 seconds with no further movement, Chun Xiaoqing cautiously cracked her eyes open, just a slit. To her surprise, the handsome youth in Taoist robes was smiling at her kindly. Only when Chun Xiaoqing opened her eyes did the youth speak, a note of puzzlement in his voice. So second miss enjoys playing hide-and-seek this way. Seeing the youth truly meant no harm, Chun Xiaoqing was left dumbfounded. She offered an awkward smile and loosened her grip on the baseball bat, slowly backing away 2 steps. Once she had secured a safe distance of 2 meters, Chun Xiaoqing finally spoke to the youth. Who are you and how did you get into my villa? Hearing the question, the youth seemed to suddenly remember something. He pulled out an old battered smartphone from over a decade ago and began dialing. A video call connected almost immediately, though the screen was so scratched it resembled pixels. Unrecognizable visually, but Butler Fu's voice came through clearly. The youth angled the video call toward Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing stared at the screen in surprise and instinctively called out, "Butler Fu." "Hello, second miss." "Oh wait, second young master. I have been trying to reach you but could not get through. I have been swamped helping the clan head and was just about to tell you. This young man is my senior brother's disciple. His name is Lin Yi, and he is far more capable than I am. I specifically brought him to protect you. Otherwise, with you going to Nandu alone, neither the clan head nor I could rest easy. We are worried about incidents like encountering Yao Yu during daylight again. That is enough. Discuss the details with Lin Yi yourself. Rest assured he is trustworthy. Everything will be fine." With that, the call disconnected, leaving Chun Xiaoqing standing there bewildered. Lin Yi. That name sounds so familiar. Could you really be a martial arts master who descended from the mountains as a Taoist priest? Chun Xiaoqing could only feel her eyes rolling upward, utterly speechless. Ding. I didn't expect the host to be so clever, already learning to analyze. Congratulations on encountering your second destiny prospect. Activating the second protagonist script, the School Beauties, Descent Master Taoist. Female lead personality keywords: gentle, tsundra, slightly aloof. Destiny prospect: Lin Yi, current emotional affinity toward you 30. Drama world integration rate for the School Beauties, Descent Master Taoist 10, current female, lead compatibility 10. Keep it up, host. Strive to become the best female lead. Do not worry, host. Although these destiny prospects would become invincible beings in other world planes, within this world your destiny potential is the greatest. Chun Xiaoqing felt utterly speechless after hearing the system's words. What on earth was going on? What kind of chaotic world had she transmigrated into? The only thing she could console herself with was that she was the protagonist, and her destiny potential in this world was indeed the greatest. By the way, system, what happens if my female lead compatibility is low and these male leads' emotional affinity toward me never rises? Hee, that's simple. The higher your emotional affinity with each male lead, the greater the system rewards you'll receive. There are countless benefits to becoming the perfect female lead. Ding. Congratulations, host. Main storyline mission phase 2 has been unlocked. Community Pampered Goddess. Mission completion rate 15. Would you like to view the mission details and progress? Rewards for this phase can only be obtained after reviewing. Chun Xiaoqing felt utterly exasperated. System, stop beating around the bush. Since you said viewing will grant rewards, do you really think I'd refuse them? Hurry up and check the mission details. Ding, host has confirmed the request to view mission details and accepted the reward. Therefore, you have defaulted to accepting phase 2 of this mission. Opening the mission page now. Damn it, system, you tricked me again. Chun Xiaoqing instantly lost her composure. She never expected that checking the mission and accepting the reward would automatically mean accepting the task. It was all due to her habitual thinking. Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel annoyed, but then she thought about this ridiculous system's nature. Even if she refused, the system would find some way to make her accept the mission anyway. Since there was no turning back, she might as well check the mission first. Chun Xiaoqing pouted and quickly accessed the mission panel. Mission Community Pampered Goddess. Mission requirements: encounter and unlock 5 other destiny prospects, raising their emotional affinity to 100. Note: emotional affinity includes not only romantic love, but also familial bonds, friendship, and other special emotional connections. Chun Xiaoqing read this, and a giant question mark appeared in her mind. Was something strange mixed in there? Current mission progress: Destiny Prospect Chun Tiangang, emotional affinity 100. Destiny Prospect Lin Yi, emotional affinity 30. Since one Destiny Prospect currently has 100 emotional affinity toward you, and because Phase 2 has been activated, Phase 1 being a special stage, Phase 1 rewards will now be issued retroactively. Mission completed 15. Congratulations, host, on receiving the phased reward. Permanent special ability, Mind Whisper. Special ability, Mind Whisper. Ability description: allows you to eavesdrop on one person's thoughts. The duration and effectiveness are influenced by your spiritual power, the target's vigilance level toward you, and the gap between your spiritual power and theirs. Friendly reminder: based on your current spiritual power, you can only use this ability once per day. Forcing additional uses may cause you to faint. After reading the mission panel, Chun Xiaoqing's heart raced with excitement. Mind Whispering. What a thrilling ability. At the same time, she quietly digested the mission information the system had just provided. What did you mean by Descent Master? At that moment, Lin Yi's bewildered voice came from nearby. He looked at the second miss oddly, having said something completely inexplicable before spacing out. Cough, nothing. By the way, did Uncle Fu mention anything else when he sent you to be my bodyguard? Only then did Chun Xiaoqing snap back to reality, remembering there was a third will beside her. Lin Yi scratched his head, wearing an expression of careful recollection. Uncle Fu dropped me off and left in a hurry. He only said to follow whatever the second miss says. There were no special requirements from him. Oh, right, I also met Boss Chun. He told me to take good care of you. Salary and bonus come to 100 per month. Not expecting to find such a well-paying job right after descending the mountain, Lin Yi chuckled to himself. Seeing his honest, almost naively endearing demeanor, a clear-eyed college graduate just entering society, Chun Xiaoqing, despite acknowledging him as a destiny prospect recognized by the system, still seriously doubted whether his combat ability could qualify him as a proper bodyguard to protect her. Hey, how strong are you actually? Absolutely reliable. And I'm not boasting. I'm skilled in all 18 martial arts, ancient and modern. I can wield any weapon you can name, and I'm well versed in astronomy, geography, feng shui, and divination. You can go ask the uncles and aunties under Urshian Bridge. My fortune telling is incredibly accurate. Chun Xiaoqing was left utterly dumbfounded by Lin Yi's words. What kind of nonsense is that? You sound just like a street con artist peddling tricks. Whether you're a donkey or a horse, we'll find out by taking you for a test run. Come with me. We're going to the backyard garden. Intrigued, Chun Xiaoqing decided to test him personally. After all, his strength was tied directly to her life. There was no room for carelessness. Without another word, she headed toward the backyard garden. Huh? Why are we going to the backyard garden? We're going to the backyard garden so I can exercise with you, Chun Xiaoqing said with a mischievous grin, deliberately teasing. This remark actually flushed Lin Yi red and filled him with a hint of excitement. Soon after, a tremendous explosion echoed from the backyard garden, followed by a rapid succession of whooshing sounds. Then came Chun Xiaoqing's breathless voice. I can't keep up. You're indeed strong. Your speed is too fast for me. Second miss, don't stop. Let's see whether my gun is faster or you. Lin Yi's triumphant voice rang out. He looked entirely relaxed, as though he hadn't even exerted himself, fully holding a replica air gun in his hand. The courtyard was littered with shattered stones with chips and fruit everywhere. There were various sports equipment scattered around the yard. Not far away, a sandbag that had just been blasted apart hung limply with sand spilled all over the ground. Beside it lay an arm-thick steel bar bent into a full 360-degree spiral, as well as a lead ball crushed out of shape. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoqing was completely drained, her entire body glistening with sweet perspiration. She sat collapsed on a garden rocking chair, catching her breath. She had tried throwing various objects into the air, but Lin Yi accurately shot them all down. Even when she tossed multiple items simultaneously, he calmly hit each one with his air gun, finding time to reload between shots. After this exhausting trial, Chun Xiaoqing thoroughly acknowledged Lin Yi's capabilities and couldn't help but think to herself. Thank goodness this guy is on our side. If he were the enemy, it would be game over. Little Lin Yi, you're indeed impressive. I accept you as my bodyguard. Go rest inside. I'll arrange a room for you. Chun Xiaoqing stood up and waved her hand, heading back toward the house. However, she noticed something odd. Lin Yi had frozen in place, hunched over with an embarrassed expression, clearly not following her. What's wrong? Come inside. Second miss, please go ahead first. I'm not feeling well. I'll catch up shortly. Chun Xiaoqing grew suspicious. Knowing the lad wasn't being straight with her, she immediately activated her ability. Mind Whisper. Her clothes are soaked and slightly see-through. Second miss is quite cute actually. Sorry, second miss. I've committed a sin. Chun Xiaoqing's pupils instantly contracted. She looked down and realized she was wearing only a thin white short-sleeved shirt. Due to the sweat from their exercise, it had indeed become somewhat translucent. Damn it, I just got taken advantage of. It's all because I got used to being flat-chested back when I was younger. I never had to deal with this kind of trouble before. Chun Xiaoqing quickly turned around and glanced at Lin Yi. No wonder he was hunching over. This kid had gotten an erection. Feeling too embarrassed to deal with him, Chun Xiaoqing hurriedly escaped back to her room. In the living room of the villa, Chun Xiaoqing had already changed into a loose, adorable white rabbit pajama set, and her hair had also been swapped for long locks. She was lounging on the sofa like a sloth. Truth be told, she had originally planned to continue wearing male attire, but later she would need to go out and buy a chest binder along with other feminine products. If two men were to go shopping for such items, they would undoubtedly be mistaken for a pair of perverts. Moreover, her public identity was that of the second young master. In her female guise, no one would recognize her, making it far more convenient to go out. The last thing she wanted was to see the headline of the Kyoto News the next day: the second young master of the Chun family purchasing feminine products with a strange man. If that happened, it would be more terrifying than death itself. Her father would likely disown her on the spot. Hearing the clattering sounds from the third-floor cubicle, she called out, Lin Yi, is the room I arranged for you ready yet? And after you've washed up, change out of that Taoist robe and leave it in the bathroom basket. The servants will pick it up in the morning. Chun Xiaoqing kept offering reminders. Finally, Lin Yi, who had barely managed to wash up upstairs, emerged. In truth, whether he tidied up or not didn't matter. He planned to head to Nandu the next day anyway. The moment she saw Lin Yi descending the stairs, Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but frown again. Seriously, where do you get all these shabby, worn-out clothes? At that moment, Lin Yi was clad in a wrinkled green work uniform and matching trousers. I think they're fine, as long as they're wearable. These are the clothes I wore when I came down the mountain for odd jobs during my training. And honestly, they're all I have. Lin Yi said somewhat sheepishly. Hearing his words, Chun Xiaoqing could only roll her eyes in resignation. She had always thought that in the urban novels she read in her past life, the protagonists deliberately dressed poorly to play the fool and catch their prey off guard. She never expected him to be genuinely poor. I'll forget it. We'll buy you a few new outfits at the mall later. By the way, do you have a driver's license? Can you drive? Lin Yi nodded immediately. I got it when I was doing missions before. Satisfied that Lin Yi had a license and could drive, Chun Xiaoqing nodded approvingly. If she had a bodyguard who still made her drive herself, what was the point? They arrived at the underground garage. Though spacious, it only held 2 cars. A pink Maserati and a heavily modified Ferrari with anime decals. Looking at these 2 vehicles, Chun Xiaoqing felt a pang of helplessness. Both were birthday gifts from her father to her and her brother. Chun Xiaoqing tossed the keys to Lin Yi and climbed into the passenger seat. She watched as Lin Yi upon getting in started the engine and drove off with practiced ease. Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seemed this kid had quite a few secrets. Though a male bodyguard doesn't quite fit my preferences, a male bodyguard does have its perks. I can boss him around without any guilt. If Grandpa Fu had found me a stunning female bodyguard, I might have felt awkward asking her to carry my shopping bags. Chun Xiaoqing thought blissfully to herself. Oh, I forgot to tell you the rules. We need to have a 3-point pact so you don't cause me trouble later. What 3-point pact? Simple. First, without my permission, you are not to enter my room. Same goes for when we get to Nandu. Second, you are not to call me second miss. You must call me second young master. Even the rest of the family follows this rule. Lin Yi found this a bit odd. Then he recalled Grandpa Fu's earlier warning that the second miss had a mild gender identity disorder, and it suddenly clicked. He looked at Chun Xiaoqing with some hesitation. What about when you're in female attire? Should I still call you second young master when we're out? This question genuinely stumped Chun Xiaoqing. It was a situation she had never encountered before. Counting last night, tonight would be only her second time going out in female attire. Previously, she had at most worn her pajamas around the house. True to the old saying, cross-dressing only happens once. Or countless times. This time she found she had very little psychological resistance to going out dressed as a woman. Then when I'm in female attire, you can call me second miss. Chun Xiaoqing thought it over and could only settle on that. Originally, she wanted Lin Yi to call her Xiaoqing directly, but that felt far too intimate. Only her father and older brother used that name. She had no intention of being swayed. Lin Yi nodded to show he understood. Isn't this a 3-point pact? That's only 2 points. Are there any other rules? Your interruption made me forget. I'll think of the rest later. That's it for now. Lin Yi felt speechless. Was this second miss always so capricious? Could she really just save the 3rd point for later? Having said that, Chun Xiaoqing began playing with her phone and fell silent. Lin Yi, however, was sweating profusely. He hadn't driven far before pulling over to the side of the road, having realized a serious problem. He didn't know the way. Why did you stop? I don't know the route. Can't you use the navigation? With this beat-up knockoff phone of mine. Lin Yi pulled out his phone, which lagged even when opening the contact list. Chun Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and pointed to the navigation system on the car's central console. Lin Yi instantly slapped his forehead and let out an awkward laugh, trying to cover his embarrassment. But you reminded me. We'll get you a new phone while we're at it. How can someone with such incredible martial arts skills be so broke? Lin Yi restarted the car and answered with a wry expression. Oh, don't get me started. My crooked master back in the mountains took it all as tuition fees. Chun Xiaoqing was once again left speechless. That fits my stereotype of the penniless Taoist priest descending from the mountain in novels. What? Nothing. Just focus on driving. I'm a bit sleepy, so I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive. Okay, no problem. You can sleep easy, second miss. I promise I won't peek. Damn, you're getting way too bold. All along the way they drew quite a few stares from passers-by. While Chun Xiaoqing was dozing off, Lin Yi was brimming with excitement. The moment he got behind the wheel, he realized this car was no ordinary vehicle. It was a custom-made model with the highest specifications. If it weren't for the city streets, he would have loved to open it up and speed. At 8 p.m., Chun Xiaoqing and Lin Yi finally arrived at the largest shopping center in the city. As soon as they entered the mall, Chun Xiaoqing headed straight for the women's section, her first priority being to buy a chest binder. This odd pair immediately drew the attention of many. A cute girl in pajamas roaming the mall accompanied by a young man in rustic work clothes. Hey, should we check them out? That guy doesn't look like a good person. Maybe he's a pickpocket. 2 security guards nearby noticed them, and one of the chubby ones muttered. Oh, come on, haven't you seen the photos old Wong from the garage just posted in the workgroup chat? These 2 arrived in a Maserati. The thin security guard beside him immediately paled upon hearing this. Holy crap. That's insanely impressive. I'll bet a pack of cigarettes it's definitely not that guy's car. It has to be the beauty's. Isn't that obvious? Just compare the 2, and you'll know. A lady as elegant and stunning as her is surely the daughter of some prominent family. Do modern debutantes really have such tastes? I'm convinced I could handle it just as well. The portly security guard declared with unwavering conviction. You? On what basis? That gut of yours weighing 180 gene with all those health issues. On the 3rd floor's clothing section, Chun Xiaoqing spotted a store she liked, and after a moment's thought, turned to Lin Yi beside her. Go check out the men's section. Pick whatever catches your eye, and if you're unsure, let the sales associate help you choose. I'll come pay later. I'm going to buy underwear. Your company would just make things awkward. Lin Yi agreed with her reasoning, and was glad to have the freedom to do as he pleased, so he turned and headed straight for the men's clothing section. Only after Lin Yi had walked far enough away did Chun Xiaoqing enter the lingerie section, where a keen-eyed young saleswoman immediately spotted her and came over to assist. As an intern, she had been repeatedly overshadowed by senior staff, who snagged customers first. But when Chun Xiaoqing appeared dressed so casually, the experienced saleswomen had dismissed her as unimportant and handed her over instead. Yet this young intern saleswoman saw something different in Chun Xiaoqing. Upon seeing the girl's fair, lovely features and remarkably smooth skin, her eyes curved into crescent shapes. "Young miss, what kind of clothing are you looking for? Would you like me to help you pick something out?" The saleswoman was absolutely certain this was someone with money. Even if not extremely wealthy, she was clearly the type who wouldn't hesitate to spend on herself. After all, based on her experienced skin maintained this well, and hair this smooth with no split ends. Natural beauty like this was practically a miracle. Even if someone were naturally gifted like this, they would have to avoid physical labor and exposure to the elements to maintain such an appearance. No amount of natural beauty could survive that kind of wear. "Do you have any chest binding bands?" Off. The saleswoman was momentarily confused, her gaze instinctively drifting to Chun Xiaoqing's barely visible A-cup bust beneath her loose sleepwear. The loose pajamas only made it harder to discern any real shape beneath. "Young miss, that figure of yours really isn't suited for chest binding. Wearing those could stunt your development, and you might not grow properly later." The saleswoman urged earnestly, but to her surprise, the beautiful young woman before her didn't waver at all. Instead, her eyes lit up with determination as she insisted on the binding bands. "Just tell me, do you have them? I specifically want chest binding bands." "All right, then please follow me over here to choose." Guided by the saleswoman to the lingerie section, Chun Xiaoqing tried on several different sizes and selected the tightest ones, purchasing over a dozen pieces directly. She was someone who disliked dealing with complications, so she simply bought multiple items in one go. "Young miss, would you like to browse through some other clothing as well? We've just received a new collection of dresses. They're absolutely stunning and feature the most fashionable styles right now." Chun Xiaoqing's eyes darted thoughtfully as she considered that she would definitely need women's clothing going forward, so why not purchase a few outfits to keep on hand? That stingy system. She had only been able to try on those dresses before, and when she switched to men's clothing, they had completely vanished. Under the saleswoman's persuasive compliments, Chun Xiaoqing was led to the dress specialty section, where she tried on each new style one after another. Chun Xiaoqing found herself unexpectedly drawn into it. Gazing at her reflection, she felt genuinely beautiful to the point where she almost fancied marrying herself. Combined with the relentless stream of flattery from the saleswoman beside her, she kept selecting each piece she tried on. When she finally snapped out of it, she had accumulated over 20 items. No wonder girls enjoyed shopping and buying clothes. It was quite pleasurable indeed. To her own surprise, an image of an emperor changing clothes with an attendant eunuch at his side involuntarily surfaced in her mind. "I absolutely don't enjoy women's clothing. It's all because the saleswoman kept flattering me so much that I got carried away and tried on so many. It's my own fault for being too handsome and unable to resist." Chun Xiaoqing comforted herself with these thoughts as her feminine desires and masculine sensibilities clashed fiercely within. The saleswoman seized the moment to interject. "Young miss, you've tried on quite a few already. Have you found anything you like? Just tell me which piece catches your eye, and I'll wrap it up for you right away." Chun Xiaoqing paused, briefly glancing at the 20-odd garments and dresses spread before her. With a decisive wave of her hand, she declared magnanimously, "Wrap up everything for me." "What a—" The young saleswoman beside her, along with several nearby colleagues, were instantly stunned, their gaze instinctively drawn toward this scene. Could this young miss be bluffing? I think so as well. She's likely still a student who hasn't experienced the world yet and has no idea about current prices. He Xiaoqian is really naive. If she had noticed how the girl looked like a struggling student just trying on clothes, she would have known trouble was coming. These are all the latest imported brands. Each piece costs 7 or 8,000 yuan, some even exceeding 10,000, and Xiaoqian actually had the nerve to let her try them on. Let's see how she explains this to the manager later. The saleswomen nearby began whispering among themselves, each wearing an expression of eager anticipation. By now, Chun Xiaoqing had also realized these garments were probably quite expensive, though she had merely selected whatever caught her eye without much thought. And of course, there was no need to overthink it. She simply purchased what she liked. "Young miss, are you certain you want all of these garments? The total comes to nearly 100,000 yuan. The saleswoman spoke with growing uncertainty, as she had initially only hoped Chun Xiaoqing would try on a few pieces and be satisfied with purchasing just one. But as Chun Xiaoqing continued selecting more and more items, she could only grit her teeth and persist in accompanying her. "Huh, a little over 100,000. Chun Xiaoqing asked in surprise. Her words immediately caused the nearby saleswomen who had been watching to burst into laughter, while several quietly began calling the manager to report what was happening. "Just as I thought. A country bumpkin, completely stunned by the price. Haha, I've already informed the manager about this. Xiaoqian will definitely receive at least a demerit today, and her salary deduction is inevitable. With her measly internship wage of just over 1,000 yuan, she'll be scraping by this month. If she runs out of money, I'd suggest finding her some part-time work to earn extra cash." "Oh, Xiaoli, you're just too wicked." Soon an imposing middle-aged woman marched briskly from the inner office, her heels clicking sharply and piercingly against the floor with an anxious urgency. Chun Xiaoqing was almost afraid the woman might break her high heels from walking so fast. "Who's causing trouble?" The middle-aged woman manager bellowed, her voice like a lioness's roar upon arrival. The sales ladies nearby who were eager to watch the drama began whispering again as the manager approached, occasionally pointing at Chun Xiaobai. The saleswoman who had been the most vocal and had called to complain immediately strode 2 steps to the manager's side, pointing at the clothes. Manager Wang, look at these clothes. They've been dirted by that country bumpkin trying them on. It's bound to affect second-hand sales. Exactly, and Xiaoqian, how dare she let just anyone try on such expensive clothes? You have no discernment at all. Just wait, I'll punish you for this. Manager Wang's face was fierce like a tigress incarnate. Xiaoqian, the saleswoman who had been helping Chun Xiaoqing try on clothes, began to panic. She leaned in close to Chun Xiaoqing and whispered, Miss, I'm sorry for the trouble. I should have told you the price before you tried on the clothes. Please leave now. Otherwise the manager might call security and you'll be in trouble. Chun Xiaoqing looked at the saleswoman Xiaoqian with surprise, having expected her to be as snobbish as the others, yet she was speaking up for her at such a moment. The other saleswomen had been somewhat restrained at first, but when the manager arrived and started scolding, they instantly grew bolder. They began their theatrical display of ugly faces. Chun Xiaoqing was amused and irritated when she had visited these malls in her male disguise. As the second young master, she had been surrounded by attendants. Now for the first time visiting the mall in women's attire, the sales ladies seemed like different people. It was quite an eye-opener. What's the rush? Did I say I wasn't buying? You're all acting like mad dogs. Is this how you treat customers? Chun Xiaoqing grabbed the nightgown beside her, fumbling for her young master's black card, while sneering coldly, without mercy. At her words, all the sales ladies, including the manager, fell silent. But only for a moment before they burst into laughter. Manager Wang looked at Chun Xiaoqing with utter contempt. Didn't you hear the price, just now? At least over 100,000 each. Are you pretending not to hear, or are you just trying to save face? The leading instigator saleswoman Yang chimed in eagerly. And take off the clothes you're trying on right now. Don't ruin my second-hand sales. You couldn't afford to pay for them anyway. She and Xiaoqian had been interns together, but she was more adept at currying favor with the leadership, so naturally, she held a grudge against Xiaoqian, who relied on her own hard work. As the manager spoke, she scrutinized the person before her, certain that she was not wealthy. She had seen all the wealthy young masters and ladies in the capital, and Chun Xiaoqing was not among them. Thus, growing more confident, she mistook Chun Xiaoqing's fumbling for a bluff. Beside her, Xiaoqian's face grew increasingly flustered. Without further ado, Chun Xiaoqing pulled a card from her pocket and slapped it onto the counter. I won't waste words. How much? Just swipe the card. Chun Xiaoqing's confident slam, the assured look in her eyes, and the disdainful expression shocked everyone. The manager even stepped back instinctively in fright. Saleswoman Yang stumbled backward, nearly falling. Damn, did we really misjudge and hit a wall today? The same thought arose in everyone's mind. First Academy student consumption card. The saleswoman by the counter, who had been hesitating, took the card, but then looked at the text on it with confusion. What the hell? Chun Xiaobai's heart, which had been calm, suddenly raced. She grabbed the card. Oh crap. It was her meal card. She had left her young master's black card at home and had grabbed the wrong one when changing clothes to go out. Because this card was special, it couldn't be bound to a phone and could only be used physically with fingerprint or password verification. So the situation was hopeless. Stupid host, how could you forget to put such an important item in the system space? At that moment, the system's merciless snark echoed in her mind. Chun Xiaobai had no time to bicker with the system. Her mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck. She quickly pulled out her phone and opened the green chat app. Group chat, capital Carefree Young Masters. Chun Yi Chun Xiaoqing. Anyone at Tianyuan Shopping Mall. Emergency. Gutai Lung Mo. Yo Qing Xiao hasn't been out for days. What's up? Yin Yuhua Xiaonan. Hey, I'm at the 5th floor KTV of Tianyuan Shopping Mall. I can come down, but Qing Xiao, you know my appearance fee is steep. Chun Yi, look at you. Do you think I'd short you? You know I lent my monthly allowance to old Ma. He just got a new car. My cousin is in trouble at the OV clothing store on the 3rd floor of Tianyuan Mall. Go handle it, bring about 200. Yin Yuhua Xiaonan. What? A cousin? Why didn't you say so? No problem. Oh, is your cousin pretty? If she's a beauty, I'll waive my appearance fee. Chun Yi, sticker, you little rascal. Chun Xiaoqing thought for a moment, and felt that her female disguise was probably quite attractive. Chun Yi, of course she's a beauty. All the relatives in the Chun family are good-looking. Gutai Lung Mo, you have a cousin. I'm not far away. Only 30 kilometers. Watch me floor it at 160 kmh. I'll be there in 4 minutes. Lao Ma Tian Xiao, I can come too. I just got a new car, let me show it off. Yin Yuhua Xiaonan, you guys get lost. I called dibs first. First come, first serve. Chun Yi, stop messing around. Yin Yuhua Xiaonan, move it. And bring enough money. At least 200. Yin Yuhua Xiaonan. Okay, I've got plenty. My card has 1 million. I'm on my way, coming down now. Seeing their replies, Chun Xiaoqing let out a long sigh. She looked around and saw that the sales ladies and the manager, who had been intimidated, had resumed their snobbish expressions. Haha, I knew it. All talk, no action. That attitude almost fooled me. Pulling out a meal card. Hilarious. What a clueless little girl. Quick, drag her into the fitting room and strip that dress off her. Don't let the stench of poverty seep into the clothes. A cacophony of taunts erupted again, even more venomous and mercenary than before. and they grew even more brazen, stepping forward as if to forcibly drag her into the fitting room. Who gave you the nerve to treat the eldest miss of the Chun family like this? At that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the entrance. This cold shout instantly intimidated all the moving sales clerks, including the manager. Chun Xiaoqing saw Hua Xiaonan dressed in a plaid short-sleeved shirt, white suit jacket, white trousers, with a flashy outfit, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy, though a bit cheap, is very reliable and keeps his word. At that moment, Hua Xiaonan's eyes were glued to her. Chun Xiaoqing was wearing the light blue, elegant long dress she had tried on. Her lips were red, teeth white, skin like congealed fat, and her arms were as slender and fair as jade. Her tall, long legs were faintly visible through the split hem of the skirt, like a shy budding flower, drawing one to look closer. Hua Xiaonan instantly felt as if he was falling in love again. Even though he had seen countless beauties, this one was top-notch. The only flaw was that her chest was a bit small. But small can also be cute. Compared to all her beauty, it's hardly a flaw. That Qin Xiao has such a beautiful cousin and never mentioned it. Next time I see him, I'll have to make him drink a few cups to vent my anger. Hua Xiaonan thought angrily to himself, but his movements didn't slow. He walked straight into the store, stopped in front of Chun Xiaoqing, placed his right hand on his abdomen, bowed, and gave a very gentlemanly greeting. Beautiful miss, you forgot your card when you were resting upstairs. As he spoke, Hua Xiaonan took out his own credit card and handed it to the dumbfounded cashier at the front desk. She was already terrified. She recognized him, one of the 4 young masters of the capital. Today she could see him up close, and he was being so gentlemanly to this young lady. That must mean the young lady's identity was equally extraordinary. She could only tremblingly take the card from Hua Xiaonan and began to calculate the bill, not daring to be careless. The sales clerks who had been aggressive earlier were now like obedient children, all hiding to the side, not daring to make a sound. At the same time, they unanimously isolated Manager Wang and sales clerk Yang. Hua, Master Hua, why are you here? Who did you say this young lady is? Manager Wang was already stammering, her heart breaking, but she forced herself to stay calm and asked the question, still clinging to the last shred of hope. If you are truly blind. This is Qin Xiao, the cousin of Second Master Chun. I really admire your audacity. It seems you don't want to work here anymore. This is the Ma family's business, isn't it? Since you don't want to work, I'll help you contact the Ma family right now. Upon hearing Hua Xiaonan's affirmative answer, Manager Wang instantly collapsed to the ground. She was over 40 and had trouble finding a job, getting this position only through connections. Today she had hit a hard rock, everything was over. She might even bring trouble to the person who helped her get in. Thinking of this, she trembled all over. She immediately lunged to hug Hua Xiaonan's leg. Master Hua, please show mercy. It's all my fault for being a snob. You are a magnanimous person, please don't hold it against me. Hua Xiaonan saw that his white trousers were stained with the tears and snot from Manager Wang's big crying face and frantic movements. His face instantly darkened. Damn it, my newly bought chiton pants. You've ruined them. Then he mercilessly kicked Manager Wang away. Without pausing due to her pleas, he dialed Ma Tianyuan's number. Hey, old Ma, how long until you get here? Or if you can't make it, send the person in charge here. I've checked at your family's store. Oh, is that so? No problem, I'll find someone right away. Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but want to laugh, but she held it back forcefully. Next time she was in male disguise, she would have something to tease flashy Hua Xiaonan about. She felt no pity for the two in their current state. Just moments ago they had been ready to strip her clothes. Not only did she not pity them, she even mimicked Manager Wang's tone and said sarcastically, "Ouch, if you can't afford it, don't touch it randomly. Can you afford to pay for it? Master Hua's pants are custom-made, costing 50 or 60,000. Sales clerk Yang beside her was so terrified that she didn't even have the courage to speak. Who didn't know the name of the 4 young masters of the capital? Hua Xiaonan of the Hua family, Ma Tianyuan of the Ma family, Mo Chenhao of the Mo family, and Chun Xiaoqing of the Chun family. Although these 4 were not the most powerful third-generation members of the 4 great families, they were the most influential. If you offended any one of these 4, you basically couldn't survive in the capital. For someone like her who was just an intern, it was even worse. I'm sorry, Master Hua, please don't mind me. I can discuss this privately with you to resolve it. Sales clerk Yang, saying this, though already limp and weak, immediately crawled on her knees toward Hua Xiaonan. Hua Xiaonan was still focused on his phone call when he saw his other trouser leg being grabbed again, leaving a large mark from sales clerk Yang's touch. His face turned even darker. He also gave her a kick and told her to wait aside for judgment. Seeing Hua Xiaonan's even darker expression, she as his friend could barely hold back her laughter, but silently chanted in her heart, "Don't lose merit. By the way, cousin, what's your name? Since you're a cousin, you shouldn't be surnamed Chun, right? I can't help it, so I need to ask clearly, otherwise I won't know how to introduce and address you." Hua Xiaonan quietly asked in Chun Xiaoqing's ear. "Master Hua, my name is Luo Xiaobai. You can call me Xiaobai." Chun Xiaoqing thought for a moment, as she hadn't really noticed this, so she casually made up a name and answered Hua Xiaonan. Hua Xiaonan heard this, looked enlightened, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. He was calculating in his mind. With his family's power plus asking Chun Xiaoqing later, he could definitely dig up a lot of information through this name. In the past, he had used information gathering and money to win over many girls. Of course, his good brother's cousin required caution, but this time, he was genuinely in love. Hua Xiaonan cleared his throat and added at the right moment. Also, the person you offended is the cousin of second master Chun, Miss Luo. So begging me is useless. The two, already somewhat disheveled upon hearing this, immediately prepared to crawl toward Chun Xiaoqing to beg for mercy. Chun Xiaoqing was also startled. She had just seen what happened to Hua Xiaonan's pants, and she didn't want her white stockings to get dirty, so she quickly stepped back. What's going on? How dare you offend Master Hua and the young lady of the Chun family? Just then a deep voice came from outside the door. Chun Xiaoqing and Hua Xiaonan immediately looked toward the sound, both delighted. The one who would finally resolve the matter had arrived. This person was exactly the Ma family's manager in charge of the shopping mall. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a very formal suit with a slicked-back side-part hairstyle that exuded sharpness and competence. Behind him followed 4 private security guards from the Ma family. As he entered the store, the sales assistants who had been hiding on the sidelines became even more docile, while manager Wang and sales assistant Yang, who had already collapsed on the floor, lost all hope in their eyes like lambs awaiting judgment. The middle-aged man was a seasoned veteran in the business world. He knew who the key figure in today's incident was and had already formulated a plan in his mind. He strode directly to Chun Xiaoqing and Hua Xiaonan. Esteemed guest from the Chun family, I am Ma Lingyun, the regional manager of this commercial district for the Ma family. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience our store has caused you today. As a token of our apology, you may choose any 3 garments from the store free of charge. Moreover, I will deal with these negligent employees with utmost severity. And young Master Hua, I am deeply grateful for your intervention, which prevented the situation from escalating further and averted a potential rift with the Chun family. As a gesture of thanks, I will personally cover your expenses at the 5th floor private room. Hua Xiaonan was quite satisfied with the middle-aged man's attitude, but he understood that the final decision rested with Luo Xiaobai, who was standing beside him. So he merely nodded without saying anything. His only lingering grievance was about his own trousers, but he felt it inappropriate to bring it up. He silently lamented that if the regional manager had arrived earlier, he might have been compensated for the ruined pants. Faced with the man's sincere attitude, Chun Xiaoqing was about to wave her hand magnanimously and say it was nothing, but then she realized she was currently in female attire and needed to act more ladylike. Otherwise, she would blow her cover and ruin her second young master persona. She smiled warmly. Manager Ma, as long as you handle this fairly, we will naturally be satisfied. Manager Ma, being a shrewd individual, immediately understood her meaning. He turned and proceeded to deal with the people present on the spot. By now, the commotion had also attracted the attention of employees from nearby stores. Wow, what's going on? It actually alarmed the regional manager of the Ma family. You don't know? Just now, Manager Wang and a trainee sales assistant named Yang, like dogs looking down on others, offended the eldest daughter of the Chun family. Haha, serves them right. I've long disliked that Manager Wang. She got her position through her husband's connections. She's always been arrogant and domineering, often forcing customers to buy things and even swindling them. Oh, that reminds me. Last time a college student came to buy clothes here, that sales assistant Yang took her to try on a dress worth over 10,000 yuan. Somehow the student tripped, and then Manager Wang and Yang teamed up to force her to pay for it. All the old employees in this store are like that. They learn from Manager Wang. They flatter the rich and swindle the poor. They've cheated many people. Today they finally stepped on a landmine. Hee, this is what they call, he who sows injustice reaps disaster. Several people who had slipped over from neighboring stores excitedly discussed Manager Wang's past misdeeds, their faces full of vindication. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Chun Xiaoqing overheard the passers-by's chatter and felt enlightened. She thought to herself that she had indeed learned something new. Reflecting on it, she realized that their attempt to strip her clothes might not have been merely to make her change back into her own outfit. Rather, they might have been trying to set her up to splash mud on her and then force her to buy something. Given these people's habit of bullying the weak, if she had been an ordinary person, she would surely have been swindled, at least forced to pay for a garment. At the same time, Chun Xiaobai couldn't help but look at Xiaoqian, who was also visibly nervous. She wondered what Xiaoqian's true intentions were when she had led her to try on clothes earlier. Chun Xiaoqing felt it necessary to clarify this, for in her heart, she firmly believed that evil must be repaid with evil and good people deserve good karma. System. Can I still use that mind-reading ability? Can I use it on Xiaoqian? System's warm reminder: host has already used it once today. According to your mental strength, you cannot use it again. However, this Xiaoqian is currently in a state of extreme tension and weakness, and her mental defenses are low. If you wish, you may use it once more, but be aware that using it the second time may leave you very exhausted. Just exhausted? That's nothing. Chun Xiaoqing felt reassured after receiving the system's affirmative response. She turned her gaze to Xiaoqian and silently activated the mind-reading ability. It's all my fault, all my fault. I only thought Miss Luo was too beautiful and her skin looked well-maintained, so she could probably afford a piece or two. I just wanted to have her try on a few more clothes. Who knew it would cause such a huge mess? Now I've hurt classmate Yang and Manager Wang. I'll definitely be fired. Back home, my younger siblings still need tuition, and my grandmother's illness has no money for treatment. All these years of college, wasted. I can't find a decent job, only unstable sales positions. I just wanted to work hard and earn more money, but I'm always targeted. Why is it so hard? Chun Xiaoqing withdrew her focus, her mood complicated. She hadn't expected Xiaoqian to be so pitiable with no ill intentions toward her. Meanwhile, the middle-aged regional manager had opened the family's employee management system on his phone and was handling manager Wang's resignation on the spot. Wang Suihua, your husband worked hard to get you this position, but today you offended someone you shouldn't have. Collect your wages and go home. As for your husband, he can no longer stay in the capital. He'll be transferred to a suburban county to gain some experience. Upon hearing this, manager Wang felt as if the sky had collapsed. She fainted on the spot, realizing that her family was finished. Her husband's salary would be cut in half. She had lost her job, and they still had a mortgage, car loan, and children's school fees to pay. In the capital, there was no way they could make ends meet. Yang Dingfeng, you're just an intern. Why couldn't you just do your job properly? Your internship hasn't expired yet. Collect your wages for this month and find work elsewhere. Hearing the verdict, sales assistant Yang's eyes turned red. She had worked so hard to get this internship. The Ma Group was a Fortune 500 company, and she had envisioned a bright future. Now it was all ruined. As for the rest of you, don't think you're off the hook. You've been gossiping and slacking off. I'm docking your performance bonuses for 3 months. Upon hearing this, the other sales assistants felt their hearts sink. Their faces flushed red. With a base salary of just over 2,000 yuan, living on that for 3 months in the high-cost capital would mean severe hardship for their families. Finally, Ma Lingyun turned his attention to the sales assistant Xiaoqian. He wasn't fully aware of the specifics and assumed she was the main culprit. Zhang Xiaoqian, right. Your responsibility is the greatest, deceiving customers, malicious promotion. I'll contact your university to report this matter. Your internship will be terminated early, and you'll have to figure out your diploma on your own. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiaoqian's already tense face turned pale. Her body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks in large drops. She choked back sobs, wanting to explain something. But her innate inferiority left her speechless, words stuck in her throat. Manager Ma, I believe you've misunderstood. I am quite satisfied with this, Zhang Xiaoqian. Just then a gentle and warm voice came from not far away. Zhang Xiaoqian looked in disbelief toward the source. It was Miss Luo Xiaobai who had spoken up for her. Ma Lingyun turned his head in surprise to look at Chun Xiaoqing. Miss Luo, do you mean? He asked hesitantly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. However, Chun Xiaoqing stepped forward with a smile, took Zhang Xiaoqian's hand, and spoke gently to Ma Lingyun. I'm sorry, Manager Ma. I should have told you beforehand. Actually, every piece of clothing that Sister Xiaoqian picked out for me was something I genuinely liked. I also had a wonderful time chatting with her. If Manager Wang and that sales assistant were to face punishment because of this, I would feel quite guilty. With Chun Xiaoqing's words, Ma Tianyuan, a veteran of the workplace, immediately grasped the implication and understood her stance. Zhang Xiaoqian, standing nearby, looked at Chun Xiaoqing with eyes full of gratitude. Her voice trembled as she attempted to speak, but the moment she opened her mouth, Chun Xiaoqing extended her left hand and gently pressed a finger against her lips. Looking into her eyes, Chun Xiaoqing offered a warm, faint smile and slightly shook her head. She understood that Zhang Xiaoqian wished to take responsibility, but now was not the time to do so. She must not awkwardly shoulder blame when politeness would only complicate matters. Otherwise, with so many people watching, it would have been difficult for Ma Tianyuan to offer her any rewards. Zhang Xiaoqian was momentarily startled by Chun Xiaoqing's gesture, but being a clever woman, she quickly comprehended the reasoning behind it. She obediently stepped aside, silently committing Chun Xiaoqing's kindness to heart. Oh, in that case, I must have misunderstood. I had no idea Zhang Xiaoqian was such an outstanding employee. Thanks to Miss Luo's reminder, or we would have lost a capable staff member. The headquarters currently has a trainee manager training program. Zhang Xiaoqian, please follow up with HR afterward and let them know I suggested you attend. This will give you an opportunity to showcase your abilities when new stores open in the future. Ma Lingyun's expression instantly brightened, responding with genuine ease and no trace of awkwardness. The other employees watched Zhang Xiaoqian with palpable envy. Some of them had been veterans for over a decade and still had not become managers yet. This intern, who had only been there for a few months, had already been granted the opportunity to become a store manager, all because of a single word from Miss Luo. Regret filled their hearts. If only they had seized the opportunity to curry favor moments ago, wouldn't the position belong to them? The sense of regret deepened on their faces, and they could not help but sigh loudly. Since everything has been settled, we won't keep you any longer. Our friends upstairs are waiting. Manager Ma, thank you for your trouble this evening. At that moment, Hua Xiaonan also spoke up at just the right time, thanking Ma Tianyuan. Haha, it was nothing minor. As long as the matter was handled to the satisfaction of young Master Hua and Miss Luo, that is all that matters. Ma Lingyun laughed warmly and responded modestly, then stepped forward to lean close to Chun Xiaoqing's ear. Miss Luo, I also hope you could speak well of me to young Master Qing when you return. Chun Xiaoqing nodded knowingly, chuckling inwardly. Little does he know that young Master Qing is standing right before him. You performed well today. I will mention it to old Ma later. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing's affirmative response, Ma Tianyuan felt reassured and immediately signaled his bodyguards to clean up the messy scene. With Manager Wang and the sales assistant taken away, the remaining staff were dismissed to resume their duties. Zhang Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment before quietly approaching Chun Xiaoqing to ask for her WeChat contact. Chun Xiaoqing did not mind and readily agreed to connect. Meanwhile, the receptionist swiftly completed the transaction and packed the 20-plus bags of clothing. Only when she saw the packed bags did Chun Xiaoqing remember Lin Yi. She immediately pulled out her phone to call him, but noticed several missed calls. The first was from Lin Yi himself. He had called 5 times. She finally remembered that during the fitting session her phone had been left in her sleepwear, which explained why she had not heard the ringtone. She immediately dialed back. "Second young master, you have finally remembered me. Help?" Lin Yi's desperate wailing nearly caused Chun Xiaoqing to drop her phone. She cast a sidelong glance at her companion, who appeared to have heard nothing, then cleared her throat and spoke into the phone in a gentle feminine voice. "I am the second miss. What are you shouting about? You are my bodyguard. Why are you calling for help? Have you lost your mind?" Chun Xiaoqing felt utterly speechless. Lin Yi was truly bringing shame upon all the skilled disciples who had descended from the mountain. Sorry, that was a bit exaggerated. But you brought me here to shop for men's clothing, and I just realized everything is far too expensive. Moreover, those sales assistants judged me for looking so rough and simply refused to let me inside. Then come back first. I forgot to bring money today. I will take you shopping another time. Also stop by the women's clothing store I just left and bring back the 20-plus bags of clothes I purchased to the car. Chun Xiaoqing stated it plainly, which left Lin Yi on the other end of the line speechless. His face registered pure bewilderment. 20-plus bags of clothes. Forgot to bring money. Crap, I think my brain is actually growing. Lin Yi, a naturally easygoing person, could only shrug helplessly. After all, it was the second Mrs. Command. He had no choice but to comply. Besides, he did not care much about such matters anyway. "Miss Luo, would you like to join us upstairs for a rest? And your second sister-in-law is drinking in the private room. Would you like me to invite your cousin young Master Qing to join us?" Hua Xiaonan asked with a playful, somewhat probing expression. "What? My second sister-in-law?" For a moment Chun Xiaoqing felt completely bewildered. "Hey, you do not know yet, do you? Your cousin young Master Qing has quite a number of admirers, and among them is none other than Jiang Qianxua, one of the 4 beauties of our capital. She is actually the one who organized this gathering. She claims she intends to confess to young Master Qing today. She has already sent him a message, so your cousin will likely arrive shortly." Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. She immediately glanced at her phone once more. Among the missed calls, one was from Jiang Qianxua, but it had been pushed to the very bottom of the list by spam calls, and she had completely overlooked it. Opening WeChat, she finally noticed 2 new messages from Jiang Qianxua sent at 10 in the morning amidst the sea of red notification dots. "Young Master Qing, we have known each other for so many years. Could you grant me the opportunity to get you drunk today at 9? If you agree, come to our usual place, Huangyu Club, this evening. Treat it as a casual gathering. I will also invite Hua Xiao, Ma Xiao, and Mo Xiao, and the others. If you do not come then I hope you will not regret it. Holy shit, so much has happened today. I completely failed to check my messages." Chun Xiaoqing felt her head spinning. All of this romantic entanglement had been caused by her male disguise. And on top of that, she was still dressed as a woman at this moment. What should she do? Moreover, checking the time, it was already nearing 9 o'clock. Ding. New mission, national server spanner. Please receive it, host. As a goddess, of course, you possess the potential to bend other girls. Just then, the system's voice resonated in her mind at the most inopportune moment. Upon hearing its content, Chun Xiaoqing felt her brain temporarily shut down. She could only imagine pinching her own philtrum and desperately needing artificial respiration. She cried out inwardly, "Brother, I beg you, take back this damn system." "Miss Luo, what's wrong?" Hua Xiaonan looked at Chun Xiaoqing with a puzzled expression. Nothing. I was just surprised to hear you call her sister-in-law." Chun Xiaoqing forced a faint smile in explanation. "Should we go up now?" Hua Xiaonan asked again, somewhat tempted, as privately he wanted to seize the opportunity to spend more time with Chun Xiaoqing. "Alright, let's head up now. It wouldn't be good to keep everyone waiting." Chun Xiaoqing had resigned herself to the situation, steeling her resolve. Whatever came, she would deal with it. First, she would go up and see. She could always quietly explain via WeChat later, and she could even play a double act using her cross-dressing cousin's identity. Wouldn't that allow her to bluff her way through? With a plan in mind, Luo Xiaoqing felt reassured and calmed down. Just then Zhang Xiaoqian came trotting over holding a pair of crystal high heels. "Miss Luo, you forgot your shoes. These heels are from the same series as this dress. Wearing them together will showcase your most perfect charm." At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqian looked like a devoted fan of Chun Xiaoqing, her eyes full of anticipation. She even dragged over a stool from the store and knelt before Chun Xiaoqing, ready to change her shoes. Hua Xiaonan's eyes also lit up. He had felt that Miss Luo's outfit was indeed beautiful, yet something seemed missing. Zhang Xiaoqian's reminder made him realize what it was. He cast an approving glance at Zhang Xiaoqian. Before Chun Xiaoqing could react, she was pushed onto the stool, and in the blink of an eye, her soft, comfortable bunny slippers were ruthlessly taken away. "Whoa, no!" Chun Xiaoqing screamed inwardly. She knew perfectly well that the dress would look better with heels, but she had deliberately avoided wearing them, because she had never worn high heels before. But now they were already on her feet, accompanied by Zhang Xiaoqian's astonished gaze and Hua Xiaonan's nodding approval. She had no choice but to accept it. Fine, just this once. No next time. Chun Xiaoqing silently comforted herself in her heart. Her manly persona was slipping further and further away. The moment she stood up, the instability made her involuntarily stumble. Hua Xiaonan was startled and immediately stepped forward to steady her. Good brother, I knew I could count on you. Chun Xiaoqing breathed a secret sigh of relief. At least she hadn't fallen, which would have been embarrassing. She looked at Hua Xiaonan and instinctively uttered those words of gratitude. Huh. Hua Xiaonan felt as if he had misheard, stunned for a moment. This little cousin's tone carried a strange familiarity. Chun Xiaoqing wasn't thinking about that. Her mind was consumed with how to handle meeting Jiang Qianxue later. Zhang Xiaoqian was also startled and immediately asked with concern. Miss Luo, are you alright? Did you twist your ankle? No, it's just that I rarely wear heels, so I lost my balance for a moment. Oh, Miss Luo, try to walk steadily and slowly when wearing them. You'll get used to it gradually. Alright, go back to the store. Oh, and pack my bunny slippers well. Have that handsome guy take them to my car. Chun Xiaoqing pointed at Lin Yi, who was busy packing up a pile of clothing bags. Lin Yi's body trembled involuntarily, a look of helpless resignation on his face indicating he felt inwardly exhausted. Little Lin Yi, you've worked hard. I'll give you a raise. After you put the stuff away, you can come to the 5th floor club and grab something to eat. Chun Xiaoqing added, instantly rekindling Lin Yi's motivation. Second miss, you're the best. Hooray. After arranging everything, Chun Xiaoqing walked with difficulty toward the elevator to the 5th floor, occasionally leaning on Hua Xiaonan to steady herself. Miss Luo, I'm not in a hurry. You can take your time. Hua Xiaonan was a bit embarrassed. Although such close contact with Miss Luo was pleasant, shouldn't she be more reserved? Chun Xiaoqing of course wasn't thinking that way. She subconsciously still saw herself as a guy, and Hua Xiaonan was just her good brother. In the luxurious private room, 888 of the Royal Entertainment Club on the 5th floor. The room's disco ball and rotating lights cast an intoxicating glow. The private room was filled with young men and women from various major and minor families of the capital. A large glass table stood in the center, laden with all kinds of drinks, fruits, and snacks. Several soft large sofas were arranged around the room, with a few viewing platforms set up along the walls. A dedicated bar counter was also placed near the entrance. Many bottles of alcohol had already been opened, and the fruits and snacks had been partially consumed. Over a dozen servers were on standby, ready to attend to any needs. The room's configuration was exceptionally lavish. Soft music reverberated through the private room, mingling with the laughter and chatter of the young people. On the wall, colorful lights spelled out, Youth Confession Party. Jiang Qianxue had organized this gathering primarily to confess her feelings to her beloved Qing Xiao, and also to give the other high school classmates one last chance to leave no regrets. Has young Master Qing not arrived yet? Near the bar, a girl in a purple gauze dress, tall and curvaceous with skin as fair as jade, sat on a high stool. The high-cut V-neck of her gown accentuated her enchanting allure. Her face was flushed, her eyes drunken and hazy. Sometimes she seemed alert, sometimes lost in thought. Occasionally, as if recalling something, she would purse her lips and smile softly, then sigh with sorrow. This girl was Jiang Qianxue. Qianxue, drink less. Young Master Qing is probably busy. He'll definitely come. Don't be so drunk that you fall asleep before he arrives. A delicate pretty girl beside her concerned gently patted Jiang Qianxue's back. This girl was her best friend Qin Yunhua. I'm not drunk. Young Master Qing hasn't come yet. How could I be drunk? He hasn't even heard my confession. Qianxue, you silly girl, you're not bad yourself. Why fixate on one tree? You don't understand. This is the obsession of youth. It must have a conclusion. Bartender, mix me another First Love Summer. Qin Yunhua sighed, silently wanting to dissuade her further, but then she saw the curtain behind the door being pushed open. Her heart leapt with joy, and she turned her gaze toward the entrance. However, when she saw who entered, her expression immediately fell. Jiang Qianxue also jerked her head up, eyes brimming with anticipation. When she saw it was Hua Xiaonan, disappointment once again spread across her face. Young Master Hua, your charm is really something. You go out and come back with another stunning beauty. No wonder young Master Hua was so eager to leave. He had a pretty girl waiting outside. Which family's young lady is this? She looks unfamiliar. Young Master Hua introduced her quickly. The room grew even more lively with Hua Xiaonan's arrival. However, to everyone's surprise, the beauty beside Hua Xiaonan walked straight toward Jiang Qianxue as soon as she entered. Chun Xiaoqing walked over to Jiang Qianxue and directly took the newly mixed drink from her hand. Still drinking? Have less, don't you know your own tolerance? Chun Xiaoqing felt somewhat annoyed in her heart and hadn't thought much about it. However, she failed to notice that her action instantly quieted down the previously noisy private room. After all, Jiang Qianxue's background was no ordinary one. She was not only the campus beauty of Kyoto No. 1 high school, but also one of the 4 beauties of Kyoto and a young miss of the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family was only a mid-tier clan, their family enterprise ranked among the Fortune Global 500. Who is this little girl? She has quite the nerve, snatching Jiang Qianxue's glass right off the bat. But have you noticed? This girl is every bit as stunning as Jiang Qianxue. My curiosity is absolutely burning. I sense some untold story here. Hua Xiaonan was utterly dumbfounded. Everything had transpired too rapidly. Even Miss Luo, who had struggled to walk steadily earlier, could now walk perfectly fine. How? Chun Xiaoqing only then slowly processed the situation and cursed inwardly. The moment she entered the room, her eyes had locked onto Jiang Qianxue's thoroughly intoxicated state. In her memory, Jiang Qianxue was always the aloof, proud young lady. the type Chun Xiaoqing most enjoyed teasing. She never anticipated that her playful banter would genuinely make Jiang Qianxue develop romantic feelings for her. As a proud young lady, Jiang Qianxue had never before lost her composure to such drunkenness. Seeing her in this state made Chun Xiaoqing so anxious that she forgot her surroundings, and forgot her current disguise as a woman. Hua Xiaonan quick-witted as ever since the shifting atmosphere, and immediately stepped forward with a smile. Haha, everyone keep drinking. This beautiful young lady is young Master Qing's cousin Luo Xiaobai. We're all old friends here. It's only natural for a cousin to dote on her sister-in-law. Waiter, bring a few more bottles of imported whiskey, replenish the fruit platter, and play something more energetic. Don't hold back tonight. Let's have a great time. The young master is treating. And to anyone who hasn't confessed, yet sees this opportunity, it won't come again. The effect was immediate. The atmosphere in the room surged back to life. Hua Xiao, I like you. Hua Xiao, I like you too. Had Hua Xiaonan omitted that final remark, none of this would have happened. But now multiple girls' voices rang out in sudden confessions and cheers erupted throughout the room. Come on, seriously. This is backfiring. Tonight my target was my little cousin Luo Xiaobai. He knew all too well how fierce those fangirls could be. Calling it to a halt, his eyes landed on Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chun Hao sitting in the corner watching the drama unfold with amusement. An idea struck him instantly. I deeply appreciate everyone's affection truly, but I'm but one person and cannot divide myself. Why not turn your attention to the gentleman over there? Young Master Ma Tianyuan and young Master Mo Chun Hao. Don't waste this opportunity. The two men who had been enjoying the spectacle from the corner instantly darkened in expression. Damn it. Truly a friend who won't let another suffer alone. Good thing Chun Xiaoqing escaped that one. With that twist, the private room erupted in youthful energy hormones surging to their peak. Having overheard Hua Xiaonan's words, Chen Yuno quietly slipped away. With her little cousin tending to Jiang Qianxue, she saw no reason to stay. Jiang Qianxue's eyes were hazy, a delicate blush dusting her cheeks, making her look irresistibly enchanting, like a perfectly ripe apple begging to be tasted. Gazing at the lovely young beauty before her so strikingly similar to the Qing Xiao, she cherished a look of delight flashed across Jiang Qianxue's face. Qing Xiao, how did you turn into such a beautiful girl? Hee, you look absolutely stunning today. A smile playing at her lips, Jiang Qianxue reached out to touch Chun Xiaoqing's face. Chun Xiaoqing nearly jumped from the shock. If not for Jiang Qianxue's unmistakably intoxicated gaze, she might have given away her true identity. This was all wrong. Typically, it was she who teased Jiang Qianxue while in male disguise. How had the tables turned so completely? Was it the feminine charm? In male attire she was invincible, but in female form considerably weakened. Feeling the cool pressure of Jiang Qianxue's hand against her cheek, Chun Xiaoqing felt an unexpected flutter of shyness and instinctively leaned back. Sister Jiang, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Qing Xiao. I'm his cousin Luo Xiaobai. The explanation seemed to bring some clarity to Jiang Qianxue's haze. Ah, really? So you're his cousin? Are you truly his cousin? Let me check for myself. You're definitely Qing Xiao, don't lie to me. With that, Jiang Qianxue grew even more excited and attempted to rise. But she was seated on a tall bar stool, and in her state of 8 parts intoxication and 2 parts sobriety, standing steadily was impossible. The moment she rose, she lost her balance and tumbled straight toward Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing, wearing high heels, had no chance of catching Jiang Qianxue. In a desperate move, she grabbed a nearby sofa and fell backward with Jiang Qianxue onto it. Qianxue, stop it. Snap out of it. Chun Xiaoqing felt completely overwhelmed. What was happening? She had imagined herself pushing Jiang Qianxue down someday, but never expected to be the one pushed. Moreover, Jiang Qianxue's soft, full figure pressed against Chun Xiaoqing, who was forced to take an uncomfortably intimate position. Not knowing whether to feel exhilarated or mortified, she wiggled her head left and right, searching for some breathing room. Jiang Qianxue, tickled and overwhelmed by sensitivity, gazed down at Chun Xiaoqing pinned beneath her and let out a giggling, almost lewd laugh. What, Qianxue, stop it. Little cousin, you just called me sister, didn't you? You should address me properly, no random yelling. Saying this, Jiang Qianxue considerately shifted her weight slightly, giving Chun Xiaoqing a chance to breathe. Chun Xiaoqing, genuinely frightened that another shift might suffocate her, quickly complied. All right, Sister Jiang, please move over a bit. You're crushing me. Jiang Qianxue looked at Chun Xiaoqing through drunken, hazy eyes, a smile curling her lips. Little cousin, you truly resemble your cousin so much. It makes your sister's heart itch. That heartless man actually stood me up today. How about you, little cousin, keep your sister company in his stead? But why are you so flat? Are you wearing a binder? Let your sister check whether you're developing properly. Chun Xiaoqing could only inwardly despair at this point. No. Qianxue, your character has completely broken down. Snap out of it. Stop it. Ding. National server wrench completion rate 80. A host has improved again. Unexpectedly, you finished faster than ever before. It seems the host has a natural talent for being a wrench. I didn't. System, don't talk nonsense. Just then the system's annoying voice chimed in inopportunely. Heaven and earth, as my witness, Chun Xiaoqing felt speechless. He really hadn't done anything at all. It just naturally happened that Jiang Qianxue pushed him down. He had originally only planned to come and see the excitement, then comfort Jiang Qianxue. but he never expected to end up being roped in himself. And just then Chun Xiaoqing felt a cold hand reaching toward his thigh. Chun Xiaoqing's heart was now filled with nervousness and shyness. This isn't right, is it? Jiang Qianxue, you have no drinking manners. How can you do this to me? Does your conscience not trouble you? No, I'm your cousin, you know. Little cousin Luo Xiaobai doesn't want to cuddle with you. Chun Xiaoqing screamed inwardly, but dared not say it aloud lest being discovered by others would be awkward. Hee, so it really is little cousin. Hick. The sweet alcoholic scent of first love summer made Chun Xiaoqing briefly feel tipsy, but he quickly sobered up. These words instantly made Chun Xiaoqing's face flush red, his heart filled with indignation. He was the renowned Qing Xiao, the second young master of the Chun family, and today he was being teased like this. Is there no justice in the world? One day when he got the chance he would definitely get even and tease her back. Jiang Qianxue opened her drunken bleary eyes again and looked at Chun Xiaoqing, who was pressed beneath her like a frightened rabbit. Surprisingly, she felt that this little cousin who bore a three-part resemblance to Qing Xiao was far more real and interesting than the Qing Xiao she longed for, but could never have. She let out a silly laugh and even couldn't help but hiccup. This hiccup made her, even in her hazy state, subconsciously blush even more with embarrassment. Chun Xiaoqing was now truly scared by Jiang Qianxue, for the latter was becoming increasingly restless, her hands starting to wander again, and worst of all, she even dared to go further and try to reach inside his clothes. With all his might, Chun Xiaoqing managed to free one hand and grab hold of Jiang Qianxue's restless, delicate hand. If he hadn't forcibly used the second telepathic eavesdropping just now, he wouldn't be this weak and powerless now. Chun Xiaoqing felt bitter inside. He had never imagined that one day he would be bullied by Jiang Qianxue, and for a moment he even suspected that she was pretending to be drunk to intentionally get back at him. But on second thought, how could Jiang Qianxue possibly know that he was Qing Xiao? He dismissed the idea. Besides, he knew Jiang Qianxue's drinking capacity well. The hiccup just now had a very strong smell of alcohol, clearly indicating she had drunk a lot, so it couldn't be fake. Sister Jiang, no, we're still outside. After holding back for a long time, Chun Xiao finally managed to utter these words, trying to awaken Jiang Qianxue, whose lower head was now ruling her. So little cousin, means it's okay if we go home. That's not what I meant at all. Chun Xiaoqing weakly retorted, but his grip didn't loosen at all. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaonan had finally managed to calm down his group of fangirls. Seeing the two beautiful women entangled on the sofa, he found the scene extremely alluring. He quickly turned his head, signaling that he shouldn't look. I dare not look, I dare not look. How did little cousin get pushed down so quickly? And when Chun Xiaoqing saw that Hua Xiaonan had finally looked their way, how could he miss this chance to escape? He immediately waved his hand at him. He mustered all his strength to shout out, Hua Xiaonan, help us. Can't you see we've fallen? Hua Xiaonan was also taken aback. Usually everyone called him Hua Xiao, only the teachers and his three troublemaking friends, Chun Xiaoqing, Ma Tianyuan, and Imo Chenhao, called him by his full name. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Hua Xiaonan quickly stepped forward and together with Chen Yunhua, who had also noticed something was wrong, helped Jiang Qianxue and Chun Xiaoqing up. Hua Xiaonan couldn't help but chuckle and tease. Little cousin, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought you two were just sleeping on the sofa. Chun Xiaoqing shot him a big eye roll, but went to check on Jiang Qianxue's condition. After being turned over, Jiang Qianxue finally calmed down a lot. She sat on the sofa leaning tightly against Chun Xiaoqing. She mumbled that she wanted another drink, asking the bartender to mix one more. Chun Xiaoqing certainly wouldn't let her continue drinking. He signaled to the bartender with his eyes. The bartender stopped what he was doing. Otherwise, following their professional habits, mixing another drink would mean more profit, and they wouldn't care whether the customer was already drunk. After fussing for a while, and seeing no drink brought to her, Jiang Qianxue quieted down. She simply leaned against Chun Xiaoqing and fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, many other young men and women at the venue, seeing that Chun Xiaoqing was finally free, came over to greet him. After all, socializing was in the blood of these wealthy heirs. Every gathering was an opportunity to build connections. Chun Xiaoqing straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, and not wanting to offend anyone, greeted them back with practiced ease. Ma Tianyuan and Imo Chenhao quietly sidled up to Hua Xiaonan. Hua Xiaonan, do you really think she's that guy Qing Xiao's cousin? Ma Tianyuan asked doubtfully. He was a car enthusiast and had little contact with girls. Seeing Luo Xiao by the little cousin so beautiful, he suspected she might be Qing Xiao's sworn sister. What nonsense are you talking? I'm sure she's his real cousin, absolutely. Look at her features. They're about 70 to 80% similar to that guy Qing Xiao's. Imo Chenhao, usually a quiet, scheming type with many ideas, believed it immediately upon seeing Luo Xiaobai's appearance. Oh, you've got a point, old Imo. Look at my brain. Now that you mention it, she really does look quite like that guy Qing Xiao. Hua Xiaonan, however, eyed the two of them warily. What are you two up to? Let me be clear, I'm the one who first got acquainted with little cousin Luo Xiaobai, so you can't steal her from me. As if we don't know you. Which beauty don't you like? But you don't have to worry. I only like cars. The little cousin is pretty. I don't have the energy to chase girls. I'll just wait until I'm of marriageable age and let my family introduce someone. That way I won't have to listen to their nagging and pickiness. Ma Tianyuan patted his round belly, waved his hand, and smiled nonchalantly. Fatma, don't slander me. Where do I go around liking every girl I see? It's the girls who like me, okay? And I really do like little cousin. You call that liking? You're just lusting after her body. You're despicable. Mo Chinhao said with a sly grin, delivering the final blow. Yeah, despicable. Ma Tianyuan also held back a laugh and chimed in. Hua Xiaonan, however, tilted his head slightly, looking utterly unfazed. Among the 4 young masters of the capital, he had the most experience with girls, and accordingly, he had the thickest skin. And there's one more crucial point: even if you really want to pursue little cousin, you'll still have to get that guy Qing Xiao's approval. If Qing Xiao finds out you're trying to mess with his little cousin, you know his temper. Mo Chinhao looked at Hua Xiaonan with a knowing grin, as if anticipating a good show. No need for you to worry about that. With my close bond to Qing Xiao, it'll definitely work out. But you quiet one don't dare cause any trouble. Hua Xiaonan said with a self-assured smile, not forgetting to retort at Mo Chinhao. What the hell, try calling me reserved again, and see what happens. Mo Haochen pretended to be furious, raising his fist, as if to strike Hua Xiaonan, but Hua Xiaonan moved swiftly, chuckling, as he immediately ducked behind the crowd of admiring girls. This guy's hiding among the women again. Mo Haochen said resentfully. Who cares, this kid hasn't been disciplined in 3 days and his skin is itching again, quiet one. The 2 of us brothers will flank from both sides and definitely catch this guy. Ma Tianyuan rubbed his hands together and rushed toward the pile of admiring girls, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he chuckled inwardly. You call me Fat Ma, so I'll call you reserved. Damn it, that fat guy. Mo Haochen naturally knew Ma Tianyuan was doing this on purpose, but he couldn't help himself either, so he charged forward along with him, determined to take out his frustration on this kid Hua Xiaonan. The private room for the youth confession party suddenly echoed with the final wave of excitement tonight. Underground garage. Lin Yi, carrying a huge pile of things, finally arrived at the underground parking lot, navigating through multiple turns to reach the parking spot. There's no way around it. This shopping mall is the most prosperous commercial center in Jingdu, so finding a parking space is naturally the hardest. Phew, thank goodness I'm strong, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to carry all these 20+ bags of clothes in one trip. Just as Lin Yi had just put everything into the car, his brows suddenly furrowed, his ears twitched slightly, and he spoke in a deep voice. Come out. Stop hiding, what's your purpose? Your Chinese bodyguard really has some skills. You actually managed to discover me. At this moment, a man in black clothing clapped his hands with a smile and slowly emerged from under the car. Lin Yi was slightly surprised in his heart, never thinking that this person could crawl under such a low chassis of the Maserati. Bone-crushing technique. Ninja, are you from the Cherry Blossom Group? What's your purpose in finding the 2nd young master? Lin Yi didn't hold back, asking directly, while simultaneously circulating his inner energy. As long as the ninja in front of him showed any signs of movement, he would strike immediately. Hey, don't be nervous, sir, there's no need for this. Whatever amount the 2nd young master paid you, our Cherry Blossom Group can offer you double. Lin Yi's mouth curved into a cold sneer. He didn't like wasting words with enemies. 3. The black-clad ninja's smile vanished, somewhat puzzled by what this young man meant. 2. Lin Yi's deep voice once again uttered a number. Wait a moment, if you're not satisfied with this price, we can negotiate. However, before he could finish these words, a fist the size of a sandbag surged toward his face. Aku Demashite. The black-clad ninja, frightened, blurted out his native language and immediately dodged to the side. However, he hadn't expected that the fist aimed at him would come to a halt in front of him due to some unseen force. Lin Yi turned around, and his other hand directly grabbed the back of the black-clad ninja's neck. Bang! A muffled groan sounded as the ninja was pinned against a pillar in the underground parking garage. If it were for money, I wouldn't have come to protect the 2nd miss. Lin Yi didn't waste words, directly landing 3 slaps on his face before signaling him to continue speaking. You don't follow martial ethics. It hasn't even counted to 1 yet. The ninja's first words made Lin Yi roll his eyes involuntarily. How did someone with this intelligence dare to be a ninja? Truly representative of that abstract cherry blossom nation. Still not saying what your purpose is, I think you haven't been beaten enough. Lin Yi immediately delivered another 3 slaps to the ninja, making his eyes sparkle with stars, and he quickly pleaded for mercy with a tearful expression. Some Mason, please spare my life. Hero, have mercy. We only wanted to take away Mu Qin's child. Mu Qin. A trace of confusion flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Mu Qin is the mother of your 2nd young master. She is currently in our country, and through biological detection technology, we discovered she was once pregnant with a girl. That's why we specifically came here to search. However, after searching for so many years, we only found that her children were only 2 sons, the eldest young master and the 2nd young master. We didn't find a daughter, but today we discovered a girl suddenly appearing at the villa, so we specifically came to investigate. Lin Yi's brows slightly furrowed. He naturally knew that the 2nd young master's true identity was actually a girl. Hearing these words from the ninja, he naturally discovered the suspicious points. Setting aside that this girl is merely the 2nd young master's cousin, what business do you have looking for Mu Qin's daughter? The ninja's face was pressed against the wall, his teeth clenched in pain from the pressure, yet he dared not resist, answering with a miserable expression. That's beyond what us subordinates can know. We only heard it was some secret from many years ago. Also, Hero, could you ease up a bit? I feel like my head is about to be flattened. Lin Yi's lips curled upward, letting out a cold sneer. Endure it, I still have other questions to ask you. These truly are all the information I possess. Furthermore, hero, I'm merely a low-ranking individual. You should be attending to protecting that cousin of the second young master you mentioned, correct? The ninja forced these words through gritted teeth, having completely accepted his defeat, and hastily found this excuse to seek leniency. Something's wrong. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly remembered the second miss, who was still upstairs. He released his grip, delivered 3 final slaps to the ninja, then pivoted his left wrist to release 3 silver needles that embedded themselves into the ninja's body. Scram! Get as far away as possible. Lin Yi cursed coldly before rushing upstairs. The ninja hurriedly fled through the darkness of the underground garage, disappearing into the shadows. In his haste to escape, he failed to notice the 3 silver needles embedded in his body, instead feeling grateful that this terrifying bodyguard had chosen to spare him. But he had no idea that Lin Yi simply didn't want to deal with a corpse. Those 3 silver needles contained a slow-acting poison, allowing the ninja to carry back the message that the second miss was merely a cousin. Whether the people behind him would believe the information remained uncertain, but a smokescreen was better than nothing. And Lin Yi's command to die far away was meant quite literally. On the 5th floor of the mall, the gathering in the Royal Club's private room continued. And at that moment, the lights went out, plunging the entire room into darkness. The girls screamed in fright. The boys, though less terrified, were equally bewildered. Everyone, please calm down. It's likely a circuit malfunction. Use your phones for light first. Hua Xiaonan immediately spoke out to reassure them loudly. The group of adoring fans, previously terrified, grew quiet upon hearing their idol's voice and quickly began searching for their phones. As beams of light from their phones illuminated the room, everyone's initially tense mood gradually settled. Whether genuinely frightened or deliberately seeking comfort, the girls unconsciously pressed closer to where Hua Xiaonan was seated. Meanwhile, Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chunhao found themselves disoriented and unable to locate each other in the chaos. Chun Xiaoqing, who had been sitting on the sofa beside the already sleeping Jiang Qianxue, instinctively gripped Jiang Qianxue's hand tighter, ready to carry her away at a moment's notice. Waiter! Waiter! What's going on? Ma Tianyuan, the most irritable of the group, cursed and shone his light toward the door of the private room. After several minutes of commotion outside, a deep voice finally echoed through. There's been an electrical malfunction in the mall. Please remain calm, distinguished guests. As valued patrons, we will prioritize evacuating your private room in stages. Everyone in the room heard the announcement, but couldn't identify the speaker. They assumed it was either the club manager or the owner addressing them. As the voice continued, over a dozen people who appeared to be service staff pushed their way into the room from the darkness outside. Chun Xiaoqing's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something was amiss, too peculiar for comfort. After those dozen or so waitresses dispersed in the private room, the rich voice of the middle-aged man directing them once again echoed from outside the room. Everyone, please don't crowd. Boys and girls stand separately. Follow one waitress each in groups of 10 to exit the private room. Hua Xiaonan asked loudly, with some confusion through the crowd, looking at the middle-aged man wearing an ill-fitting suit outside the door. Boss, why do we need to separate boys and girls? Does this matter? Perhaps due to the dim light from the mobile phone, it was impossible to make out the middle-aged man's features clearly. Outside the room, there was a brief silence, then another slightly hoarse voice came from outside, cursing in dissatisfaction. Baka, just follow the arrangements. Why so many questions? Shirijaro-kun, watch your words. Watch your tongue. The middle-aged man's voice immediately panicked and intervened to stop the hoarse-voiced person from speaking further. This temper of mine. No one dares to speak to me like this in Kyoto. And that Japanese you just spoke, was that it? Ma Tianyuan's temper flared instantly, and he pushed his way toward the doorway to teach whoever had spoken that harsh tone a lesson. Ma Tianyuan's temper flared instantly, and he pushed his way toward the doorway to teach whoever had spoken that harsh tone a lesson. Young masters and ladies, please remain calm. That gentleman just now was a guest from the Sakura Kingdom in another private room, anxious to evacuate first, hence his hurried words. I hope you'll bear with him. As for separating the boys and girls, it's simply because men and women tend to walk at different paces. Mixing them together could lead to a stampede. The middle-aged man's booming voice rang out once more, offering an explanation that felt somewhat forced, but managed to quell much of the unrest. Yet the other young masters and ladies, already in a state of panic, didn't bother to question further. They promptly organized themselves into separate groups by gender, forming lines of 10 and following the waitstaff toward the exit. Hua Xiaonan glanced anxiously toward Chun Xiaoqing, knowing that Jiang Qianxue was with her, and that Jiang Qianxue had been drinking heavily. Worried about how they would escape, Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chinhao quickly pulled him along to join the evacuating group ahead. My little cousin is still inside with the drunk Jiang Qianxue. How will they get out? I need to go back and help. Hua Xiaonan tried to break free and head back. Hua Xiaonan struggled against their grip, but Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chinhao held firm. You're usually so sharp, Hua Xiaonan, yet right now you're acting dumber than Fat Ma. It's just a minor incident. Stop making such a fuss. There are waitstaff accompanying us. They'll help, won't they? Mo Chinhao said exasperatedly. Let's just keep up with the group. The best thing we can do is not cause trouble. We'll wait for them outside. Ouch, damn it. Ma Tianyuan glared resentfully at Imo Chenhao beside him. If he weren't holding Hua Xiaonan, he'd have elbowed that sharp-tongued guy right then. Alright, Fat Ma, no time to waste. Let's move. I'll deal with you once we're out. The two bickered as they walked. After hearing Imo Chenhao's words, Hua Xiaonan's anxious heart eased somewhat. He admitted to himself that he had indeed been too impulsive and overwrought. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoqing felt quite unfortunate for carrying Jiang Qianxue on her back, had slowed her down, placing her in the last group. The girls in her group, she barely knew. They'd only crossed paths briefly when they were still at school. If she were still in Qing Xiao's identity, perhaps these girls would have offered help. But as Luo Xiaobai, they didn't recognize her at all. Everyone was visibly tense and anxious, leaving no one calm enough to assist further. The crowd began shuffling slowly toward the room's exit. Chun Xiaoqing finally felt the weakness of her female body. Jiang Qianxue was heavier than she expected, and the strain was concentrated on her feet. She had removed her high heels and was walking barefoot. Otherwise, carrying Jiang Qianxue would have been impossible, and she might not even have been able to walk steadily. Especially feeling those two large firm softnesses pressing against her back, they accounted for quite a bit of weight as well. Little cousin, put me down. I'm not drunk. I can walk on my own. Perhaps sensing Chun Xiaoqing's unsteady gait, Jiang Qianxue's slightly muddled voice drifted intermittently near her ear. Sister Jiang, you can barely speak clearly. It's not far, we'll be downstairs soon. Chun Xiaoqing smiled, reassuring Jiang Qianxue on her back. Hearing Chun Xiaoqing's words, tears welled in Jiang Qianxue's eyes. Resting her face against Chun Xiaoqing's back, she breathed in her familiar fragrance, which brought Qing Xiao back to mind. Qing Xiao may be wonderful, but unattainable. This little cousin is far more reliable. After tonight, I must make her my best friend. Jiang Qianxue resolved silently through her drunken haze. Ding. Jiang Qianxue's favorability toward you has reached 100. Congratulations, host, on completing 100 of the National Server Wrench task. Reward obtained: physical enhancement skill. Move like a hare. Duration 1 minute. Usage once every 3 days. Each activation triples strength, stamina, and speed. Chun Xiaoqing's heart leaped with delight. This damn system finally provided something useful. But it's just as stingy as ever. Only 1 minute. What can 1 minute accomplish? Host, if you don't want this ability, I can take it back. I want it, of course I do. Something is better than nothing. But they still needed to use the emergency exit. 6 whole flights of stairs. She had no idea if 1 minute would be enough. Please extend your hands. We need to collect blood samples to check for any disguised intruders. And that person on your back, their blood sample must also be checked. Those two voices, one deep and one harsh, rang out once more. Chun Xiaoqing finally looked up, seeing the sources of those voices: a short, thin man in an ill-fitting security uniform and a taller, middle-aged man in an oversized suit. These two were actually holding flashlights and conducting inspections. Nearby, several blood collection tubes, already filled with blood, were laid out. Clearly the students ahead had already given their samples. But Chun Xiaoqing was carrying someone on her back. Seeing the club pulling such antics, she couldn't help but feel indignant. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Are you out of your minds? This is an emergency. You should be evacuating customers, not collecting blood samples. Do you think this is a biohazard situation? If you have nothing better to do, come lend a hand and help carry this beauty on my back. Chun Xiaoqing shot back, irritably wanting to reason with the two guards in front of her. Yet under the dim yellow light, the two men's faces were concealed by masks. Through the gaps from the side, she could glimpse a black pattern on their skin. This bizarre black tattoo. Damn that tattoo. Chun Xiaoqing was startled. The moment she saw it, she remembered when she was 8 years old, before her mother disappeared. Her mother had shown her something similar and warned her that if she ever saw this tattoo, she must flee immediately. In that instant, Chun Xiaoqing's heart tensed, and she silently began reciting "Move like a hare" within her mind. Sorry, I'm faint at the sight of blood, and I'm terrified of pain. I won't keep you any longer. I'll be going now. Chun Xiaoqing flashed a mischievous grin, and seizing the moment when the short security guard Shojiro was still reaching for his blood collection tube, abruptly spun around and sprinted toward the non-operational escalator that had lost power. But the instant she stepped onto the escalator, she immediately regretted it. The metal grooves on the steps inflicted excruciating pain upon her bare little feet. The agony made her grit her teeth and contort her face. While her strength and speed had indeed intensified, it certainly didn't mean she could endure pain any better. Shojiro stood, frozen blood collection vial in hand, utterly bewildered. What the hell? She just bolted. Damn it. Someone's running. Hikawa Okito, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and notify everyone on floors 1 through 4 to intercept them at the escalators. The tall, middle-aged man in a suit beside them finally snapped out of his daze. He quickly grabbed his phone and began sending messages to the group chat. It was hardly surprising they'd been caught off guard. After all, who would have suspected that this petite, adorable little girl standing before them could suddenly dash away with such astonishing speed? And she was carrying someone on her back. Hardly something even a regular adult male could manage with such agility, let alone her. Meanwhile, the other Sakura group members, who had been lying in ambush across floors 1 through 4, immediately sprinted toward the central escalators in the mall. Of course, the mall still had numerous other shoppers who had been orderly evacuating through the stairwells under the guidance of the servers, whether genuine or disguised, on each floor. But when a significant number of servers suddenly abandoned their posts and left the shoppers to fend for themselves, chaos erupted in an instant. No one could even tell who had started shouting. There are criminals hiding among us. Run. What? Are you serious? Oh God, I don't want to die. People in the back, don't rush. The ones ahead are all women. Don't you boys have any decency? Everyone ahead of me, I don't care if you're male or female. It looks like the criminals and mall security are fighting. I'm not dying here. If you want to walk slowly, stay in the back and let us pass. The power of rumors proved equally terrifying. The further it spread, the more absurd it became, ultimately plunging the entire stairwell and the whole mall into chaos. This also drove many people to disregard the rules and flock toward the escalators. In such dim lighting, fear spread like a contagion. The once organized evacuation of the entire mall instantly devolved into noisy pandemonium. Chun Xiaoqing, who had only just reached the third floor, had a forehead beaded with fine sweat, and her clothes were completely soaked through. To make matters worse, Jiang Qinxue, on her back, subjected to the violent bumps, felt the alcohol's effects kick in and vomited considerably onto her shoulder. This soaked through the thin dresses worn by both of them. The only silver lining was that the mall's chaos provided an opportunity for them to blend in with the evacuating crowd. These two are over here, come quick. Several servers had just spotted the two of them. Tracking down a girl carrying someone was remarkably straightforward. Chun Xiaoqing was taken aback as the servers charged toward them like ravenous wolves. She wasn't foolish. She knew her own limitations. Even with the moving like a startled hare enhancement, she stood no chance against these grown men whose true capabilities she hadn't yet gauged. She immediately made a split-second decision to switch to a different escalator and flee. Thank goodness the mall was spacious enough that each floor had at least 5 or 6 escalators. At the same time, a clever idea struck Chun Xiaoqing, and she began shouting as she ran. Those criminals are disguised as servers. They're chasing us. Run. Chun Xiaoqing's frantic cries along the way reached enough ears that many instinctively assumed the servers were indeed the terrifying criminals she claimed them to be. In the ensuing panic, everyone scrambled to avoid the servers, and in such chaos no one bothered to question the validity of her claims. This posed a considerable headache for the Sakura group, though they had numbers on their side. Groups of pursuers would momentarily lose sight of them, only to be rediscovered shortly after by other squads. Chun Xiaoqing spent considerable time weaving through the third floor before finally managing to squeeze her way down to the second floor. But barely had she reached the second floor when she began to feel her body growing weak. Oh no, the effect of moving like a startled hare is about to wear off. System, can you extend the subscription? Renew my abilities. I'm sorry, host, but this system doesn't have that capability. Come on, aren't you going to do anything? If they capture me, who knows what might happen? Can you bear to watch your lovely host meet such a miserable end? However, what responded to Chun Xiaoqing was the system's silence. Damn it, dropping the ball at a critical moment. This damn system is completely unreliable. Am I really going to get cooked today? The next instant, Chun Xiaoqing collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. She could only prop herself up against the glass railing on the second floor to avoid lying flat. While the previous ability had been effective, it came with significant side effects. Now that its duration had expired, Chun Xiaoqing felt she lacked even the strength to stand. Looking around, she saw over a dozen individuals dressed as servers and wearing masks closing in on her. Their eyes radiated utter arrogance and smugness, with some even displaying lecherous gazes. Meanwhile, the short security guard Shojuro and Hikawa Okita also gave chase, having pursued her all the way down. Bastards. I didn't expect this little flower girl to run so fast. Are you some kind of athlete? Whether you're the person we're looking for or not, your attempted escape and disruption gives us every reason to take you back and teach you a lesson. Shojuro panted heavily, his eyes filled with lustful intent as he gazed at the collapsed Chun Xiaoqing and the other girl before him. Boss, what if we've got the wrong person? We haven't even tested their blood yet. Hikawa Okita spoke with visible reluctance beside him. Shojuro let out a sinister chuckle. What's there to fear? After tonight, we're heading back to the country. Even if we grab the wrong ones, it's not a loss. These two girls are stunning. Taking them to film movies could earn the organization quite a profit. Upon hearing this, Hikawa Okita let out a knowing laugh. The other Sakura group members surrounding them erupted into lewd laughter. Chun Xiaoqing, however, was trembling with rage at these words. No way. If she'd heard about filming adult films back in her previous life as a man, she might have been thrilled, but now as a woman, the very thought was unbearable. Glancing up, Chun Xiaoqing watched in horror as Shojuro slowly approached, his filthy hands reaching toward her. She could scarcely bear to watch her heart in utter turmoil. Nanshan shadowless kick. You short-skirted Japanese devils, don't you dare harm my second cousin. Just then Lin Yi dropped from the open atrium spanning the first through fifth floors of the mall down to the second level, delivering a soaring kick that sent Shojuro crashing to the ground face first. Chun Xiaoqing's eyes lit up the moment she spotted Lin Yi descending from above. Holy shit, little Lin Yi, you're finally here. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. So cool. I'll add extra chicken to your meal when we get home. Lin Yi dared not delay. He directly picked up Chun Xiaoqing and Jiang Qinxue from the ground, tucking one under each arm, while the others were still caught off guard. He vaulted over the glass railing and leaped directly down to the first floor. Chun Xiaoqing felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest. So high, at least 5 meters, right? Jumping down like this, my slender waist will definitely be shattered. Watching the 5-meter-high floor, Chun Xiaoqing felt dizzy. She didn't care about the propriety between men and women. She clung tightly to Lin Yi's waist, without any dignity. Zhang Xinxue was as drunk as a log, completely unresponsive. Second miss, what are you doing? Chun Xiaoqing's sudden embrace nearly made Lin Yi lose his balance, but he recovered in an instant. The next moment, Chun Xiaoqing felt a slight tremor. It seemed as if Lin Yi had landed on cotton with barely any impact as they touched the ground. Is this Qinggong? Awesome. Finally, it feels like a Taoist descending from the mountain. Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, while secretly regretting that she hadn't transmigrated into a long Outyin protagonist script. She could only sigh inwardly. This is fate. Lin Yi felt speechless, wondering what the second miss was muttering about again. He had only heard that the second miss had gender identity disorder. Could she also have delusions? Should he find an opportunity to treat her? As soon as they landed, Lin Yi dashed toward the emergency stairs, his goal being to drive away from the underground level. The group of Japanese men dressed as waiters on the second floor ran to the glass railing and stared down in shock, but they were helpless. At that moment, the distant sound of police sirens echoed from outside the mall. Rechuan Gongban's expression changed. Not good. The authorities are here. Xiao Zilong, let's retreat first. Xiao Zilong's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Baka, no way. These 3 damn Chinese pigs. How dare they humiliate me like this? I will catch them today. Quick, take me after them. I must catch these 3 today. Hearing this, Rechuan Gangban immediately realized that Xiao Zilong was losing his head, but his position was higher than his own. He had to obey orders. He looked at the other personnel and immediately ordered, "You guys finish up quickly. The authorities are coming, evacuate immediately." Having given the orders, Rechuan Gangban immediately picked up the fallen Xiao Zilong and jumped down to the first floor, chasing after Lin Yi. However, Rechuan Gangban did not possess Lin Yi's formidable Qinggong. He only had a lower-level ninja technique from the Sakura country. The moment he landed, the impact left Xiao Zilong dizzy and seeing stars. Of course, there was also intentionality on Rechuan Gongban's part. He was annoyed by Xiao Zilong's reckless stubbornness, insisting on pursuing even in this situation. He planned to deliberately chase for a while, and then escape if they couldn't catch up. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoqing, who was being carried, saw that they had jumped down and were chasing again and was startled. "Little Lin Yi, hurry up, they're catching up. Hold me tight, it's fine no matter how fast you go, as long as you don't let go, I can handle it." Chun Xiaoqing's words made Lin Yi's blood surge, and he secretly groaned. "My second miss, don't you know how beautiful you are?" Saying such ambiguous words can easily tempt people to commit crimes. In truth, he wasn't afraid of Xiao Zilong and the other man, but the situation in the mall was chaotic and he had 2 burdens. He didn't want to stay longer and cause more trouble. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Lin Yi impressively quickened his pace again. As they passed the counter, Chun Xiaoqing didn't forget to grab 2 bottles of beer. Looking back at Xiao Zilong and Rechuan Gangban, who were following closely, she couldn't help but let out a sly chuckle. "These 2 damned little Japanese, they actually want to mess with me. Let me show you the power of this young master. So disgusting and perverted." Chun Xiaoqing's eyes darted around, glinting with cunning as she waited for an opportunity. "You like playing Subway Surfers, huh? Today I'll show you an item race. Little Lin Yi, once we pass the next corner, if they fall for it, we can stop." Chun Xiaoqing whispered, and Lin Yi let out a puzzled grunt, but didn't ask further. Just as they reached a corner in the emergency stairway leading to the underground level, Chun Xiaoqing smashed the 2 beer bottles against the wall. Instantly, glass shards scattered all over the floor while she still held 2 jagged bottlenecks. Rechuan Gongban, who was following closely, didn't react in time, and because he was wearing straw sandals that were more suitable for stealth, his feet were immediately pierced by the glass shards. The severe pain in his soles made his expression change instantly. Enduring the pain, he stepped into the underground garage and immediately threw Xiao Zilong aside. He sat on the ground and examined his feet. Xiao Zilong, however, flew into a rage and immediately cursed, "Baka. Rechuan Gongban, why did you stop? Those 3 got away." Rechuan Gangban pulled out the largest piece of glass from his foot, and hearing Xiao Zilong scolding, his face turned red with anger. He cursed inwardly, "Are you blind? You like chasing, don't you? Now you don't need to chase, we're right here and won't run." At that moment, Chun Xiaoqing's mischievous and cunning voice came from behind a pillar as she stepped out. By now she had recovered some strength. She held 2 jagged bottlenecks in her hand and walked toward Xiao Zilong with a wicked grin. "Second cousin, wait a moment." Lin Yi cautiously stepped forward to stop Chun Xiaoqing. He had almost addressed her incorrectly again. To avoid revealing the second miss's identity, he had to call her little cousin. He walked up to Xiao Zilong first and directly broke his arms and legs. "Oh, damn Chinese pigs, do you know who I am? How dare you?" Instantly, the underground garage echoed with Xiao Zilong's pig-like screams. Lin Yi just smirked and turned to look at Chun Xiaoqing, knowing exactly what the second miss intended to do. She was definitely seeking revenge. "Little cousin, you can go ahead now. Just don't kill him. He can't die, at least not here." Chun Xiaoqing nodded slightly and gave Lin Yi an approving look. She was increasingly satisfied with this little bodyguard. He was quite cautious. Without hesitation, she walked forward with a wicked smile, brandishing the jagged bottleneck. Xiao Zilong looked at her with fear in his eyes. At that moment, Chun Xiaoqing appeared to him like a beautiful, cunning little devil. Why you don't come closer? What do you want? What do I want? He of course to turn you into a girl. Chun Xiaoqing said cheerfully in a playful tone, uttering these incomprehensible words. Looking at the miserable Xiao Zilong collapsed on the ground, she felt no pity whatsoever. Who knew how many girls this scumbag had already harmed? Nanny, turn into a girl. Xiao Zilong asked in confusion, looking at Chun Xiaoqing with a bewildered expression. But the next moment he understood what Chun Xiaoqing meant as he saw the sharp bottleneck she held thrust toward his family jewels. Once again the underground garage echoed with a pig-like scream, which then abruptly stopped. Xiao Zilong had fainted from the pain. Watching this horrifying scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a chill in his crotch and sighed inwardly. The second miss is too ruthless. Seeing Xiao Zilong unconscious, Chun Xiaoqing finally felt a sense of vindication. Her heart was pounding wildly. It was false to claim she felt no psychological pressure. After all, it was her first time doing such a thing to someone. But from what Xiao Zilong had said, Chun Xiaoqing knew that this guy had definitely harmed many girls. If she didn't incapacitate him today and teach him a lesson, it would be a waste of this opportunity and all the suffering she had endured. Thinking of this, Chun Xiaoqing again felt the pain in her small feet. She turned her head to look at Richuan Gongbon, who was sitting on the ground nearby. Sensing Chun Xiaoqing's gaze, Richuan Gangban also trembled all over and quickly put on a fawning smile, speaking with a stereotypical Japanese officer accent. This lovely and beautiful young lady, you Chinese have an old saying, he who understands the times is a wise man. I won't trouble you to take action, I'll do it myself to vent your anger. Having said this, Richuan Gangban didn't hesitate for a moment. He picked up a piece of glass nearby and slashed it across his own thigh. Instantly, a wound over 30 centimeters long appeared on his leg. Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but gasp in shock. Truly a country where people would rather commit seppuku over a disagreement. Ruthless indeed. He was also a decisive man. To save his manhood, he took matters into his own hands. This beautiful young lady, is this satisfactory? If it's not enough to ease your anger, I'll continue. Richuan Gongbon, gritting his teeth against the pain and drenched in cold sweat, asked Chun Xiaoqing. All right, stop. Get the hell out of here now. Next time watch your step. This is China, not a place where you little Japanese bastards can run wild. Chun Xiaoqing quickly waved her hand and casually tossed the remaining broken beer bottle into the nearby trash can. She knew that these two were foreigners, so she couldn't just kill them here. That would only cause more trouble. Venting her anger and letting them leave on their own was the best option. Lin Yi, watching Chun Xiaoqing limp away with a grimace of pain, found it amusing. He walked over, said nothing, and hoisted her onto his shoulder, heading toward the parking spot. Hey, little Lin Yi, what are you doing? I can walk. Come on, little cousin, your feet are bleeding. Stop pretending. You brat, who told you to call me little cousin? Is that what you're supposed to call me? I'll dock your pay. If I don't call you little cousin outside, what if someone with ill intentions overhears? Chun Xiaoqing had no retort. It was indeed a problem. She had no choice but to accept it, yet she blushed and slapped Lin Yi on the back. Wait a moment. Let me fix my skirt first before you carry me. The skirt is flipped up. Chun Xiaoqing's words only made Lin Yi realize the situation, and he couldn't help but glance sideways. Holy crap. White. You bastard. Chun Xiaoqing tumbled off Lin Yi's shoulder, and the moment she landed, the pain made her face contort, even forcing tears from her eyes. She quickly fixed her skirt and stood there looking at Lin Yi, who was scratching his head in embarrassment. What are you staring at? Come carry me. Oh. Lin Yi hastily stepped forward and hoisted Chun Xiaoqing onto his shoulder again. In his heart, he secretly thought the second miss was adorable. Who knew the second miss was such a tsundere? Wasn't she just saying she didn't want to be carried? At that moment, Chun Xiaoqing felt utterly helpless. Her feet really hurt, otherwise she would never have given in. At the same time, she silently made up her mind. I will never wear women's clothing again. Never wear high heels again. They're way too much trouble. Before long, Lin Yi reached the parking spot. He stuffed Jiang Qinxue, who was under his arm, into the back seat. Literally stuffed, because the back was piled high with clothes Chun Xiaoqing had bought. He placed Chun Xiaoqing in the passenger seat and quickly drove out of the mall's underground parking lot. By now, police tape had been set up outside the mall. Fortunately, Lin Yi drove fast enough to leave before the area was sealed off, otherwise they might have been stopped and questioned. Chun Xiaoqing used the car's navigation to find the Jiang family's location. She had Lin Yi drop Jiang Qinxue off at the Jiang residence first before returning to her own villa. As soon as she got back to the villa, Chun Xiaoqing quickly found a pair of soft slippers to put on before heading to wash up. Tonight was really too chaotic. After soaking in the warm bath, Chun Xiaoqing finally let out a relaxed sigh, couldn't help but exclaim. She looked at her poor little feet, originally perfect like jade and green onions, now covered in various small wounds. She didn't even dare to put her feet in the bathwater, or the pain would drive her crazy. Only then did she have time to take out her phone and check. But as soon as she opened her phone, she saw a screen full of WeChat messages and missed calls. Among them were from her father Hua, Xiaonan, Uncle Fu, and other familiar people. Some were asking how she was, others were asking about her little cousin. Chun Xiaoqing had to call each one back to report her safety. After all, tonight's disturbance was no small matter. Meanwhile, at the mall center, all hell had broken loose. The police who had arrived to seal off the scene discovered in the mall surveillance room that dozens of store employees and security guards, stripped of their uniforms, had been gagged and tied up. The exact situation was still under further investigation. Journalists from various local TV stations had arrived at the scene for live coverage. Among them were also members of various families looking for their young ladies and masters, as quite a few family children had attended today's pure confession gathering. At the old Chun residence, Chun Songyue sat by the pond in the courtyard playing Go. His opponent was the old man in black Aying. A middle-aged man stood nearby, slightly bowing his head respectfully. This was Chun Yanglong, who had just arrived. I heard there was some trouble at the mall tonight. Did your second son attend? Chun Songyue asked casually while placing a piece on the board. Chun Yanglong's heart skipped a beat, and he replied with a flattering smile, without hesitation. Father, my Qing'er did not go there tonight. I also heard about the mall incident, and have sent people to gather information. Oh, he didn't go? Then today I heard there was a girl claiming to be a collateral relative of the Chun family, the cousin of your son Chun Xiaoqing. When did our family ever have a girl? I don't recall. Could it be an illegitimate daughter of yours? Chun Songyue asked this question slowly, but inwardly he was already extremely excited, though he forcibly suppressed his emotions. At this moment, Chun Songyue desperately hoped for Chun Yanglong's affirmative answer. He had been longing for a daughter and had gotten 4 sons instead. Then he had longed for a granddaughter and got 8 grandsons instead. He had long since become numb to it. He even began to wonder if the curse in the family precept was real. Could it be that his family was truly cursed to be a clan of homosexuals incapable of producing a single daughter? If so, would the family's secret never be unraveled? However, when Chun Yanglong heard his father's question, his heart tightened. Only when he heard that Chun Songyue was merely suspecting him of having an illegitimate daughter rather than suspecting his son Chun Xiaoqing's gender, did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He had heard that the family disliked daughters, so he had arranged for rituals and feng shui adjustments to ensure no daughters would be born into the family. The fact that the family had gone over 10 generations without a single daughter was proof. If his father really found out he had a daughter, Chun Yanglong dared not imagine what would happen. That was why he had lived in contradiction all these years, fearing his daughter might become a lesbian, yet tacitly supporting her, presenting herself as a man. Father, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Regarding the girl you mentioned attending Xiaoqing's gathering, I have heard of her as well. Sigh. Actually, that girl is from Muqin's family side, which makes her Qing'er's cousin. After hearing his son's words, Chun Sonyue's previously gleaming eyes instantly dimmed, and his expression darkened. However, Chun Yanglong failed to notice this. Seeing his father remain silent, he assumed disbelief and continued to explain. Moreover, father, you know me well. How could I possibly have an illegitimate child outside? Enough. You need not say more. It is sufficient that I know she is not your daughter. Chun Yanglong was only halfway through his explanation when the elder Chun Songyue interrupted him with a sharp voice. At the same time, he silently added to himself, you already added her WeChat. The chess piece in Chun Songyue's hand trembled slightly and fell onto the board. Chun Yanglong grew even more puzzled, but privately felt relieved. So it's enough that you know she's not my daughter. Good thing I didn't reveal the truth. His father's so agitated. He can't even hold the piece steady. Fortunately, I had the foresight to never mention having a daughter. Otherwise, he would have certainly died of anger. Chun Yanglong secretly felt pleased with himself for his wise decision. You may go now, and tell your niece to be cautious. You know that your wife Muqin's bloodline is special. That girl may also be targeted. As for what happened back then, our family could do nothing. Now that you are the head of the family, you should understand. Chun Sonyue sighed, slowly spoke aloud, his gaze fixed on the fallen chess piece on the board. Aing, sitting opposite, also noticed this and reached out to pick up the fallen piece. Do not touch it. Once placed, a move cannot be taken back. Let it remain where it has fallen. Aing's expression grew somewhat embarrassed. Master, it's not that serious. You merely lost your grip. Just place it elsewhere. I am fine. Moreover, if we play according to this drop position, it would be a faulty move. It's alright. If it's a mistake, let it be. We shall find a way to resolve it. Once a piece is placed, no regrets. Do not move it lightly. Chun Songyue waved his hand again, pointing toward the stone jar beside Aing, indicating that the game should continue. Chun Yanglong, observing this from the side, naturally withdrew so as not to disturb his father's leisurely game. Only after Chun Yanglong left did Chun Songyue slowly turn to Aing and speak. Aing, what do you make sense of these koi fish that intermittently appear and vanish in the Inyang pool? Master, please set your mind at ease. Perhaps it merely signifies that fate has not yet arrived. It could be that someone within the family has secretly fathered a child outside and dares not speak of it. Location: Chun Xiaoqing's villa. Young Master Chun, I am sorry to you. Hearing Hua Xiaonan's wailing coming through the phone, Chun Xiaoqing quickly pulled the mobile away from his ear, holding it at least a meter distant. Only after the wailing ceased did he answer again, adjusting his tone before replying irritably. Bro, Hua Xiaonan, last time you broke up with 3 girlfriends in a single day, and you didn't act like this after 3 heartbreaks. What's wrong with you? What else could you have done to offend me? Did you steal my rice? Hearing this, Hua Xiaonan could barely hold back and spoke cautiously. Then I'll tell you, but don't blame me, bro. Alright, just say it. I'm not going to eat you a mice. With Chun Xiaoqing's assurance, Hua Xiaonan dared to continue. Today, didn't you ask me to help with your little cousin? I did help. Later, I invited her to join us in a private room. However, an accident occurred at the club, and I lost your little cousin. Do you happen to have any news about her? It's all my fault. I originally intended to evacuate together with her, but those two Ma Pengzi and Minsaw insisted it was fine and dragged me away. Who would have thought such a major accident would occur later? Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing could barely suppress a laugh. He never expected Hua Xiaonan to come crying over such a trivial matter. Hua Xiaonan, this doesn't sound like you. When have you, the esteemed young master Hua, ever worried about a girl? I know you're afraid I'll hold it against you. But rest assured, my cousin is fine. She's perfectly well. Besides, we are close brothers. How could I blame you over a little cousin? Chun Xiaoqing declared with righteous indignation, deeply moving Hua Xiaonan. Upon hearing Chun Xiaoqing's words and knowing his cousin was safe, Hua Xiaonan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said regretfully, Thank goodness, thank goodness. If anything had happened to my little cousin, my heart would truly be broken. I finally met someone I like. Oh right, good brother, today I was completely senile. I didn't even add little cousin on WeChat. Quick, send me her WeChat ID. Chun Xiaoqing's brain short-circuited upon hearing this, his eyes widening involuntarily. What the hell? You like my little cousin? Damn it, Hua Xiaonan, are you out of your mind? How could you develop feelings for a cousin? Chun Xiaoqing felt utterly numb. He had gone out in drag, and was now liked by his own good brother. With Chun Xiaoqing's remark, Hua Xiaonan was now bewildered and somewhat annoyed. Why not? Why can't I like a little cousin? Didn't you see from the first moment I laid eyes on your cousin, I fell in love? Her pure white dress like an angel from mythology, so pure and beautiful. Those adorable, lovely little lips, her sweet voice, that petite and slender figure. And those cute little buns at a glance. I felt I had found true love. Hua Xiaonan spoke with utter enchantment. If not for Chun Xiaoqing knowing his true character, he might have actually believed him to be in love. Alright, stop. Hua Xiaonan, please shut up. I'm getting goosebumps all over. Anyway, I will absolutely not approve of you two. And about adding her on WeChat. That's completely out of the question. Chun Xiaoqing felt his eyes rolling into the back of his head and firmly rejected Hua Xiaonan. What? Are we still brothers? Does that mean you like your cousin? Are you planning incest? Or do you think I'm not good enough for her? Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaonan immediately protested and pressed further. Oh, I'm truly speechless. Stop saying nonsense. Putting words in my mouth won't work. I don't like my little cousin. Besides, of course you are worthy. You, Hua Xiaonan, the young master of the Hua family among the 4 great clans of Jingdu, are suitable for every girl. However, regarding matters of the heart, you cannot force it. My cousin does not like you. Chun Xiaoqing adopted a mature tone, attempting to reason with Hua Xiaonan. However, Hua Xiaonan would not be swayed. I don't believe it. Unless your cousin tells me herself. Besides, I haven't even started pursuing her yet. How can you know it won't work? Is your cousin at your house? I'll come find her and confess tomorrow. Chun Xiaoqing felt suffocated, nearly choked by anger from his stubborn friend. He hurriedly replied, Don't come here. I'm leaving for Nandu tomorrow. I also plan to attend university in Nandu. I have no idea about your cousin's whereabouts. No need to look for her. Just focus on your studies here in Jingdu. Chun Xiaoqing felt suffocated, nearly choked by anger from his stubborn friend. He hurriedly replied, Don't come here. I'm leaving for Nandu tomorrow. I also plan to attend university in Nandu. I have no idea about your cousin's whereabouts. No need to look for her. Just focus on your studies here in Jingdu. What? You plan to study at Nandu University? Are you kidding me? You got into Qingbei. Among us old-timers, you have the best grades. What hit you? Hua Xiaonan's incredulous voice instantly rang out, forcing Chun Xiaoqing to once again pull the phone away from her ear. Chun Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and explained helplessly. You're overthinking it. I'm not hit by anything. It's just that I've just become the young head of the family, as you know. If my brother were in charge, maybe there wouldn't be so many issues, but I'm the one who took the position. Several of my uncles in the family don't exactly approve of me. There are undercurrents and chaos. Father arranged for me to study at Nandu University as a visiting student, while my student status remains at Qingbei. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaonan nodded in understanding. Growing up in a top-tier family himself, he knew all too well the kind of infighting and strife that went on. Also, it's just a visiting student arrangement. You lucky bastard. You get to go to Nandu and have fun. I've been stuck in Jingdu for over a decade, and I'm sick of it. I wish I could go to Nandu too. Chun Xiaoqing laughed heartily, couldn't help but tease. Want to go together then? Come to Nandu with me, keep me company. At these words, a suppressed laugh came from Hua Xiaonan's end. Good brother, I was waiting for you to say that. My grades were never good enough to stay in Jingdu, but they're just enough to get into Nandu University. Chun Xiaoqing's eyes widened instantly upon hearing Hua Xiaonan's words. Hua Xiaonan, are you serious? You're going to Nandu too? He will see. I'll have my family pull some strings. Hua Xiaonan gave a mysterious smile, being evasive and not answering directly. And hey, you're trying to change the subject. Don't try to fool me. You can't possibly not know where our little cousin is. If you don't tell me, I'll go ask your dad. I'll ask Uncle Chun himself. Chun Xiaoqing was barely holding back a laugh. Over the years, her father had never once revealed the truth about her to outsiders, so no matter how hard Hua Xiaonan tried, he wouldn't get a straight answer. She said nonchalantly. Fine, if you think you can go ahead and ask. Whether you want to chase our little cousin or just find her, I don't care. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't know anything. Hua Xiaonan was a bit dumbfounded. In all their years as brothers, this was the first time Chun Xiaoqing had refused him so firmly about something which made him start to suspect. Could this kid actually have a crush on his own cousin? That's absolutely unacceptable both legally and morally. As a good brother, I have to snatch her away, pursue our little cousin myself, and prevent my brother from making a mistake. Hua Xiaonan made a silent decision in his heart, adding another reason why he had to pursue the little cousin. If Chun Xiaoqing knew what he was thinking, she would probably be exasperated by this good brother's wild imagination. Fine. If you won't tell me, I'll find her myself. Gotta go now. Another girl is asking me out. Oh, what can I do? Too many girls like me. Before I chase our little cousin, I need to sort out these girls first. With that, the call ended, leaving Chun Xiaoqing utterly speechless and muttering inwardly. So typical of him. I'd believe it if I were stupid. He parts ways with one batch and a new batch comes along. He'll never finish sorting them out. Chun Xiaoqing glanced at the time on her phone. It was already 11 at night. She reluctantly got out of the bathtub, changed into her pajamas, tiptoed back to the living room, and pulled out the first aid kit, intending to apply some medicine to her foot. Otherwise, if it got infected, it would be a disaster. She looked at Lin Yi, who was sitting on the sofa playing on the PS5 in the living room. Oh, I didn't expect you to know about the PS5. I thought you wouldn't be familiar with such things up in the mountains. Chun Xiaoqing smiled in surprise and sat down on the sofa nearby. Second miss, I saw these things online. I didn't expect you to have one here. It's my first time actually playing, and I have to say it's really fun. Lin Yi grinned and replied. Seeing the first aid kit in Chun Xiaoqing's hand, he put down the controller. Second miss, let me help you apply the medicine. I guarantee it'll heal. Really? Are you that versatile? Chun Xiaoqing looked at him with surprise, set the first aid kit aside, and comfortably reclined on the sofa, propping up her little feet. She thought to herself, since it's just an external injury, trying it couldn't hurt. Lin Yi didn't waste any time. He immediately took out cotton swabs and hydrogen peroxide from the kit. He lifted Chun Xiaoqing's small foot and placed it on his thigh, starting to disinfect the wound. Looking at her adorable little foot, he couldn't help but feel a surge of distraction, swallowing hard. In his mind, he automatically pictured how stunning those feet would look in black or white stockings. Seeing Lin Yi lost in thought, Chun Xiaoqing narrowed her eyes. Having once been a boy herself, she suspected this guy might be a perverted foot fetishist. Hey, little Lin Yi, what are you spacing out for? You're not a foot fetishist. Are you having weird thoughts about my feet? Lin Yi snapped back to reality, wondering how the second miss knew so much. It was as if she had been a boy before, or perhaps she could read minds. He gave an awkward smile and quickly explained, Second miss, the wounds on your feet are too small and too dense. I was just thinking about which one to start with. How could I possibly be a perverted foot fetishist? Really? I'm not so sure. SSS. Before Chun Xiaoqing could finish, she felt a sharp sting from the disinfectant on her foot and couldn't help but gasp. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. He focused on disinfecting Chun Xiaoqing's foot, not daring to be distracted, while using his internal energy to help her recover. As Lin Yi's internal energy flowed in, Chun Xiaoqing felt the pain in her foot begin to subside, and it even seemed to be healing. Holy crap. So this is what it means to be the destined one, descending from the mountain like the powerful experts in those novels I used to read, with a built-in healing skill, eh? Chun Xiaoqing marveled inwardly, and at the same time, she felt not only the pain gone, but also a pleasant tingling sensation of comfort. No wonder the heroines in those novels always fall for the overpowered protagonist. If I were in their shoes, I might also. At that thought, Chun Xiaoqing snapped back to reality, quickly shaking her head and scolding herself. Chun Xiaoqing, what are you thinking? You have the heart of a pure, true man. How can you like a guy? Wouldn't that be turning into a degenerate? I must restrain myself. Lin Yi not only disinfected her foot, but also used his other hand to massage her leg. Chun Xiaoqing frowned at first, about to say something, but then felt the perfect pressure of his technique, comparable to that of a top-tier foot spa therapist. After a long day, Chun Xiaoqing swallowed the words she was about to say and couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy the moment, wanting to drift off. How is it, second miss? My technique's not bad, is it? You've really got something there. I'll have Uncle Fu give you a raise. Yes, ma'am. Long live the second miss. Lin Yi massaged even more vigorously, and the disinfection was done, leaving only the internal energy to aid recovery. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, good thing I had the skill to distract the second miss with a massage, or she might not have let me off the hook about my foot fetish. Little Lin Yi, your massage technique is truly superb. I feel so relaxed that I'm getting drowsy, so sleepy. Tonight I'll just sleep here on the sofa. Little Lin Yi, finish tidying up and head back to your own room to sleep, okay? And I've told you before in private, you must call me second young master, not second miss. Chun Xiaoqing's eyes were half closed, her eyelids growing heavier, and she was speaking purely on instinct. Her voice grew fainter, with the last words trailing off abruptly before she could finish. It was already midnight. She had used the system's supernatural abilities 3 times during the day, once for the trial of the succubus constitution and twice for mind eavesdropping, the second time forcibly. It was a miracle she had held on until now. Coupled with Lin Yi's masterful massage, just now the exhaustion that had accumulated throughout the day was completely released, causing her to fall asleep so quickly. Who? Lin Yi, who was still massaging her, heard a faint snoring sound and realized that Chun Xiaoqing had already fallen asleep. Second miss. Lin Yi called out tentatively twice. When he confirmed she was truly asleep, he shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Am I here as a bodyguard or a babysitter? He glanced at Chun Xiaoqing's small feet. Under the treatment of his inner energy, the wounds had completely healed, leaving only faint traces of fresh skin. After a night's rest, the new skin should regain its natural color and be almost fully recovered. He stretched lazily, picked up the sleeping Chun Xiaoqing, carried her upstairs to her bedroom, tucked her into bed, and left. On a certain ship in the eastern high seas of Huaxia, inside a luxurious reception room, a woman in a deep purple kimono with a stark white makeup face sat kneeling beside a tea table, her expression indifferent. She was deftly arranging tea utensils and brewing fragrant tea. I used to think you were merely useless, but I never imagined you were not only useless, but also incredibly foolish, to make such a trivial matter escalate to the attention of the Huaxiao authorities. The middle-aged noblewoman coldly looked down at Xiao Zilong, who was writhing in pain on the floor, but still forcing himself to kneel, and questioned him. On the other side, Reborn Gangban was also kneeling with his head bowed, though he knelt on one knee. Miss Tingyuan Yazi, please give me another chance. This time it was purely because someone interfered, and I have already collected the blood of most of the people present. Missing just one should not be a problem. These samples will surely help you find the person you are looking for. Hearing the middle-aged noblewoman's words, Xiao Zilong's face instantly turned pale with fear as he hurriedly explained. Enough, don't think I don't know. Warrior Reborn Gangban has already told me everything. The failure of this mission is entirely due to your abuse of power, improper command, and reckless foolishness. You even caused several of our men to fail to withdraw and become detained in Huaxia. Moreover, we have just received news that the little girl who escaped is the only remaining member of the Muqin family. And you failed to invite the required guest, which means this mission is already a failure. You must be held accountable for the failure of this mission. Considering your years of loyal service to the Yinghua group, I will allow you to perform seppuku in the warrior tradition. Begin. Tingyuan Yazi spoke without any emotion, looking at Xiao Zilong, as if he were a dead dog that had lost its value. At the same time as Tingyuan Yazi's words fell, a maidservant beside her took out a brand new katana and placed it in front of Xiao Zilong. Miss Yazi, you cannot treat me like this. I need to inform my family. My family will not agree to this. Xiao Zilong's face, already drained of color from his severe injuries, turned even paler. He screamed hoarsely at Tingyuan Yazi. Hearing this, Tingyuan Yazi curled the corner of her mouth into a cold smile, which combined with her pale makeup, made her look even more terrifying. This is the Yinghua group. Since when does the Yinghua group need family influence to handle internal affairs? Since you refuse to leave with dignity, then go embrace the ocean. Men Lord Xiao Zilong is injured and cannot move easily. Help him on his way. Following Tingyuan Yazi's order, two more maidservants with a murderous aura and icy demeanor stepped forward. They directly grabbed the struggling and cursing Xiao Zilong and dragged him out of the room. Splash! A loud sound of something heavy falling into water was heard, mingled with the crashing of waves. Only then did Tingyuan Yazi allow a faint smile to appear on her lips. She pushed forward a cup of freshly brewed tea and looked at the remaining Reborn Gangban. Reborn Koen, have some tea first. What did you just see? Reborn Gangban's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but swallow nervously and quickly replied. Miss Yazi, I know nothing, I saw nothing. No, you must not know nothing, and you must not have seen nothing. Tonight Xiao Zilong was killed by a family force in Huaxiao while on a mission. Do you know this? Did you see it with your own eyes, eh? Tingyuan Yazi spoke slowly, looking at Reborn Gangban with a smile that made him unable to meet her gaze. Yes, it is indeed so. Miss Yazi, thank you for reminding me, or I would have forgotten. Reborn Gangban quickly thanked her respectfully, while cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You must understand this Xiao Zilong is now more useful dead than alive. Later you will follow this account. If not, how could your stingy family squeeze out more resources to help the organization? Alright, since you've remembered, it's fine. Come sit here and have some tea to relax. Reborn Gangban hurriedly stepped forward, knelt beside the tea table, and drank the cup of tea that Tingyuan Yazi had just pushed toward him. Seeing Reborn Gangban drink the tea, Tingyuan Yazi smiled and nodded. Now you have truly remembered. If you hadn't, you would never have had another chance to remember. Do you understand what I mean? Oh. Hearing this, Reborn Gangban's mind went blank. The teacup in his hand fell to the floor, and he felt as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his thoughts. That little vixen actually poisoned the tea. Tingyuan Yazi, however, paid no attention. She tapped her fingers lightly on the table twice, and from behind her emerged two twin girls who looked like adorable little dolls dressed in kimonos, petite and cute. These are Nai Mei and Nai Shi. They are proficient in various types of ninjutsu and house skills. Later you will take them to Huaxia to meet that second young master and find that little girl. Everything you need will be arranged for you here. Ding dong gee, big dog woof woof. In the morning, the maddening alarm ringtone by the pillow sounded. Chun Xiaoqing impatiently reached out and pressed the snooze button. Oh, so annoying. The college entrance exam is over, and I forgot to turn off the alarm. After finally turning off the alarm, Chun Xiaoqing was about to go back to sleep when she suddenly felt something wrong. The bed felt wet. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it. When she pulled her hand back, she saw bright red blood. Wait, how did I get on the bed? Didn't I fall asleep in the living room? And what's with this bloodstain? Could it be? As if a certain possibility dawned on her, Chun Xiaoqing's face flushed red, and she let out a loud roar. Linny. The entire villa felt as if it was about to be pierced by her voice early in the morning. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is the world ending, or have assassins broken in? Linny stepped out of bed in his shorts and t-shirt, his hair disheveled. Let me ask you, didn't I fall asleep in the living room last night? How did I end up back in my room? Chun Xiaoqing asked indignantly, while Lin Yi simply shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course I carried you back to your room. What if you'd caught a cold sleeping in the living room? Seeing Lin Yi's perfectly natural expression only made Chun Xiaoqing angrier. Did you do anything to me? Did you lose control? Huh? What are you talking about, second miss? I swear on heaven and earth, don't slander an innocent man. Although I admit, miss, you are indeed very beautiful, I have professional integrity. How could I possibly abuse my position like that? Seeing Lin Yi's utterly convinced demeanor, Chun Xiaoqing was momentarily stunned. Had she really wronged him? Then why am I bleeding? Chun Xiaoqing held out her hand before Lin Yi, stained with fresh blood. Lin Yi frowned curiously, leaning in to sniff the blood on her fingers. His medical expertise instantly clicked into place. He looked at Chun Xiaoqing with a strange expression, cleared his throat, and hesitated to speak. Second miss, did you skip biology class in middle school? Or perhaps, how old are you, and is this your first time? Chun Xiaoqing was even more bewildered, unable to fathom what riddle Lin Yi was speaking in. When she heard him actually ask if she was still a virgin, her face flushed bright red. Even with a male soul in her past life, she couldn't withstand such a direct question. I'm only 19. Of course it's my first time. Do you take me for someone so loose? And I've always ranked in the top 3 for biology. Why are you asking this? This time it was Lin Yi who was stunned. He gazed at Chun Xiaoqing in utter disbelief. What? Second miss, are you saying you're 19, and this is your first period? Period. Chun Xiaoqing suddenly understood. They had been talking past each other this entire time. She also abruptly remembered the system's notification from yesterday. She had reverted to her normal female body. To be honest, it really is my first period. Chun Xiaoqing thought to herself, but there was no way she was going to tell Lin Yi that. How could she possibly say she had only just become a normal woman yesterday? On top of that, recalling that Lin Yi actually smelled the blood on her fingers made her feel utterly mortified. She quickly laughed it off. Sorry, little Lin Yi, I was half asleep. Oh, my stomach hurts a bit now. I called you earlier because I wanted you to buy me some pads, Safi, or Libresse, whichever you can find. Chun Xiaoqing hastily changed the subject. Lin Yi found it odd, but since second miss had said so much, he felt it inappropriate to press further and hurried out to run the errand. Only after Lin Yi left did Chun Xiaoqing finally breathe a sigh of relief. Her face was burning red, and she had never felt so embarrassed in her life. She lifted the blanket and was greeted by a strong metallic scent, and the volume was substantial. Chun Xiaoqing felt as though the sky had fallen. How much food would she need to eat to replenish herself? Was her body making up for several years of missed periods all at once? She decided she was done with that sheet too, and would just message the servants to change it later. She quickly got out of bed, took a shower, and changed into fresh clothes. But just as she was about to return to the living room, she felt another urgent need and rushed back to the bathroom. Thankfully, Lin Yi was fast and returned within minutes. Chun Xiaoqing pulled out her phone, taught herself on the spot, and struggled for quite some time before managing to get things sorted. Only after that did she feel somewhat at ease, though she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Ouch, ever since becoming a normal girl again, it feels like things are only more troublesome. And now there's a period. Ring, ring, ring. Her phone suddenly rang. Second young master, are you ready? I've booked your noon flight, and a car will come pick you up shortly. If you need anything else, send me a list, and I'll mail it for you. Uncle Fu's voice came through the phone. All right, Uncle Fu, thank you for your trouble. Oh, don't mention it, these are all things I should do. Oh, by the way, the master has something to tell you. As Uncle Fu's words faded, the voice of Chun Yonglong came through from the other end. Oh right, Xiaoqing. When you arrive, remember to visit the Xiao family first, and pay your respects to your Uncle Xiao. Remember to dress nicely and be polite, understood? Though the Xiao family isn't as powerful as ours, they are still a leading clan in Nandu. If you ever need anything, you can always rely on your Uncle Xiao. We were comrades in our youth, and our bond is rock solid. Chun Yonglong urged earnestly, unable to suppress a smile when mentioning his close ties with the Xiao family. Chun Xiaoqing found it strange. Why did her father specifically emphasize dressing well? This wasn't her first long trip, but she reasoned it was probably to ensure she wouldn't embarrass the family, so she agreed readily. Okay, Dad, I won't let the family down. After hanging up, Chun Xiaoqing immediately began rifling through her wardrobe and selected a casual men's outfit she found most satisfactory. First, she used the chest-binding bandages she had bought the night before to flatten her figure. With her short hair restored, paired with hip-hop pants, a checkered jacket, and a white hoodie, she looked quite dashing. Chun Xiaoqing admired herself in the mirror, thoroughly satisfied. Men's clothes are so much more refreshing to wear. I look presentable enough, right? This definitely won't disgrace the family. Second young master, are you there? Your breakfast is ready. Just then the voices of the maids arrived from outside the door, their daily punctual routine. Hearing that breakfast was ready, Chun Xiaoqing checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock. The car would arrive at 11, and she dared not delay any further. She hurried downstairs to eat. Lin Yi, who had long been seated at the dining table, saw Chun Xiaoqing dressed in men's clothing and was momentarily stunned. He closed his eyes, involuntarily feeling as though tears might well up. Second miss is so beautiful and lovely. Why wear men's clothes? What a waste. A little Lin Yi, you're quite courteous, actually waiting for me to eat. Don't stand on ceremony. Just eat when you're hungry. I can't manage much anyway. Chun Xiaoqing teased Lin Yi. Second miss, you bought so many new outfits yesterday. Why didn't you wear any of them? Lin Yi probed indirectly, still clinging to the slim hope that second miss might change back into women's clothing. Well, those were just backups. I generally don't like wearing women's clothes unless absolutely necessary. Chun Xiaoqing showed no awareness of the underlying meaning in his words, answering bluntly as she sat down and began eating bread, drinking milk, and enjoying her breakfast. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt utterly exasperated and secretly made a resolution. I must help second miss overcome her gender identity disorder. Look at that expression of yours. I simply prefer to live in men's clothing, okay? Besides, when I dress as a man, the risk of encountering danger on the streets plummets. That makes things easier for you, doesn't it? Chun Xiaoqing stated with an air of self-evident logic. Lin Yi, however, pursed his lips and muttered, if there's no danger, what's the point of a bodyguard? And I'd never get a chance to save the damsel in distress. What? A nothing. As long as you're happy, second miss. Chun Xiaoqing had no idea about the little schemes simmering in Lin Yi's mind at that moment. She quickly finished her breakfast while beginning to organize the things she needed to bring. Her clothes and her makalati, a globally limited custom-made item that money couldn't buy. Chun Xiaoqing also planned to send them all to Uncle Fu, asking him to arrange freight shipping. By the way, miss, after I see you off to Nandu, I'll be away for a while. But don't worry, I'll still be responsible for your safety. Wear this conch bracelet on your wrist. If you're in danger, blow the conch, and someone will come to help you. Lin Yi ate quickly, finishing his breakfast in a few bites. Wiping his mouth, he spoke while pulling out a conch bracelet from his pocket and sliding it across the table to Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing's eyes lit up at the conch necklace. The bracelet was indeed exquisitely crafted, a string of polished blood ruby jade beads with a delicate golden conch tied at the center. Huh, you're that busy. You just arrived yesterday, and you're leaving today. You're not a very responsible bodyguard. Well, I can't help it. There's an urgent mission arranged by Uncle Fu. Last night, those two from the Yinghua group. I planted bugs on them and overheard some intel. I need to head to the Yinghua country to investigate Mu. Lin Yi suddenly stopped, glancing at Chun Xiaoqing before falling silent. Mu? Investigate who? Why do you only say half of what you mean? Chun Xiaoqing looked up at him with confusion, but Lin Yi just laughed and teased her with a playful gaze. What? Could it be that second miss can't bear to part with me? Chun Xiaoqing blushed faintly, shooting him a glare. Who would miss you? Do whatever you want. If I'm in danger and can't find you, I'll deduct your salary. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi, whether genuinely or feignedly, raised his hands in an exaggerated surrender gesture. Mercy, second miss. Little Lin Yi is already so poor. Please don't cut my pay. Chun Xiaoqing looked at him, reminded of her goofy roommates from her past life. She couldn't help but laugh in spite of herself, casting him a sidelong glance. She picked up the untouched steak and fried egg from her own plate and put them into Lin Yi's. I think you didn't eat enough breakfast to shut your mouth. Take my share of the fried egg and steak too. Don't be picky, I haven't touched them. Lin Yi looked at Chun Xiaoqing with some surprise. To be honest, he really hadn't had enough. After all, he still needed to cultivate, and such a meager breakfast was far from sufficient. Looking at Chun Xiaoqing, he felt a warmth in his heart. He hadn't expected second miss to be capable of caring for others. Suddenly, Chun Xiaoqing's phone on the table lit up. Seeing the message, her face brightened with joy, and she quickly called out, Auntie Lin, please bring in the delivery packages from outside. The maid, who had been cleaning nearby, quickly wiped her hands and rushed out the door. Soon 3 takeout packages were brought in. Chun Xiaoqing took the packages and placed them beside Lin Yi. Here, this is the phone I promised to buy you yesterday, along with some clothes. I figured you're about the same build as my brother, so I bought your size based on his. Hearing this, Lin Yi's face lit up with excitement. He quickly gulped down the remaining steak and fried egg on his plate, only to be choked red in the face. He hurriedly patted his chest. Bro, come on. Is it that serious? You're so clumsy. Drink the milk to wash it down. Chun Xiaoqing was taken aback. In a panic, she grabbed the glass of milk she hadn't finished and handed it over. Lin Yi took the milk without a word and downed it, forcing down the steak, and egg stuck in his throat before his color returned. Sorry, I got too excited. I've been using this old phone for 10 years. Finally, I can get a new one. Chun Xiaoqing felt speechless. If a master of the Taoist sect descending from the mountains were to choke to death on a meal, he'd surely be the first in history. Is it that exaggerated? Little Lin, you're not short on cash, are you? Just buy one yourself. Don't get me started. It's all because the old man up on the mountain forbade it. He said I could only change phones after a girl gave me one. As Lin Yi spoke, his hands weren't idle. He excitedly tore open the package, revealing a brand new top-of-the-line Huawei Mate 80 phone. Lin E joyfully took out the phone, unable to put it down as he turned it on and played with it. As for the other package containing new clothes, he didn't even spare it a glance. Chun Xiaoqing felt a bit helpless, but she understood. Guys naturally have an irresistible attraction to electronic gadgets. She would have been the same in her past life. With the system's announcement echoing in her mind, Chun Xiaoqing instantly felt the chest-binding band tighten significantly. Caught off guard, she found her breathing slightly constricted. Damn system, that healing spirit energy is pretty good, but can I skip this goddess reward at the back? Rewards once issued are non-refundable. Chun Xiaoqing could only reluctantly accept the reality in her heart, silently deciding to change to a larger chest-binding band once she arrived in Nandu. At least it's only a B cup. If it were any bigger, I'd never be able to hide it. She thought to herself, feeling a bit fearful of the next mission reward upgrade. Yet she had no choice. If she didn't complete the system's goddess missions, her brother couldn't return, and she wouldn't have the ability to investigate her missing mother. Second young master, the car to take you to the airport has arrived. Are you ready? At that moment, the voice of the family driver who had come to pick them up sounded from outside the villa. All right, I'm coming. Chun Xiaoqing picked up her light blue backpack, slung it over her shoulder, and prepared to head out, glancing at Linny. Since you have a mission, I'll go to Nandu first. Oh, and don't forget to add my WeChat on your new phone later. After giving her instructions, Chun Xiaoqing hurried out the door. Time was running short, and she was afraid of missing the flight. Nandu Baiyun Airport. As soon as Chun Xiaoqing stepped off the plane, she felt the warmth of Nandu. It was literally physical warmth, at least 8 degrees higher than in Jingdu. She felt that just wearing a casual jacket over a t-shirt was already unbearably hot. She had only been off the plane for a short while, and fine beads of sweat were already forming on her forehead. She noticed many people around her had taken off their jackets and were just in their short-sleeved shirts. Chun Xiaoqing was somewhat tempted, but thinking of her own already sizable steamed buns, she had to give up the idea. Mainly, she wasn't sure if she was still being watched by those uncles of her family. After all, those uncles could mobilize considerable family power, and it was still a sensitive period. Better safe than sorry. She couldn't reveal her female identity for now, and she wasn't used to wearing women's clothes either. Fortunately, she didn't bring much luggage, and she could get a car right from the indoor parking lot near the airport waiting hall. She didn't need to walk much, otherwise she would suffer in this scorching heat. After arriving at the waiting hall, Chun Xiaoqing sat down to rest for a while, and was about to call Uncle Fu to ask if the car had arrived. At that moment, a pair of fair and delicate hands suddenly waved a palm-sized postcard in front of her. A lively girl's voice came through. Hey handsome, do you need a room? We have budget-friendly single rooms, luxury suites, and top-notch presidential suites. Chun Xiaoqing looked up in confusion at the owner of those fair hands, and saw a pair of watery, big eyes blinking pitifully at her. She was a girl of about 18 or 19, wearing a red cap, a white t-shirt under a summer baseball jacket, denim shorts, brown stack socks, and a pair of white sports shoes. Especially her oval face, adorned with a gentle smile that revealed a pair of white little fangs, made it hard to refuse her. Even though Chun Xiaoqing had seen many beauties, she couldn't help but have her eyes light up at the sight of this cute girl. But perhaps because she had become a girl and no longer had hormonal urges clouding her judgment, Chun Xiaoqing didn't say much and politely declined her. Sorry, I already have a place to stay, no need. The girl was obviously taken aback for a moment, but she didn't retract the postcard in her hand and continued smiling. Handsome, our hotel has some fun services. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? When she said fun, she deliberately slowed down her tone in a seductive manner. This made Chun Xiaoqing look at her strangely and couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If there really was something fun, I'd want to play, but unfortunately, I don't have the ability to. And could this little beauty be setting up a honey trap? Chun Xiaoqing spoke again. Little beauty, how did you get into the airport to solicit customers? I don't need it. If you don't leave, I'll call the security guard. Upon hearing this, the girl showed no panic on her face. Instead, she smiled expertly and retracted the postcard. Sorry, handsome. If you don't need it, then you don't. No need to be so unfriendly. I'll be going now. The girl quickly apologized with a smile and brushed past Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing didn't see that as the girl walked away behind her, a sly smile of success curled at the corner of her lips. Just then, Chun Xiaoqing's phone rang. She saw an unfamiliar number calling. Chun Xiaoqing answered the call. A middle-aged man's voice with a thick Nandu accent spoke in Mandarin. Hello, may I ask if this is the second young master Qing of the Chun family in Jingdu? Yes, who is this? A good thing I got through to you. I'm the butler of the Xiao family, here to pick you up. I'm currently at the pickup area in Zone B of the underground parking lot at Baiyun Airport. Okay, thank you. I'll be right there. Chun Xiaoqing followed the navigation and signs, easily found the pickup area in the parking lot, and immediately spotted the butler's car. It would be strange if she hadn't found it easily, because Chun Xiaoqing saw that the car picking her up was a Bentley Continental. The other cars around it had consciously kept a large safe distance, afraid of touching it. It was very conspicuous. Chun Xiaoqing cautiously took out her phone to check the license plate number, then confidently walked over, greeted the butler, and got into the car. Granny, I just picked a fat sheep. Look at this wallet, it's bulging, definitely plenty. As the Bentley Continental drove away in a corner of the parking lot, the girl just now was shaking the wallet she had just stolen in front of an old woman, showing off. Oh, my little ancestor, Yishiming, put it away, quickly, be careful about the cameras. The old woman quickly grabbed the girl's hand and pushed it down while turning her body to block the light. At the same time, the old woman deftly took the wallet and quickly counted the contents. Her eyes gradually lit up, her face full of undisguised joy. Yi Shiming beside her was even more smug. However, suddenly the old woman seemed to have found something. Her hand jerked violently. Her originally ecstatic face instantly turned pale. Seeing her expression, Yi Shiming frowned and asked curiously, "Granny, what's wrong? Are you on your period? Your face is so pale. Oh wait, you've been through menopause for years. Oh no, you little fool, who did you just pick? We've probably kicked a steel plate this time." The old woman, pale-faced, looked at Yi Shiming and asked with utmost seriousness. Yi Shiming had never seen Granny like this before, and her heart tightened. "Granny, don't scare me. I just picked a young man. He looked like an ordinary rich second generation, no bodyguards around. He couldn't be from a top family, right?" Hearing this, the old woman felt a headache coming on and quickly pulled out a special identity permit from the wallet. This special identity permit was a symbol for family members to identify themselves in other cities. Of course, the young master token that Chun Xiaoqing had stored in her system space could also be used. Just now, to save trouble during security checks, she had put her ID card and the special permit in her wallet and carried it with her. Take a look at this. This young man is the young master of the Chun family in Jingdu. Hurry and find that young man's location. Return this to him. This is a hot potato. The Chun family and the young master. You mean the Chun family, one of the 4 great families of China? Oh my god. Yi Shiming felt dizzy. She was speechless. When did these big family kids become so low-key? Going out alone without even a bodyguard? Yi Shiming didn't dare delay. She quickly took the wallet from the old woman, opened her phone, and started contacting her network to find Chun Xiaoqing's location. Named the most central villa area of the wealthy mountain villa. "Dad, why did you rush me back? I hadn't even finished my yacht party when you called me back." In the courtyard outside the villa, a somewhat arrogant young man stepped out of a Lamborghini. He wore a seemingly casual but expensive custom suit with his collar slightly open, revealing a pair of delicate collarbones. His gaze was deep and indifferent, and he looked at his father sitting in the living room with a face full of displeasure. As soon as he entered the room, he took off his suit jacket and tossed it to a servant nearby, startling the servant, who quickly jogged a few steps to catch the thrown jacket. After all, the suit was worth tens of thousands. "You kid, be steady. How did the business go with those Southeast Asians on the yacht?" Xiao Jincheng, the head of the Xiao family, sitting in the main seat of the sofa, looked at his son without scolding, laughed, and scolded him, then asked about other matters. "Dad, are you still not at ease with me? Those snobbish monkeys, just a little sweet talk, and they folded." Xiao Chun smiled smugly, leaned back in a tactical posture, and even propped his feet up on the steps. "Oh, look at you showing off, big brother. Then why didn't you handle those Sakura guys last time?" Just then, from the kitchen behind, a girl in a pink apron came out carrying a plate of freshly baked fruitcake. The girl wore a cute white pleated skirt, white stockings, and black leather shoes, looking exceptionally adorable. She was Xiao Chen's younger sister, Xiao Iran. "Hey little sis, don't cut me down. Last time was an accident. Let me enjoy this for a while." The girl made a face at him, stuck out her pink tongue, and smilingly placed the cake on the coffee table. "Come try the fruitcake I just learned to make. I added your favorite dragon fruit, and cherries, big brother and dad." "Oh sis, why did you do all this? You didn't need to. Just ask the servants to do it, or order takeout if you can't be bothered." "Brother, you don't know anything. Homemade has a sense of ceremony. Just tell me, do you like it or not?" Xiao Iran rolled her eyes at her brother, casually dipped her finger in a bit of cake, and while he wasn't paying attention, smeared it on his face. Then she quickly laughed and hid behind her father. "All right, let me teach you a lesson, you little rascal." Xiao Chun was not to be outdone, and with a smile he was about to stand up. Enough, calm down. I called you here for something important." Xiao Jincheng saw his children messing around again, and with a smile he quickly pressed his hands down to signal them to be quiet. Xiao Chun and Xiao Iran, upon hearing their father's words, immediately stopped their antics obediently and looked at him in unison. "Today the young one from the Chun family of Jingdu is coming. She's bringing a marriage contract, so you two should get to know each other well. The Chun family of Jingdu is one of the 4 great families in Huaxia. If you two hit it off and find it suitable, it will be of great benefit to the development of our Xiao family. Moreover, when I was young, I was a comrade in arms with Chun Yanglong, the head of the Chun family. There's no problem between us adults." Xiao Jincheng looked at Xiao Chun with a smile, already starting to fantasize about holding a grandchild. "What? Coming with a marriage contract?" Xiao Chun and Xiao Iran both exclaimed in surprise, exchanging glances. After all, from the direction of Xiao Jincheng's gaze, it seemed he was addressing both of them, but he said, "the young one from the Chun family," without specifying whether it was a young lady or a young master. Xiao Iran looked at her father in confusion. "Dad, what era is this? You're still doing the marriage contract thing?" Xiao Chun also asked his father in confusion. "Yeah, Dad, is this Chun family kid a boy or a girl? Are you talking to me or to sis?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Iran's face instantly flushed. She had just subconsciously assumed it was about her brother, forgetting that the visitor could be a young master. "Dad, I'm only a sophomore in college. I don't want anything to do with a marriage contract." Xiao Iran quickly shook her head and began to act coquettish, taking her father's hand. Xiao Chun was also somewhat reluctant. He was used to being wild and free on his own, and suddenly being asked to marry. He was also willing, but he felt conflicted. Xiao Jincheng heard his children's words and was also stunned. After thinking carefully, he realized that he himself didn't know whether the Chun family visitor was a young lady or a young master. He only heard from Chun Yanglong on the phone that his second child would come. Ding dong. Just as the family was still discussing, the doorbell suddenly rang. The three of them looked up towards the outside and saw the family driver leading in a rather handsome and very good-looking young man. Damn, tricked by this old man. He was actually targeting my daughter. The moment Xiao Jinsheng saw Chun Xiaoqing, his heart instantly jumped. He quickly picked up his phone and started searching for Chun Yanglong's number. Wow, so handsome. Dad, I take back what I just said. How did you know I like this kind of clean puppy-like guy? Xiao Yiran's eyes instantly turned into peach blossom eyes. Her heart was already captivated. In contrast, Xiao Chen's face immediately darkened. He was a super siscon. If the visitor had been a Chun family young lady, he would have reluctantly accepted the marriage for the sake of family interests, but it turned out to be a young master. That meant he was after his sister. How could his adorable sister be married off to distant Jingdu? He wanted her to stay with him for a few more years. She had just graduated from high school. This marriage contract was absolutely unacceptable. Whoever wanted to marry his sister would have to step over his dead body. Thinking this, Xiao Chen's face instantly turned ugly, and he stared at Chun Xiaoqing with icy eyes. Chun Xiaoqing, who had just entered the house, felt numb. Seeing this strange family, his mind went blank. In the villa's living room, he saw a girl in a maid's apron looking at him with a lovesick expression, an old man sweating and anxiously fiddling with his phone, and a young dandy staring at him with hostility and malice. Did I come to the wrong place? Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help thinking. After all, he didn't know about the marriage contract. He had been completely tricked by his father into coming thinking he was just here to study at university and casually build some connections. Chun Xiaoqing gave an uncertain, awkward smile and glanced at the driver beside him, secretly resentful that the man showed no awareness or offered any introduction. He could only raise his hand and wave at the three people in the living room. Am I addressing Uncle Xiao? I am Chun Xiaoqing from the Chun family. My father should have mentioned me beforehand. Xiao Jinsheng had already made a phone call, but upon hearing Chun Xiaoqing speak, he managed a forced smile and gave a slight nod before pointing to the sofa nearby, gesturing for him to take a seat. The Chun family from the capital. You brothers are far too impolite. Visiting someone's home for the first time and coming completely empty-handed. How could I possibly entrust my sister to a family so lacking in propriety? Xiao Chun sneered coldly, his words laced with mockery. Chun Xiaoqing could not help but pat his own head, silently chiding himself for his carelessness. On his very first visit, he had forgotten to bring a gift. This was truly humiliating. But wait, what did he mean by my sister would go with me? Where were they going? What was the point of that statement? Oh brother, what are you doing? When someone visits as a guest and does not bring a gift, it simply shows how close our Xiao family is to the Chun family. We do not need formalities. What kind of thing is that to say? Do not let some minor etiquette detail ruin the relationship. Beside them, Xiao Yiran quietly nudged her older brother, then turned to Chun Xiaoqing with a warm smile. She walked directly over, gently guided the somewhat overwhelmed Chun Xiaoqing to sit on the sofa, then turned to fetch the tea leaves and teaware. Congratulations on encountering the third destined potential figure. The third protagonist script has been activated, the evil young master's courtship of his wife. The female lead's personality keywords are grievance, pitiful, unforgiving. Destined potential: Xiao Chen currently harboring negative affection toward you at -200. The plot world integration for You Did Not Love Me When You Had the Chance stands at 10%, with the female lead's compatibility also at 10%. To become the finest female lead host, best of luck. Hearing the sudden system voice echo in his mind, Chun Xiaoqing felt even more bewildered. Had he really encountered a third destined potential so quickly? What did this -200% even mean? When had he offended this young master Xiao? Chun Xiaoqing cried out inwardly, but the system offered no response whatsoever. With no other choice, he could only wait and see how things unfolded. Chun Xiaoqing could not resist stealing a glance at Xiao Chun beside him, only to find him glaring coldly, as though Chun Xiaoqing owed him millions. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Chen's gaze narrowed, his hostility intensifying considerably. Chun Xiaoqing was frightened into bowing his head immediately, a sense of grievance welling up within him as he muttered to himself. Do I really need to pretend to embody the female lead's traits? This guy must be troubled in the head. They had only just met and he had not done anything to offend him, yet why the blatant hostility? He truly felt wronged. Xiao Yiran, who had been pouring tea, arrived with the teapot and teacups, thoughtfully placing a cube of sugar nearby to cut the bitterness. Having noticed her brother's odd behavior, she nudged him with her elbow as she passed, shooting him a sharp look. She positioned herself between them and set the tea and teaware before Chun Xiaoqing. With Xiao Yiran's arrival, Chun Xiaoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, his admiration for this lovely girl soaring. She is truly a beautiful little angel, a savior. With Xiao Yiran seated between them, the pressure on Chun Xiaoqing's shoulders lightened considerably. Young Master Qing, do not mind him. I have not even introduced myself yet. I am Xiao Yiran, the second miss of the Xiao family. My brother is Xiao Chun. My brother was born with those dead fish eyes, so do not pay him any mind. Wait until you taste the kung fu tea I brewed. My skill with the teapot is quite impressive, you know. Xiao Chun beside them could not stay silent any longer and spoke up teasingly. Sister, the servants can handle all of this. Why are you bothering with such things yourself? The last time you personally brewed kung fu tea was for mother's birthday. Why does this kid get to drink tea you made yourself? Hearing her brother's words, Xiao Yiran's expression shifted slightly, though only for an instant before her gentle smile returned. From concealment, her left hand crept toward Xiao Chen's calf, and the moment she made contact, her thumb and forefinger pinched a substantial chunk of flesh, including leg hair, twisting it viciously. The pain made Xiao Chen gasp sharply, and he stared at his sister in outright terror. Sister, let go, let go. Brother, did you forget to rinse your mouth after eating stinky tofu last night? Young Master Qing is our honored guest. You really should be more mindful. Yet Xiao Yiran maintained her smile, first glancing politely at Chun Xiaoqing, before turning to face Xiao Chun. Their eyes met hers, brimming with veiled threats. Xiao Chen's face was contorted from the pain, so he quickly fell silent, nodding repeatedly in agreement, while gripping his sister's hand to signal her to stop twisting. Only when her brother nodded did Xiao Yiran relax her grip, though her eyes still delivered a final warning. Xiao Chen knew his sister all too well. That look clearly meant, brother, if you keep interrupting my attempt to catch a handsome guy, I am not done with you. Xiao Chun could only rub his calf, resentfully muttering complaints under his breath. Just moments ago you claimed you had only just graduated high school and did not wish to date, and now you have already changed your tune. Women truly are fickle. Though unwilling, he cast another glance at Chun Xiaoqing and vowed silently to find an opportunity to teach the young man a lesson. He absolutely would not allow his sister to be swept away by this effeminate boy. Xiao Yiran sat between Chun Xiaoqing and Xiao Chun, her expression gentle as she arranged the teaware and began performing the art of kung fu tea. Her fair, delicate hands moved gracefully between different vessels, warming the pot, adding tea leaves, rinsing them. Each movement practiced and elegant. Those two small hands danced upon the tea table like a peacock in flight, and Chun Xiaoqing found himself captivated without realizing it. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinsheng, who had retreated to a corner of the room to make a call, finally got through on his fifth attempt. The moment the call connected, Xiao Jinsheng immediately demanded, Chun Yonglong, what have you been doing? Why are you only picking up now? You nearly gave me a heart attack. On the other end, Chun Yonglong responded with an apologetic laugh. What is wrong, old Xiao? Why the fire? Are you dissatisfied with Xiaoqing? Upon hearing Chun Yonglong's laughter, Xiao Jinsheng could not help but let out an indignant snort. Back then you said your daughter would marry my eldest son and become the young mistress of your Chun family. A girl from your Chun family would wed my son as our young mistress. You told me your second child was coming, and I naturally assumed it was your daughter. How could it be your son? You old rascal, trying to scheme against me, are you? On the other end, Chun Yonglong immediately understood upon hearing Xiao Jinsheng's words, his mind racing as he realized he had been foolish enough to forget mentioning this to old Xiao. Oh, how embarrassing. You have misunderstood. My second child is indeed a girl, but due to certain family matters I could not reveal her true identity. I have already obtained an additional ID for her, so you can have Xiaoqing get to know your son first. Once the young ones become familiar with each other, they will naturally share the details. But we should not bring it up ourselves. Otherwise there might be ears everywhere, and it would make Xiaoqing uncomfortable. Only then did Xiao Jinsheng's expression soften, casting a glance at Chun Xiaoqing before realization dawned on him. No wonder this child looked prettier than a girl, even in boy's clothes. So it is a girl. A smile instantly replaced his anger. Oh, my old comrade in arms, you should have told me about such an important matter sooner. Look, I almost misunderstood it, didn't I? By the way, how is your eldest son Chun Tiangong doing these days? When will he come and get to know my Iran? Xiao Jinsheng laughed heartily and smoothly changed the subject, showing concern for Chun Yonglong. Truly an experienced veteran, one could see no trace of his earlier aggressive and confrontational demeanor. That rebellious son of mine, don't mention it. He ran overseas, and I've been searching for a whole day without any word. I can't control him anymore. I've cut off his funding. Let's see how long this kid can stay hidden. Young people, they're immature, it's normal. They'll understand when they grow up. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. My daughter is now at your place. You need to take care of her. If anything happens, I'll settle scores with you. Chun Yonglong suddenly remembered and added, what are you saying? I've taken a liking to this little girl from the first sight. I want to treat her like my own daughter. Even without you mentioning it, I would definitely take good care of her. After hanging up, Xiao Jinsheng returned to the living room. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed an unusual atmosphere among the three people sitting by the coffee table. Chun Xiaoqing sat nervously on one side, quietly watching his daughter brew cultivation tea. His daughter, beaming with joy, prepared the tea ceremony, while occasionally exchanging words with Chun Xiaoqing. On the other side, his son Xiao Chun rubbed his calf, glaring at Chun Xiaoqing with eyes full of resentment. Upon seeing his father return, Xiao Chun slowly rose and approached Xiao Jinsheng. Dad, you've got to control my little sister. She's about to be seduced by that effeminate boy from the Chun family. Hearing this, Xiao Jinsheng's expression turned cold as he glared at his son and retorted sharply. What nonsense are you spouting? I couldn't be happier seeing them get along so well. Why should I interfere? And also, don't let me catch you calling Xiaoqing that name again. If I hear it once more, I'll make you regret it. Also, Xiaoqing will be attending university in Nandu. Though she won't be living with us, you should visit her often and build a closer relationship. Xiao Chun was utterly stunned by his father's words, pointing at himself in disbelief. Dad, you want me to get close to him? You're not joking, right? And my little sister. Xiao Chun was so flustered, he could barely form coherent sentences, desperate for clarification. But Xiao Jinsheng wouldn't give him the chance. He grabbed his suit from the nearby rack and headed for the door. Stay home and get along. I've got matters at the company to attend to. I'm heading out now. Before leaving, Xiao Jinsheng paused beside Chun Xiaoqing with a gratified expression. Xiaoqing, once you're part of our Xiao family, make yourself at home. Don't be a stranger. We'll all be family soon enough. With those words, Xiao Jinsheng had already departed, leaving Chun Xiaoqing bewildered, Xiao Yiran blushing, and Xiao Chen seething with fury. What's he implying? Are our families truly this close? Becoming one family? Chun Xiaoqing struggled to process the situation. Even with her slow reflexes, she sensed something unusual. Had her father concealed something about her trip to Nandu? Xiao Yiran's heart raced with excitement, her thoughts swirling. What did Dad mean by that? Is he creating an opportunity for me? This is the first, and likely only, time he's ever signaled he won't interfere with my dating life. How adorable. Should I invite Qing Xiao out for drinks at the bar tonight, and see where the evening leads? As Xiao Yiran prepared the tea, she stole another glance at Chun Xiaoqing's delicate hands, so much smoother than a girl's, and felt an urge to pull the shy young man close and play with him. If her brother weren't present, she might have simply taken Chun Xiaoqing's hand and gone out together. Watching his father leave and his sister's infatuated gaze fixated on Chun Xiaoqing, Xiao Chen schemed in silence. My father is being irresponsible, uncharacteristically lenient, given how fiercely protective he's always been about keeping other boys away from my little sister. If Dad won't protect you, then I will. Hey Qing Xiao, is it? Let's see what I can do to you today. No matter how powerful the dragon, it bows to the local serpent, and in Nandu there's no one Xiao Chen wouldn't dare to confront. I don't even need to lift a finger. The boys lining up to pursue my sister stretch all the way overseas. I'll just share a little information with them. A cold smile curled his lips as he stepped aside and pulled out his phone to send a message. Sensing the unsettling atmosphere in the villa, Chun Xiaoqing grew restless. The quiet living room held only the sound of boiling water and her own soft sips of tea used to mask her discomfort. She engaged in awkward small talk with Xiao Yiran, who did most of the talking, while Chun Xiaoqing merely nodded along. It wasn't that Chun Xiaoqing lacked social grace. In any other circumstance, chatting with such a stunning beauty would have been effortless. But with Xiao Chun looming nearby watching her like prey, even someone more accomplished would have wilted under that pressure. Chun Xiaoqing sensed that both siblings were completely off-kilter, their gazes fixed on her like wolves eyeing a lamb. One hungry to devour her, the other eager to destroy her. After half an hour, Chun Xiaoqing decided it was time to make her exit. Swallowing hard, she considered her options. The Xiao family visit was complete, and she needed an excuse to slip away before she lost her nerve entirely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then Chun Xiaoqing's phone rang, and she answered it like a lifeline. Hello? Uncle Fu. Yes, I finished visiting the Xiao family, and am leaving now. Chun Xiaoqing hung up quickly, grabbing her bag to depart. She turned to Xiao Yiran with an apologetic expression. Yiran and senior brother Xiao Chun, I haven't secured accommodations yet. I'll head to the Chun family's property in this area to find a place to stay. I won't intrude further. Let's catch up next time. Xiao Yiran rose quickly, surprised. Qing Xiao, you could stay with us. It's already past 6. Venturing out alone isn't safe. Why not wait until tomorrow? No thank you. Someone's picking me up, it's fine. Startled by Xiao Yiran's pursuit, Chun Xiaoqing hurried forward. She burst through the villa door and spotted the Chun family car waiting. Without hesitation, she climbed in and urged the driver to speed off immediately. Drive. The driver gunned the engine without complaint, weaving through the wealthy estate. Once clear of the grounds, Chun Xiaoqing slumped back and exhaled deeply, finally letting her guarded tension ease. Her phone rang again. She looked down and saw it was Uncle Fu calling. Assuming he was checking on her safety, she answered. Hello, Uncle Fu. Don't worry, I'm already in the car. What? You got in the car? Our driver is still waiting for you. I was about to ask if you'd left in the Xiao family's vehicle. Chun Xiaoqing's heart plummeted as she processed his words, and simultaneously felt a cylindrical hard object pressing against the back of her head. Don't talk nonsense. Just say you're fine and hang up. At that moment, a warm breath brushed against the ear that wasn't answering the phone, accompanied by a hoarse whisper. Chun Xiaoqing felt utterly devastated. She really should have checked the almanac before going out today. Truly, she had just escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair. How could she encounter kidnappers in such a wealthy villa area like Fuhao Villa? She silently called out to the system a couple of times, hoping for some response to save her, but there was no reply at all. Stop dawdling. Say it quickly. The gun barrel behind her head pressed harder, and the hoarse voice by her left ear growled lowly. Chun Xiaoqing's heart leaped, and she quickly spoke. Uncle Fu, I'm fine. Please tell Grandma I'm okay. I'm taking the car arranged by the Xiao family. I should be able to visit her soon. As soon as Chun Xiaoqing finished speaking, the phone in her right hand was snatched away. It was hung up by the person sitting in the third row behind her. Meanwhile, Uncle Fu was utterly bewildered. Tell Grandma that she'll come to visit her soon. But didn't the old lady pass away many years ago? Why is the second miss saying she's going to visit Grandma? Oh, I see. As expected of a great family with many descendants. She must be referring to an elder from the Chun family in Nandu. The second miss is truly filial. I need to go inform the old master. Uncle Fu nodded in sudden realization, his face full of gratification. He continued his work, unhurriedly planning to finish what he was doing before asking the old master about which grandmother from the Chun family in Nandu. Chun Xiaoqing, on the other hand, was in a dire situation. She cautiously looked at the others in the car. The interior was dark, and from the darkness outside it seemed they were heading toward the suburbs with no streetlights to illuminate the road. She could only vaguely make out the silhouettes of people. The driver was a middle-aged man in a high-collared coat and hat. Through the rearview mirror, Chun Xiaoqing saw a very thin man with an extremely cold demeanor behind her. Chun Xiaoqing's heart was tight with anxiety, praying that Uncle Fu would understand her message. Her mind raced. The only way to save herself now was to find an opportunity to blow the conch shell Lin he had left behind. Or perhaps negotiate with these people. Since they had kidnapped her without killing her immediately, they must be after money. With this thought, Chun Xiaoqing's mind became more agile. How much ransom do you want? Just name the price. I can give you anything. The driver in front remained as still as a wooden block, as if he hadn't heard, continuing to drive. How, we don't need your money. Someone wants to see you. You can discuss it with our boss later. Boss? Who in the world do I know in Nandu? I only arrived here today. This is ridiculous. Chun Xiaoqing was puzzled, but didn't dare to say more. For now she could only wait and see what happened. The black Santana sped along the suburban highway. Unbeknownst to them, a white motorcycle was trailing far behind, closely following their tracks. On the motorcycle was a striking figure in tight leather jacket and pants. It was the salesgirl Yi Xinming, whom Chun Xiaoqing had encountered at the station earlier that day. Grandma. That young master from the Chun family is not only connected to the Xiao family, but now he's been taken by the Heisho Bay people. While following them, I noticed they have guns, and they're heading toward the Yang family's estate. Good. Keep following. If you get a chance, rescue that young man. If we can save him, we'll have a big payday. Grandma, you still dare to have designs on him. It would be good enough if we can just return the thing. Oh child, don't say that. These big families never lack money. Anyway, if you don't ask, they might give or not. If they don't mention it, forget it. Yi Xinming was speechless, but didn't argue further. She tapped her Bluetooth earpiece to end the call and twisted the throttle again. After about 10 more minutes, the Santana finally arrived beside an ancient, elegant mansion. It was a large courtyard with a plaque hanging at the front gate that read, Yang Mansion. The Santana circled around the mansion for half a lap before stopping at the back door. Chun Xiaoqing was led into the courtyard by two men, one in front and one behind. Once inside, Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but survey her surroundings. It was a classic courtyard, spacious with a training ground. Against the northern wall of the training ground, rows of various weapons were stacked. Next to the weapon rack on a platform hung a variety of theatrical costumes. Chun Xiaoqing counted them carefully. There were exactly 18 types of weapons corresponding to the legendary 18 martial arts. Beside the weapon rack, a bare-chested man was polishing a large broadsword in his hand. The man had sharply defined features, stood 1.9 meters tall, and was immensely imposing. The muscle lines on his body seemed to exude explosive power, making him look no less than an ancient general. Chun Xiaoqing should have been terrified in such a place, but the moment she saw this robust young man, she was only filled with awe. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have encountered the fourth fateful potential. The story world quest of martial arts fanatic. Farewell, my concubine, has been activated. Fateful potential Yang Xuesong. Current affection value -100. Female lead personality traits, gentle, resilient, clear, in love, and hate. Chun Xiaoqing was thrilled to hear the voice in her head. I was so anxious just now. You damn system pretending to be dead, and now you finally show up. How did I encounter the fourth one so quickly? Are you making this up, you lousy system? 5 in 2 days and I've met 4 already. Host, are you doubting this system's capabilities? This is fate. Moreover, as this system activates, the 4 modern worlds will accelerate their fusion, which is why you encountered them so quickly. But the 5th one won't be so easy, he. Huh. What do you mean by that? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Host, you'd better worry about your current predicament first. Because the host has activated the fusion of 3 and 4 story worlds, the group pet goddess stage reward is being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward ability Dance Mastery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward ability T-Art Master. Ability Introduction Dance Mastery. The host automatically gains mastery of all kinds of dances. T-Art Master. When the host acts pitiful or cute, you will charm the target, making them involuntarily develop a favorable impression of you. Chun Xiaoqing felt a bit crushed upon hearing the system's skill descriptions. System, these abilities are indeed good, but don't you have something more straightforward and powerful? I'm trying to save my life here. But I need to survive. Beautiful girls shouldn't use violence. If the host insists, there are some. Yes, there are. There are 9 more such powerful skills: makeup mastery, painting mastery, musical instrument mastery. Stop. System, I get it. Hearing the system's rambling nonsense in her head, Chun Xiaoqing quickly interrupted. It was better than nothing. For now she had to rely on herself. If all else failed, she would blow the conch shell and summon help. Young master, I've brought the person to you. Upon reaching the courtyard, the 2 middle-aged men who had been escorting Chun Xiaoqing bowed respectfully to the burly man. The burly man slowly turned his head upon hearing their voices. This was Yang Xuesong, the young master of the Yang family of Nandu. I've heard you are the one who went to the Xiao family with a marriage contract to wed their second miss, Chun Xiaoqing young Master Chun. Yang Xuesong narrowed his eyes slightly, an aura of authority radiating from him without any sign of anger. The moment he laid eyes on Chun Xiaoqing, he casually scanned him from head to toe, his heart instantly filled with contempt. If a limp-wrist sissy like you dares to compete with me for a woman. Hearing these words, Chun Xiaoqing was taken aback and felt deeply suspicious. Am I really that well known? And how could this guy know my whereabouts, let alone have people waiting at the Xiao family's doorstep to ambush me? As soon as the question arose in his mind, a certain person suddenly popped into Chun Xiaoqing's thoughts. Damn it must be that bastard Xiao Chun. I must have incurred 8 lifetimes of bad fortune to run into someone this unhinged. Chun Xiaoqing seethed with hatred, mentally cursing Xiao Chen's ancestors 18 generations deep. Aside from Xiao Chen, he couldn't imagine who else would have both the opportunity and motive to pull off something like this. And what in the world is this marriage contract nonsense? Where on earth would I have a marriage contract? While Chun Xiaoqing's mind was racing with frantic scattered thoughts, a pair of strong hands suddenly gripped his chin. Chun Xiaoqing snapped back to reality to find the burly man already standing right in front of him. At nearly 2 meters tall, the man bent slightly, casting a thoroughly scrutinizing gaze down at him. Yang Xuesong gave a cold snort. Men like you, effeminate and weak, are what I despise most in this world. A real man should embody strength and vigor. Having someone like you as my rival for a woman is nothing short of a disgrace to me. The sudden forceful chin lift made Chun Xiaoqing let out an involuntary grunt, and in his moment of panic he forgot to suppress his natural vocal tone. A delicate feminine cry escaped, causing Yang Xuesong's eyes to widen instantly. He stumbled backward half a step in alarm. Damn it. Not only does he look like a sissy, but his voice sounds like one too. Hearing this, even a person with the best temper would have been provoked. Chun Xiaoqing could no longer hold himself back, regardless of how muscular or imposing this man appeared. He reached up and yanked off the woolen cap from his head. A cascade of glossy raven black hair tumbled down like a waterfall, though a touch of Chun Xiaoqing's secret technique, the form-shifting style, was also at work. As the hair fell, the once handsome youth transformed completely, becoming in an instant a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, flawless in every way except for her rather modest figure. Chun Xiaoqing subtly activated the master of tea art technique, and naturally a glisten of tears gathered in his eyes, making him appear heartbreakingly vulnerable. With a gaze full of grievance directed at Yang Xuesong, he let out a fragile, trembling voice. Big guy, you're being too much. How could you speak of me like that? I was snatched and brought here without any explanation. The first thing I hear when I arrive is your rambling about nonsense. And who exactly is this Chun Xiaoqing? I've never heard of such a person. My name is Luo Xiaobai. And calling me effeminate, bullying a defenseless girl so aggressively, and so casually grabbing other girls' chins, that's your idea of manly conduct. How laughable, absolutely laughable. You claimed I was your romantic rival. If I were the girl you were courting and discovered you were such a person, I would be utterly disillusioned. Chun Xiaoqing vented every ounce of pent-up frustration in one breath, then genuinely collapsed into sobs like a wounded child, burying his face in his hands. Such a stunning beauty, standing right there in tears, would make anyone's heart ache and bring tears to their eyes. Even Yang Xuesong's mind went blank with panic in that instant. Those words struck like daggers to the heart. Every sentence cut deep. He had just been accusing a limp-wristed man of being a rival, and in the next moment, that person had transformed into a radiant, enchanting beauty. The moment he heard Chun Xiaoqing's low, muffled sobs, an uncontrollable wave of guilt surged from the depths of Yang Xuesong's heart. And as those sobs continued, the guilt grew ever more intense. Terror consumed him. I've become such a wretched creature. That was the sole thought filling Yang Xuesong's mind. The Yang family was an ancient martial lineage, and throughout history they had always championed the code of the knight-errant and righteousness. Today he had bullied a helpless young woman, one so breathtakingly beautiful. If his ancestors found out about this, they would certainly subject him to the full brutality of the family's disciplinary rites. He desperately wanted to approach and offer comfort, yet had no idea what to say. The towering 1/19th meter brute was actually breaking out in a sweat on his forehead. Suddenly an idea struck him. A gang, Aishi. Get over here, both of you. Outside the courtyard, a gang and Aishi had just retreated when they heard their young master's thunderous voice. They were startled half to death. They immediately scrambled inside, their legs moving in a flurry. But the moment they caught sight of the delicate, exquisitely beautiful young woman weeping in the courtyard, both of them froze completely, their heads feeling twice their normal size. Then they noticed the clothing on the beauty and the woolen hat lying on the ground nearby. Understanding dawned on them in an instant. Why, young master, what are your orders? The sight of these two made Yang Xuesong's blood boil. With a motion as casual as picking up chicks, he seized both men and dragged them in front of Chun Xiaoqing. You two idiots. Wait, no, you brought the wrong person. How could you possibly bring this lovely young miss here instead? Didn't I tell you to bring me Chun Xiaoqing? This young lady is named Luo Xiaobai, and she's a woman. And the two of you must have bullied her along the way. That's why she's crying so bitterly. You can't even tell a man from a woman. You useless fools. Apologize to her right now. As he spoke, Yang Xuesong tossed both men to the ground and delivered a kick to each of their calves. Instinctively, the two dropped to their knees. Gang and Aishi were still dazed even at this point, only fully snapping back when the kick sent them crumpling to the ground. Since they were already on their knees, Gang and Aishi quickly crawled forward and began kowtowing in apology. Miss Luo, we are truly deeply sorry. It's entirely our fault for being blind and failing to see clearly, bringing you here by mistake. Please show your indulgence and forgive us. Witnessing the two middle-aged men groveling so abjectly, Chun Xiaoqing was somewhat surprised internally. He hadn't expected the mind-manipulating power of the master of tea art to be quite so formidable. He watched them kowtowing and was about to call it quits, but then he remembered how these two had pressed guns against his head just moments ago. The wronged feeling in his heart still hadn't dissipated. In all his years of life, he had never been intimidated like this before. So he continued his soft sobbing until he saw their foreheads bleeding from knocking against the hard ground, their skin broken and torn. Only then did he finally relent. Seeing that Chun Xiaoqing had finally stopped sobbing, Yang Xuesong felt as if a massive mountain pressing on his heart had vanished. The suffocating guilt began to recede, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Luo, are you alright? Yang Xuesong asked cautiously. At that moment, the burly 1'9" muscular man tiptoed around like a timid henpecked husband from Sichuan province. Chun Xiaoqing found it amusing and felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing her tearful face, yet pursed lips forming a smile, Yang Xuesong couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly and scratch his head. Xuesong, what's all the commotion in the training ground? How's the farewell my concubine practice going? You're not slacking off again, are you? Just then a booming voice came from the front courtyard. Hearing it, Yang Xuesong's expression tightened with nervousness, and he instinctively reached for the nearby costume. But before he could reach the costume, the owner of the voice had already entered the courtyard. Chun Xiaoqing looked closely and saw an old man in his 50s dressed in a Tai Chi training suit. His steps were vigorous and powerful, exuding the vitality of a middle-aged man. When he entered the training ground and saw Yang Xuesong heading for the costume, he snorted softly. He strode quickly, passing by the weapon rack, and with a flick of his right hand, he grabbed a spear. With a swift motion, the spear's shaft struck Yang Xuesong's back. Oh, Grandpa, spare me. Yang Xuesong gasped in pain. You bet I knew you were slacking off. Do you still want to participate in next month's international performance? And those partners you found? All useless. You've changed 7 or 8, and none of them are presentable. The old man scolded angrily, and as if still unsatisfied, he swung the spear again, hitting Yang Xuesong with the shaft. Chun Xiaoqing was frightened by the scene and involuntarily stepped back. Damn, such a fierce family tradition is truly terrifying. Yang Xuesong cried out in pain again and quickly begged for mercy. Grandpa, I really wasn't slacking off. I was just warming up, and that kid from the Xiao family tricked me into changing clothes. I was just apologizing to this young lady. Hearing this, the old man finally noticed Chun Xiaoqing, who had retreated to the side. Oh, is that so? He asked instinctively, but when he saw Chun Xiaoqing's face, his eyes lit up as if an idea had struck him. Yang Xuesong, seeing his grandfather questioning Chun Xiaoqing, grew anxious. He winked and gestured exaggeratedly, hoping she would help him out. Chun Xiaoqing found the old man's antics amusing and, feeling playful, pursed her lips and drawled, "Just now. Yes, that's how it was." The old man nodded, slightly uncertain whether he believed her. By the way, who is this young lady? Yang Xuesong's face flushed with embarrassment as he heard his grandfather's question, unsure how to explain. Seeing his predicament, Chun Xiaoqing understood his awkwardness. Recalling the system's task, she thought it would be a good opportunity to increase their emotional bond. Grandpa, I'm Xuesong's friend. He invited me here to watch his practice. Oh, you little rascal, no wonder you keep changing partners. So that's it. The old man's face lit up with understanding. He turned to Yang Xuesong with a knowing smile, nodding and pointing a finger at him. Yang Xuesong shot Chun Xiaoqing a grateful look, but his face reddened at his grandfather's words. He quickly stepped forward and whispered, Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. Miss Luo Xiaobai and I are just ordinary friends. Don't ruin her reputation. Chun Xiaoqing was confused. Did I say something wrong? Why does it feel weird? Did they misunderstand something? The old man grabbed Yang Xuesong's arm and scolded him in a low, disappointed tone. You fool. Such a beautiful girl, and you don't seize the opportunity. You're still calling her an ordinary friend. Look at our Yang family estate hidden deep in the mountains. She's willing to travel dozens of kilometers to see you, and you still don't understand her feelings. I think you've gone crazy from practicing martial arts and opera. Yang Xuesong's face turned even redder. If his grandfather knew he had kidnapped the girl, he'd probably be hung from a tree and whipped tonight. Seeing Yang Xuesong's flushed face, the old man assumed it was shyness. I don't know how you got so lucky to meet such a beautiful girl. This old man was Yang Zhan, the current head of the Yang family. In terms of economic strength, the Yang family might not rival the 4 great families of the capital, or even the major families in the Magic City and Southern Capital. But in terms of political and cultural influence, they were absolutely top tier. The Yang family rose to prominence through martial arts. Many family members served as officers in the military, and there was even a hidden general-level big shot in the capital. Moreover, the Yang family was a renowned Peking opera family in China, with Farewell My Concubine as a treasured heirloom. Yang Zhan looked at his grandson who stood there like a wooden block and sighed inwardly. He glanced at Chun Xiaoqing again, hesitating to ask something. He leaned close to Yang Xuesong's ear and whispered, "Brad, I just looked at this girl's face. Beautiful yet not weak, with a hint of heroic spirit in her brows. She's perfect for playing Yu-Ji in Farewell My Concubine. Ask your friend if she'd be willing to try on the costume." Yang Xuesong's expression shifted, and he swallowed nervously. He looked up at his grandfather. "Grandpa, how can I ask that? It's her first time visiting our home, and asking her to change clothes. That's too much." In his excitement, Yang Xuesong forgot to lower his voice. Realizing his mistake, he quickly covered his mouth, cursing his impulsiveness. "Oh, how embarrassing. I hope Miss Luo didn't hear that." He looked nervously in Chun Xiaoqing's direction. Chun Xiaoqing was indeed a bit confused, her cheeks flushing. She had caught fragments of the conversation, but wasn't sure what it was about. What the heck? Are these two discussing making me change clothes? Are they perverts? Fear crept into her heart. Surrounded by wilderness, if they had any ill intentions, no one would hear her scream. Although she had the conch given by Lin Yi on her wrist, who knew if it actually worked. Then she remembered her mental eavesdropping ability, which she hadn't used today. She focused on Yang Zhan and silently activated it. This girl's appearance is truly stunning. Perfect for Yu-Ji. That brat Xuesong still doesn't have a suitable partner, and I don't know what to do about next month's international performance. But even if her looks are good, how could she learn the opera skills and singing in just 1 month? Sigh. Hearing Yang Zhan's thoughts, Chun Xiaoqing secretly relaxed. She weighed the feasibility of the idea. It wouldn't harm her, and she had the system's dance expertise and the unused heavenly voice skill. Plus, it could boost her emotional bond with Yang Xuesong. A win-win situation with no risk. With that thought, she made up her mind. Taking a small step toward the two men, she spoke softly with a hint of shyness. "Grandpa, I'm willing to try on the costume for Xuesong." Yang Xuesong was stunned, his heart surging with excitement, joy, gratitude, and guilt. He felt even worse knowing that he had kidnapped such a gentle, beautiful, and lovely girl to bring her here. At the same time, he realized that his feelings for Xiao Yiran seemed to be fading. "I'm such a jerk, kidnapping her. And it's all that Xiao Chen's fault for sending the wrong person. But luckily he messed up. Otherwise, how could I have met such a wonderful girl?" Chun Xiaoqing noticed his conflicted expression and felt a bit amused. She decided to play along and see how things would unfold. Yang Zhan's eyes brightened with surprise and delight. "Excellent. Xuesong, go get the costume. Let's see how she looks." Yang Xuesong hesitated for a moment, then nodded and hurried to fetch the costume. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoqing's heart raced with nervous anticipation. When she finally put on the elaborate costume, she felt a strange sense of belonging, as if she had stepped into another world. Yang Zhan and Yang Xuesong both stared in awe. "Incredible. It's as if Yu-Ji herself has come to life." Yang Zhan exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "Xuesong, you lucky dog. This is fate." Yang Xuesong's face flushed, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from Chun Xiaoqing. She looked breathtaking, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. Chun Xiaoqing felt a mix of pride and embarrassment. She had only intended to help, but now she seemed to have stirred something deeper. Still, she reminded herself of her mission. This was just a step toward completing the system's task. She couldn't afford to get too entangled. With a soft sigh, she resolved to keep her distance emotionally while playing her role perfectly. After all, this was all part of the plan. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing agree, Yang Zhan couldn't help but smile. He quickly entered the nearby costume room to find the Yu-Ji costume. "I disagree. Who dares let him wear the costume today?" At that moment, a stern reprimand came from within the courtyard. As the reprimand ended, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard gate beside the training hall. Following the sound, many figures were seen approaching. Soon 2 old men in their late 60s, nearly 70, led a group of servants into the courtyard. Beside the older of the 2 old men, a haughty young girl in a cheongsam, with a look of feigned obedience, held his arm and followed into the training hall. Leading the way were actually a gang and a Shur who had just finished kowtowing and been driven out. The 2 now had their foreheads hastily bandaged with white cloth. "A gang. A Shur. You brought the elders here. Why would you do this?" Yang Xuesong, seeing the elders had come, even bringing his junior sister Deng Xiaoxiao, now sensed something was wrong. Seeing a Shur and a gang leading the way, he became even angrier and shouted sternly. A gang, usually just a driver with a timid nature, upon hearing the young master's reprimand, averted his gaze, not daring to meet Yang Xuesong's eyes, and quickly dodged to the side. A Shur, however, stared at Chun Xiaoqing with a cold and malicious glare. Though startled by the young master's questioning rebuke, he did not flinch. Instead, he slightly bowed, cupped his hands, and gestured for the 2 old men behind him to enter the training hall. "Forgive us, young master. Though we are your men, we must also consider the family. I merely reported what happened here to the second elder and the grand elder." Ashur replied calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. He was originally one of the elder's men, and today he harbored extreme hatred for Chun Xiaoqing. He resented that the young master would speak for an outsider, and that he was made to kowtow to an outsider, even a woman. Just now, he had also taken the opportunity to eavesdrop, while outside secretly reporting to the family elders. A gang too was discontent, but being timid, he agreed under Ashur's instigation to join in causing trouble. "You two are so ungrateful. I've been so good to you, not only giving you 3 times the salary of other servants, but also much better treatment. I think you are truly ungrateful. Yang Xuesong's eyes nearly blazed with fury. He understood that this matter was likely to escalate. Nephew Xuesong, don't blame them. We're all family. Your subordinates are our subordinates, aren't they the same? And thanks to them for informing us, otherwise we'd let you do whatever you want. Yang Zhan, who had been beaming with joy earlier, now turned serious, squinting coldly at a gang and a Sure. He ignored the two underlings and instead looked at the two old men with a forced smile. Big brother, second brother, what a fine leisure you have. Usually you don't come to this training hall for months. How could it be your old bones want to get some exercise yourselves, eh? And don't throw accusations around. What heinous thing have we done that you call it messing around? These two old men were Yang Zhan's elder brothers Yang Fan and Yang Li, now the family's grand elder and second elder. Yang Fan held two smooth black round stones in his hand, playing with them. Upon hearing Yang Zhan's words, he sneered. Third brother, you are indeed the family head now, but such a major family matter cannot be decided by one person alone. If this isn't messing around, what is? Second elder Yang Li, holding a long-stemmed pipe, gave a light cough. Cough, cough. Third brother, just now I saw you go to fetch the UG costume. You weren't planning to let this outsider try it on, were you? Could it be that you want this ignorant little girl to replace Xiao Xiao, eh? At this point, Deng Xiao Xiao, who had been unable to contain herself, stepped forward as soon as the elders finished speaking. Third grandpa, brother Xuesong, what do you mean? Do you think I'm not qualified to play UG? You should know I've trained in the family opera and martial arts for 12 years, just like brother Xuesong. I think no one else can be better than me. After saying this, Deng Xiao Xiao cast a hostile glance toward Chun Xiaoqing. She walked quickly toward Chun Xiaoqing in 3 steps, and when she stood before her, she snorted disdainfully. You do have some looks, but you're still not qualified. Ding. Side quest T Art Beauty. As a qualified young lady, how can you let other girls bully you? Maintain your dignity. Overpowered Deng Xiao Xiao complete the task to receive a mysterious reward, ignoring the system voice in her mind. Chun Xiaoqing, seeing the crowd that had arrived, was just enjoying the gossip, but didn't expect that in an instant this girl redirected the conflict toward her. She was speechless. This girl is crazy. Whatever you want to fight about is your business. I never said I insisted on playing your so-called UG. Especially seeing her stand right in front of me trying to intimidate me. Chun Xiaoqing found it amusing. Seeing her puffing out her chest, which was even flatter than her own, standing arrogantly before her, Chun Xiaoqing could no longer hold back. She secretly unbuttoned 2 buttons behind her back, instantly making the front of her clothes bulge higher. Not to be outdone, she stepped forward and stared directly at Deng Xiao Xiao. If a boy came to fight her, she might be intimidated, but when it came to verbal sparring, Chun Xiaoqing had never been afraid of anyone. With a look of utter contempt at Deng Xiao Xiao's flat clothing, she sneered with a suppressed smile. Hey little girl, let's not even mention that I have zero interest in your UG role. Why don't you ask your family head if he wants me to try it on? Look how anxious you are. What? How weak are you that just trying on a costume scares you so much? Deng Xiao Xiao, seeing that Chun Xiaoqing was not intimidated at all, but instead approached her head-on, was startled. Especially seeing the disdain in Chun Xiaoqing's eyes, she instantly felt immense humiliation. Of course she knew what that look meant. But feeling the pressure before her, she was secretly puzzled. This girl must have cheated. When I saw her from afar, she wasn't this big. Though thinking this upon hearing Chun Xiaoqing's words, she angrily retorted, Who are you calling a little girl? I am the young lady of the Deng family, one of the 3 great families of Nandu. What right do you have to criticize me? And I have practiced opera for 12 years. Isn't that enough strength? However, Chun Xiaoqing merely shook her head with a wry smile. When it came to her background, she had never feared anyone. Yet here she had no desire to stir up trouble, so she simply revealed her family's name. Look at that flat-chested figure of yours daring to wear a cheongsam out. What are you, a stunted little girl? Oh, so you remember you've been practicing for 12 years. And yet you're still afraid someone who's never studied opera could steal your place just by trying on the costume. Deng Xiao Xiao's face flushed crimson at the mention of her figure. She took a deep breath, her hand trembling slightly as she pointed at her. This is absurd. The Feng Yufei scene belongs to the Yang family, as our treasured heirloom. The costume of Consort Yu is our spiritual symbol. How could just anyone try it on? Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing shrugged. See, you've started again. Didn't I just say I never cared about trying it on? It was Grandpa who made me wear it. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing so brazen only made Deng Xiao Xiao tremble with fury. She realized she couldn't win a verbal battle against her. Her eyes narrowed, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Silently, she slipped a hairpin from her sleeve. She had trained in martial arts herself and was certain she could give Chun Xiaoqing a taste of her own medicine, a lesson she deserved. Chun Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. Why had the girl suddenly fallen silent? Especially with that faint, sinister smile playing on her lips. Her eyes instinctively dropped, and there hidden in Deng Xiao Xiao's hand was the pointed tip of the hairpin. Hell no, playing dirty. If you can't win with words, you're resorting to force. But Chun Xiaoqing was no one to be bullied. Her mind raced, and before Deng Xiao Xiao could strike, she suddenly stumbled sideways, collapsing gracefully onto the ground beside her. Ouch! Her legs bent slightly, one hand raised to gently cover her mouth, her eyes welling up with tears like morning dew. A single crystal clear tear rolled down her cheek as she activated her masterclass in acting. The pitiful sight was absolute perfection, drawing instant sympathy from everyone who saw it. Sister, what are you doing? I was merely trying to avoid putting elder brother Yang and grandfather in an awkward position. I never intended to fight you over anything. Why did you have to push me? Chun Xiaoqing looked at Deng Xiaoxiao with a face full of grievance. Why you? What are you doing? I didn't. Deng Xiaoxiao was utterly unprepared for the girl who had been trading barbs with her moments before to suddenly pull off such a move. Panicked, she quickly turned around and slid the hairpin back into her hair. But Chun Xiaoqing's cry had been loud enough to instantly draw the attention of the household elders still locked in their confrontation. Yang Xuesong saw Chun Xiaoqing fallen on the ground, and without warning a surge of anger and alarm surged through his chest. He hurried forward to help her up, casting a look of utter disgust toward Deng Xiaoxiao. Junior sister, this goes too far. You've always been so gentle. When was the last time you showed such a wild temper? Wild? Did you miss me getting verbally dismantled earlier? Beside him, Deng Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief at the senior brother who had always doted on her so dearly. She never expected him to speak of her in such a way, not in a single day. Wait, were you two quarreling? Yang Xuesong looked genuinely puzzled. They had been standing quite far from the two girls just now. Their voices hadn't been particularly loud either. He had only caught the first couple of sentences before losing track. Grandfather and the two elders were too occupied with their standoff to notice them. By the time they paid attention again, Chun Xiaoqing was already lying on the ground. Yang Zhan's brows furrowed as he glared at Deng Xiaoxiao with visible astonishment. Little Miss Deng, although our families have long-standing ties and you and Xuesong are fellow students, why did you resort to physical violence? Even if you wanted to compete for the consort you role in the international performance, you could have simply told us. But attacking a Miss Luo, what sort of behavior is that? Brothers, you must give us an explanation. This isn't how the Yang family treats guests. If this leaks out, what face will we have left? Or is this some sort of arranged plot? Yang Zhan, worthy of his position as clan head, seized the opportunity, instantly turning the tide by leveling accusations at the first and second elders, reclaiming the initiative and standing firmly on moral ground. The first elder and second elder's faces darkened immediately. They had been in the middle of a heated discussion with Yang Zhan, carefully maintaining their advantage. How could this little miss from the Deng family be so reckless? A variable entirely unforeseen. Great-grandfather, second great-grandfather, third great-grandfather, I didn't. It was all her. Enough. Young lady, step aside for now. The first elder Yang fan was a reasonable man. Now that the incident had occurred, even if she had faked it, there was no point arguing since what stood before them was an undeniable reality. A forced smile appeared on the face of second elder Yang Li as he quickly spoke up. Third brother, you're making a big deal out of nothing. How could we have ordered this? Little Xiao Xiao is someone you watched grow up. She couldn't have meant any harm. They're just young people playing around. We elders shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Second elder hurriedly offered his explanation. Neither old man could afford to bear such a heavy accusation. Very well, that's what you said. We elders won't interfere in their matters. Then can Miss Luo try on the costume or not? It's not like us elders are the ones performing. Why are you still blocking her? Yang Zhan latched onto the second elder's words, and in an instant the two old men fell silent. Standing nearby, Deng Xiaoxiao's face darkened again with displeasure, yet she dared not say a word. The two elders exchanged quiet whispers and seemed to reach some unspoken agreement, nodding to each other. Smiles of confidence reappeared at the corners of their mouths. Yang Fan stepped forward and spoke first. Since you clan head insist on letting this young lady try on the consort you costume, why don't we invite someone to witness it? If she proves herself qualified, we shall have nothing more to say. A witness? Yang Zhan's brows furrowed slightly, looking at them in confusion. The second elder let out a hearty laugh and stepped forward to explain. A-gang, go and invite grandmother to come out. Upon hearing this, A-gang immediately agreed and signaled several people to retire to an adjacent room to fetch grandmother. You intend to have grandmother serve as the witness? Yang Zhan's heart grew uneasy and he couldn't help but retort. Seeing his expression, the first elder simply chuckled. Third brother, you are the clan head, and your wishes naturally command respect. Since you insist on having this girl try on the consort you costume, why not let her compete against Xiao Xiao? Have grandmother act as the witness. That's fair to everyone, isn't it? The second elder chimed in with a smile. Third brother, back in the war-torn era, grandmother made our family's performance of the hero and his beloved consort renowned throughout the world. And since this is all preparation for the international performance competition, who better to judge? Hearing this, Yang Xuesong grew visibly unhappy. This is nothing short of bullying. It's only a fitting test. Yet with grandmother present, they'll inevitably compare singing and dancing skills. How can that be fair against Xiao Xiao? This is completely unjust. At Yang Xuesong's words, the first elder, second elder, and the servants behind them all burst into laughter together. We've already made concessions based on your demands. That's as fair as it gets. Exactly. If you find it unfair, you can withdraw now and not compete at all. The second elder replied with a cold smile, thoroughly satisfied. Seeing the third brother's predicament, he felt victory was already within his grasp. The grand elder turned toward his third brother with a smug air, his words dripping with mocking hypocrisy. Third brother, out of all the brotherhood ties we share, might I suggest that this Miss Luo simply withdraw. That way you need not lose face before our matriarch, and spare her the amusement. Behind them the retinue of servants erupted into arrogant murmurs. They thought they were so formidable, yet can't sing or dance for anything. And here I see someone lacking such basic skills still has the audacity to compete against Miss Xiao Xiao. With performances like these, she might as well forfeit right now. What's there even to compete over? Absolutely humiliating. This is a foregone conclusion. There's no way that girl on the opposite side stands a chance. I'd sooner do a handstand and eat my own waist than watch her win. Bold words. That's what you said, straight up wishing for the other side to win, just to see something new. Oh, shut it. You kid, which side are you even on? We'll thrash you in a moment. In an instant the servants behind them began chattering loudly, following the lead of a couple of instigators. Aside from a few offering abstract or vague objections, most were hurling thinly veiled insults. The Grand Elder and Second Elder in front showed no inclination to silence them. They seemed to relish the servants' backing and flattery. Yang Zhan's brows knit together in deep concern. This situation was far beyond what he had anticipated. He cast a worried glance toward Chun Xiaoqing, while Yang Xuesong approached with a furrowed brow, hesitantly patting her shoulder. Miss Luo, how about I speak with father, and have you step down from competing against Deng Xiaoxiao? Otherwise I fear you won't stand a chance against her. Chun Xiaoqing glanced at him playfully. Is our matriarch truly so fearsome? Upon hearing her words, Yang Xuesong quickly shook his head. Our matriarch is hardly intimidating. In fact, she treats her grandchildren with great kindness. It's simply that her standards for opera are exceptionally strict. Normally, she never involves herself in family affairs, but whenever something pertains to our clan's opera traditions, she becomes rigorously demanding. Should she find something displeasing, especially if someone treats opera as mere child's play, she will wield her authority to enforce punishment as a warning. With a look of dawning understanding, Chun Xiaoqing nodded. Oh, I see. It's all right. Whether I treat opera seriously or not, I'll simply do my best when the time comes. Yang Xuesong, taken aback by her innocent yet confident demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. It's nowhere near as simple as you imagine. There are countless nuances to opera. His mind raced with anxiety as he opened his mouth to explain further when suddenly lights flickered in the courtyard beside them and figures materialized. Then came a few heavy footsteps, each one slightly weightier than the last. An ancient sedan chair carried by several servants emerged into view. Within, gauze provided modest concealment, and reclining on a couch inside was an elderly woman well past 80, her expression drowsy and languid. She wore an antique button-front coat of substantial thickness, an unusual garment that somehow blended the cut of traditional opera costumes with the elegance of everyday attire, its patterns lending it something distinctly peculiar. As the sedan chair arrived, the assembled crowd fell instantly silent, bowing their heads in reverence. Even the Grand Elder and Second Elder, who moments before had been so smug, hurried forward to greet her. Yang Zhan, the clan head, immediately clasped his fists and bowed. What on earth are you youngsters causing trouble over today? What matter could possibly require my presence once more? If your reason doesn't satisfy me, I won't hesitate to reprimand you for disturbing my peace. Her voice rang clear and bright, devoid of any frailty one might expect from an octogenarian. In fact, it carried remarkable vitality, a testament to decades of vocal training as an opera performer. Oh, grandmother, please calm your wrath. I invited you specifically to lend your discerning eye. Your third brother has brought in an outsider claiming he wishes to dress her in Yuji's costume, and even have her perform in next month's international exhibition on behalf of the clan head. The Grand Elder seized the moment to interject with exaggerated and highly ambiguous remarks. As he spoke, the servants behind him and the Second Elder alike joined in with unified support. Grandmother, you must set things right. How can such a serious matter be handled so recklessly? How can we allow an outsider to defile our family's opera tradition? The farewell, my concubine, has always been the clan head's most prized finale. How can someone who knows nothing of it play such a role? I believe Deng Xiaoxiao remains the most suitable choice after all these years of preparation, someone we know thoroughly. The matriarch, reclining in her chair, allowed a meaningful smile to curve her lips, her right hand tapping lightly against the armrest. Though the tapping was subtle, it carried considerable weight. All who witnessed the grandmother's gesture immediately fell silent. Oh, I understand. Third brother, do you have something to say? Yang Zhan's expression faltered momentarily upon hearing this. Though uncertain, he stepped forward respectfully and bowed once more with clasped hands. Grandmother, you know me well. I have never treated matters of the clan as a joke throughout my years as head of this household. I have always devoted myself diligently to managing all affairs of the family. This young girl I've selected for the costume fitting truly does seem exceptionally well suited. The grandmother's gaze swept quietly across those present, coming to rest momentarily on Chun Xiaoqing, standing near Yang Xuesong. Her eyes, previously clouded, flickered with a brief spark of interest before quickly masking the reaction. Very well, I understand the situation now. Begin. Let the family makeup artist prepare both young ladies. This old woman hasn't attended a performance in some time. I wonder if anyone among them might carry on this legacy. Legacy? All present were taken aback by this remark, each privately pondering its deeper meaning. Simultaneously, everyone sprang into action, and the martial arts hall was quickly transformed with a stage erected at its center. The seating area was arranged with simple provisions, while some hurried off to fetch the makeup artists. Intrigued by the proceedings, Chun Xiaoqing followed the family's makeup artist, summoned by Yang Xuesong, into the backstage area. Meanwhile, Deng Xiaoxiao wore an expression of disdain, utterly confident about what was to come. By what measure do you presume to compete with me? You rely on the clan's shared makeup artist while I have a world-renowned exclusive specialist. And my Yuji costume was custom-made from the finest materials available. Deng Xiaoxiao entered another dressing room backstage, where preparations commenced with equal urgency. Simultaneously, the drummers and musicians arrived beside the stage, making final arrangements for the accompaniment. As those gathered below waited, they could no longer contain themselves, and began whispering among themselves once more. Most had already foreseen the outcome, and spared no ridicule for the clan head's faction or Chun Xiaoqing. In a corner of the courtyard, someone had even set up a small table to place bets. Come on, place your bets. I, a gang and the banker. Bet on Miss Deng Xiaoxiao to win this contest, and be chosen by the matriarch. Anyone in? Of course I'll bet on the banker, which is also Miss Deng Xiaoxiao. Boring, such an obvious bet. Only a fool would pick the underdog. And if no one bets on the underdog, we can't even open the game. What's the point? But a gang sneered coldly. That depends on what the young master means. Yang Xuesong, not one to swallow an insult, stepped forward upon hearing this. His towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, stood before a gang. Startled, the gang stumbled back 2 steps, but quickly forced calm, swallowing hard and gritting his teeth. Young master, what do you intend? I haven't broken any family rules. I merely asked for your opinion. Are you afraid that Luo Xiaobai can't win? Fine, I won't play. Besides, the matriarch is here. I hope you won't act rashly and spoil her enjoyment. Though displeased, Yang Xuesong had no real intention of fighting. He was merely intimidating a gang. He snorted lightly, reached into his pocket, and glanced at the steward beside him. The steward understood and immediately handed over several bank cards. Yang Xuesong took the cards without even looking and slapped them onto the gambling table. This action startled everyone around. You want to play? I'll play with you. These cards hold at least 10 million. A gang, I hope you won't regret today's decision. Yang Xuesong stared coldly at a gang, uttering these words slowly. When the bystanders heard the young master mention 10 million, their eyes instantly turned red with greed. Many swallowed hard, unable to suppress their avarice. If they bet on the banker and won, would they still need to serve as servants in the Yang family for the rest of their lives? I can't take it anymore, brothers. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The only chance to turn things around. I'm betting everything I have. Exactly, anyone with half a brain knows Miss Deng Xiaoxiao will win. She's won several city-level competitions before. A gang, do you have a payment QR code? I want to borrow money to bet. This is my only shot at financial freedom. As Yang Xuesong placed his bet on the underdog, the servants burst into fervor. Some even sent word to other courtyards, drawing more servants and family members to watch the excitement. Nearly everyone present couldn't resist betting on the banker, while only a few family members close to Yang Xuesong bet on him. With Yang Xuesong's move, gossip spread through the crowd. Have you heard? The young master is throwing a fortune for a beauty from another clan. Over 10 million, and he dared to stake it. What a pity, I just arrived and missed seeing the beauty. Did anyone take a photo? Those not betting, step back. I don't want to miss my chance to get rich. The betting will close once the opera begins. Within a short time, nearly 100 people from various Yang family courtyards gathered. Fortunately, the training hall's courtyard was spacious enough to accommodate the crowd. The betting table could no longer hold all the wagers, so 5 or 6 tables were pushed together to make room. The opera on stage hadn't even started, yet the atmosphere had already reached a climax. At the front near the stage, the matriarch reclined leisurely on a lounge chair, listening to the musicians' prelude. She was completely unfazed by the commotion behind her. 10 million was nothing to the family. It was merely Yang Xuesong's pocket money. Suddenly remembering something, she beckoned to an attendant who immediately leaned in to listen. I think it'll be quite interesting later. Make a video call to the old man back in the capital. He couldn't make it, but watching via video should be just as good. Hearing this, the attendant's eyes widened in shock. Having served the matriarch for years, this was the first time she had asked to contact the legendary general of the family. He dared not delay and immediately followed her orders. The grand elder, second elder, and family head Yang Zhan only instructed someone to maintain order, not interfering further. After all, the opera contest that had stirred the matriarch's interest was bound to cause such a stir. Brother, you're very different today. Behind Yang Xuesong, a teasing, seductive voice of a mature woman sounded. Startled, Yang Xuesong turned around and saw a bewitching woman in a light brown trench coat and black sheer inner were standing behind him. It was his elder sister, Yang Lingxua. Me? What's different about me? Oh sis, why are you here? Yang Xuesong stammered at the sight of her. My dense brother, I just returned from abroad yesterday and arrived home this morning. I heard you were training, so I didn't disturb you. With such a commotion here, it would be strange if I didn't come. By the way, I heard that girl is very pretty. When did you meet her? Weren't you chasing after the Xiao girl before? What gave up after 8 years? Yang Xuesong's face reddened at the first part, then darkened at the latter. Sis, you always rub salt in my wounds. Forget it. That girl and I. It's just an accident. An accident? Then you'd better be careful. How many months? Pay attention, no accidents allowed. If you truly like her, take responsibility. Make sure to take precautions. Hearing his sister's frivolous remarks, Yang Shuesong rolled his eyes, thinking she was still the same mischievous sister. Sis, what are you talking about? Nothing like that. Don't say nonsense. Just kidding. Don't I know you? After 8 years of chasing, you haven't even held her hand. Poor thing, even I want to offer you my hand to try. Yang Shuesong's forehead creased with black lines, and he was about to retort when clang clang clanged. The musicians on stage struck up the opera prelude. As the curtain rose, all eyes converged. Though hastily arranged, it didn't dampen the excitement. After all, there were bets and the matriarch's presence. No one knew who would win. After half an hour of anxious waiting, the opera contest was finally about to begin. Since this was merely a solo rehearsal after deliberation between the elders and family head Yang Zhan, only the scene from Farewell, My Concubine, where Yu dances with the sword for the last time before the Overlord, would be performed. The elder's grand elder had also orchestrated a subtle scheme proposing that Deng Xiaoxiao perform first. His purpose was equally simple. He hoped to win the ancestral grandmother's favor by having Deng Xiaoxiao appear on stage first. For this modest request, no one else raised any objections. After all, it was merely about the order of appearance. The elder's grand elder had spoken, and others felt it unnecessary to alienate him over such a trivial matter. Yang Zhan frowned upon hearing the grand elder's request, knowing that drawing lots for the performance order would be fairer. Seeing everyone agreed, he chose not to stir up trouble and could only remain silent. Meanwhile, some gossipy young men in the audience had already started live streaming and recording. Soon the instrumental music began to play on stage. Deng Xiaoxiao, dressed as Yu in opera costume, appeared at the center of the stage. The curtain slowly rose, casting warm golden light onto the red carpet. With gongs and drums suddenly resonating, Deng Xiaoxiao glided onto the stage with delicate, precise steps. She wore a crimson opera costume embroidered with golden phoenix patterns. As her silk sleeves flowed gracefully, she resembled a fully bloomed peony. It must be acknowledged that she possessed genuine skill. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, the sword she wielded combined with her dance movements evoked a striking impression of feminine strength. Her vocal performance was equally flawless. Every pitch rose and fell precisely as it should, each note rendered with masterful control. The young masters below were absolutely thrilled. After all, Deng Xiaoxiao was already a stunning beauty, and now in her Yu costume, she radiated an extraordinary charm. Her agile and elegant dancing captivated everyone. Every movement drew attention, leaving the young men below exhilarated and visibly stirred. Those family retainers and heirs who had placed bets were even more ecstatic, barely containing their excitement, as they already envisioned themselves dividing the over 10 million wager. Miss Deng Xiaoxiao is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Look at her poised dance steps and sword movements. They are identical to recordings I have seen of master artists performing. Absolutely right. Though I do not understand opera, her performance felt incredibly professional. And that costume looks extraordinarily expensive. The garment alone must account for most of the production value. Young master, we apologize in advance, but thank you ahead of time for providing this windfall of over 10 million. Lucky am I that my judgment today was sound. I chose Miss Deng Xiaoxiao, placing the second largest wager. According to the ratio, I shall receive over 2 million. By tomorrow morning, I shall be set for life. Several retainers were already popping champagne in anticipation. The family heirs, though less overtly enthusiastic since they had ample allowance as blood relatives, could not conceal their joy either. They stood to win tens of thousands. The most outrageous was the instigator, a gang whose face was split wide in a grin. He casually dragged over a reclining chair and sat atop it with brazen arrogance, watching the opera performance on stage. Had it not been for several young family leaders and high-ranking elders present, he likely would have pushed his audacity even further. Hey, your so-called Miss Luo means nothing compared to Deng Xiaoxiao. She is a fraction of the real talent. Now you see the gap. Tonight I, a gang, am finally turning things around. Not far away, Yang Shuesong's brow furrowed repeatedly. Watching Deng Xiaoxiao on stage, he recognized her performance was indeed excellent. The movements and vocal delivery both faithfully preserved the tradition without deviation. At the same time, he harbored quiet concern for Chen Xiaoqing, largely dismissing the 10 million wager. His sister's teasing voice cut through his thoughts. Yang Lingxue grinned mischievously beside him. Yang Shuesong, flushed with embarrassment and indignation, hastily corrected her. Sister, I have told you many times. We are just ordinary friends, nothing more. Please do not spread such rumors. Observing his flustered reaction, Yang Lingxue struggled to suppress her laughter, feeling exasperated by his refusal to acknowledge his feelings, yet she soon composed herself and turned serious. All right, I am done teasing you. I am serious. If you lose this competition, you need to protect her carefully. Watch out for the elders' dirty tactics. Those old fellows have shown their true colors before when you competed for the position of young master. They will do anything when cornered. Only by winning and earning the ancestral grandmother's favor and protection can we survive tonight safely. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed across Yang Shuesong's eyes as he gave a low hum. If it truly comes to that, they can try. This physique of mine was not built just for singing opera. The grand elder and second elder nodded approvingly, clearly pleased. They occasionally turned to nearby family power brokers who were aligned with them, discussing the finer points. They were utterly confident, free from any concern. Meanwhile, the ancestral grandmother seated in her recliner tapped her fingers along to the melody, her lips moving silently as she hummed along with the vocalist on stage. Yet her expression remained unreadable. She would fall into contemplation, close her eyes, then open them again, lost in thought. The amateurs appreciate the spectacle, but those with expertise recognize what truly matters beneath the surface. In her judgment, Deng Xiaoxiao's portrayal of Yu Ji was commendable and met the standard of proficiency. After 12 years of training, such a level came as no surprise. However, competing on the international stage in this condition would be like attempting to brew instant noodles in lukewarm water, still lacking sufficient heat. From a video call nearby came a voice tinged with age and authority. What are your thoughts on Xiao Xiao? The ancestral grandmother took a deep breath before responding slowly. Old friend, you can sense it without my saying it. Her form is sound, but she is missing the spirit. A brief pause followed on the other end of the line, then a hearty laugh echoed through the speaker. Indeed. Back in your youth when you performed as Yu Ji, those Westerners begged for tickets to see you, but never got the chance. Oh, spare me. We are both ancient now. Let us not dwell on the past. The ancestral grandmother shot a teasing glance at the figure in the video, chiding him good-naturedly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the front courtyard meant nothing to Chun Xiaoqing, still backstage. She could not see any of it. She was actually searching on her phone for performance recordings of Farewell, My Concubine, cramming at the last moment. The makeup artist applying cosmetics beside her was dumbfounded by Chun Xiaoqing's method, secretly worrying for the young master on her behalf. Though loyal to Yang Zhan's side, she said nothing, simply focusing intently on her task and giving Chun Xiaoqing her absolute best effort with the preparation. What she did not know was that Chun Xiaoqing was quietly activating her voice of nature ability and dance proficiency within her body, absorbing every movement and dramatic vocal nuance from the Farewell, My Concubine performance video with full concentration. Deng Xiaoxiao's performance was soon drawing to a close. As she sang her final lines, she raised the sword to her own throat and collapsed to the ground. The stage curtain fell. Her performance had come to an end. Below the stage, numerous spectators clapped and cheered, their faces alight with excitement. After the opera concluded, there was a 5-minute intermission for adjustments and rest. Deng Xiaoxiao, having just finished her performance, returned backstage. Instead of going to her own dressing room, she went to Chun Xiaoqing's dressing room. The moment she entered the room, she saw Chun Xiaoqing dressed in a cheap white plain garment, and worse still, she was watching videos of Farewell, My Concubine. A wave of smug satisfaction surged through Deng Xiaoxiao's heart, and a contemptuous smile curled her lips. Oh dear, poor little girl. Where did you get that costume of yours? That curtain cloth, most likely. Still cramming at the last minute. You'd be better off admitting defeat now, sparing yourself the humiliation on stage later. Chun Xiaoqing glanced at her indifferently. How kind of you. I'll offer you a chance as well. Admit defeat now, and spare yourself the tears later. Deng Xiaoxiao's expression turned cold, her lips curling into a sneer. You really are ungrateful. I hope you can still talk this tough when it's all over. With that, she flicked her sleeve and left the room. Chun Xiaoqing was completely unaffected and continued watching the video, simultaneously activating her ability in her mind to simulate and study the performance of Farewell, My Concubine from the video. The audience below began buzzing with discussion. Huh, that was magnificent. There's no need to watch the rest. Miss Deng Xiaoxiao is bound to win. I've already started dividing my winnings. I don't even want to watch the rest of the performance. If you don't want to watch, fine by me. I intend to see it through. I want to see how terribly that little girl performs and how Miss Deng crushes her. Now that you mention it, I'm quite curious too. I wonder if that little girl will cry when she loses. Meanwhile, the young masters of various families who were live streaming were equally excited in their commentary. Their stream title read, International Performance Competition, the Battle of the Most Beautiful Yu Ji in Farewell, My Concubine. Drawn in by such a grand premise, the number of viewers in the live stream quickly surpassed 10,000. After Deng Xiaoxiao's performance concluded, the stream's popularity surged to 1 million viewers in no time. Numerous clips and screenshots spread across the internet almost instantly. Everyone eagerly anticipated Chun Xiaoqing's upcoming performance, though most came with a mockery-filled attitude. The stage accompaniment sounded once more. The crowd's excitement rose again, and all attention returned to the stage. The stage curtain slowly drew open, and a spotlight fell upon the center of the stage. Yu Ji, portrayed by Chun Xiaoqing, gracefully appeared at center stage. She wore a plain white gown, her water sleeves rising lightly like a plum blossom that had endured countless hardships. Her steps were light, as if she were treading on clouds. When her sorrowful yet resolutely poignant singing voice rang out, it was as though some magic enveloped everyone present. All eyes unconsciously followed her frail and hauntingly beautiful figure, watching her turn gracefully, her water sleeves tracing elegant arcs through the air. Her expression of confusion about the war and sorrow for the uncertain future seemed that of Yu Ji herself reborn. Every glance seemed to tell a story, every movement brimming with endless melancholy. The breath of every spectator below the stage froze. This was utterly different from Deng Xiaoxiao's earlier performance. Deng Xiaoxiao's splendid and exquisite costumes and graceful dance had made the audience feel as though they were witnessing a noble beauty from ancient times. It stirred passion in their veins, igniting desires that only made them want to embrace the beauty in their arms. But Chun Xiaoqing's Yuji was like the tragically beautiful and desperate final dance performed within the battlefield tent of that era. That simple white garment seemed to evoke the hardships and toil of the battlefield. No one dared make a sound. All watched the stage in silence. The Han troops have already conquered the lowlands, and the songs of Chu echo from all directions. As that melodic line rang out, Yuji's singing voice was graceful and lingering, yet imbued with a touch of poignant sorrow. Her gaze was sometimes gentle as water, sometimes resolute as a blade. When she sang, "The Lord's spirit is spent, what reason have I for living?" Chun Xiaoqing's Yuji's voice suddenly broke with emotion. Tears glistened in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. The sword in her hand trembled slightly, and her water sleeves carved a heartbreakingly beautiful arc through the air. That fragile figure slowly sank to the ground. The stage lights gradually dimmed, and Yuji's silhouette grew fainter within the darkness. The opera had ended, yet no one seemed to have returned to reality, still lost in the scene of witnessing a peerless beauty take her own life before their very eyes. Ancestor grandmother, who had been lounging lazily, sat upright, without realizing it herself, her back straight, her gaze fixed steadily upon the stage. The first elder and second elder subconsciously stepped back 2 paces, their breathing slightly heavy. They could scarcely believe that Chun Xiaoqing had been the one performing. Yang Xuesong stared blankly at the stage. Several times during the performance, he had wanted to rush up and embrace that tragically beautiful figure. Especially watching Yuji, played by Chun Xiaoqing, take her own life at the end, he felt as though he himself were the hegemon king of old, witnessing the woman he loved die before his eyes. An overwhelming sense of desperate anguish pierced his heart in that instant. "Brother, did I just dream? I feel as though I've traveled back to the Chu-Han conflict." Yang Lingxue, standing nearby, murmured dazedly. Meanwhile, in a corner not far away, the once supremely proud Deng Xiaoxiao could barely stay on her feet, leaning against the wall, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. "What the hell? This isn't real. Someone must have swapped places. I demand an identity test. Someone definitely switched." At that moment, the household servant who had placed the second highest bet suddenly broke down emotionally and screamed at the top of his lungs. With a shout, everyone's dazed thoughts were pulled back. "I feel like I need an oxygen tank. I can barely breathe. I feel like we're about to lose the bet." Exactly. Someone definitely swapped. That wasn't our little girl just now. In an instant, numerous servants began to clamor and protest. Those who had participated in the multi-million wagers were especially agitated, their faces flushed red, their eyes bloodshot. And the most miserable of all was a gang. His eyes were vacant, and he collapsed onto the ground like a dead dog. At Lord Yongzhan's thunderous shout, he immediately sprang to his feet. "What are you all clamoring about? Haven't ancestor grandmother given her verdict yet? What's there to be anxious about?" His words proved effective, and almost instantly many people stopped their commotion, falling silent, and turning their gaze toward ancestor grandmother. A gang's eyes too seemed to reignite with hope as he looked toward ancestor grandmother. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy once more. Ancestor grandmother gave a slight wave of her hand to her personal attendant, who immediately fetched the dragon-head cane and placed it into her grasp. Ancestor grandmother took the dragon-head cane and slowly rose to her feet, her expression grave. Everyone fell silent after grandma stood up, especially the servants who had placed bets, and the family members. Their hearts were in their throats. Grandma said, "I'm sure everyone has a clear idea of how these 2 girls performed. I'm just voicing the answer that's in everyone's heart." With a gentle smile at the corners of her mouth, grandma glanced around at everyone present, spoke politely, paused briefly, and then continued. Grandma said, "Deng Xiaoxiao is a child I've watched grow up. Her performance of Yuji was indeed wonderful, very faithful in every aspect. I'm very gratified to see her give such an excellent performance." Hearing this, the crowd immediately became restless, and many began to murmur. "Grandma is right, Deng Xiaoxiao is indeed good, but I feel that Miss Luo, who performed later, was even better. The result won't change, will it? Could it be that Miss Xiaoxiao wins? No way, no way. Alright, stop guessing. Grandma will surely have her own judgment." Grandma smiled faintly. She did so because she didn't want to discourage her own child too much. "But I've been an old artist for decades. Since you all asked me to be the judge today, it shows you trust me. I will naturally set aside all personal relationships and factors to give everyone the fairest result." Then she announced, "In this opera competition between the 2 girls, I declare the winner of the opera performance to be Luo Xiaobai." As grandma spoke these words, the crowd erupted. As the saying goes, joy and sorrow are shared differently. At the backstage door not far away, Deng Xiaoxiao, who had still held a glimmer of hope, collapsed in utter disappointment. Her eyes were filled with tears of resentment. Those family members who hadn't placed bets clapped happily and chatted with smiles. After all, having a more outstanding competitor represent the family in next month's international competition was an honor for everyone. But almost all who had placed bets were wailing everywhere, since 98 of them had bet on the banker backing Deng Xiaoxiao to win. Yang Xuesong's steward, who was standing by the gambling table, was a quick-witted man. Seeing the result announced, he promptly called a few trusted aides to clear the table immediately. In an instant, the large pile of cash on the table was bagged and taken away. Just now, only 7 or 8 people bet on the underdog. We have records. When the event ends, come to the young master to collect your money. The steward shouted to the crowd. The few people among them were ecstatic. They immediately bowed to Yang Shuesong in gratitude. Young master is generous. Thank you, young master. Thank you, cousin. Yang Shuesong quickly waved his hand and said politely, haha, you all deserve it. No need to thank me. But just then the servant who had placed the second largest bet along with 2 others who had also bet heavily suddenly went berserk. Their eyes were full of hatred, disbelief, anger, and resentment. They were now hysterical and out of control. This is my money. My money. Impossible, impossible. How could I lose? There must be a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. That's right. There's definitely a conspiracy. Grandma only said that to help the young master. Damn it. They cheated us out of our money. Give it back. Shouting like this, the 3 men rushed toward the crowd and the bags of money being moved away. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. The 3 men were habitual gamblers, so it was no surprise they had bet so recklessly. Many others who had also lost their shirts were not quite that crazy, since although they had bet heavily, it was still within their means. But they still felt terrible. Taking advantage of the chaos, they rushed at a gang. Several big losers surrounded a gang and began to punch and kick him wildly. You son of a bitch. It's all because you egged us on. How else could we have lost so much? Damn it, I believed your lies. I lost 2 months' salary. I'm going to beat you to death today. I should have checked the almanac. What terrible luck. Didn't you just guarantee a sure win? I'm so mad. In an instant, amid the chaotic crowd, a gang's miserable screams could be heard as he rolled around under the stomping feet. A servant in charge of security saw this and quickly helped Grandma into a reclining chair, carrying her away. Meanwhile, others remained to maintain order and suppress the chaos. The first elder and second elder exchanged glances and stepped aside. Big brother, what do we do now? Second elder Yang Li asked anxiously. It turned out that they had originally planned that after Deng Xiaoxiao won and she participated in the international competition, they could win over the Deng family by gaining Deng Xiaoxiao's favor. That way their grandchildren could have a chance to compete for the position of young master. But they never expected she would lose, so all their plans had fallen through. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He lowered his head and whispered in Yang Li's ear, this girl must not be left alive. You find the family's martial guards. Yang Fan didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Yang Li's expression stiffened, and he nervously turned to look at the first elder. Big brother, we don't even know this girl's background. Is that appropriate? Yang Fan sneered. I just heard that this girl's name is Luo Xiaobai. As far as I know, no major family has the surname Luo. There are a few small Luo families, but they're insignificant. Yang Li understood and nodded. He then took out his phone, walked to a secluded spot, and began making calls. But they didn't notice that in the secluded spot where they stood, a dark figure was quietly lying on the beam of the wall behind them. After listening to their conversation, the dark figure swiftly turned over and left. It quickly moved to the room above the backstage. This was the little thief, Yi Xinming, who had been following all along. She murmured to herself in confusion. Hey, that's strange. I've searched the entire Yang mansion, but can't find that Master Chun. And who are those 2 old men going to kill? Could it be the little beauty who just won the performance? No, since I'm here anyway, I might as well check it out. Thinking this, Yi Xinming wasted no more time. Just as she was about to slip into the backstage room, suddenly a slender jade hand touched her waist. Who? Yi Xinming spun around abruptly and saw a gleaming dagger thrusting toward her. A chill ran through her heart. She quickly sidestepped to dodge, while simultaneously drawing a short whip from around her waist and lashing it at the black-clad figure who had ambushed her. The whip was incredibly fast, instantly wrapping around the attacking woman's calf. The black-clad woman hadn't expected Yi Xinming to be so skilled. Feeling the whip around her calf, she used her other hand to slash at the whip, trying to cut it. But Yi Xinming wouldn't give her the chance. She delivered a side kick with her long leg in tight black leather pants, aiming at the black-clad woman. The backstage was a temporary wooden structure. With the 2 of them struggling like this, a cracking sound was heard, and the 2 fighting women fell from the roof. At that moment, Chun Xiaoqing, who was changing clothes in the room, was stunned. Seeing the 2 women tangled together, she instinctively grabbed clothes to cover herself and let out a scream. What the hell? Where did these 2 female perverts come from? Ruffians. At the words, both the woman in black and Yi Xinming felt their minds go blank. It was the first time they had been called such a thing by a girl. Embarrassed, they instantly broke apart with uncanny synchronization, each jumping to a separate side, maintaining a safe distance. At that moment, Chun Xiaoqing, who had hastily thrown on her clothes, finally took a good look at the 2 women who had fallen in. Her heart still racing, she gasped in surprise when she recognized their faces. Little Chili Yao Yu. What are you doing here? And you, the tout from the station. Little Chili. Yao Yu was utterly bewildered by the nickname. Why does the young master's cousin call me that? Wait. No, why is this little cousin here? Yi Xinming, equally flustered and indignant, blurted out. What tout? I'm a virtuous maiden. How could I be a tout? That's such a vile thing to say. Huh. Wait, how do you know I was touting at the station? Bah, you've got me all twisted. How do you know I was pushing lodging at the station? Yi Xinming looked at Chun Xiaoqing with puzzlement. When she saw her face, she frowned, feeling a strange familiarity, but unable to recall where she had seen her. She then turned to Yao Yu with a cold glare. And you? Why did you ambush me? If I weren't so agile, you'd have gotten me. Yao Yu glanced at her dismissively, snorted coldly, and retorted, I should be asking you the same. Why do you have the young master's wallet? We placed a tracker in it to keep him safe at all times. We followed the signal all the way only to find that it was you, not the young master. Startled, Yi Xinming instinctively pulled out the wallet and stared at it with suspicion. Chun Xiaoqing, who had been struggling to explain herself, pointed at the wallet indignantly. Oh damn, not only are you a tout, but you're also a petty thief. Why did you steal my cousin's wallet? In her agitation, Chun Xiaoqing almost let the words slip. Yi Xinming felt ready to faint from anger. This girl had such a sharp tongue. If Yao Yu weren't present, she would have dragged her over and given her a good spanking. I didn't steal it, oh I found it, okay. I've been chasing after you all the way to return it. I'm a kind soul. Being misunderstood like this really hurts. Yi Xinming spread her hands in an innocent gesture. Yao Yu and Chun Xiaoqing both eyed her with suspicion, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead. She gave an awkward laugh and quickly tossed the wallet to Yao Yu. Here, since it's your young master's, I've found the right person. Take it back. With that, Yi Xinming flung the hot potato toward Yao Yu. Cautiously, Yao Yu didn't catch it with her hands, but whipped out a ribbon to wrap around the wallet and examine it. Only after confirming that it was safe did she tuck it into her bosom. Chun Xiaoqing watched helplessly as her wallet was taken away, wanting to say something, but unable to speak. In her heart, she felt utterly miserable. Pat, 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 pat. At that moment, a clatter of footsteps came from outside. Bad. Come with me. I overheard the family's grand elders saying they want to kill you. Yi Xinming's expression changed. She immediately grabbed Chun Xiaoqing's right arm and made for the door. No, Miss Luo cannot go with you, she must come with me. Seeing Yi Xinming's move, Yao Yu was startled and quickly seized Chun Xiaoqing's left arm, intending to escape through the window. Ow. Stop pulling. Let's agree. Let's all go together. You're tearing me in half. Yao Yu and Yi Xinming exchanged a hostile glance before they all dashed for the door. Bang! The door burst open and 3 figures shot out of the backstage room, vaulted over the wall, and with light-footed agility fled toward the dense forest beyond the Yang family estate. Hot on their heels, 5 martial guards with ferocious painted faces stormed into the room. A quick scan revealed no one. The leader's eyes narrowed as he saw the wide-open door, and he immediately led the chase. In the training hall, it took the security staff nearly 5 minutes to subdue and restore order among the chaotic crowd. The troublemakers were naturally locked in a small dark room, punished according to family rules, and then handed over to the police. Finally done with the chaos, Yang Xuesong hurried into the backstage area, his excitement barely contained, eager to meet Miss Luo Xiaobai. The performance of Yu Ji had enraptured him. He had collaborated with many on the Farewell, My Concubine act. But only Miss Luo Xiaobai's portrayal of Yu Ji had given him that sense of kindred spirit. For a moment he felt as if he were the desolate king of Chu, helplessly watching his beloved commit suicide with a sword so as not to burden him. He had countless questions for Miss Luo Xiaobai, many things he wished to ask, and even dared to dream of inviting her to perform a duet of Farewell, My Concubine. However, the moment he opened the backstage door, he was dumbfounded. The room was completely empty. Only a messy dressing table, a pure white UG costume lying on the floor, and the broken back and side doors. There was not a single soul in sight. Miss Luo Xiaobai. Yang Xuesong's voice trembled as he called out twice. Hearing no response, panic seized him. Just then a figure timidly poked its head in from outside the nearby room. Yang Xuesong recognized him as Assure. Young master. I saw Miss Luo earlier. I hope this can help you. Please spare me. Assure stammered. He was usually timid, and after seeing a gang beaten to a pulp on the ground, he was even more terrified. He had come to apologize to Chun Xiaoqing, hoping the young master would let him off, and happened to witness Chun Xiaoqing being pursued and escaping. Seeing Assure's stuttering, Yang Xuesong grew even more anxious. What happened? Spit it out. I saw the family's martial guards chasing Miss Luo Xiaobai, and she was kidnapped by 2 assassins in black. Yang Xuesong felt his brain short-circuit. But one thing was certain, Miss Luo Xiaobai was in danger. The family's martial guards were mobilized. Yang Xuesong frowned. In the entire family, only grandfather, the grand elder, the second elder, great-grandmother, and great-grandfather, who was always in the capital, could summon the martial guards. Who ordered the guards? Were they chasing Miss Luo or the assassins who kidnapped her? Never mind, this is urgent. I need to inform grandfather immediately. With that thought, Yang Xuesong was about to rush out of the room in a panic, but he suddenly stopped and remembered something. He turned back, picked up the pure white UG costume from the floor, carefully tucked it into his chest, and then left. Assassins and thieves. Outside Yang Manor, deep within the dense forest, several figures darted swiftly through the trees. Ouch. Slow down, take it easy. It's pitch black out here. Don't run so fast, or you'll smash into a tree. Chun Xiaoqing kept letting out startled cries, mostly because the 2 women escorting her frequently chose different directions, nearly sending her crashing into tree trunks. Just bear with it, little one. I can sense them. We're being hunted by powerful fighters. If they catch us, we're done for. Yao Yu spoke coldly. She had originally come looking for the second young master only to stumble upon his cousin instead. Still, she couldn't simply abandon them to their fate, though she felt utterly exasperated. Hey, pimp, which way are you even going? At another fork in the path, the two women clashed once more. Phew, let me say this one more time. I have a name. It's Yishiming. Call me a pimp again, and I won't hesitate to fight you. Yishiming took a deep breath, barely restraining her fury. Of those half-hearted skills of the theft sect, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You're no better relying on the dark sect's cheap tricks. Watching the two beautiful women bicker, yet again Chun Xiaoqing felt utterly speechless. Please ladies, we're running for our lives here. Can you at least focus? If you want to argue, do it when we reach safety. I'll be your referee. At Chun Xiaoqing's words, both fell silent, exchanging a glance before each gave a soft huff of reluctant concession. Of course I'm heading toward the main road. I've hidden my motorcycle there. Did you really plan to keep running on foot? Yishiming glanced at Yao Yue patiently explaining, then suddenly remembered something. A wicked smile crept across her lips. All right. My motorcycle only seats two, so I can only carry this little one. Figure out your own way. I won't be responsible for you. I'm a law-abiding citizen, I wouldn't dream of overloaded riding. Hearing Yishiming's sarcastic tone, Yao Yu merely smiled dismissively. Who do you think has terrible lightness skill? If not for helping you, I'd have vanished long ago. How dare you call my lightness skill trash? Want a race? All right, calm down, ladies. It's settled then. I'll ride with the pimp, and you go on your own, little chili pepper. Everyone happy. Seeing them about to brawl again, Chun Xiaoqing quickly deflected the situation, redirecting Yishiming's anger onto herself. True to form, the moment Chun Xiaoqing called her pimp, Yishiming's fury instantly shifted to her. She tightened her grip on Chun Xiaoqing's arm, leaned close to her ear, and whispered hotly with menace. If you call me a pimp one more time, I'll show you what an evil big sister really means. Chun Xiaoqing felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, and looked at Yishiming with unease, wondering what an evil big sister could possibly be. Fortunately, with the attention drawn to herself, the fire between the other two temporarily subsided, and they resumed their flight. By the way, little girl, you smell wonderful. Your scent is exactly like your cousin's. Yishiming, who was supposed to be focused on escaping, suddenly asked this out of nowhere. As a professional thief, she was highly sensitive to the scents of everyone she came into contact with. When she had leaned in to whisper earlier, she had caught Chun Xiaoqing's fragrance. It was identical to that of the second young master of the Chun family from that day. This left Chun Xiaoqing momentarily tongue-tied, but she quickly thought of a response and retorted irritably. We're running for our lives, and you're asking about this. Could we just be using the same body wash? Yishiming furrowed her brows. If she couldn't even distinguish body wash, she might as well quit being a thief. She was about to press further when, whoosh! A sharp sound pierced through the leaves, carrying the whistle of breaking wind from behind. Yao Yu's eyes narrowed, and she immediately shoved Chun Xiaoqing aside. Ugh! A sudden sting shot through her arm, and she couldn't help but groan. Bad. They've caught up. Yishiming, take Miss Luo, and run. I'll hold them off. Ha ha ha, it's useless. You can't delay us, and none of you are getting away. At that moment, the four facial masked guards, red, black, white, and green, had already closed and appearing before them in the blink of an eye, and surrounding them from all four directions. Yao Yu's gaze sharpened. She swiftly tore off her right sleeve with her left hand, and bound the wound as best she could, then drew her twin daggers, positioning herself to shield Chun Xiaoqing behind her, as she warily faced the four masked guards. Yishiming also frowned, quickly moving to stand back-to-back, with Yao Yue forming a defensive circle around Chun Xiaoqing. She gripped her short whip tightly, ready for combat. Two mere juniors from the Dark Gate and Theft Sect think you can stand against us. I suggest you hand over the girl, and we won't make things difficult for you. The red-faced guard sneered, his eyes dripping with contempt, completely dismissing the three women before him. And not only will we not let you go, we'll make sure you have a good time. I didn't notice before, but there are three beauties here. How fortunate. The black-faced guard leered at the trio, his greed openly displayed. Hey, we keep our word. Those two busted beauties will be spared, but the flat-chested lowly has to die. The white-faced guard added with a lecherous chuckle. I'll take the small one first. I absolutely love this type of lowly. The last green-faced guard's eyes darted around as he lewdly assessed the three women, already treating them as his to claim. Oh, I never expected the martial guards of the distinguished Yang clan to be such despicable scum. How enlightening. Yishiming shouted in outraged protest to divert the guard's attention, while secretly nudging Yao Yu with her elbow. Yao Yu felt the movement behind her, then sensed a round object being pressed into her waist pouch. She reached down discreetly and retrieved it, her eyes narrowing slightly. Tear gas. But before she could think further, she saw Yishiming already hurling two canisters between the red and black guards. Yao Yu didn't hesitate, immediately following suit and tossing her canister between the white and green guards. The move startled all four warriors, who instinctively scattered. Bang! Bang! Two sharp detonation sounds echoed, followed by thick clouds of smoke billowing outward. The four guards, assuming it was an explosive weapon, had no defense ready, and their eyes instantly turned red and streaming with tears. Yishiming and Yao Yu seized the opportunity, grabbing Chun Xiaoqing and making their escape once more. Just you wait, I'll make you suffer for daring to ambush us. The red, black, white, and cyan four martial guards snarled in fury as they encircled and attacked. A sharp cry of pain escaped Yi Shiming as a young martial guard's blade slashed across her thigh, blood gushing instantly. Meanwhile, Yao Yue, in the midst of combat, faltered for a moment. A red-faced martial guard drove his sword into her left shoulder, leaving a bloody hole that quickly soaked half her body. Chun Xiaoqing sat on the ground in terror, her back against a large tree, watching the already wounded Yao Yu and Yi Shiming continue to fight desperately. Her heart pounded with panic. She swallowed hard, and with trembling hands hastily dialed Lin Yi's number. Hello? Second Miss, what's wrong? The video call connected instantly. Lin Yi's expression turned grim as he saw Chun Xiaoqing's pale face surrounded by darkness in the woods, and he immediately spoke with urgency. The moment Chun Xiaoqing saw Lin Yi, she could no longer hold back her tears. Even having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such a terrifying night. Little Lin Yi, where are you? If you don't come save me, your second miss might never see you again. Her voice trembled. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, but he smiled gently and replied softly. Second miss, don't panic. Remember the conch bracelet I gave you? I told you to blow the conch if you ever faced danger. Chun Xiaoqing raised her hand to look at the conch bracelet. Though uncertain, she still blew it. Taking a deep breath, she sounded the conch at her lips. A faint yet peculiar sound emanated, piercing through the forest where only the clash of blades echoed. It traveled far. The 4 martial guards locked in combat glanced puzzled at Chun Xiaoqing. What's with this girl? Playing a whistle at a time like this? Have probably scared out of her wits. Doesn't matter. Those 2 nuisances are about to drop. Hurry up. I've been waiting too long. He got it. Don't be too rough. Leave them alive for some fun. Chun Xiaoqing blew with all her might until the air in her lungs ran out. She glanced around nervously, finding no reaction. Her briefly calmed heart leaped again as she quickly lifted the phone and asked anxiously. Little Lin Yi, I blew the conch just now, but nothing happened. On the other end, seeing her panic, Lin Yi comforted her again. Don't worry. Wait a moment. The danger will pass soon. Just then Yao Yu and Yi Shiming, battered and bleeding, stumbled back to Chun Xiaoqing's side. Both collapsed to their knees, unable to hold on any longer. Chun Xiaoqing grew more anxious, looking at the screen and asking, how long do we have to wait? 3. Chun Xiaoqing's heart skipped. 3 minutes. 2. She frowned in confusion. 2. 1. As Lin Yi uttered the word 1 on the video call, 1,000-mile will hearts entwined. Transmit. Chun Xiaoqing saw Lin Yi vanish from the screen. A sharp, piercing screech echoed across the forest. The 4 martial guards' faces changed as they looked up at the sky. They saw the full moon once high in the night sky, obscured by a colossal shadow several meters long. Above the heavens, clouds were torn apart by a fierce wind as a giant rock burst forth, its wings spanning like clouds covering the sky, blotting out the moonlight. The shadow it cast pressed down with suffocating force upon everyone. Standing on the rock's back was a young man. The moment his murderous gaze fell upon them, they all trembled, stricken with terror. What is that? The white-faced martial guard stammered in disbelief. How did a rock suddenly appear here? What cultivation level is this person? This makes no sense. The red-faced martial guard was also stunned, his heart flooded with fear. All other thoughts vanished. Something's wrong. I feel like that bird is charging at us. The black-faced martial guard's eyes bulged, his legs trembling as he pointed skyward. Run! That rock is coming straight for us. The cyan-faced martial guard was the first to move, caring only about leaving the others behind to buy himself time. The others immediately followed, scattering in all directions. Brotherhood meant nothing now. But how could their speed match that of the rock? The rock let out another earth-shaking cry, like thunder shaking the hearts of the fleeing guards. In the next instant, the rock swooped down, its wings snapping trees, its enormous claws tearing through the air. It seized the slowest of them, the black-faced martial guard. With a slight squeeze of its talons, the black-faced guard was crushed into a bloody mist. The remaining 3, terrified out of their wits, scattered in all directions. Chun Xiaoqing was stunned, especially seeing Lin Yi on the rock's back. She thought he looked incredibly handsome at that moment. Lin Yi ignored the fleeing trio, vaulting down to the ground. He lifted Chun Xiaoqing in his arms while his right hand waved gently. A soft force swept Yao Yu and Yi Shiming onto the rock's back. Whoa, who is this guy? So cool. He's not Xiao Bai's boyfriend, is he? Yi Shiming complained with a hint of discontent. Definitely is. Look at the difference. Xiao Bai gets a princess carry while we 2 get tossed onto the bird's back. Yao Yu nodded in agreement, joining in the teasing. The 2 former rivals surprisingly shared the same sentiment. Chun Xiaoqing blushed deeply at their words. But she reveled in the safety and warmth of Lin Yi's embrace. Second miss, I'm not too late, am I? Why are you blushing? Lin Yi couldn't help but tease her. If you're so capable, why didn't you tell me the secret of this bracelet earlier? Chun Xiaoqing pouted lightly, pounding his chest with her fist to express her displeasure. I was afraid you'd miss me and use the bracelet recklessly. Miss you. Dream on. Do you think I'm your little shadow? Second miss, that hurts my feelings. Should I leave then? Lin Yi put on a feigned look of sorrow. No, don't go. I want you to stay by my side. Chun Xiaoqing's heart tightened, and she instinctively grabbed his clothes. Lin Yi suppressed a smile, leaped onto the rock's back, and sat cross-legged. Only then did he reach out and gently tap her nose. Little fool, I was joking. The bracelet needs to store energy. I can't use the teleportation anytime. It's only for critical moments. Chun Xiaoqing understood now. Lin Yi gently wiped the tears from her eyes, then looked up into the distance, his gaze turning sharp. Second miss, I'll make those who hurt you pay. Xiao Bai, can you two stop flirting and consider the feelings of us wounded? Yi Xinming spoke softly hesitantly. Chun Xiaoqing shrank her neck, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Little Lin Yi, let me help them first. She squirmed out of his arms. Ignoring her own pain, she crawled to Yao Yu and Yi Xinming. Second miss, are you okay? Don't push yourself. Let me do it. Lin Yi reached out to steady her, taking a pill from his pocket and feeding it to her. After taking the pill, Chun Xiaoqing was amazed to find her pain subsiding. She smiled reassuringly at Lin Yi and raised her hand to stop him. Little Lin Yi, it's fine. I want to try my healing ability. Second miss, you have a healing ability. Lin Yi looked at her in surprise. Chun Xiaoqing smiled slightly, nodded without explaining, and moved beside Yao Yu and Yi Xinming. She placed her hands on their shoulders. Healing spiritual power. She chanted in her heart, activating her ability. Yao Yu and Yi Xinming's eyes widened in astonishment as they felt their wounds rapidly healing. They looked at Chun Xiaoqing in disbelief. After about a minute, their injuries were completely healed. But this was Chun Xiaoqing's first time using the ability. The moment she finished, she collapsed unconscious. Lin Yi quickly caught her and checked her pulse. Relieved to find she had only exhausted her energy, he assured himself she was fine. He shook his head helplessly, then bent down and kissed her forehead affectionately. Such a little fool. Why did you have to be so stubborn? Lifting his head, he whistled. Suddenly, another giant eagle appeared from the sky. Lin Yi stood and handed the unconscious Chun Xiaoqing to Yao Yu and Yi Xinming. This rock will take you to a safe place. You can tell it where you want to go. It understands human speech. Take good care of the second miss. With that, Lin Yi leaped onto the other eagle's back. Aren't you coming with us? Yao Yu couldn't help asking. Coming with? If anyone who dares harm my second miss will pay in blood. I'm going to settle the score with those bastards. As he spoke, the eagle beneath him soared into the sky, chasing the three who had fled. Yao Yu and Yi Xinming were stunned, watching the rock disappear into the distance. Suddenly, Yao Yu thought of something. She jumped off the rock, walked to where a phone lay on the ground, and picked it up. Chun Xiaoqing's phone. That man just called Miss Luo's second miss. Why would he call her that? Hey, little pepper, what are you spacing out for? What if the Yang family sends more people? Can you still fight in your current state? Yao Yu hurriedly jumped back onto the rock. What's the rush? I was just picking up Xiao Bai's phone. I'm not in a rush, but we've got a passed out girl here. Let's go, rock. Yi Xinming rolled her eyes at Yao Yu and gently patted the rock's back. The rock understood, spreading its wings and taking flight. Barely 30 seconds into the air, three agonized screams rang out from the forest below. Yao Yu and Yi Xinming exchanged a glance, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. They had experienced those three martial guards' strength firsthand, and they had been killed in mere seconds. Just how terrifying is Lin Yi's power? The night deepened, and it was now 5 in the early morning. Deep within the Yang family ancestral home in Grand Elder Yang Fan's room, the 4 martial guards have been gone for hours. Why haven't they returned? The Grand Elder's face was dark as he turned to the second elder. I don't know. That rock's cry earlier was terrifying. I'm afraid they've met with misfortune. Misfortune? Huh. Impossible. She's just a little girl. What misfortune could there be? Those rascals are probably off having their fun somewhere. The Grand Elder scolded angrily. You're right, brother. They must have been blinded by lust again. Second Elder Yang Li flattered with a sycophantic smile. Hearing his brother's flattery, Yang Fan's expression eased slightly. Oh, so it was you who orchestrated Xiaoqing's injury tonight. A cold, murderous voice came from outside the door. The Grand Elder and Second Elder both shuddered, their hearts filled with terror. Who is it? Do you know where this place is? Get out here immediately. Where are the patrolling guards? What are they doing? Second Elder Yang Li immediately shouted sternly through the door while reaching for his waist, preparing to make a phone call. Grand Elder Yang Fan frowned deeply but dared not speak. He was not the reckless fool like Yang Li. He knew that since the person outside could reach the depths of the residence unnoticed, his strength must be formidable. Bang! With a crashing sound, the wooden door was kicked open and Lin Yi, dressed in a set of work clothes, walked in with a discontented expression. No need to look, those patrolling guards are all sleeping soundly. Your Yang family is too harsh, isn't it? It's already 5 in the morning and you still have people working overtime. Lin Yi cast a disdainful smirk at the 2 old men who were both scared into taking a step back. Without any trace of fear, he walked into the room, leisurely strolled to the dining table in the hall, directly stepped onto the bench with one foot, and sat on the table. He casually grabbed a fruit from the fruit plate on the table, took a bite, without any courtesy, then crossed his legs, slowly shook his head at the 2 old men, and laughed again. TSK Tisk, not only are you harsh, but your hospitality is also terrible. Because of the trouble you caused, I had to fly all the way back from Yinghua country overnight, without even having time to eat. You already knew I was outside, yet you let me stand out there without inviting me in to have some fruit or something. Now that I've come in on my own, you're unhappy. Second Elder, unable to contain his temper at Lin Yi's arrogance, said, What kind of guest are you? I'd say you're more like an uninvited guest. I've already sent a message. If you don't want to die, get out of the Yang family immediately. Hearing this, Lin Yi without any warning threw the apple he had taken a bite from directly at Second Elder's face. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. A scream of pain rang out, and Second Elder was knocked to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. He frantically covered his nose and looked up at Lin Yi in shock. He had never expected the young man to actually strike. Seeing Second Elder lying on the ground and no longer barking, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and picked up another apple to eat. An uninvited guest is still a guest. When speaking to a guest, you should be polite. Alright, I know that guy is just a loyal dog with no real power. Hey, skinny old man, how are you going to compensate for tonight's incident? Seeing his younger brother's miserable state and the young man in front of him picking up another apple, Grand Elder Yang Fan's heart trembled. He felt that if he didn't answer the question properly in the next moment, he would also be hit by an apple. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. Which blind servant actually put apples in the fruit plate? Can an old man like me even chew apples? After this, I must ban apples from my courtyard. Though dissatisfied in his heart, he dared not show it on his face. Grand Elder forced a smile and said, I don't know which Xiaoqing the young hero is referring to. We really don't know. Tonight we sent someone to escort a young lady named Luo Xiaobai home. After all, our Yang family is far from the bustling city, and it's dangerous to go out, so we had someone accompany her. Could it be that the young hero has made a mistake? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's mind jolted. He had almost slipped up and revealed the second young lady's identity. Moreover, this old man was quite dishonest, still trying to play dumb at this point. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and without another word, he threw the apple in his hand directly at Grand Elder. The next moment, Grand Elder was also knocked to the ground, clutching his bleeding nose and groaning in pain, just like Second Elder. Ouched! Young hero, what are you doing? Let's talk this out. Grand Elder, thoroughly frightened, his old bones couldn't withstand such torment, quickly begged for mercy. Lin Yi was about to grab another apple, but found the fruit plate empty, so he clicked his tongue. TCH, so stingy. A family this big can't even restock fruit in time. He jumped off the table and walked over to the two old men. Seeing Lin Yi approach, both of them scrambled backward in terror. But how could their speed match Lin Yi's? Before they had crawled 2 steps, Lin Yi was already before them. Then he raised his leg and kicked twice, landing directly on the knees of each of the two old men. The two old men felt a piercing pain shoot from their knees. Their eyes bulged, and before they could even scream, they fainted from the agony. Lin Yi frowned slightly, took out a silver needle, and inserted it into the thigh area of the two old men. Damn, so useless. They passed out after just 2 hits. You haven't even felt the pain yet, and you faint like this. Isn't that letting you off too easy? Wake up and scream again. As soon as the silver needle was inserted, Lin Yi focused his inner energy, and the two old men were forcefully revived. Instantly, the screams that had been suppressed earlier were now released. Seeing the two old men's faces twisted in pain, Lin Yi's anger subsided a little. He threw a piece of paper in front of them and sneered. Beating you is just the principle. Now immediately transfer 200 million to this foreign account on the note. That's the interest for the trouble you caused today. Oh, and by the way, make sure to prepare more apples. Upon hearing this, Grand Elder's eyes nearly burst with rage, but at the mention of apples his body trembled involuntarily as he suppressed the excruciating pain in his foot. What? 200 million. And that's just interest. Think it's too little. How about I give you a free bone adjustment? Lin Yi, who had just stepped out the door, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the two old men. Second Elder, seeing Lin Yi turn back, gasped in fear. His obese body made him afraid that he might have a stroke from high blood pressure. He quickly tugged at his elder brother's sleeve. Big brother agreed quickly. He's turned back. If you don't have enough, I have some money, I'll help make up the difference. In truth, Grand Elder was also terrified at seeing Lin Yi turn back, though his reaction was less intense than Second Elder's. He immediately regretted his loose tongue and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. And no problem, I'll call someone to prepare immediately. Lin Yi sneered, waiting for them to act. Why don't you send someone to escort me just like you did with Miss Luo Xiaobai? Grand Elder was speechless, muttering inwardly. With a jinx like you, who would dare to escort you? It's good enough that you don't take us away. He quickly operated his phone, sending messages to notify his family to gather the money. Within 3 minutes, Lin Yi felt his phone vibrate. He raised it and saw that the 200 million compensation had been received. Hey, you two old bastards are quite rich. I don't like owing favors. Since you like to see guests off, let me see you off as well. Hi. Didn't you say you would let us go after paying 200 million? Why are you breaking your word? Grand Elder and Second Elders, seeing him approach again, were terrified and kept dragging their broken legs backward in fear. But it was useless. The next moment, they only saw a flash of red before their eyes and fell to the ground dead with their eyes wide open. Lin Yi wiped his hands disdainfully, feeling no pity for these two who had dared to bully the second young lady. At that moment, chaotic footsteps came from outside the courtyard, indicating that the Yang family had noticed something amiss and were coming. Since his goal had been achieved, Lin Yi didn't want to cause more trouble. With a swift leap, he left the room, vaulted over the courtyard wall, and left the Yang mansion until he reached the golden eagle that had been waiting in the forest. Lin Yi patted the golden eagle's head and said with a smile, "You really worked hard today, flying so far twice." At that moment, a dissatisfied low cry came from the dense forest nearby. Lin glanced toward the sound, and saw a rock walking over with its head lowered like a ground chicken, also acting coquettishly asking for a pat. Lin couldn't help but laugh, and reached out to pat its head as well. Alright, you've worked hard too. Killing just a few weak chickens, and you're already this cocky. Suddenly felt the phone vibrate. Then Lin took out his phone and unlocked the screen. The wallpaper was a photo of Chun Xiaoqing that he had secretly taken at some unknown time. At the same time, a text message on the phone displayed, 2,000 yuan has been successfully transferred to the account. Lin Yi's eyes involuntarily showed joy. Haha, now this money is completely clean. No need to worry about those two old bastards leaving any tricks to cause accidents. I'll transfer 100 million to Xiaoqing's account later, take a short rest, and then go to Sakura tomorrow noon. I haven't finished investigating that place yet. On the mountaintop, Lin slowly fell asleep leaning against two birds. At that time, no one knew that the video of Chun Xiaoqing's trial performance of Yu Ji's sword dance from the previous night had gone viral on the internet. The phone of that Yang family member who posted the video was flooded with private messages. It even alarmed the Chinese Opera Association. Inside the Yang residence, Yang Zhan's phone was also bombarded with calls from the Chinese Opera Association. Hey Vice President, don't congratulate me yet. That little girl who gave the trial performance is not a member of the Yang family. If she were, it would be a blessing from our ancestors. Oh dear, President Long, that girl is really not here with us. We don't know either. Okay, we will do our utmost to find her. Great-grandmother sat in the main seat of the Yang family hall frowning with worry. She glared angrily at the corpses of the first elder and second elder below, who had died with their eyes wide open. Because their knees had been crushed, their bodies were twisted beyond recognition, lying on the ground like grotesque creatures. Who is so bold to kill inside our Yang mansion? The crowd below fell silent. Yang Zhan, still on the phone, walked over and answered reluctantly. Mother, we have sent people to investigate, but haven't gotten any results yet. Besides, 200 million in funds were transferred out before the incident, and we can't trace them now. What? Great-grandmother's face turned grim. This was a great humiliation for the Yang family. She sighed and had to set the matter aside for now to ask about other things. Do you have any news about that girl Luo Xiaobai? Great-grandmother asked Yang Zhan, who had just finished his call. Great-grandmother, no. No news at all. I don't know if we can find her. The Opera Association is putting a lot of pressure on us. Hearing this, great-grandmother let out a deep sigh. Knowing this news, looking at her two sons who had died miserably, made her even angrier. You two worthless things. How old are you now? It was the same when you were competing for the family head position. Now you've come to such an end. Alas. Yang Xuesong, standing nearby, had a worried face. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he immediately smiled. Great-grandmother, grandfather, I know where to find Miss Luo. I'll go to the Xiao family tomorrow to ask. The next afternoon, in a villa area near Nanda University, inside one of the villas. Chun Xiaoqing slowly woke up, rubbing her head that still felt swollen and sore, and yawned lazily. Suddenly she felt something was wrong. Her hand seemed to be touching something soft, and she murmured in confusion. Why is this pillow so soft? Of course a pillow wouldn't be this soft, because what you're touching is not a pillow at all. Suddenly a suppressed laugh of mockery came. Hearing the sound, Chun Xiaoqing's mind, which had been still dazed, instantly cleared. She looked closely and saw that she was actually sleeping on a huge 1.8-meter bed. Even more embarrassing, on both sides of her were sleeping two beautiful women. These two beauties were naturally Yao Yu and Yi Xinming. At that moment her hand was pressing on Yao Yu's unspeakable area. Yao Yue, of course, was awake, staring at her with a stiff body and a face full of embarrassment, but didn't say a word. On the other side, Yi Xinming was already laughing while holding her stomach and bending over. Chun Xiaoqing, as if electrocuted, quickly withdrew her hand and immediately jumped out of bed. However, what made her even more devastated was that as soon as she stood up, she felt a chill all over her body. Looking down, she discovered the thing that made her collapse. But at this moment, she couldn't possibly crawl back under the covers. She quickly looked around the room and finally found a loose bathrobe in the bathroom. Wrapping herself in the bathrobe, Chun Xiaoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. A hint of anger flickered in her eyes as she looked at Yao Yu and Yi Xinming, who were still resting on the bed. How can you two sleep together with me? That's too boundaryless. Yi Xinming said nonchalantly, little girl, look how excited you are. We're all girls, what are you afraid of? And we didn't do it on purpose. Not on purpose. Chun Xiaoqing felt so angry, she just wanted to roll her eyes. Could it be that I sleepwalked and crawled into your bed voluntarily? Yao Yu then coughed lightly and said a bit awkwardly, last night when we brought you back you had a fever. After we helped you bathe and gave you medicine you clung to us and wouldn't let go. Seeing Yao Yu stop there, Yi Xinming curled a sly smile. Go on, what are you afraid of? If you don't, I'll say it. You little girl, if I hadn't helped you bathe and seen it, I would have thought you were a pervert disguised as a girl. Last night you actually hugged us and said you wanted to marry us as your wives. And you said your young master has plenty of money and can support you. Haha, that's hilarious. Chun Xiaoqing's face instantly turned bright red, and she couldn't help muttering to herself. Did I really do that? Could it be that my past life male heart is awakening? These two aren't tricking me, are they? If Yao Yu finds out that I am the second young master, I'm done for. However, she didn't know that Yao Yu had indeed guessed in that direction, but she had been teased by the second young master. She had even personally verified that the second young master was a man, so after helping her bathe, she dismissed her suspicions. By the way, little girl, you need to be more careful. Why did you go dancing during your period? And you caught a chill in the forest, so you got sick. Seeing the two girls' serious expressions that didn't seem fake, Chun Xiaoqing scratched her head a bit sheepishly. Yi Ximing suddenly thought of something, and added with a smile. Also, little girl, you're not that big anyway. Why do you wear a chest-binding bandage all day? It will affect your development. Chun Xiaoqing was displeased by her words, and instinctively looked at Yi Ximing's chest. Then do you also wear a chest-binding bandage? Why haven't you developed? Hearing this, Yi Ximing's smile instantly vanished. This hit her sore spot, and she immediately raised her hands to pounce on Chun Xiaoqing. Alright, if you talk like that, little girl, you need to be taught a lesson by big sister. Chun Xiaoqing was startled, and quickly hid beside Yao Yue laughing. Sister Yao Yue, save me. This procurer is going crazy. Yao Yue gracefully helped block her. The three girls instantly burst into laughter and play. By the way, where are we now? After playing for a while, Chun Xiaoqing suddenly remembered to ask. This is Zhongwan Villa District near Nanda University, very close to the university. It was prepared by the family head for the second young master. I think since you are the second young master's little cousin, he should have no objection to bringing you here to rest. Yao Yue spread her hands as if it were perfectly natural. Chun Xiaoqing was speechless and silently complained in her heart. Of course I have no objection. I wouldn't stop myself from living here. Suddenly, ding ding ding. Chun Xiaoqing's phone placed on the dressing table not far away rang. Chun Xiaoqing quickly got up and answered the phone. Looking at the screen, she saw that it was her father Chun Yonglong. She glanced at Yao Yue like a thief, then quietly slipped out of the room before answering. Whose call is it? So mysterious. Could it be the boyfriend? Hearing the two girls' teasing voices behind her, Chun Xiaoqing felt suffocated and cursed inwardly. Hey, if you're going to gossip, at least wait until the subject is far away. Quickly reaching the living room, Chun Xiaoqing went to the window before answering the phone. Hello, Xiaoqing. You finally answered. I was so scared. The Xiao family called to say you were missing. And now the Xiao family is being turned upside down by the Yang family. It's good that you're okay. Do you have time to go check it out? Chun Xiaoqing snorted dismissively. They deserve it. Why should I help them? Dad, is there something you're hiding from me? The Xiao family would worry about me. You might not know, but I almost disappeared because of them. What? You were made to disappear by the Xiao family. What's the situation? On the other end of the phone, Chun Yonglong's voice came through filled with disbelief. Sorry, it's a long story, and I'm too lazy to go into details. Anyway, that young master from the Xiao family hired someone to kidnap me and took me to the Yang family, but I managed to escape. Though his daughter made light of it. On the other end of the phone, Chun Yonglong was gritting his teeth in anger. Old Xiao, what kind of mess is he causing? I'll call him right away and demand an explanation. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing didn't try to stop him, but quickly interjected. Dad, don't change the subject. There's still an important question you haven't answered me. What exactly have you been hiding? You must clarify. Chun Yonglong was momentarily speechless. He had originally planned for his daughter to slowly get in touch with the Xiao family, and once they became familiar, naturally bring up the marriage contract and arrange it. But he never expected it to develop into this. Chun Yonglong thought of evading the question, so he quickly smiled and said, Xiaoqing, yes, I did keep something from you. Knowing you like dressing as a man, but worried about your future identity being inconvenient, I specially prepared 2 sets of ID cards and student records for you. School starts in 3 days. Uncle Fu will come over. Remember to ask him for them, then, and register. Don't worry, I've arranged everything on the school side. You just need to register and take exams. It doesn't matter whether you attend classes or not. How about that? Isn't Dad treating you well? Hearing the clearly ingratiating laugh on the other end, Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Alright, Dad, stop trying to deceive me. Just tell me what's the situation with the marriage contract. Huh, you already know. Chun Yonglong pretended to be shocked and asked. Otherwise, if I hadn't found out. Otherwise I wouldn't even know if you sold me. Oh my, what a terrible thing to say. What do you mean sold you? I was just thinking since you're going to university before you fall in love, I should help you find someone in advance. Otherwise, if you already have a partner, and then I arrange it, wouldn't that be more troublesome? Hearing her father's explanation, Chun Xiaoqing could only hold her forehead in exasperation. Look at you, your generation always overthinks things. Look at me, I've been dressed as a boy my whole life, and when I socialize I just tease girls. How could I possibly fall in love? Oh, wait, don't say that. Your dad's heart can't take it. As soon as he heard his obedient daughter say she didn't plan to fall in love and like girls, Chun Yonglong quickly stopped her. Okay, then I won't say it. Dad, where's that marriage contract? Give it to me. Seeing her father didn't want to hear more, Chun Xiaoqing stopped and directly stated her purpose. What do you want the marriage contract for? You're not thinking of destroying it, are you? Don't act impulsively. This will greatly affect the family's reputation. Hearing this, Chun Yonglong immediately became alert. If his daughter didn't like the person, she could resolve it through peaceful negotiation. He was really afraid Chun Xiaoqing might impulsively tear up the contract unilaterally. Look at you, am I that impulsive? Your daughter isn't that foolish. I have my own plan. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing say this, Chun Yonglong thought for a moment. Then his expression suddenly changed as he thought of something, and he asked somewhat hesitantly. Do you want your copy or your brother's copy? No, Dad, why would I take my brother's copy? Of course I want my own copy. Chun Xiaoqing was at a loss for words, not knowing what kind of thought process her father had. You scare me to death. I thought you had developed feelings for that girl from the Xiao family. If you want your copy, that's fine. I gave it to Yao Yu. Just ask her for it. I was also thinking that if you and that young master from the Xiao family ended up liking each other, I'd have her bring it out to help you formalize the engagement. That way you won't end up getting twisted after seeing other girls at university. Hearing her father's outrageous words, Chun Xiaoqing could only feel a headache coming on. I would develop feelings for that guy. I wish I never had to meet him in my entire life. When I see him, I just want to beat him up to vent my anger. Hearing this, Chun Yonglong just sighed lightly. Alright, get ready, and go check out the Xiao family. Oh, and take Yao Yu with you to avoid any accidents. I have some matters at the company, so I won't chat with you any longer. Hearing the dial tone from the phone, Chun Xiaoqing quickly began searching the villa to see if there were any clothes she could wear. To her surprise, in the second-floor guest bedroom, there were indeed several suits meant for the butlers. She didn't mind and quickly changed into them. Facing the mirror, she restored her short hair, styled it into a handsome look, and simultaneously found a small top hat to wear as a precaution against emergencies. After making all the preparations, she finally went downstairs. Chun Xiaoqing didn't think much about it, and directly went to the first-floor lounge, pushed open the door, and prepared to ask Yao Yu for the marriage contract and her wallet. Hey sister Yao Yu, where's my wallet in? Oh, pervert. Just as she pushed the door open, and before she could finish her words, a sharp female voice cried out, and immediately a pillow was thrown at her. Chun Xiaoqing was startled, and quickly pulled the door to block it, hiding behind it, so she wasn't hit. Regaining her composure, she looked closely and realized that inside Yi Xinmeng and Yao Yu were getting up and changing clothes. Only then did she understand. Oh no, I completely forgot about changing my identity. You're still looking? I'll gouge your eyes out later. Then you two change first. I'll wait for you in the living room. Hearing Yi Xinming's tiger-like roar from inside, Chun Xiaoqing quickly closed the door, left the sentence, and returned to the living room sofa to wait. At this moment, Chun Xiaoqing for the first time felt that being a girl was better than being Master Qing. About 10 minutes later, the door to the master bedroom on the first floor finally opened. Yi Xinming, dressed in a black jacket and leather pants, and Yao Yu in a black samurai outfit, finally walked out with grim expressions. Hey, what were you doing just now? Don't you knock before entering? Chun Xiaoqing said with an innocent expression. I'm returning to my own home. I didn't expect you two to be inside. You're lying. When you just came in, you were about to ask Yao Yu something. Yi Xinming insisted and retorted, her eyes full of anger as she stared at Chun Xiaoqing. Seeing her like this, Chun Xiaoqing could only helplessly shrug. When Yi Xinming saw that Chun Xiaoqing wouldn't speak, she was about to continue pressing the issue, but Yao Yu beside her intervened. By the way, second young master, when did you arrive? Didn't you see Miss Luo? Oh, I just saw her. She seemed to have something and left first. Oh, Yao Yu. I heard her say my wallet is with you, and also that marriage contract my dad gave you. Could you please give it to me? I need to go to the Xiao family later for something. Chun Xiaoqing didn't want to discuss this topic any further with them, fearing it might reveal the truth, so she quickly changed the subject. Upon hearing that Chun Xiaoqing had important matters, Yao Yu didn't ask further. She turned and returned to the room, bringing out a wallet and a file bag. Chun Xiaoqing eagerly took the file bag, hurriedly opened it to check, and indeed it was her marriage contract. She quickly put it away. Yao Yu, come with me. We're going to the Xiao family to handle something. Saying this, Chun Xiaoqing ignored Yi Xinming beside her and hurriedly pulled Yao Yu's hand and ran out of the villa. Yi Xinming stood aside dumbfounded. This guy just slipped away so casually. And what's with Yao Yu? That terrible guy just saw us completely naked. Show some reaction. Just as she was about to follow, her phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone, saw the caller ID, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Grandma. What happened? Okay, I'll be right there. Yang Xuesong, for the sake of brotherhood, don't go too far. I've told you I don't know anything about Luo Xiaobai. Xiao Chun said, impatiently glaring at Yang Xuesong, who sat opposite him. At this moment, in the living hall of the Xiao family villa, members of the Xiao and Yang families sat on opposite sofas. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and neither side had a friendly expression. Xiao Chun, that person was taken from your place yesterday. How could you not know Miss Luo? Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Yang Xuesong asked suspiciously. Nephew, our two families have dealt with each other before. We do have urgent business with this young lady. If you know something, just tell us. Yang Zhan on the side earnestly tried to mediate. Hearing this, Xiao Chun felt his head spinning. He racked his brain but couldn't understand. Yesterday he clearly saw that Chun family kid leave the house. But today the Yang family came insisting that what they had taken was Miss Luo Xiaobai. He even suspected that the Yang family was deliberately causing trouble for the Xiao family. Is it possible that someone was swapped on the way to the Yang family? Xiao Yiran, who was nearby, timidly interjected. Impossible. This morning we interrogated those two for an hour, and they both insisted that the person was taken directly from the Xiao family, and the car never stopped along the way. Yang Xuesong immediately denied upon hearing Xiao Yiran's words. Then that's strange. Could it be a magic trick where a person is transformed? Xiao Chun was also bewildered. Suddenly remembering something, he gestured with his hand, and the butler immediately leaned in to listen. Did you get any news from contacting Uncle Chun? Young master, we just received word from the Chun family. They said that the second young master Qing Xiao will be here shortly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun couldn't help but take a deep breath, his brow furrowing even more. So this kid is really fine. He sure has a tough life. Could it be that they were swapped when leaving? Oh, you have guests. I hope I'm not interrupting. Just then, under the servant's guidance, Chun Xiaoqing walked in with a gentle smile, followed by Yao Yu. The moment Yang Xuesong and Yang Zhan saw Chun Xiaoqing, their expressions shifted slightly. Who is this? Yang Xuesong looked uncertainly at Xiao Chun. Xiao Yiran's eyes lit up the moment she saw Chun Xiaoqing. She quickly went over, pulled Chun Xiaoqing aside to a seat, and helped introduce him. This is the second young master of the Chun family. You were just looking for Qing Xiao. Chun Xiaoqing politely nodded to Yang Zhan in greeting. You are the head of the Yang family, right? Greetings, elder. I've heard my elders in the capital often mention the Yang family, and I've been thinking of visiting you when I have time. In truth, Chun Xiaoqing had never heard her family mention it. She was just making it up. Yang Zhan immediately smiled and nodded in response. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, and this etiquette is especially valued among upper-class aristocratic families. Yang Xuesong couldn't help but ask Chun Xiaoqing, this is Qing Xiao, right? Do you know Miss Luo Xiaobai? Before Chun Xiaoqing could answer, Xiao Chen cut in and asked, where did you go after you left my house yesterday? Xiao Chen's tone was harsh. At this moment, Xiao Chen's gaze was hostile. Seeing that Chun Xiaoqing was not only fine, but had also caused a heap of trouble for his family, he felt a surge of anger. Ding! Xiao Chen's affection value has dropped to 250. Chun Xiaoqing heard the system voice in her mind, and couldn't help but look at Xiao Chen, feeling puzzled. Is this guy crazy? Why did his affection value for me drop again? Since he was being unfriendly, Chun Xiaoqing decided not to be polite either. Of course I went home. Where else could I go? Did you go straight home after leaving? Xiao Chen stared at Chun Xiaoqing with burning eyes, and asked again in a low voice. Seeing his expression, Chun Xiaoqing's eyes flickered, and she immediately put on a look of sudden realization. Oh, that's right, I remember now. Yesterday my cousin came to pick me up, but I didn't see her when I went out. What? Your cousin? Yang Zhan quickly asked Chun Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, what's your cousin's name? Her name is Luo Xiaobai. As soon as Chun Xiaoqing said this, everyone present showed a look of understanding. Oh, that explains it. That explains it. Yang Zhan patted the back of his hand, and nodded repeatedly, muttering to himself. No wonder Chun Xiaoqing and Luo Xiaobai look somewhat alike. They are cousins. Yang Xuesong's face instantly became excited. He hurriedly stepped forward, placed both hands on Chun Xiaoqing's shoulders, and asked eagerly. Then Qing Xiao, do you know how to contact Miss Luo Xiaobai? As long as you give me her contact information, you'll be my best buddy from now on. Oh no, you'll be my brother-in-law. What? Brother-in-law? Chun Xiaoqing felt her brain short-circuit. What relationship is brother-in-law supposed to be? Looking at the excited Yang Xuesong in front of her, she quickly pushed his hands away. Brother Yang, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Calm down. You're hurting me. Hearing this, Yang Xuesong realized his indiscretion and awkwardly withdrew his hands, but his earnest gaze never left her. Sorry bro, I didn't expect your shoulders to be so frail. Chun Xiaoqing rubbed her sore shoulders and shot Yang Xuesong a displeased look. Bro, don't you know your own build? You're as strong as an ox, and you call me frail. Hearing this, Yang Xuesong scratched his head awkwardly. Ding! Yang Xuesong's affection value has increased to 60. System-friendly reminder, to meet the world's storyline, you must perform a joint rendition of Farewell My Concubine with Yang Xuesong at a large-scale gala. Only then will his affection value reach 100. Damn, that's so troublesome. Looking at the system voice in her mind, Chun Xiaoqing thought for a moment. Forget it, I'll tough it out for this damn system quest. With that thought, she forced a smile and looked at Yang Xuesong. Brother Yang, what do you need my cousin for? Is there something? Yang Xuesong's face lit up with surprise at her question. This showed hope, and he quickly answered. Our family has an opera competition in a month, so we're anxious to get in touch with her. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing felt a bit relieved and smiled. Is that all? No problem, brother. But I haven't been able to reach her since last night, so I can't help you. But I can give you my cousin's WeChat. You can contact her later yourself, or she'll definitely agree. Hope reignited in Yang Xuesong's eyes. He quickly took out his phone and handed it over. Chun Xiaoqing scanned the code, added him, and then sent her own secondary account to him. Xiao Chen, standing by, saw Chun Xiaoqing and Yang Xuesong suddenly become brothers, and his sister Xiao Yiran was massaging Chun Xiaoqing's shoulders. He felt like a clown left out in the cold, and anger surged within him. Since you've finished your business, please leave. Especially you, Chun Xiaoqing. I'll be blunt, you've been coming to our house all this time for my sister, haven't you? I won't allow it. The Yang family members were surprised by Xiao Chen's sudden outburst. Hearing his words, their curiosity about the gossip was ignited. They all stepped back in unison silently. Yang Xuesong also looked at Chun Xiaoqing in surprise, then at Xiao Yiran, his expression turning somewhat strange, and he too stepped aside. Seeing Xiao Chun like this, Chun Xiaoqing felt delighted and deliberately put on a provocative expression. Brother Xiao, oh no, from now on I should call you brother-in-law. We are betrothed by our elders. Surely you don't intend to go against them. After saying this, Chun Xiaoqing hooked her finger towards Yao Yue, who immediately understood and took out a marriage contract from her bag to hand over. Chun Xiaoqing took the contract, gently shook it in her hand, and shot a provocative glance at Xiao Chun. What do you think? Didn't I lie to you? The words are in black and white, I have no choice. Seeing the marriage contract in Chun Xiaoqing's hand, Xiao Chen's face turned cold, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh, you carry it on you. It seems I guessed right. You came from my sister. Of course I didn't know how to bring it up. Since you my future brother-in-law mentioned it, I won't hide it. I'll admit it openly. What do you think? Hearing this, Xiao Yiran blushed and muttered to herself, this young Master Qing is too direct. Shouldn't engagements and weddings be taken slowly? But it's fine. First the engagement, then a long honeymoon before the wedding. We can slowly build our feelings during that time. Completely lost in her romantic fantasies, Xiao Yiran unconsciously tightened her grip. Chun Xiaoqing gasped from the pain. Xiao Yiran snapped back to reality, released her hand, and asked with concern. Young Master Qing, are you alright? Sorry, I was distracted. Chun Xiaoqing turned his head, carefully patted Xiao Yiran's hand, and forced a strained smile. Yiran, you can stop now. My shoulder is fine. You've been massaging it for a while, you must be tired. He wondered how such a delicate girl could have such strong hands. Oh, I remember. I made a cake in the kitchen last night. I'll bring it out for everyone. Hearing that young Master Qing cared about her, Xiao Yiran felt even sweeter and trotted off to the kitchen. Seeing his sister's infatuated expression, the anger building in Xiao Chen's heart nearly erupted. But he held it in waiting until Xiao Yiran entered the kitchen before turning to Chun Xiaoqing with a fake smile. Since you admit it, I'm not an unreasonable man. I certainly want my sister to be happy. But first you need to let me examine that marriage contract. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing grew even more excited. The sinister look on Xiao Chen's face told him the man was up to no good. But that was exactly what Chun Xiaoqing wanted. Otherwise it would be hard to settle things. You're my future brother-in-law. Of course you can examine it. As he spoke, Chun Xiaoqing began to hand over the contract. But at that moment Yang Xuesong frowned and grabbed his arm. Yang Xuesong whispered to Chun Xiaoqing, Young Master Qing, don't do it. I know Xiao Chen well. Be careful, he might try something tricky. Chun Xiaoqing was anxious inside. Dude, why are you meddling? I want him to try something tricky. But he forced a smile and said to Yang Xuesong, Brother Yang, it's really fine. I trust my future brother-in-law. Seeing Yang Xuesong intervene, Xiao Chen also grew anxious and quickly stepped forward, snatching the contract. Yang Xuesong, seeing him grab it, immediately tried to help Chun Xiaoqing retrieve the contract. Chun Xiaoqing saw 2 extra hands on his contract and felt a headache coming on. But Xiao Chen wasn't about to miss this chance. He didn't care whether the contract was real or fake. As long as it was destroyed, even the real one would be fake. During the struggle, Xiao Chen tore the contract apart with force. Chun Xiaoqing quickly withdrew his hands, bent down to pick up the pieces, and put on a grief-stricken expression worthy of an actor. What are you doing? You've torn my marriage contract. He quickly grabbed the piece with his name on it. Oh no. It took so much effort to destroy this contract, I can't let him pick it up and piece it back together. Seeing him on the ground, Xiao Chen also bent down to grab the pieces, but during the chaos he tore the contract even more. Watching the two frantically picking up the pieces each time, making it more shredded, Yang Xuesong's eyelids twitched, and he stood there dumbfounded. Little did he know that both Chun Xiaoqing and Xiao Chun wanted to destroy this contract, albeit for different reasons. A case of different paths to the same goal. Bang! At that moment the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground echoed. Everyone looked up in shock towards the source of the noise. Xiao Yiran, wearing a maid apron, stood there with a stunned expression, a plate of smashed cake at her feet. Her eyes were filled with confusion, disbelief, and glistening tears. What are you two doing? Chun Xiaoqing and Xiao Chun, both crouching on the ground, trembled simultaneously and looked towards Xiao Yiran. Seeing her flushed face and furious expression, both had a bad feeling. Chun Xiaoqing reacted quickly, stood up, and said to Xiao Yiran with a regretful, sorrowful look. Yiran, I'm so sorry. There was an accident. I was about to give the contract to your brother, but... Xiao Chen also stood up, looking embarrassed and horrified at his sister. Sis, I'm really sorry. I slipped and dropped it. The contract broke. Broke? Can you come up with a more ridiculous excuse? You two are way out of line. Xiao Yiran was panting with rage. She grabbed a broom nearby and glared at Chun Xiaoqing and Xiao Chun with malicious intent. She now looked like a full-fledged combat maid. Brother, I've had enough of you. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of Dad. And you, young Master Qing. We have a marriage contract. Even if it's destroyed, you're still mine. Don't even think about running. With that, Xiao Yiran charged at them with the broom. What the hell? How did this girl suddenly turn into a Yandera? Frightened, Chun Xiaoqing backed away, quickly grabbed Yao Yue and hurried out of the Xiao family home. Sis, go easy. Don't hit my face. Behind him came Xiao Chen, screeching like a stuck pig. The Yang family members were also startled by the furious Xiao Yiran. Yang Xuesong forced a chuckle. Xiao Chen, I'll take my leave now. Good luck. Yang Zhan, watching the young people causing such a ruckus, was also shocked to his core. He dared not say a word, and quickly followed suit, flicking his sleeve as he left. In the evening, Chun Xiaoqing and Yao Yu returned home after spending the afternoon shopping in Nandu. They mainly bought daily necessities and a few changes of clothes, since the villa had been unoccupied and lacked many things. Yao Yu helped carry the things in, and then left the villa, saying she had other tasks. Chun Xiaoqing didn't insist on her staying. After all, he didn't plan to go anywhere and wouldn't be in any danger. Finally, after tidying everything up, Chun Xiaoqing lay comfortably on his bed in the second-floor bedroom. I finally got rid of that marriage contract. If I had to marry that deadpan Xiao Chun, I'd never have a good day in my life. She turned her eyes, suddenly thinking of something. Raising her hand, she looked at the conch bracelet on her right wrist, recalling the majestic bird from that day, still filled with awe. She quickly took out her phone and dialed Lin Yi's number. Hey second miss, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Lin Yi answered the call instantly, his opening line a cheerful greeting. Chun Xiaoqing's excitement cooled by half upon hearing this. Can I call you if nothing's wrong? Of course you can. It's just a bodyguard's occupational hazard. Don't mind me. Lin Yi grinned sheepishly on the video call, scratching his head. Seeing his straightforward demeanor, Chun Xiaoqing couldn't be bothered to argue and cut straight to the chase. Little Lin Yi, what was that big bird I summoned last night by blowing the conch? To be honest, it was pretty cool. Noticing Chun Xiaoqing's interest, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel proud. Second miss, that big bird is called Erbao, a rare Kunlun bloodline rock. Not only is it majestic, but it can also carry people flying. And there's another one, Debao, an ancient divine eagle bloodline, but he's with me. Can it carry people? You have two of them. Chun Xiaoqing's eyes lit up at Lin Yi's words, her heart filled with envy as she silently mused. As expected of the protagonist who came down from the mountain, so many cheats. Of course. I'm in Sakura country right now, and I rode Debao here. Lin Yi looked at Chun Xiaoqing with a smug expression, then chuckled slyly, his tone tinged with temptation. How about it? Second miss, want to try my big bird? It'll make you soar. Chun Xiaoqing blinked, her small eyes slightly frowning. Something about Lin Yi's words felt odd, but she didn't dwell on it, and eagerly nodded in agreement. Sure. Can I really try? So if I blow the conch now, Erbao will come. As she spoke, Chun Xiaoqing shook the conch bracelet on her wrist. With the crisp, pleasant clinking of the shells, she prepared to blow it. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing's action, Lin Yi's expression changed, and he quickly stopped her. Second miss, wait a moment. Where are you right now? I'm at home. Lin Yi couldn't help but facepalm, feeling like his second miss was too adorably clueless. My dear second miss, are you Chun Xiaoqing or Chun Xiaoqing? At least go to the courtyard outside to summon it. At Lin Yi's reminder, Chun Xiaoqing blushed. She quickly got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and hurried to the courtyard outside the villa. There aren't any residential areas nearby, right? Won't it scare others? On the other end of the call, Lin Yi asked anxiously, genuinely worried that his scatterbrained second miss might do something foolish again. No, don't worry. This villa is next to a nature reserve near Nanda University, and the houses are far apart. Hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Then there's no problem. Second miss, you can summon Erbao now. With Lin Yi's approval, the impatient Chun Xiaoqing raised her wrist and blew the conch bracelet. A melodious, lingering sound echoed through the air. Chun Xiaoqing gazed at the sky in excitement. 1, 2, 3. She counted the seconds silently in her heart. Suddenly a gentle breeze stirred, and a massive winged figure swiftly flew from the forest of the nature reserve behind the villa. Standing on the ground, watching the creature descend from above, Chun Xiaoqing was utterly awestruck. It was 3 meters tall with a wingspan of over 8 meters. Erbao soon landed in the courtyard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chun Xiaoqing turned sideways and closed her eyes as the gust passed. Only when the wind subsided did she dare to open her eyes and look at Erbao. Now Erbao stood proudly in the yard, its dark brown feathers gleaming with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Its powerful wings and claws were terrifyingly imposing. Overwhelmed by the sight, Chun Xiaoqing couldn't contain her astonishment. It was her first time seeing such a mythical beast in real life. She couldn't resist stepping forward to touch Erbao. But as soon as she took a step closer, Erbao let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings, warning her to stay back. Startled, Chun Xiaoqing instinctively retreated a few steps, and only then did Erbao calm down. She picked up her phone with a hint of grievance, looking at Lin Yi. Little Lin Yi, what's wrong with your Erbao? I can't get close. Lin Yi furrowed his brow on the other end. Suddenly a thought struck him, and his expression cleared. He scratched his ear awkwardly. Maybe it's because you're dressed as a boy right now. If you change into women's attire, Erbao might be willing. What? You want me to dress like a woman before Erbao lets me ride? Chun Xiaoqing almost thought she misheard, asking in disbelief. Lin Yi laughed awkwardly, again a bit embarrassed. If it's inconvenient for you, second miss, then forget it. This is a hard condition I can't change. Hey no, I'm just surprised. It's not inconvenient at all. Women's clothes. Sure, I'll go change now. Chun Xiaoqing shrugged inwardly. Come on, she wasn't some shy little girl. A mythical beast mount. This was every guy's dream. Women's clothes. No big deal. Chun Xiaoqing placed her phone on the courtyard table, quickly turned back into the villa, and took out a light blue, flowing, ancient-style long skirt she had bought that afternoon. I never expected Erbao to be a perverted bird. But how can a bird's taste be human? Chun Xiaoqing muttered as she changed into the skirt, simultaneously restoring her short, boyish hairstyle to waist-length hair. When she returned to the courtyard, Chun Xiaoqing immediately picked up her phone and showed herself to Lin Yi, smiling. Little Lin Yi, take a look. How do I look in this outfit? On the other end of the call, Lin Yi stared at Chun Xiaoqing with burning eyes, unable to look away. He swallowed hard and spoke slowly. Second miss, it's only been a few days and you've developed. You're bigger than before. Chun Xiaoqing sensed something off and snapped angrily. Where are you looking? I'm asking about my outfit. Lin Yi immediately grinned cheekily. Second miss, just kidding. You look great. You're at your best in women's clothes. Just as Chun Xiaoqing thought Lin Yi was flattering her, Erbao gave the most honest answer. The great bird now bowed its head gently, approaching Chun Xiaoqing like a tame ground chicken, and even lowered its body, signaling her to climb onto its back. Delighted, Chun Xiaoqing decided not to bicker with Lin Yi any longer. She grabbed her phone and swung onto Erbao's back. Be good, Erbao. Take me for a spin around Nandu, and I'll buy you meat later. This time Chun Xiaoqing didn't use her male voice. Hearing her pleasant tone, Erbao let out a soft cry, spread its wings, and leaped into the sky. As the ground receded beneath her, Chun Xiaoqing tucked her head behind Erbao's, sheltered from the wind. Her heart brimmed with excitement. Like a curious child, she took in the vibrant scenery of Nandu and the beautiful views of the surrounding nature reserve as Erbao flew. As she passed over the Xiao family's estate, she was unaware that Xiao Chun was leisurely stargazing on the rooftop terrace of the villa, his black eye making him look a bit disheveled. Beside him, Xiao Iran was adjusting a telescope. Tonight was the full moon of the 15th, and she never missed such a perfect opportunity. Wow, brother, come quick. I see a fairy. Is that the legendary Chang'e? Xiao Chun, who had been dozing on a lounge chair, perked up at his sister's words. He squinted at the sky, saw only an eagle, and rolled his eyes. You must be mistaken. That's just an eagle. Does your Chang'e ride an eagle to the moon? Xiao Iran shot him a glance. I think your other eye needs a black eye too. Why would I lie? There really is a fairy on that big bird's back. Really? Let me see. Xiao Chun looked skeptical, but hurried over to Xiao Iran, reaching for her telescope. Hey, don't move. There's another telescope on the table. Use that one. Xiao Chun snorted at his sister, too lazy to argue, and quickly grabbed the other telescope. When he raised the telescope to his eye and saw the figure in the sky, he froze completely, as if entranced. A moonlit goddess, the dream lover of my dreams. Sis, that's the moonlight fairy who has appeared in my dreams so many times, the goddess I've been searching for all these years. Xiao Chun grabbed a high-speed camera in excitement, frantically snapping photos. But he wasn't the only one. Many people across Nandu had also spotted Chun Xiaoqing and were taking pictures to share online. Poor Chun Xiaoqing had no idea that tonight was a full moon, a prime time for astronomy enthusiasts. Her untimely appearance was being mistaken for a mysterious moon goddess and exposed on the internet. Chun Xiaoqing exclaimed, woohoo. Xiao Lin, you said you went to the Yinghua country. Did you fly there on Debao? After soaring in the sky for a while, she suddenly looked at her phone and asked. Lin put on a poor look and shrugged helplessly. Of course. Otherwise a plane ticket costs thousands. I'm so poor, how could I afford it? Oh, doesn't that mean I can also have Erbao take me to the Yinghua country to play anytime? That won't do. Erbao is powerful and has high defense, but its endurance is poor. Short-distance flights of 100 or 200 kilometers are fine, but not too far. Debao, who is with me, is weaker in strength, but has good endurance and speed suitable for long-distance flights. Chun Xiaoqing nodded in sudden realization. By the way, if you don't have money when traveling, just tell me. How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you. Chun Xiaoqing suddenly remembered and spoke with a generous tone, ready to transfer money. I was just kidding. I have money. Actually, I should give you money. Last time at the Yang family, I made a lot of money. Now I'll transfer your share of the compensation for mental distress. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Chun Xiaoqing saw a transfer notification on her phone. Huaxiao Bank received 100. Huh. Xiao Lin Yi, are you rich? You just gave it to me like that. Keep it yourself, I'm not short of money. Although Chun Xiaoqing had a family black card worth hundreds of billions to spend freely, she couldn't help being surprised at Lin Yi's large transfer. Let's keep it separate. Yours is yours, what I give is mine, it doesn't affect. Chun Xiaoqing suddenly thought of something, her heart skipped a beat, and she asked nervously and cautiously. Xiao Lin, you have so much money now. Will you still be my bodyguard? That little salary probably doesn't interest you anymore. Seeing her expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but tease her, smiling. What? Can't bear to part with me. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have noticed. Now it seems I really don't need to be a bodyguard anymore. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing felt anxious and scolded herself for saying too much. If Lin Yi really stopped being a bodyguard, wouldn't the system's world plot tasks be impossible to advance? Of course, Chun Xiaoqing was indeed a little reluctant after all. Erbao could carry people flying. If she lost such a capable bodyguard, where would she find another one? Chun Xiaoqing thought rather ungratefully but spoke with Sundara. I'm not reluctant to let you go. I just think you're a very competent bodyguard, no one is more suitable. If you're willing to stay and continue, I won't disagree. Ding. Second protagonist script, the school beauty's mountain-dwelling expert, plot integration increased to 30, triggering the female, leads Sundara trait female, lead compatibility 20. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yi saw Chun Xiaoqing's contradictory behavior and couldn't help but find it amusing. Alright, Miss Second, I was just teasing you. Of course I'm still your bodyguard. And do you know why Erbao is willing to let you in women's clothing ride it? Chun Xiaoqing heard this, her eyes twinkled, puzzled. Isn't it because Erbao is a perverted bird, eh? As soon as Chun Xiaoqing said this, Erbao's bird head slightly turned back, its eagle eyes under the moonlight, showing a surprisingly human-like, resentful expression. Haha, of course not. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt even more unable to hold back his laughter at his second Mrs. Naive thoughts. Huh. Then why? A beast with divine beast bloodline only recognizes two masters. One is the one who contracted it, and the other is its mistress. Chun Xiaoqing nodded subconsciously, her eyes slightly moving, then she understood the meaning and her cheeks flushed red to the ears. It's late, I've played enough. Bao, take me home. Chun Xiaoqing didn't know how to continue, so she quickly changed the subject. She wasn't stupid, she could tell what Lin Yi meant. In her heart she didn't reject Lin Yi, but she couldn't get past that mental block. After all, she had a man's heart, how could she accept it so easily? Soon Chun Xiaoqing returned to the villa. As soon as she landed, she ran to the kitchen and moved all the meat from the refrigerator. Bao, you've worked hard. I never break my word. Eat quickly, then go back to the forest to rest. Bao was very excited, finished the meat in a few bites, then affectionately rubbed its head against Chun Xiaoqing's hand before spreading its wings and flying back towards the forest. Shaolin Yi, school starts in 3 days. I need to keep a good mental state. I'm going to rest now, you rest early too. Chun Xiaoqing said a little awkwardly, then hung up and fled to her bedroom. At this time on the Cheongshi mountain in the Yinghua country, Lin Yi leaned against Bao, looked at the hung-up phone, and showed a helpless smile. Bao, it seems the second Mrs. Gender Identity Disorder hasn't recovered yet. Let's wait until we get news about the future mother-in-law. There's still plenty of time. Yeah, Bao let out a soft cry and rubbed its head against Lin Yi's shoulder, indicating agreement. 3 days passed in a flash. Nanda University welcomed the start of the semester. On this day in the principal's office, several department heads in important positions were summoned for an emergency meeting. At a long conference table, 2 vice principals and Principal Qin Changfeng sat on one side, while the other directors sat on the opposite side. Looking at the 6 admission files on the table, everyone was puzzled and began whispering. The admissions director stood before the principal with a troubled expression. Principal Qin, isn't it too much to suddenly stuff 6 students in? Although 2 are from Qingbei University for exchange, that's fine, but we've never had so many at once in any year. Right, Principal? Our Nanda University is a double first-class university after all. You're not taking it seriously by stuffing these people in. Among these people, except for that Chun Xiaoqing and Jiang Qinxue from Qingbei University, I have no words. But the others are from ordinary or even private colleges, completely unqualified to come. If this is through the back door, if the media finds out, where will our school's reputation be? Principal Qin Changfeng glanced at the directors calmly. If not for his status, which required him to be serious, he would have wanted to curse. At this moment, he recalled the visit from several major families and high-ranking officials from the capital a couple of days ago. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear. He let out a long sigh and said earnestly, Old Zhang, do you know how much the school's budget is this year? Admissions Director Zhang Hao and the other department heads were momentarily confused, wondering why the principal suddenly asked this. Zhang Hao tentatively replied, I remember last year it was about 17 billion, this year should be similar. Principal Qin Changfeng mysteriously shook his head. This year's school funding is 200 billion. How much? As soon as the principal said this, all the directors, including the 2 vice principals, stood up in shock. Where did all this funding come from? Headmaster, our school isn't involved in anything illegal, is it? Admissions Director Zhang Hao instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What nonsense are you talking? How could our school be involved in anything illegal? It's because several mysterious wealthy families from Jingdu have donated funds. The only condition these mysterious families made was to enroll these kids. At these words, everyone present fell silent. All right, we understand. The power of money. This amount of money could sustain the school's operations for years. If they were to turn away such a patron, they'd be fools. They all tacitly remained silent and began to take over the documents to proceed with the handover. At the entrance of Nandu University, many welcome tents had already been set up. Senior students, both male and female, were naturally roped in as free labor for credits. Of course, some had other motives, like hoping to encounter an appealing freshman. Hey, have you heard? A few days ago during the full moon, a mysterious moonlit fairy appeared at our school. Moonlit fairy. All I know is moonlit infinite combos. Want to play a round of King of Glory? If you're obsessed with that game. Such a huge event, and you don't know about it. It's all over the internet. She was truly as beautiful as a celestial being. Come on. I bet it's just some unscrupulous self-media hype. How could there be such a huge eagle? That beauty is definitely photoshopped. A fake beauty made with filters, obviously fake. You're lying. I took a few of those photos myself. Though I'm not sure about the eagle, the person was real. A group of students at the admissions office were enthusiastically discussing, with several boys arguing heatedly, while the girls watched and laughed. Senior, is this the freshman registration point? Just then a slightly magnetic androgynous voice sounded unexpectedly pleasant. The girl at the registration desk turned around at the sound, and when she saw the young man before her, she was momentarily stunned. A few other girls also noticed, and when they saw the delicate-looking boy at the registration counter, they were equally amazed. Wow, such a handsome guy. This boy was of course Chun Xiaoqing. He wore a baseball cap, a light blue denim jacket over a black shirt, and black casual pants. With a crossbody bag slung over his shoulder, he looked particularly fresh and handsome. Huh, senior. Chun Xiaoqing called out again, puzzled. The girl snapped back to reality, blushed, and smiled. Sorry, junior, I was daydreaming. This is the freshman registration and reception area. Class registration is still inside the school. What's your major? I'll take you there. Junior, I know the way better. How about I take you? Another senior girl with flirtatious eyes quickly interjected, stepping closer. Chun Xiaoqing was momentarily bewildered, and before he could react, the senior girl reached for his shoulder bag. But then a slightly rough female voice rang out. A tall, muscular girl in a JK uniform about 1.9 meters tall walked over. Hee Jr., they're no good. I'm strong. Let me take you to register. I know the way too. I can even show you the scenery in the school's little grove. Chun Xiaoqing's eyes twitched, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Hee Senior, thank you for your kindness, but I only have this one bag. It's not heavy. I can manage on my own. I won't be appreciating the grove scenery today, oh, I'm quite busy. Hearing this, the muscular girl was about to press further. Screech. 3 sharp breaking sounds came from the road in front of the school gate. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. 3 luxury cars pulled over to the curb. 3 extremely flashy figures stepped out of the cars with swagger. Immediately, all the girls in the vicinity let out a collective gasp, and even the boys stared at the luxury cars behind them. Holy crap, Maserati, Porsche, Ferrari. Which rich kid is this? Is Nandu University about to change? Wow, they're so handsome. 3 more handsome guys. What's the big deal? And they're rich too. That cute boy earlier is yours now. I think I found a better match. Chun Xiaoqing watched as the group of girls that had been surrounding him scattered instantly and couldn't help but twitch his lips. How fickle can they be? Still, he was relieved that the muscular girl had also left. Once the crowd in front of him had completely dispersed, he could see the people who had gotten out of the cars. When he recognized their faces, his eyes widened in shock. Especially the leader, a young man in a flashy white suit and white trousers, the one with a mischievous smile, wearing a shirt printed with anime characters, and the chubby young man in a racing suit. Who else could they be but Hua Xiaonan, Mo Chenhao, and Ma Tianyuan? They also spotted Chun Xiaoqing. Hua Xiaonan took off his sunglasses uncertainly, then his face lit up with joy. Holy crap. Qing, my old buddy. Finally I see you. The 3 of them abandoned their pretense of coolness and rushed toward Chun Xiaoqing. Ma Tianyuan even tried to give him a bear hug. Hey, fatty, stop. Men shouldn't touch men, don't start that. Ma Tianyuan scratched his head in confusion. I may not be good at studies, but don't fool me. I remember it's men and women shouldn't touch, right? Same thing. Chun Xiaoqing rolled his eyes at him. Long time no see, man. Have you been secretly hitting the gym? Got yourself some pecs? Hua Xiaonan stared at Chun Xiaoqing's chest in surprise, then reached out to pat it and test its firmness. Startled, Chun Xiaoqing quickly blocked his hand. Hey you. A gentleman uses his words, not his hands. Hua Xiaonan chuckled and instead gently patted Chun Xiaoqing's shoulder. Look at you, what's with the shyness? It's only been a few days. Not only are you shy, Qing, have you been getting spa treatments? Your skin is way better than before. Chun Xiaoqing was speechless inwardly. He couldn't exactly say it was all thanks to the system. Quickly changing the subject, he said. Enough about me. Hey, why are you guys here studying? What, you think you're the only one who can pull strings? We got bored up north, so we thought we'd come down south for college. Can't we? Chun Xiaoqing rubbed his forehead. This was exactly the kind of thing those guys would do. By the way, can you finally give me your cousin's WeChat now? See, I followed you all the way to Nandu. My heart is sincere. Hua Xiaonan leaned in close to Chun Xiaoqing's ear, patting his chest with a serious expression. Chun Xiaoqing curled his lips, giving him a look of disbelief. You sincere? Give me your phone then. What for? Hua Xiaonan instinctively covered his waist pouch. To check if your girlfriend friends on WeChat have messaged you. Hua Xiaonan, thick-skinned, as ever, laughed it off. Of course I deleted the ones I needed to. There are only 2 or 3 left now. He even opened his contact list and showed it to Chun Xiaoqing. He don't listen to his bragging. On the way here, he said he was tired of the girls in Jingdu and wanted to experience the gentle charm of Jiangnan ladies. Mo Chenhao started to expose him with a grin. Damn it, keep your voice down. There are senior girls around. I don't want to ruin my reputation on day 1. Hua Xiaonan quickly covered his mouth. Chun Xiaoqing shook his head helplessly at these goofballs, but he was genuinely happy. Having good brothers to hang out with in college was awesome. Ma Tianyuan suddenly put his arm around their shoulders and said, we've been studying for years and never lived in a dorm. Now that we're in college, we must stay in the dorms. I agree. +1. Chun Xiaoqing's face darkened. He quickly lifted Ma Tianyuan's heavy chubby hand. I refuse. Refusal invalid. What's with you, man? The last stop of our academic journey. If we don't dorm, it'll be a lifelong regret. Come on. Let's register first, then head to the dorm. The 3 goofballs dragged Chun Xiaoqing into the school and toward the registration office. Wait, what are your majors? And you want to share a dorm with me? Chun Xiaoqing was at a loss for words. He struggled a few times, but found it impossible to break free. Hua Xiaonan chuckled at Chun Xiaoqing's words. We had our families ask the school to put us in the same major as a guy named Chun Xiaoqing, so you don't have to worry about different majors. Chun Xiaoqing was dumbfounded. Damn, are you guys that casual? I signed up for pharmacy, which is really boring. Ma Tianyuan shrugged indifferently. We're just here for the diploma anyway. We don't need to find work later, so what major does it matter? Lao Qing, you're being so fussy today like a woman. It's just sharing a dorm, right? Not manly at all. Mo Chenhao looked at Chun Xiaoqing with disdain. Yeah, it's not like we're going to do something to you, right? We're not gay. Chun Xiaoqing was momentarily speechless, seething inside. What do you mean, like a woman? I am a woman, okay? It's because you're not gay that I'm scared. Yet she didn't say it out loud. After all, she couldn't reveal that she was a girl, could she? The lesser issue would be a strained friendship, but if the uncles of her family found out, she would lose her position as the young family head, and internal strife would erupt again. Then I'll just have to be a bad student who never comes home at night. Chun Xiaoqing planned, silently feeling smug about her cleverness. Ding. New side quest released. National Server Wrench 2. 0 Femboy Edition. Quest description: live in the school dormitory for at least 1 month, delivering a femboy's charm attack to your roommates. The sudden system notification in her mind made Chun Xiaoqing feel as if she were petrified, then shattering into pieces. No, damn system. You can't give a quest like this. How can I turn my bros gay? No host, you're still too shallow. This is a display of personal charm, a compulsory course for a perfect goddess. And even if they get turned, they won't become gay, they'll just like beautiful women. Even more, also the most important point, don't insult the system or you'll turn into a muscular femboy. Do you think I'm scared? Dog. Dog is man's best friend. While Chun Xiaoqing chickened out, swallowing the curse that was about to leave her mouth, Chun Xiaoqing took a deep breath and resigned herself to fate. By the way, system, you haven't given me the rewards for the T-Art Maiden quest yet, have you? I haven't been out for a while. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Silly host, can't you check yourself? I reminded you back then, but you were busy running for your life and didn't notice. Chun Xiaoqing was stunned, then immediately checked her ability panel. There was an extra skill, opera proficiency. Seeing this reward, she instantly lost interest and couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. By now they had arrived at the registration point. As soon as they got there, Hua Xiaonan and the other two immediately released Chun Xiaoqing and rushed forward to register. They spotted several pure and beautiful female students at the registration desk, helping with the forms and handing out military training uniforms, campus cards, and other items. Hua Xiaonan, the seasoned veteran, started flirting with a few lines, and soon the two prettiest senior girls took out their phones to add him on WeChat. There was a soft-looking bespectacled girl nearby, perhaps shy or something else. When the three of them tried to chat her up, they got cold-shouldered. Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chinhao were less skilled. They pestered her for a few minutes before each managed to add one, and only because she didn't want to hold up the line of students behind them. After the three finished registering, it was finally Chun Xiaoqing's turn. What's your name, classmate? Chun Xiaoqing. What's your major? Okay, you're in pharmacy class too. Gender. Huh. Why didn't you ask them? Don't I look like a boy? Chun Xiaoqing stared wide-eyed at the middle-aged male teacher in charge of registration, who was wearing black-rimmed glasses, round-headed, slightly bald, and chubby. Haha, sorry classmate, I really didn't notice. So you're a boy, right? You and the three of them are together in dorm 233. The middle-aged teacher's chubby face twitched slightly as he smiled awkwardly. Chun Xiaoqing rubbed her forehead, didn't say much, and continued filling in the rest of the information and collecting the various items issued during registration. Once Chun Xiaoqing and the others were a little farther away, the middle-aged man let out a deep breath, took off his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. Oh my god, that was so awkward. My myopia must be getting worse. How can this boy be prettier than most girls? I thought she was a short-haired girl. At that moment, the female students helping with registration chimed in. Teacher Lee, it's really not your fault. We also thought that was a girl just now. Yeah. The other three boys were leering at us and asking for our WeChat, but that most delicate-looking guy didn't even ask. I almost thought he was a girl too. Then the bespectacled girl with twin braids, black-rimmed round glasses, school uniform 36D, chest black stockings, and leather shoes, who had been staring dazedly at Chun Xiaoqing, spoke up, looking a bit smitten. Such a pity. He's exactly my type, the soft puppy kind. But he's not being proactive at all. Tisk, if he's not proactive, then you be proactive, girl. You've got to seize the opportunity. Exactly. Saying Kiki, you have to make a move. For a guy to chase a girl, it's like crossing a mountain, or for a girl to chase a guy, it's just gauze. The other girls urged her on, their eyes burning with gossipy curiosity, looking like they were eager for some drama. Right? I need to be brave. Encouraged by her classmates, Sang Keek's face flushed. She picked up her phone and trotted after them. Because of her exaggerated figure, she had to hold her chest in her arms to run. Finally, she caught up to Chun Xiaoqing, closed her eyes, mustered up her courage, and handed over her phone. This classmate, can we add each other as friends? Chun Xiaoqing was a bit stunned, looking at the hot JK girl with glasses in front of her. The three troublemaking friends were a little surprised. The girl who had given them the cold shoulder when they tried to chat her up was now actively seeking Chun Xiaoqing. They looked at him with sour envy and with tacit understanding stepped back to give them some space. Oh, okay. Chun Xiaoqing didn't want to disappoint her, so she subconsciously pulled out her phone to add the contact. Little sister, not allowed. This handsome guy is already taken. Just then a charming, seductive voice rang out. Chun Xiaoqing saw a jade-white hand reaching for her phone. Panicking, she immediately withdrew her phone and followed the arm with her gaze. When she saw the owner of the hand, she froze completely and let out a startled cry. Jiang Qinxua, what are you doing here? What? Why can't I be here? Are you the only ones allowed to take the exam for Nanda University, and not me? No, it's not that. I'm just a bit surprised. Jiang Qinxua, dressed in a sexy Korean-style campus outfit, smiled, playfully scrutinizing Chun Xiaoqing as she slowly spoke. Young Master Qing, how long are you going to avoid me? You stood me up at the youth confession party. You're so heartless. I'm so sad. Chun Xiaoqing's lips twitched involuntarily, and she let out an awkward laugh. Sorry, that was an accident. I really didn't expect. However, Jiang Xinxue had no intention of letting her off so easily. She leaned in close to Chun Xiaoqing and spoke with a smile. Then the answer you haven't given yet, can you give it now, eh? Chun Xiaoqing's heart was in her throat. She swallowed, instinctively pondering how to respond. By now a crowd of passing students had gathered around, especially many male students who were envious, pulling out their phones to take pictures. Holy crap. This is explosive, a public confession on the first day of school. And her looks are at least at the level of a campus belle. I'm so jealous. Why can't I ever have such luck? Come on, look at what she's wearing. It's obviously money power. If you had money you could do the same. TSK, this year's freshmen are really something. Many onlookers murmured among themselves, and the photos spread like wildfire on the school forum. Hey beautiful lady, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to flirt with my fiancé in public? At that moment another female voice came from somewhere, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a girl in a maid-style Lolita dress walking toward them from not far away. Chun Xiaoqing saw the approaching girl and instantly held her breath, feeling a bit dizzy. Xiaoran, what is she doing here? Damn, I'm done for. One was already a headache, now too. Jiang Xinxue also frowned, turned to look at Xiaoran and asked Chun Xiaoqing with confusion. Fiancé? What fiancé? Chun Xiaoqing forced a smile and stammered. An arranged marriage by the family, you should understand. But the engagement was broken yesterday. It's over. Jiang Xinxue nodded knowingly upon hearing this. As a member of a similarly prominent family, she understood instantly. She let out a disdainful chuckle and looked at Xiaoran. Oh, so you're a sudden arrival. But unfortunately, I'm the childhood sweetheart. Little sister, since your engagement is already broken, you'd better not interfere. At that moment Xiaoran walked up to her with an air of pride, looking at her without backing down. So what? At least we have the family's recognition. The paper agreement is gone, but it doesn't affect us. Jiang Xinxue's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled faintly. Hey, you only have family recognition, but we have years of feelings. Feelings are far more reliable than your family promises. Xiaoran was a bit surprised by Jiang Xinxue's assertiveness, but she was the second young miss of the Xiao family, and in this Nandu she knew no fear. Oh, your words are indeed true, but shouldn't Master Qing decide for himself? Jiang Xinxue felt even more confident upon hearing this. You're right. Then let's see who Master Qing chooses. Excuse me, you two, stop confronting each other. That guy Qing has already run off. Ma Tianyuan, who was suppressing a laugh, stepped forward to remind them. The two girls finally realized and looked around, but indeed there was no sign of Chun Xiaoqing. What a despicable guy. Humph. He always does this. The two beauties were momentarily stunned, stomped their feet in annoyance, exchanged a displeased glance, and then turned and went their separate ways. The most awkward person left was Sankiki. She was holding her phone at a loss. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she held them back. Seeing the growing crowd around, she quickly turned and ran toward the dance academy classroom building. Meanwhile, in the garden by the lake on campus, Chun Xiaoqing, who had finally escaped the battlefield, breathed a gentle sigh of relief. Ouch. I'm exhausted. Those two women are terrifying. I don't know how I'll survive school days from now on. Chun Xiaoqing felt emotionally shattered, even considering calling the two girls together and confessing that she was actually a girl. But after calming down, she dismissed the idea. Just take it one step at a time. Chun Xiaoqing consoled herself, and then she headed toward the dance academy. I still need to register for Luo Xiaobai's identity. At the registration office, Chun Xiaoqing had just handed over the registration materials to the female teacher in charge. The female teacher glanced at the documents, frowned slightly, gave Chun Xiaoqing a once-over, and handed them back. Sorry, the school rules require in-person registration, no proxies allowed. Chun Xiaoqing was taken aback, realizing her mistake. She quickly retrieved the materials and ran off, entering the nearby teaching building. After turning a few corners, she finally found the women's restroom to change back into her female attire. However, Chun Xiaoqing, as she entered the women's restroom, didn't notice two girls in the corridor not far from the restroom. Why did that guy just go into the women's restroom? Could he be a pervert? Maybe he went into the wrong restroom. Even if he went in by mistake, he's still a pervert. He's got some nerve. He must be up to no good. Quick, film it with your phone and post it on Little Red Book later. We need to teach this disgusting guy a lesson. Luo Yin, go call people quickly. I'll wait at the restroom door for a sure catch. We'll definitely nab this lecher. Haha, Tian Miao, you're so resourceful. Once we catch this pervert, the school will definitely recommend me for graduate school. Sister, you've got to seize this rare opportunity. Last time I got the recommendation by teaching a disgusting guy a lesson who tried to frame me for stealing earphones. Xiaoyan, how could that be considered stealing? You just picked up the wrong earphones. That guy deserved to be cyberbullied and disciplined by the school. Let's not talk about that. I'll definitely seize this opportunity. After discussing, the two girls divided their tasks. The plump girl Tian Miao entered the restroom with her phone recording, ready to capture evidence, while using her body size to block the narrow doorway. The slim girl Luo Yin, who was faster, hurried to the academic affairs office, while simultaneously sending a message in the group chat. Girls, come to the dance academy teaching building. I've caught a pervert sneaking into the women's restroom to take pictures. As soon as the message was sent, the group exploded. Good sisters, hold on, we're coming right away. Be careful, don't tip him off. Watch out in case the pervert tries to hurt you in desperation. Oh, and remember to call the dean and other administrators. The first day of school for freshmen, and he's already this bold. Thank goodness you spotted him, or I'd be afraid to use the restroom in the teaching building from now on. Watching the thanks and encouragement from the girls in the group, Luo Yin felt delighted, already envisioning the scene of catching the pervert and being praised by the whole school. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoqing, who was changing into her female attire in the restroom, had no idea of the outrageous situation unfolding outside. Just as she finished changing and was about to leave, she suddenly felt a stomachache and hurried back to the stall. At that moment, a low sobbing sound of woo 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 came from the adjacent stall. Chun Xiaoqing was confused, then a thought struck her as she suddenly understood something. She tentatively knocked on the partition. Hey sis, what's wrong? Is your stomach upset? Do you want a piece of Feezy? Sang Kiki was dumbfounded when a brand new, unopened pad was suddenly handed to her from the adjacent stall. Overcome with embarrassment, a faint blush spread across her tear-streaked cheeks. It wasn't shyness, it was sheer fluster. Wait, who's doing this? I don't even have period cramps. Handing me a pad like that is rather presumptuous, isn't it? I deliberately chose the Dance Academy bathroom, the least crowded one, to cry in private. Chun Xiaoqing noticed there was no response from next door and glanced around at the dim surroundings. Her heart skipped a beat. Could there be something supernatural here? The moment this thought crossed her mind, images from horror movies she'd watched flashed through her head, and her hands grew stiff with fear. Just then a pair of slightly cold hands suddenly gave hers a push. Up! Chun Xiaoqing let out a startled scream. The moment her scream echoed through the bathroom, Sang Kiki inside the stall was equally startled and let out a matching shriek. My! Are you human? Or a ghost? Chun Xiaoqing asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of confusion and fear. Sang Kiki was momentarily speechless, adjusting her glasses before replying weakly. Of course I'm human. Then why didn't you answer me? I thought there was a weeping female ghost in that stall. Chun Xiaoqing's anxious heart finally settled upon hearing a response. You suddenly handed me a pack of pads. I didn't need them, so I pushed them back. Who knew you'd scream? I was just as startled. Sang Kiki added with a touch of grievance. Chun Xiaoqing face-bombed. Fine, she had been overly hasty. When she went to stand up, she suddenly realized the toilet paper had slipped from her fingers and fallen into the bowl. Despair. Helplessness. Oh my god. Chun Xiaoqing felt as though she'd failed to check the almanac that morning. Pure bad luck all around. She knocked awkwardly on the partition. Hey, do you happen to have any spare paper? I accidentally dropped mine a moment ago. Sang Kiki stared at the single sheet remaining in her hand and fell silent. All her other tissues had been used to wipe away tears. I only have a little left. A little will do. I don't require much. Sang Kiki's brain short-circuited at the reply from next door. You really didn't need to add that detail. What an immodest girl. But since the other party had requested it, she could only hand over the last remaining sheet. Chun Xiaoqing took the tissue. It was so thin it seemed almost translucent, her palm lines barely visible through it. How am I supposed to use this? If I get it on my hands, I'll eat it. Sister, is this really all I have? Sang Kiki replied awkwardly. I truly only have this much. All the others were used to wipe my tears. But you still have the pads, so just make do with it. Chun Xiaoqing felt suffocated, but upon reflection, she realized it was actually a workable solution. There was no time to deliberate further. She quickly tore open the packaging and used it as toilet paper. While attending to her needs, Chun Xiaoqing asked idly, Sister, what brought you to cry in the bathroom like this? Hey. Sang Kiki sighed softly upon hearing the question, reluctant to dwell on it. Nothing serious. I mustered the courage to confess to a boy I liked, only to discover he already has a girlfriend. In fact, more than one. Chun Xiaoqing's sense of justice flared instantly. Is that all? Let me tell you, sister, guys like that aren't worth your tears. You'll find someone much better in the future, I'm sure. Achoo. Just then a tickle in her nose betrayed her, and she sneezed violently, cursing inwardly. It must be Hua Xiaonan and his two companions again gossiping about me behind my back. Sang Kiki sighed gently. Hearing the girl's words from the adjacent stall actually brought her a measure of comfort. Meanwhile, just outside the bathroom entrance, Tian Miao, who had been waiting there, heard the two screams and a thrilled expression spread across her face. She quickly stopped her recording, clipped the video, and immediately posted it to the class group chat, the school forum, and Zaihangshu. Her heart raced with excitement. Huh. A pervert actually entered the restroom. Two girls were harassed. Everyone come over. I've performed a great deed. At the same time, her fingers flew across her phone, typing messages across every platform. A pervert has appeared in the restroom. Two girls have been victimized. The specifics are unclear. Everyone come quickly. Location: first floor of the Dance Academy building. Several students on the Academy forum who saw the post immediately mentioned Tian Miao. Classmate, make some noise so the people inside know. Otherwise those two girls could be in even greater danger. Exactly. Create some commotion to warn that creep. We're on our way. May God protect them. I hope nothing happens to those two girls. Something like this on the very first day of school. Tian Miao glanced at the mentions flooding in across the forum and various platforms, a cold smile curling her lips. You want me to make noise? Over my dead body. It's not like I'm the one being harassed. I'd rather that pervert goes all out. The bigger the scandal, the greater my achievement. Yet alongside the support came skeptics. Really? Isn't this just another attempt to manipulate public opinion? Last time that girl claimed someone stole her earphones, it turned out to be a false accusation, and that poor boy suffered terribly. You're suffering from persecution mania, pal. She posted video evidence. There are clearly two girls screaming. How could that be fabricated? Exactly. And what does that have to do with these two incidents? Moreover, that previous incident was thoroughly investigated. The girl was cleared. Yes, stop spreading rumors. That girl even received a commendation from the school, and the boy has already apologized. What more do you want? As voices of doubt emerged, the conversation, originally centered on the safety of the two girls in the restroom, instantly devolved into a heated argument. Numerous male students clamored to arrive and verify the scene in person. Within 10 minutes, a large crowd was en route to the dance academy. Even the security guards arrived armed with riot shields and those comical takeout piercing forks. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Chun Xiaoqing had finally finished and had no idea about the chaos unfolding outside. She stood dumbfounded by the washbasin, gazing at the bespectacled girl before her when realization struck. That scumbag she had been condemning was none other than herself. Classmate, thank you for your comfort earlier. What is your name? Sang Kiki asked, shyly studying the girl before her, a stunning beauty dressed in an innocent white frock. Sister, I'm a girl. Why are you blushing like a bubble tea? Chun Xiaoqing stared at her flushed face, momentarily wondering if she had somehow dressed in women's clothing herself. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror above the washbasin, satisfied that everything was in order, then replied, I'm Luo Xiaobai. And you? My name is Sang Kiki. Sang like the mulberry tree, cool like lovely. By the way, Kiki, what's your major? Why were you over at the School of Pharmacy? Huh, how did you know I was just at the School of Pharmacy? By coincidence. After all, someone as lovely as you with those big bear-sized eyes is quite distinctive. It's not surprising I remembered. Sang Kiki looked at Chun Xiaoqing curiously, not questioning the explanation. It was the first time any girl had described her so directly. Could this Luo Xiaobai be a secret lesbian? But she seemed nice enough. Making a friend wouldn't be bad. A faint smile graced her lips as she replied softly. I'm from the design school. I came to campus a day earlier than you to serve as class representative and join the student union, so I help with orientation across all colleges. Chun Xiaoqing pursed her lips and said dismissively, what's so great about being a class rep or joining the student union? Too much work and trouble. Especially the student union. They treat girls like guys and guys like beasts of burden. Hearing this, Sang Kiki instinctively covered her mouth and laughed, then sighed. Of course it's for the financial aid and credits. My tuition is paid through loans. Without the scholarship, I'd have to find a part-time job. Alright then. Chun Xiaoqing was momentarily at a loss. She hadn't expected Sang Kiki to be in such a predicament. Suddenly remembering that earlier when Sang Kiki had asked for her WeChat, she had left her hanging, guilt welled up within her. She smiled and pulled out her phone, opening the WeChat friend adding screen, and held it out to Sang Kiki. Kiki, how about we add each other as friends? I happen to know people in the student union. If you're interested, you can reach out to me. In truth, she knew nobody in the student union. It was merely a pickup tactic she'd used in her past life as a man. But she wasn't adding Sang Kiki for romantic purposes. Frankly, it wasn't like she could pursue her anyway. It was talk of no rooster. She mainly wanted to help her whenever possible as a way to make up for today's rudeness. Hearing Chun Xiaoqing's words, a flicker of delight appeared in Sang Kiki's eyes, and she blushed as she added her as a friend. Just as she was about to ask more, a burst of commotion echoed from the entrance. Chun Xiaoqing was drawn by the noise as well, and turned to look toward the doorway. A portly girl holding a phone led a group of girls squeezing through the entrance, while a female teacher and a stern-faced dean in a suit followed closely behind. Holy crap! What's going on? Chun Xiaoqing and Sang Kiki instinctively backed away. Where's that pervert? Where is he? Find him quickly. He definitely hasn't left. Tian Miao clamored noisily as she barged deeper inside, searching stall after stall. Everyone spotted Chun Xiaoqing and Sang Kiki near the restroom sink. The female teacher immediately approached to ask about their situation. Are you two alright? Where's the pervert who bullied you? Where did he hide? It's fine, dear. Speak freely. We're all here. Don't be afraid of him. Amid the sudden concern and inquiries, both Sang Kiki and Chun Xiaoqing were thoroughly bewildered. Pervert? What pervert? There's no pervert here. The two spoke in unison. Hearing their words, everyone present thought they must have misunderstood. But seeing the girls' genuine expressions, they all turned to look at Tian Miao, who was still hunting pervert after pervert through each stall. Luo Yan beside her had even checked behind the doors and opened the windows. Nothing was found. Tian Miao and Luo Yan suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Feeling the questioning gazes from the teachers, other girls, and the dean, their hearts raced with anxiety. Just then Luo Yan, as if discovering a new continent, noticed Chun Xiaoqing's backpack. The partially unzipped zipper clearly revealed a blue men's denim garment. Oh, so it's you. You're the pervert. Still dared to cross-dress. I'll drag you out. Tian Miao bellowed and charged at Chun Xiaoqing, her hand reaching straight for her backpack. Luo Yan, ever quick-witted, raised her voice and shrieked. Everyone stay away from that cross-dressing pervert. That girl in the white dress is the freak. At their shouts, the onlookers, though confused, instinctively backed away. Instantly Chun Xiaoqing and Sang Kiki found themselves isolated. Sang Kiki could have slipped away, but she understood the situation and guessed their intentions. She stayed to help explain and testify. Chun Xiaoqing never expected the chubby girl to suddenly snatch her backpack, and since she had her back turned before she could react, the bag was already wrested away. What are you two doing? Why are you grabbing my bag? Chun Xiaoqing furrowed her brows, reaching out to reclaim her bag. Her move like a rabbit, ability activated. Her speed was sufficient, but strength was no match for the hefty Tian Miao. Tian Miao tossed the backpack to Luo Yin and blocked Chun Xiaoqing with her other fat arm. She gave a forceful push, sending Chun Xiaoqing stumbling and nearly falling. Fortunately, Sang Kiki caught her just in time. Xiaobai, are you alright? Sang Kiki absorbed much of the push with her body before steadying Chun Xiaoqing, immediately asking with concern. Darn it. I should have kept everything in my system space. How could this happen? Chun Xiaoqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sang Kiki's ample figure had cushioned the fall, though otherwise she would have been knocked down. Especially since they were in a restroom. If she'd fallen onto that floor covered in urine and filth, she couldn't bear to imagine how disgusting it would have been. Everyone look. Here's men's clothing. She's definitely a boy. Rip off her wig. She's the pervert. Luo Yin, acting like a lunatic, shouted arrogantly to the crowd, with an excited grin pointing wildly at Chun Xiaoqing. She pulled out the men's clothes from the backpack, displaying them to everyone, while various items spilled out and landed in the filthy water and urine on the floor. Damn it. My brand new clothes and my laptop. Those two crazy women are too much. Chun Xiaoqing watched her belongings hit the ground, her heart aching with fury. Hearing Luo Yan's words, Tian Miao's face lit up with excitement. With a fierce clawing expression, she advanced toward Chun Xiaoqing. Haha, you damn pervert. Today I'll rip your wig apart and tear your dress in public. See if you still dare dress as a girl. The crowd of onlookers buzzed with gossip, watching the spectacle. Yet the lone teacher and the dean stood by like corpses, refusing to intervene. The security guards meanwhile huddled outside the restroom. Upon hearing there truly was a pervert, not a single one dared to step forward. I can't believe there actually is a pervert. And he's a guy cross-dressing. This is going to be good. Quick, prepare to take photos and videos. Record them ripping off the wig and tearing the clothes. Posting it online will surely go viral. The crowd's chatter never ceased, as everyone eagerly watched the unfolding scene. At that moment, a woman in business attire and a burly man in Tai Chi clothing finally squeezed through the crowd and into the restroom. Sis, take it easy. It's just a guy cross-dressing. Do we really need to make such a fuss? Hurry and come see the situation. I'm a folk dance professor at the School of Dance, and it's my first day this semester. If I don't handle this properly, it'll be disastrous. These two were Yang Xuesong and his elder sister Yang Lingxue. As they finally pushed through the crowd and took in the chaotic scene inside the restroom, both were stunned. Yang Xuesong in particular exploded with rage. He actually saw a chubby woman clawing at Luo Xiaobai's hair. Though he didn't understand the situation, that was the goddess he had been obsessing over. To see her humiliated like this in a restroom. Looking at the portly woman reaching toward her, Chun Xiaoqing felt no fear, only fury. What the hell do you really think I'm someone you can mess with, eh? I, Chun Xiaoqing, am no pushover. If she couldn't win, she would simply flee. Clenching her petite fists, she prepared to dart forward and strike. Ding. Detecting the emergence of a fate-bearing individual, the fourth script world storyline is now progressing and world fusion rates are advancing. Warm reminder, tenderness, and feigned delicacy proved devastatingly effective against this type of domineering male-led. Host should maintain the fourth script's female protagonist persona. The system voice that suddenly echoed within her mind caused Chun Xiaoqing's clenched little fists to instantly relax. At the same time, her gaze darted toward the doorway, and she realized Yang Xuesong had arrived. Her eyes shifted and she abandoned resistance entirely, subtly edging a step closer to Tian Miao to make it easier for the latter to strike. For the mission, I'll risk it all. Chun Xiaoqing comforted herself inwardly. But the next moment, sharp pain struck her scalp and she could not suppress a pained cry. Ah! Tian Miao's fat fingers had simultaneously grasped the shoulder sleeve of Chun Xiaoqing's dress, tearing away a considerable chunk of fabric. Her fair arms were exposed, revealing a large expanse of skin. This damn fatty, her grip is terrifying. I'll find a way to get revenge later. Chun Xiaoqing cursed silently in her heart, and quickly pressed her hand against the torn garment. Many of the surrounding students also began to show confusion. Something feels off. Why does this supposed pervert look exactly like an ordinary girl? Right, look at that smooth, pristine skin. How could that resemble a rough man? Hee, I don't care. I enjoy watching. The more tears the better. Let me feast my eyes. You bastard, that's utterly disgusting. This is a public place full of people. Keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. Many of the girls who had initially burned with righteous indignation also grew puzzled. The pervert before them seemed to have been misidentified. It really did appear to be a girl. Instead, they began to feel somewhat concerned for her. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing's reaction, Tian Miao assumed she was weak and easy to bully, laughing even more recklessly. Her hand, which had just torn away a piece of fabric, retracted and surged forward, once more reaching toward Chun Xiaoqing's chest. You still dare to resist. Today I will force you to reveal your true form. But just as her hand was about to close, a burly figure suddenly appeared before her. That outstretched hand instantly felt as though it had crashed against a stone wall, overwhelmed by searing pain. The other hand, clutching Chun Xiaoqing's hair, seemed clamped by an iron vice, utterly unable to exert further force. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air. Everyone only saw Tian Miao cover her face and stumble backward, plopping squarely onto the filthy water-stained ground. Chun Xiaoqing felt the pressure on her head suddenly lift as a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist. In the turning motion, she looked up and saw Yang Xuesong's resolute, sharply chiseled face. Anger and worry etched upon it, along with that unmistakable genuine ache in his eyes. "Miss Xiaobai, are you all right?" Yang Xuesong asked, gazing down at Chun Xiaoqing, cradled in his arms with evident distress. Chun Xiaoqing took a deep breath, letting her acting prowess take over. The masterful art of the tea-craft adept surfaced naturally, her eyes instantly glistening with tears, appearing exquisitely fragile and pitiable. "I'm fine, Brother Yang. It's just that I feel terrible right now. My head hurts, my heart aches, and my entire body is in pain. It's a mercy you arrived when you did, or I feared I would never see you again in this life." Having spoken her lines, Chun Xiaoqing silently mocked herself inwardly. What the hell did I overact? How did I end up speaking in such a green tea tone? Yet the effect was impeccable. Yang Xuesong supported Chun Xiaoqing to her feet, while behind them Yang Lingxue hurried forward to tend to her. "You damn fatty, you truly have blind dog eyes. Open them and look properly. How is this young lady some perverted man? Can you not even distinguish between men and women? And you as well, rushing off to summon help without understanding the situation, spreading rumors. I think you are truly bringing shame upon this school." Slap, slap. 2 more resounding slaps rang out within the restroom. The onlookers were all startled, and even the teachers and directors present dared not intervene. Before them stood the young master of the Nandu Yang family, as well as the sophomore president of the university's sports department student union, further bolstered by credentials from the Chinese Opera Association. Luo Yin and Tian Miao, both struck to the ground, were dumbfounded. Terror flashing in their eyes, they glanced at the imposing Yang Xuesong. Ignoring the filth and disgust beneath them, they continuously shuffled backward, their eyes brimming with desperate pleas as they looked toward the crowd at the entrance. Luo Yin, having steeled herself at this point, forced back her inner fear and spoke. "Just because you say she is not a pervert doesn't mean she isn't one. What proof do you have? And how do you explain the men's clothing on the ground?" Remarkably, her words carried weight. Upon hearing them, the crowd at the entrance began buzzing with discussion. Many started casting scrutinizing gazes toward Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing observed all those eyes converging upon her without the slightest trace of panic. Biting her lower lip gently, her face wearing an expression of grievance, she spoke in a fragile tone. "I have my enrollment letter. If you don't believe me, look. The clothes in my backpack belong to my cousin. He studies at the pharmacy college. What harm is there in my helping him carry them?" As Chun Xiaoqing spoke, her hand brushed against the pocket of her dress, and the enrollment letter from the system's space instantly materialized in her grasp. She withdrew it and handed it to Yang Lingxue. Yang Lingxue took the letter and examined it carefully, then looked sternly toward the crowd at the entrance, speaking coldly. "I am the instructor of Class 1 in the National Dance Major at the Dance Academy. I have just verified it. This student's name is Luo Xiaobai. She is indeed a girl. Cease your baseless speculation at once." Furthermore, those 2 students who deliberately inflicted harm and maliciously spread rumors to severely damage another's reputation, I will hand them over to the academy for strict disciplinary action. Upon hearing Yang Lingxue's words, the crowd erupted in murmurs of dismay. Who would have guessed that after all this commotion it had been those 2 individuals spreading malicious rumors all along? Damn it, I said it earlier. That Luo Yan's involvement could never bode well. She was the one who stole headphones last time. I was wondering just now, where could a cross-dressing man possibly look this beautiful? Turns out she's an actual girl, not some perverted big-chested cutie. Those 2 have gone too far. How could they spread rumors like this? Especially that fatty woman, who actually grabbed that beauty's hair just now. Oh, it made my heart ache just watching. You talk a big game, but why didn't you rush to play hero just now? As the truth came to light, public opinion instantly reversed, and everyone's attention turned to concern for Chun Xiaoqing. "Teacher, you just said this student's name is Luo Xiaobai." The director, who moments ago had remained unmoved, was suddenly seized with terror upon hearing Yang Lingxue's words. He hastily pushed through the crowd, turning to Yang Lingxue with a question. He could not afford to disregard this. The 6 descendants of prominent Kyoto families who had been placed into the school during the morning principal's meeting included one named Luo Xiaobai. Yang Lingxue found the director's reaction peculiar, yet she still answered again. "Yes, Director Liang, is there something you need?" Director Liang's heart filled with regret upon hearing this, a desire to die overtaking him. If only he had spoken up earlier, even just a kind word, he might have won Luo Xiaobai's favor. If she had merely mentioned him to the head of the family at school, wouldn't his position have advanced? It felt like missing out on a fortune. Director Liang immediately put on a flattering expression and hurried over to Chun, Xiaoqing, his face full of sycophantic concern. "Luo Xiaobai, do you have any other requests? Just tell Director Liang. I will never tolerate such severe violent incidents on campus." Chun Xiaoqing looked at the man who had suddenly approached, feeling no gratitude, only disgust. She had clearly seen him arrive earlier, merely an onlooker in the crowd who made no move to intervene. Now he was shamelessly ingratiating himself, surely up to no good. But as the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face, and she didn't want to stir up more trouble. Since he had come to her, she might as well give those two girls a taste of consequence to make up for the pain in her scalp from having her hair pulled and her torn skirt, and for the ruined clothes and belongings on the ground, the sight of which pained her heart. Director Liang, I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. Probably hit my head when my hair was pulled. Also my clothes are dirty. I don't want to make a fuss, but I hope you'll handle those two senior students properly, so everyone doesn't lose faith in the school's rules. Director Liang nodded repeatedly after hearing this, then barked at the security guards outside. Come here quickly. Take these two students to the academic affairs office. This matter will be dealt with seriously. The two security guards at the door, understanding the situation, trotted eagerly through the crowd into the room. Seeing that only two girls were being taken away with no danger involved, the security guards perked up. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Yang Xuesong had returned to Chun Xiaoqing's side. Tian Miao and Luo Yin sat slumped on the ground, their faces swollen, high, clearly having received numerous slaps. They were like lifeless fish, hopelessly leaning against the wall, letting the guards drag them up and away. Director Liang glanced at Luo Yin, his eyes narrowing slightly, and let out a cold snort. You again? Luo Yin, you caused quite a stir last time. I didn't expect you to kick up another fuss just days later. I think that graduate school recommendation is no longer necessary. Let's go. Back to the academic affairs office. Hearing Director Liang's words, many among the onlooking students cheered, especially the boys, who felt a refreshing sense of relief as if justice had finally been served. Director Liang is awesome. I never thought Director Liang would have a day of righteous execution. We have to thank that junior Luo Xiaobai. That headphone-stealing recommendation schemer finally got what she deserved. Today Director Liang actually did something decent for once. Director Liang frowned, took a light breath, and looked toward the cheering crowd, unable to pinpoint the speakers. The words only felt increasingly off-key. These little brats. Are they praising me or mocking me? Am I really that bad usually? The crowd scrambled far away as Tian Miao and Luo Yin were brought out, for the two of them reeked unpleasantly. Yang Lingxue gave Yang Xuesong a meaningful wink, then cleared her throat. Xuesong, take Xiaobai back to the dorm to change clothes. I still have school matters to handle. Yang Xuesong immediately understood his sister's intent and stepped forward with a smile, readily agreeing. Sure, sis, I'll get it done. I'll protect Xiaobai well. He flexed his muscles in a playful Chinibyo manner, making Chun Xiaoqing's eyes twitch. Ding. World storyline progress has reached 20, integration at 20. Keep going, girl. Hearing the system task complete in her mind, Chun Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the sibling duo playing their double act, she knew exactly what they were up to. Now she just wanted to slip away. Though grateful for his help, she had no intention of going on a sweet date with Yang Xuesong. Good buddy. I'll remember this favor. I'll repay you when I get the chance. Thinking like a heartless woman, Chun Xiaoqing then gave a sweet smile. Teacher Yang, I haven't even registered yet, and I don't live on campus. If I go back late, it won't be good. Yang Lingxue wasn't about to let Chun Xiaoqing off so easily, urging her with a knowing, ant-like smile. Xiaobai, I just saw from the registration letter that you're in the ethnic dance major, right? But you're in class 2, and I'm the homeroom teacher for class 1. No matter. I'll register for you and transfer you from class 2 to class 1. Oh no, this sneaky sister is really something. Who asked you? Chun Xiaoqing felt her heart shatter. She tried to struggle one last time. Teacher Yang, isn't it said that only the student can register? I can't just skip it, can I? Yang Lingxue's eyes curved into a sly fox-like smile, as if she had already decided to eat Chun Xiaoqing, the little white rabbit, for sure. She continued, Xiaobai, you keep calling me Teacher Yang. Just call me sister like Xuesong does. School rules are rigid, but people are flexible. I'll take care of it for you. Seeing no flaw in the crafty sister, Chun Xiaoqing had no choice but to accept her fate. Then a sudden idea struck her, and she glanced at Sang Kiki, who was trying to shrink into the corner and become invisible. How about Kiki comes with me? I didn't bring any clothes from home today. Since you live on campus, you can accompany me to buy a couple of outfits. Sang Kiki shook her head frantically like a rattledrum when Chun Xiaoqing dragged her in. Chun Xiaoqing's mouth twitched, but she pulled her closer and whispered in her ear. 20,000 yuan. My dear good Kiki, if you go shopping with me tonight, I'll give you 20,000. Sang Kiki looked at Chun Xiaoqing in disbelief, her mind reeling. 20,000. This Xiaobai is really a little rich girl. No wonder she doesn't fancy young Master Yang while other girls would throw themselves at him. I slave away all semester doing part-time jobs, writing novels, earning scholarships, and it's still not worth the dirt under her fingernails. After some intense internal struggle, Sang Kiki finally nodded. Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but smirk at her expression, happily linking arms with her. Hee, good sis, you're always so shy and polite. Brother Yang, you won't mind if I bring my good friend along, will you? But at that moment, Sang Kiki seemed startled, her trembling hand pointing at Chun Xiaoqing's shoulder. Xiao! Xiaobai, your clothes are slipping. Only then did Chun Xiaoqing realize that when she had linked arms, she had forgotten to hold her dress over her shoulder, revealing half of her snowy shoulder. Startled, Chun Xiaoqing's face flushed, and she quickly freed a hand to press the fabric back into place. Yang Xuesong seeing this felt his blood surge, and hastily turned his head smiling and nodding shyly scratching his head. No problem, the more the merrier. It'll make chatting less boring. Yang Lingxue watched her brother still standing there grinning foolishly and sighed, face-palming in frustration. This silly brother, he doesn't understand a thing about scheming. How could he agree? But what was done, and she could only console herself that college years were long and they could take it slow. By the way, there's a snack street and some clothing shops near the south gate of the school. Let's go there. Sang Kiki quickly proposed the destination. The group parted ways, and after the crowd dispersed they left the restroom. But the school forum exploded that day. A post titled, "Shocking. Campus pervert incident reversed, mysterious goddess, toilet judge, set up the whole thing to punish the evil girls," was published by some unscrupulous editor, causing a huge uproar online. The post was seen by countless students, and the discussion went wild. The sun had just set on the horizon. It was 6 p.m. 3 people were walking through the campus woods heading towards the south gate. Awkward, extremely awkward. 3 minutes had passed since they left the dance academy, but no one had opened the conversation. Sang Kiki was sandwiched between the two. She kept adjusting her glasses, feeling her heart was in her throat. All she could do was keep playing with her phone to relieve the awkwardness. This 2,000 yuan gig isn't as easy as I thought, she muttered to herself, lowering her head. On the other side, Yang Xuesong was also a straight guy. He usually trained in martial arts and film scenes all day, never having interacted much with girls. He also didn't know how to start a topic. Watching Sang Kiki staring at her phone, he felt helpless and started scrolling through his own phone. Seeing this, Chun Xiaoqing was actually quite pleased to have the peace. Mysterious beauty toilet judge. At this moment, Yang Xuesong suddenly saw the updated front page on the campus forum and couldn't help laughing out loud. Sang Kiki also received the trending notification on the forum. She glanced at it, quickly pressed down her phone screen, her small face turning red. She gently elbowed Yang Xuesong, signaling him to be more mindful and not laugh so loudly. "You blockhead, your goddess is right beside you. Is it appropriate to laugh so freely?" Hearing this, Yang Xuesong scratched his head apologetically, but the Nike-shaped smile at the corner of his mouth was still unstoppable. "Sorry, couldn't hold it back." "What is it?" Chun Xiaoqing, who was nearby, heard them talking about something that seemed to involve her. She tried to look at Sang Kiki's phone, but since she had it pressed down, she couldn't see it. Without caring about anything else, she quickly moved to Yang Xuesong's side to look at his phone. Hey Xiaobai, don't be so impatient. If you want to see, just tell me, I'll show you." Seeing her reach for his phone, Yang Xuesong obediently handed it over. "Toilet judge. Damn, could you come up with a worse name?" Chun Xiaoqing took the phone and saw the explosive headline. Moreover, the picture of herself with her hair pulled and clothes torn had been secretly taken and uploaded by some unscrupulous student. Chun Xiaoqing felt like she was about to explode with anger. Seeing her so upset, Yang Xuesong quickly patted her back and comforted her. "Oh Xiaobai, it's okay. Look, the post content is all praising you. And look at the comments below, they're all saying you're a goddess." Yang Xuesong's words might have been meant to comfort, but they only made Chun Xiaoqing feel that her persona was about to crumble. She directly pinched a small piece of flesh on Yang Xuesong's muscular arm and twisted it, saying irritably, Easy for you to say. Look at how handsome you are in the photos. And how miserable I look." Of course, Chun Xiaoqing didn't dare to use too much force. After all, the guy in front of her was a real muscle man. Yang Xuesong felt the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward again, quickly pretending to be in pain and begging for mercy. All right, Xiaobai, stop pinching, I surrender." Chun Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, then picked up her phone and looked at Sang Kiki. "Kiki, how do I join the campus forum? I just registered today, can you help me set it up?" Sang Kiki covered her mouth and chuckled, then took the phone to help register and download other necessary school apps. "Hey Xiaobai, I can do it too, why didn't you ask me?" Chun Xiaoqing pulled Sang Kiki closer, subtly shifting positions, and pulled her back between the two, sticking her tongue out at Yang Xuesong. Naya, because you're too annoying." "Hey, how am I annoying? If it weren't for me reminding you, you wouldn't even know." After this commotion, the three of them became much more familiar. Along the way, they could finally string together a few words to chat. The commercial street at the south gate of Nanda University was also very lively tonight. After all, it was the first day of the new semester and many students were entering a big city for the first time because of college. The street was packed with freshmen and couples from sophomore and junior years. Under Sang Kiki's lead, the three visited several clothing stores, changed their outfits, and bought a new backpack. After that, they feasted at the snack street and bought many small items and daily necessities at a cosmetic store. Sang Kiki also had many things bought for her under Chun Xiaoqing's insistence. Yang Xuesong tried several times to grab the bill, but only succeeded once, and that was when Chun Xiaoqing was busy eating and didn't notice. Chun Xiaoqing was also helpless. Watching him grin foolishly after paying, she sighed lightly. "Miss Me isn't short on cash, why are you rushing to pay? If you keep this up when you go after a girl later, if you meet a bad one, you'll get cheated." Yang Xuesong waved his hand dismissively. "Xiaobai, you're not a bad girl, so you definitely won't cheat me." Chun Xiaoqing's words caught in her throat, and the half-eaten tonghalu stopped at her lips. Her face instantly flushed red, and she scolded herself inwardly. "Oh Chun Xiaoqing, why did you have to say that?" Sang Kiki beside her covered her mouth and tried to suppress her laughter without any conscience. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Did you bite your tongue? Why is your face so red? Yang Shuesong, seeing Chun Xiaoqing suddenly stop, asked with concern. Chun Xiaoqing quickly explained, no, it's because this Tong Hulu is too spicy. Huh, Tong Hulu is too spicy. That unscrupulous vendor must have added the wrong ingredients. How can Tong Hulu be spicy? Xiaobai, let me have a taste, I'll go back and demand justice for you. As he said this, Yang Shuesong reached out and took the half-eaten Tong Hulu from Chun Xiaoqing's hand. Under Chun Xiaoqing's shocked gaze, he popped two in one go. Not spicy. Xiaobai, did you say it wrong? Damn it. You jerk, are you really that dense, or just pretending? My poor Tong Hulu, I only had half a bite. And how could you put your mouth on something I've already eaten? Chun Xiaoqing pouted with a pitiful expression, puffing out her cheeks as she glared angrily at Yang Shuesong like a pufferfish that had been caught and inflated. Sorry Xiaobai, I didn't know. Let me go buy you a new one. And how could I ever dislike something you've eaten? That half piece was sweeter than the others. That day Yang Shuesong learned a lesson: a girl's shy blush could turn into a fiery red over a single Tong Hulu. Watching Yang Shuesong turn around to buy more Tong Hulu, Sang Kiki felt like she couldn't bear to look. It seems the stereotype of muscle-bound simpletons is something I can't shake off. Chun Xiaoqing saw him heading back to buy Tong Hulu and quickly stopped him. Hey, brother Yang, you don't have to buy any, I don't want Tong Hulu anymore. It's okay, I'll be right back. Yang Shuesong called back from afar, thinking Chun Xiaoqing was just being shy. Chun Xiaoqing watched him stubbornly run back, feeling even more helpless. She really didn't want any. Because she checked the time, it was already 1:10 p.m. Many street vendors had packed up and gone home, leaving only the barbecue stalls that served late-night snacks. Moreover, on her phone, Hua Xiaonandu had messaged her saying that the dormitory check was about to start and she needed to hurry back. Chun Xiaoqing felt helpless, her eyes darting to Sang Kiki beside her. Sang Kiki inexplicably felt a shiver run down her spine and looked at Chun Xiaoqing with confusion, speaking hesitantly. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Kiki, I'm in a hurry to get home. I've sent you the 20,000 I promised. I also added an extra 5,000. Could you wait here for Shuesong for me? Sang Kiki glanced at her phone screen, which displayed a message: transfer 25,000 yuan. At the same time, Chun Xiaoqing pulled out a package from the pile she was carrying and handed it to her. And this, it's a fitness suit and knee and wrist guards I bought for him when I was at the men's clothing store. Please give them to him for me. Of course, Chun Xiaoqing had bought the men's clothes for herself and only picked up those items for Yang Shuesong as an afterthought. Her reasoning was simple: it was a way to repay him for his help today, since he had essentially saved her. Sang Kiki said weakly, Xiaobai, wouldn't it be better if you gave them to him yourself? I told you I'm in a hurry to get home. I'm afraid I'll miss the last bus. With that, Chun Xiaoqing turned and ran toward the school gate. Only Sang Kiki was left standing in the night breeze, bewildered. Didn't you say you don't live on campus? Why are you running toward the school? And with all that money, do you really need to take the bus? And I have to get back to the dormitory too. Room inspection is coming up. But Sang Kiki remembered that the female dormitory wasn't far from the south gate, unlike the male dormitory at the north gate, so she wasn't too worried. Even if she waited a bit, she could still make it back in time. Sang Kiki sighed inwardly, but seeing the 25,000 yuan transfer on her phone, she silently comforted herself. It's okay, I can handle this little difficulty. Bring on more friends like this. Less than 10 minutes later, Yang Shuesong returned, clutching a candied hawthorn stick tightly in his hand. Seeing him panting and drenched in sweat, Sang Kiki was startled and quickly handed him a bottle of water from her bag. Yang, why are you so exhausted? Yang Shuesong took the water, took a gulp, swished it around, and spat it out, finally looking a bit better. Don't even mention it. That candied hawthorn vendor packed up way too early. In just that short time, his bike had already gone a kilometer. Luckily, I ran fast enough to catch up. Huh, you chased a bike for 2 kilometers. That's 4 kilometers round trip. Sang Kiki was genuinely shocked and could only silently admire him. No wonder you're a sports major. It's nothing. Only 4 kilometers. By the way, where's Xiaobai? Xiaobai was in a hurry to get home, so she left first. Then my candied hawthorn was bought for nothing. Well, Kiki, you can have it. Yang Shuesong's face fell with disappointment and distress. No thanks, I'm on a diet. No sugar. You should eat it yourself. Sang Kiki quickly waved her hand to refuse. No way. She couldn't accept such a precious gift a candied hawthorn bought after a 4-kilometer chase. Besides, there's a saying among guys, don't covet your friend's wife. For girls, it's the same, don't covet your friend's man. Even though they weren't officially together, the principle was similar. And she asked me to give you this gift. She said it's to thank you for helping her today. As she spoke, Sang Kiki handed the clothing bag to Yang Shuesong. Still dazed, he took the bag, and Sang Kiki immediately turned and jogged toward the school. Hey, it's late. Do you want me to walk you? Watching Sang Kiki dash away, Yang Shuesong asked instinctively. No need. You'd better go after Xiaobai. You're a sports major. Maybe you can still catch up. Yang Shuesong felt dizzy at the words. Come on, I'm a sports major, not a superhero. She left almost 10 minutes ago. No matter how fast I can't catch her. Besides, I don't even know which way she went. Yang Shuesong sighed, helplessly opened the package, and saw it contained the latest fitness suit along with a pair of wrist guards and sports knee pads. His heart swelled with emotion, almost to the point of tears. This was the first time he'd received a gift from a girl who wasn't family. No wonder Xiaobai went to the men's clothing store earlier. I wondered who she was buying for. I even let my imagination run wild. Turns out it was for me. With that thought, Yang Shuesong felt another surge of excitement and bit off 3 candied hawthorns in one go. Tonight's candied hawthorn is exceptionally sweet. Chun Xiaoqing jogged through the campus along the path. She had come looking for a place to change back into her male clothes. She also stowed the items she was carrying back into her system space. Haunted by the traumatic experience during the day, she silently resolved to carefully check her surroundings before entering any restroom to make sure no one was watching. She also cursed inwardly the school was too big. Why did the administration separate the male and female dormitories so far apart? One at the north gate and the other at the south gate. This meant that couples in love had to walk a long distance to see each other to their dorms. Moreover, the commercial streets near the north and south gates were completely different. The north gate area was mostly pool halls, game arcades, and internet cafes, while the south gate area was lined with clothing stores, snack stalls, and cosmetic shops. Finally reaching the pharmacy school building, just as Chun Xiaoqing was crossing the zebra crossing on the campus road, a blinding light flashed in front of her. A sports car raced through the campus at breakneck speed accompanied by a screech of brakes, and stopped precisely 1 meter in front of her. Chun Xiaoqing was petrified, her legs weak. First of all, why was there a sports car on campus? And who the hell drives so fast here? Do you want to die? Wandering around on the road in the dark. If you want my attention, just wave. But blocking the car like this. A curse came from the driver's seat. As soon as Chun Xiaoqing heard the voice, she felt a chill run through her entire body. She knew that voice all too well. It was none other than Xiao Chun, that deadpan face. Xiao Chun was also in a bad mood. He had sent his family's information network to search all over Nandu for days, but he still hadn't found the mysterious goddess he had seen that night. Today he had finally spotted a girl who looked like his goddess on the school forum. He rushed to the school to investigate, but by the time he arrived it was already over. He asked the school administration, but they couldn't find any records. Of course, it would have been strange if he had found any records. Those 6 profiles had been specially flagged and stored separately from the other students' files. Now feeling frustrated, he had decided to drive off campus to race and blow off some steam. But then he encountered a reckless girl who seemed to be trying to get his attention, and his temper flared. He immediately started cursing. He was used to this kind of girl. They often saw his sports car from afar and blocked his way to flirt. Chun Xiaoqing, enraged by his words, walked straight to the driver's side and knocked on the window. As the window rolled down, she fumed. What, just because you drive a luxury car you think you're something? Driving so fast on campus and you think you're in the right. And I was crossing the zebra crossing. Who would want to flirt with you? You narcissistic, deadpan-faced jerk. Tui. After cursing, Chun Xiaoqing lifted her skirt and ran toward the pharmacy school building. Cursing and running away. What a thrill. Xiao Chun, slightly stunned, finally realized that the exquisite, beautiful face before him was exactly the goddess he had been searching for days. What had he just done? Panic gripped Xiao Chun's heart. He wiped the tiny bit of spittle from his face and gently sniffed it. The goddess's spit is fragrant too. He quickly pulled the car over to the side and prepared to get out and chase after her. Chun Xiaoqing suddenly noticed that the deadpan-faced Xiao Chun behind her had stopped his car and was chasing after her. Her heart skipped a beat in fright. Oh no, this deadpan face is too petty. I only spat in his face, didn't I? He almost hit me just now. He wouldn't come up and beat me, would he? Yeah. At the thought of this, Chun Xiaoqing grew even more terrified. She quickened her pace, intending to rush to the teaching building of the pharmacy college to change her clothes. Wait, classmate, please wait. Hearing Xiao Chen's voice suddenly turn gentle behind her, Chun Xiaoqing became even more frightened. This deadpan face is even pretending now. I'd be a fool to actually stop. Pretending to be so gentle. He must want me to stop so he can beat me. I, Chun Xiaoqing, am not so easily fooled. Thinking this, she quickened her pace even more. Fortunately, the teaching building was nearly empty at this hour, and she ran all the way to the 4th floor without any obstruction. Xiao Chen was not a sports student, and he was amazed at the goddess's stamina. He only managed to reach the 2nd floor before he had to stop, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Chun Xiaoqing glanced around, and seeing no one, walked directly into the restroom. The moment she entered, she noticed a faint light coming from the last stall, startling her. However, the light swiftly vanished the moment it heard her footsteps. Without time to dwell on it, Chun Xiaoqing quickly opened the first stall and stepped inside. With swift movements, she took out men's clothes from her system space, changed out of her women's attire, and her long hair turned back into short hair. Then, as stealthily as a thief, she opened the door and quietly slipped out of the women's restroom. She hurriedly decided to go down via another staircase to return to her dormitory, hoping to avoid encountering Xiao Chun. But Chun Xiao never expected to run into Xiao Chun at the stairwell between the 3rd and 2nd floors. What are you doing here? Chun Xiaoqing's heart tightened, and she retorted in a low male voice. I'm a pharmacy major in the College of Pharmacy. Why shouldn't I be here? The strange thing is you. What are you doing at the pharmacy college so late? Hearing Chun Xiaoqing's words, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and realized she had a point. He replied stubbornly, I'm just exercising by running stairs. I happened to pass by the pharmacy college and came up for a look. Oh well, then keep exercising. I'm heading back to the dorm. As Chun Xiaoqing prepared to leave, Xiao Chun grew anxious and quickly reached out to block her. What are you doing? I'm warning you, I'm not into guys. It's late at night, and I don't have time to accompany you stair climbing. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing's serious expression and her shocking words, Xiao Chun was utterly speechless. He could only force himself to ask, "When you came down just now, did you see a very beautiful girl in a white dress, eh?" "Oh, huh." Xiao Chen's eyes were full of eagerness and urgency, his heart racing. Does this guy know or not? Don't drag it out. Chun Xiaoqing saw the look in his eyes and felt a surge of resentment. This despicable guy, does he really want to beat me that badly? The look in his eyes. If he really finds her, it'll be terrible, won't it? Chun Xiaoqing's mind raced as she tried to think of an answer. If she said she hadn't seen her, he definitely wouldn't believe it, and she might be pestered further. So she could only smile and say, "I saw her. That girl was on the 4th floor looking like she'd been bitten by a dog. She seemed really anxious. I think she's hiding on the 4th floor." Xiao Chun wanted to curse, but he suppressed his temper and continued, "Which classroom is she hiding in on the 4th floor?" "I don't know, but if you search carefully, you should be able to find her." "Alright, don't forget to check the women's restroom. She's probably hiding in there." Hearing Chun Xiaoqing's analysis, Xiao Chun was delighted and immediately ran upstairs again. Watching Xiao Chen's hurried figure disappear at the stairwell, Chun Xiaoqing made a contemptuous face at him upstairs and playfully stuck out her tongue. Just keep looking. You want to find me? Dream on. Go find me in your dreams tonight." "Oh no, maybe he'll torment me in his dreams." "Don't even think about finding me in your dreams." With that thought, Chun Xiaoqing quickly descended the teaching building and ran toward her dormitory. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun rushed to the 3rd floor in a frenzy, searching every classroom one by one, even behind doors and under the podium cabinet, but found no trace of the goddess in his heart. He couldn't help but feel furious, silently cursing that he had been fooled by Chun Xiaoqing. Damn, I've been tricked by that guy. Next time I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. Suddenly, he remembered Chun Xiaoqing's suggestion to check the women's restroom. His eyes fixed on the restroom at the southeast corner. He struggled internally. "I, the eldest young master of the Shao family, how can I go searching in a restroom? And even a women's restroom?" But the thought of the goddess's adorable and beautiful face made his lower head triumph over his upper head. With a hardened heart, he walked toward the restroom. First, he checked the men's restroom stall by stall. After enduring the shocking sights of strawberry egg tarts, golden pythons, and terrifying 8 treasure porridge, he found nothing. Fighting back the urge to vomit, he walked out of the men's restroom, silently cursing the school for not repairing facilities or hiring a diligent cleaner. Then he headed to the women's restroom, moving softly, afraid of startling the goddess hiding inside. He swallowed gently. The moment he entered the women's restroom, he saw a faint glow from a phone in the last stall. His heart leaped with joy. Suppressing his excitement, he crept quietly to the last stall. Many stall doors in the school were broken, so he pushed lightly, and the door swung open. But it was quickly blocked by a hand pressing against the door. A somewhat rough female voice sounded. "Sorry, classmate, this stall is taken. Please use another one. I'm constipated and can't." Xiao Chen frowned. Why was the goddess's voice so hoarse? Oh, she must be shy, so she's deliberately lowering her voice. Xiao Chen silently admired his own cleverness and replied politely, "I'm sorry, goddess, to meet in such an inappropriate place. I'm truly sorry for just now. I didn't know it was you. Although I know this time is a bit rude, I really want to tell you that I saw you a few days ago. From the first moment I saw you, I knew I had fallen for you. I've dreamed of you often since I was a child, so the moment I saw you, I knew it had to be you." The girl squatting in the restroom seemed very shy. She suppressed her inner excitement, wanting to open the door to welcome the Prince Charming, who had confessed so passionately outside, but she was really uncomfortable. After a series of thunderous sounds, she finally relaxed. Xiao Chun outside frowned at the noise, but he thought it was a minor flaw of the goddess, one he could tolerate. Finally, the door opened. Under Xiao Chen's expectant gaze, a sturdy girl, like a JoJo character, looked at him with tearful emotion. The girl never expected that the one waiting outside the door was Xiao Chen, the famous rich and handsome campus heartthrob. She was even more thrilled. He felt as if he had turned to stone, his legs trembling as he scrambled out of the restroom. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." "Hey, my prince, why are you running? Just now you called me sweetie, and now you're treating me like a stranger." At 11:55 p.m. Chun Xiaoqing finally made it back to the dormitory, just in time, arriving before the gates closed for the nighttime inspection. A familiar chime resonated in her mind. Destined Potential's affinity for Xiao Chun increased by 20, while his emotional value dropped by 280. World storyline progress 30. World fusion rate 30. Chun Xiaoqing heard the system voice in her head and felt a wave of confusion wash over her. "System, did you make a mistake? What exactly is this affinity? And with emotional value this low, how can there still be any affection?" No. Host, you clearly don't understand. He may loathe you, yet that does not diminish his desire to possess you. He is the most extraordinary among all destined potentials. Until his affinity toward you exceeds his emotional value, you must never reveal that you are actually Luo Xiaobai. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing asked uncertainly, "What happens if he finds out?" This system is also unaware. But should a destined potential turn dark and become a villain, well, it would be dreadfully terrifying. Host, you'll have to imagine the rest. The system's words sent a shiver down Chun Xiaoqing's spine. Recalling Xiao Chen's perpetually gloomy expression, she was instantly petrified. That death-pale face Xiao Chun is like Schrodinger's emotional value, right? Decision made. I must never let him know. From now on I will exercise extreme caution at all times. Chun Xiaoqing silently hardened her resolve. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, a loud shout erupted from the dormitory entrance downstairs. Hey, young lady, females are not permitted to enter the boys' dormitory. The sudden shout startled Chun Xiaoqing, whose leg was already mid-step. She turned her head stiffly and spotted the dorm manager, a woman with colorful curlers in her hair wearing reading glasses resembling a stereotypical building mistress, clutching a student attendance ledger as she emerged from her room. Auntie, I'm a male student just returning to my dorm. Chun Xiaoqing forced a smile and began explaining, while simultaneously sending messages through her phone to the group chat asking Hua Xiaonan and the others to bring down her student ID card. The dorm manager surveyed Chun Xiaoqing with unwavering confidence. A knowing smile played upon her lips as she fixed her upon Chun Xiaoqing with the piercing gaze of a detective on the verge of solving a mystery. Dear, there's no need to force your voice lower. I've encountered countless girls disguising themselves as boys to sneak into the male dorms to meet their boyfriends. Besides, you're far too pretty. I truly am a boy. The dorm manager's voice slithered toward Chun Xiaoqing like a whispering demon. She slowly approached, leaning her head close to Chun Xiaoqing's shoulder and inhaling softly. The sensation raised goosebumps all over Chun Xiaoqing's body, drenching her in cold sweat. Wait, you're definitely female. There's not even a trace of masculine body odor on you. In fact, there's a delicate feminine fragrance. The dorm manager smiled knowingly, her eyes narrowed like a cunning old fox. Chun Xiaoqing felt an ominous foreboding and silently cried for help. This was bad. She had stumbled upon a master inspector, but she refused to surrender meekly. There was no way this Annie would resort to physically searching her. Auntie, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm genuinely a freshman. The fragrance on me might just be from body wash. Oh, yes, it must be body wash. You must have misjudged the scent. I keep myself very clean. I shower every day. Furthermore, check the attendance list. My name Chun Xiaoqing should be on it. The dorm manager's gaze remained sharp and unyielding. She casually glanced at the ledger in her hand and gave a dismissive snort. Indeed, there is a student named Chun Xiaoqing listed as absent from room 233 tonight. However, this is a time-honored trick. My ledger contains no photographs. You're undoubtedly a girl impersonating someone else. Chun Xiaoqing felt utterly exasperated. How could this auntie's imagination be so extraordinarily wide? She intended to continue explaining, but the auntie spoke again. And one more thing. Your accent suggests you're from the north, correct? So what? The auntie shot Chun Xiaoqing a look that screamed, truth uncovered. Based on past observations of students using the laundry facilities here, northerners typically shower less frequently than southerners unless the weather is extremely hot. You claim to bathe daily. That must be a lie. Moreover, your forehead shows stray hairs consistent with recent exercise, yet there's no substantial sweat odor. Therefore, you're undoubtedly female. Chun Xiaoqing rolled her eyes so high it nearly reached the ceiling. This Annie should be working as a detective rather than a dorm manager. What a waste of talent. Can't I simply have personal habits? Auntie, please let me go. I wasn't even late. I returned precisely before 12 o'clock. Yet the auntie remained unmoved, stubbornly shaking her head. Slap, slap, slap. Just then the sound of several people descending the dormitory stairs echoed through the stairwell. Chun Xiaoqing finally spotted her saviors arriving. Hua Xiaonan, Mo Chinhao, and Ma Tianyan came sprinting down the stairs, each clad only in a tank top, oversized floral boxer shorts, and flip-flops. These fellows adapted to local customs quite quickly. It's already past midnight. What do you three think you're doing? After 12 o'clock, only police officers and doctors may escort anyone out. The dorm manager blocked the doorway outright, declaring this with domineering authority. Hua Xiaonan tossed his flamboyant long hair, which appeared freshly washed, and still slightly damp, somewhat disheveled. With a mere flick of his wrist, a stylish side-parted hairstyle materialized. He adopted a gentlemanly demeanor and spoke. My dear Annie Sue, we've come to deliver a student ID card for a classmate. After completing registration earlier today, he had some matters to attend to, which is why he returned so late. Please show some leniency. Having said this, Hua Xiaonan extended the student ID card toward Auntie Sue for inspection, his eyes fixed intently upon her face. Speaking of which, Hua Xiaonan's handsome features were truly effective on people of all ages. Auntie Sue's cheeks actually flushed at the intensity of his affectionate gaze. Auntie Sue accepted the student card, cast a sidelong glance at Hua Xiaonan, and compared the photograph on the card with Chun Xiaoqing's appearance. Only then did she slowly nod, pursed her lips, and after a moment of apparent deliberation, granted them passage. Alright, I suppose I'll let this one slide. But next time you cannot return so late. I conduct inspections well ahead of schedule. Chun Xiaoqing felt as though she had been pardoned from a death sentence. She eagerly thanked Hua Xiaonan and the others and prepared to head upstairs. Hold on. Just as they took their first step forward, Auntie Sue's voice rang out from behind once more. Everyone froze and turned their heads sharply. Auntie Sue pointed directly at Chun Xiaoqing's feet. There's one more thing. You boys should dress a bit more sharply. Those black silk stockings and small leather shoes. Don't wear those next time. This is Nandu, not Shudu. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing suddenly realized that in her hasty clothing change earlier, she had forgotten to swap her shoes and socks. Instantly, a crimson blush spread from her face to the tips of her ears, as red as a steamed crab. Under the astonished gazes of Hua Xiaonan, Mo Chunhao, and Ma Tianyan, she hurriedly sprinted up the stairs. Watching Chun Xiaoqing flee in disgrace, the three close friends exchanged bewildered glances before hastily chasing after her. Chun Xiaoqing quickly arrived at the dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside, his vision darkened. Their 4 rooms had been cleaned and arranged by servants in advance with basic beds and daily necessities already set in place. There were 2 bunk beds and 4 desks with computers, but 3 of the desks were additionally cluttered with items of various styles. One desk and its surroundings were filled with Gundam models, various car models, and battleship models. This was clearly Ma Tianyuan's. Another desk adorned with an array of anime figurines and many cosplay photos undoubtedly belonged to Mo Chenhao. The third desk was covered with various hairstyling products and skincare items. Well, as expected of the philandering playboy Hua Xiaonan, Chun Xiaoqing could only silently complain in his heart. Suddenly hearing footsteps in the corridor, he snapped to attention and quickly sat down on the nearby bed. He began to take off his black stockings and leather shoes. But just as he was halfway through, the 3 guys burst into the dormitory panting from exhaustion. Chadomat, don't, spare those stockings. Wait, let us appreciate them properly first. The 3 of them slid to the ground in unison, gliding all the way from the door to right in front of Chun Xiaoqing. The next moment he saw 3 pairs of hands grabbing his own hands and the foot he had lifted to remove the stocking. Chun Xiaoqing was furious. He kicked out, striking Ma Tianyuan's chubby face, the one who was holding on the tightest. Bastards, let go of me. What are you doing? I'm not into guys. Hearing his shout, the 3 still showed no sign of letting go. Hua Xiaonan pressed his face against Chun Xiaoqing's calf and said with effort, Xiaoqing, promise you won't take off your stockings first. Yes, Xiaoqing, promise you won't take them off. Mo Chenhao, who was pulling Chun Xiaoqing's arm, quickly echoed. Chun Xiaoqing rolled his eyes, feeling that these 3 were acting strange today. Since he couldn't break free, he had to agree first to see what nonsense they were up to. Fine, I promise. Now get the hell away from me. As soon as Chun Xiaoqing said this, Hua Xiaonan and Mo Chenhao released him and stepped aside, each dragging a chair to sit down. Fatty, what are you still lying there for? Get lost. Chun Xiaoqing kicked Ma Tianyuan, who was still at his feet, in annoyance. This guy, after being kicked in the face, instead of running away, he just stayed there clinging. Ma Tianyuan felt the pain when Chun Xiaoqing kicked harder, then grinned and quickly scrambled aside. Xiaoqing, I just realized today how small your feet are. Probably only size 37, right? Not even as big as my face. You fat bastard, are you a masochist? Want me to whip you with a belt to give you some more pleasure? Chun Xiaoqing glared at Ma Tianyuan's grinning face and cursed angrily. That wouldn't be bad, but only if you wear a dress while whipping me. Damn, are you a gay or something? Stay away from me from now on. Hearing this, Ma Tianyuan's grin faded, and he corrected seriously, I'm not gay. This is called having an appreciation for beauty. Chun Xiaoqing saw that the 3 were now sitting obediently on their chairs and didn't bother arguing further. And one more thing. You used to call me Lao Qing or Qing Xiao. Suddenly calling me Xiaoqing, are you asking for a beating again? Have you forgotten I hate being called Xiaoqing? Hua Xiaonan leaned back with a roguish grin and laughed. Oh, Xiaoqing, what does it matter what we call you? Besides, we're in Nandu, not Jingdu. Our family clans can't help us here. If you want to beat us, you'll have to do it yourself. By the way, forget that. I just saw. Xiaoqing, how come you don't have leg hair? Mo Chenhao suddenly chimed in with a sly grin. What of it? I don't like leg hair, so I used hair removal cream. Is that a problem? Chun Xiaoqing showed no fear. After years of dressing as a man, he'd have been a failure if he couldn't handle such a question on the spot. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing's natural flawless expression, the 3 exchanged glances, nodded in understanding, and seemed convinced. Hua Xiaonan then took out his phone, opened the campus forum's top post, and handed it to Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing took the phone and glanced at it with confusion. Of course he knew what it was, the headline about the bathroom judge that had embarrassed him today. His heart suddenly tightened. Had these 3 noticed something? But he forced himself to stay calm, and said, What's this? Hey, you're showing me this. Hua Xiaonan looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chenhao flanked him like detectives beside the interrogating prosecutor, all eyes fixed on Chun Xiaoqing to pressure him. Xiaoqing, no need to pretend anymore. The evidence is right here. We know everything. Yeah, you've been hiding this from us for so long. If we hadn't seen it today, we'd still be in the dark. Chun Xiaoqing looked at the 3 so serious and felt a shiver run down his spine. He spoke hesitantly. You all know. The 3 nodded in unison. Chun Xiaoqing took a deep breath and cursed inwardly. I never thought the first outsiders to expose my identity would be these 3. This system mission is already a failure before it even started. He had no choice but to admit it. Alright, I did lie to you. I confess. Actually, ha ha ha. You admitted it. You're such a sly dog. You have a little cousin studying at Nandu University, and you didn't tell us. No wonder you traveled all the way here to study in Nandu. As your good brothers, we have to warn you. According to biological genetics, incest is not allowed, and the law forbids it too. You'd better watch out. Hua Xiaonan, Ma Tianyuan, and Mo Chenhao's serious expressions collapsed, and they burst into laughter. What? I thought you. Thought what? That we're into you, Lao Qing. No way, we're not gay. Ma Tianyuan said smugly. Hua Xiaonan turned to Chun Xiaoqing again. Lao Qing, just give me your little cousin's WeChat. Since we're all on campus, we'll run into her sooner or later. Hua Xiaonan's face was full of earnest pleading, but Chun Xiaoqing knew him too well to be fooled. And you wouldn't want your little cousin to find out you wore black stockings and leather shoes, would you? Mo Chunhao added with a lecherous grin, pinching his chin. You watch too much anime, you pervert. Get lost. Chun Xiaoqing grabbed a Nahida body pillow from the bed and threw it at Mo Chunhao. Damn, Lao Qing, you're so underhanded. My wife Nahida. Mo Chunhao was startled, fumbled to catch the pillow, and hugged it with adoration. I'd love to lick Nahida's little feet. The other three in the dormitory all looked at the goofy Mo Chunhao with disgust. Chun Xiaoqing saw the persistent look in Hua Xiaonan's eyes. It was clear that if he didn't provide the WeChat ID today, Hua wouldn't let him go. He had no choice but to take out his phone and share his alternate account with Hua Xiaonan. I've given you my cousin's WeChat ID. Go ahead and flirt. Leave me alone. Hua Xiaonan immediately cheered up, pulled out his phone, and sent a friend request on the side. Old Qing, let me help you take off your shoes. Just as Chun Xiaoqing was about to continue removing his socks and shoes, he saw Ma Tianyuan approaching again. Chun Xiaoqing directly threw his shoe, smacking it against Ma Tianyuan's face. You bastard, get lost. I think you're asking for a beating. Ma Tianyuan caught the shoe that hit his face, sniffed it lightly, then returned it to the bedside of Chun Xiaoqing. Old Qing, to be honest, you really have the talent to be a cross-dresser. Your shoes don't even smell like feet, they're fragrant. What are you thinking? These are brand new shoes. How could they possibly stink? Ma Tianyuan frowned, thinking it over, and realized that made sense. Defeated, he returned to his own bed, picking up his Gundam model and motorcycle model to play with. Chun Xiaoqing silently took out his slippers, toiletries, and pajamas from his backpack. Of course, they were actually from the system space. Using the backpack was just a decoy. By 1 o'clock, Chun Xiaoqing had finished washing up and slipped into bed. At that moment, the other three were lying in their own beds, all poking their heads out to stare at him curiously. What are you looking at? Doing? Damn. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy sleep after a shower. Chun Xiaoqing was about to be driven mad by these idiots. Old Qing, why are you wearing long-sleeve pajamas? Aren't you hot in Nandu? Mo Chunhao voiced the doubt in everyone's mind. After all, the whole dormitory was in tank tops and shorts, making Chun Xiaoqing the odd one out. I'm used to it at home, okay? I have a weak constitution and catch cold easily. Is that reason enough? Chun Xiaoqing pouted but still explained. Hua Xiaonan nodded in acknowledgement. Ma Tianyuan, however, spoke as if he had discovered a new continent. Old Qing, which gym do you go to, and what brand of protein powder do you take? I just noticed today that even though you're skinny, you've got some muscle. Fatty, shut up. Don't let your eyes wander. I'm not into guys. Don't make me whip you before bed. Ma Tianyuan immediately withdrew his head. Old Qing, are you lying to me? Is this really your little cousin's WeChat? Why hasn't she accepted my request yet? And her moments plus the TikTok link to it don't have any selfies or videos. It doesn't look like a girl's social media at all. Hua Xiaonan looked at Chun Xiaoqing with a bitter, suspicious expression. Chun Xiaoqing realized that Hua's words were a reminder. He needed to find a chance to take some videos and photos to upload. Moreover, this alternate account had added many people, but he hadn't replied to any messages. Maybe she's blocked you. Or she set it to show only the last 3 months. Chun Xiaoqing replied perfunctorily. Oh, that's possible. But it's definitely not blocking me. It's just that she hasn't posted anything because I can see her other info. Hua Xiaonan nodded solemnly, then muttered to himself while fiddling with his phone. Finally, the three of them quieted down, and Chun Xiaoqing quickly cleared his throat. He reached for the dorm room light switch. Let's all sleep early. Tomorrow we have military training, and it'll exhaust you all. Hearing this, the three exclaimed in unison. They had forgotten about that. They immediately put down their phones and began to sleep. Listening to Ma Tianyuan's snoring reaching his ears within seconds, Chun Xiaoqing sighed softly, took out the earplugs he had prepared beforehand, and put them in. Fortunately, with his past life experience, he was well prepared. Atop the mountain in the nature reserve next to Nandu University, Erbao gazed into the distance toward the university. He let out a soft sigh, thinking human-like thoughts. My legendary Jungle King Master, if you don't come back soon, I'm afraid your wife will be stolen away. Inside a Japanese sushi restaurant near the south gate of Nandu University on the 2nd floor, in a Japanese-style massage room, a pair of lovely, innocent-looking girls in kimonos about 1.6 meters tall bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man before them. This man was none other than Richuan Gongbon, who had appeared not long ago. How is it, Nai Mei Naishi? What do you think of Nandu University in China? Nai Mei and Nai Shi both nodded slightly and replied respectfully. Gongbon Kun, we have already completed the international student registration at the school today. We haven't chosen our majors yet. Everything is going smoothly. Gongbon Kun, we have identified 2 targets at the school. One is named Chun Xiaoqing, the son of Mu Qin, and the other is a girl named Luo Xiaobai, who seems to be his cousin. Should we take forceful measures? Richuan Gangban nodded knowingly, but waved his hand. No. Last time using forceful measures caused everything to fail, and even alerted the authorities above. I'm not a fool like Xiao Zilong. This time you will use a soft approach. Nai Mei and Nai Shi both looked at Richuan Gangban in confusion, blinking their lively eyes, not understanding what he meant. Seeing their expressions, Richuan Gangban couldn't help but feel smug. I've learned a lot during my time in China. This is from the ancient Chinese military strategy books I've studied. In short, you should first approach them and show goodwill. Once you've fully gained their trust, find an opportunity to lure them here for a foot massage. That way no one will be alerted, and you can capture the targets without bloodshed. Nai Mei and Nai Shi nodded in unison, feeling a sense of admiration. Sokka. Then who should we approach first? Approach the young master Chun Shaoqing first. After all, his bloodline is pure. Unfortunately, it's a masculine Yang bloodline, and we need a feminine Yin bloodline. As for Luo Xiaobai, if you can approach her, do so. If not, don't worry too much. Treat her as a backup plan. Understood, Ganban Kun. Nai Mei and Nai Shi expressed their understanding. Recently, there seems to be some activity from the Island Nation organization. Miss Fujiwara Yako is unable to break free. Hurry up. It seems Muqin's secret has leaked, and some rats have infiltrated the organization. Richuan Gangban slowly waved his hand, signaling them to leave. The two stood up and exited the room, feeling a sense of urgency upon hearing his final words. This research was crucial to the rise of the organization and even the dominance of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Not a single mistake could be tolerated. At 7:30 in the morning, Chun Shaoqing's alarm clock rang. She swiftly got up, first washed up and changed into her military training uniform. The three young masters, however, had no experience at all and remained lazily in bed without any urgency. You lazy pigs, get up. We still need to eat breakfast and attend military training. Hua Xiaonan and Mo Chunhao, who was hugging a life-sized kitchen pillow, sat up in bed with dark circles under their eyes, looking listless. As soon as they sat up, they saw Ma Tianyuan still sleeping soundly, snoring like thunder. Together they pounced on his bed like hungry tigers. You fat bastard, are you harboring a toad in your belly that makes you snore so loud? Last night I slapped him a few times, and he still looks like this, damn it. The two cursed while beating him. Ma Tianyuan, thick-skinned and sturdy, was startled awake and quickly hid under the blanket. What are you doing so early in the morning? Murder. Help. Chun Shaoqing, on the other hand, found it amusing. Where was the murder? It was clearly like slaughtering a New Year's pig. After a full 3 minutes of roughhousing, the three of them became much more alert and no longer sleepy. Hua Xiaonan was the quickest. After washing up swiftly, he started applying sunscreen and styling his hair. After all, since they couldn't wear other clothes during military training, the best way to enhance his looks was his hairstyle. Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chunhao dawdled, brushing their teeth while scrolling on their phones. Hey, old Sheen, you're famous. Yeah, and little cousin too. Hua Xiaonan, you've got a competitor. Quick, check the school forum. Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chunhao, still with toothbrushes in their mouths and foam all over their faces, ran out of the bathroom and held up their phones for Chun Shaoqing and Hua Xiaonan to see. Seeing the trail of toothpaste foam, Chun Shaoqing felt a headache coming on. She raised her hand and gave both of them a sharp rap on the head. Go back to the bathroom and brush your teeth. We can hear you, we have phones. Look at the mess you've made. The two immediately turned and went back to the bathroom, but in their haste they even smeared the foam on the floor evenly. Chun Shaoqing could only helplessly put her hand to her forehead. Anyway, she would have the servants from each family come later, so she didn't want to say more. She took out her phone and opened the forum, curious to see what had surprised them so much. Damn. Holy shit. Little cousin has been confessed to on the campus confession wall. And two of them. By the young masters of the Yang and Shao families. Hua Xiaonan, standing nearby, looked at the phone forum with a shocked expression and exclaimed. Hearing this, Chun Shaoqing was also startled in her heart. She quickly opened her phone and saw that indeed the campus confession wall was pinned at the top of the forum today. Two bold posters with cheesy captions were confessing to Luo Xiaobai. Young masters of the Yang and Shao families. Yang Xuesong and that deadpan Xiao Chun. What the hell are those two up to? Yang Xuesong was understandable, but Xiao Chun must be up to some trick. Tricking her into showing up and then beating her up. Chun Shaoqing thought it over carefully and came to an absolutely certain conclusion. No, I can't fall behind others. I also want to confess to Luo Xiaobai. Hua Xiaonan quickly finished styling his hair and muttered to himself. It looked like he was contacting the campus confession wall editor. Chun Shaoqing gave him a speechless look and couldn't be bothered to say anything to this guy. After all, he didn't plan to attend classes at the art college anyway. Unless absolutely necessary, she was just registering there in name. Don't just look at little cousin. Scroll down, old Sheen, you're famous too. Mo Chinhao, who had finished brushing his teeth, poked his head out of the bathroom with a ring of unwashed foam around his mouth, reminding them. What? Chun Shaoqing hadn't noticed to scroll down. Reminded, she quickly swiped down and saw two confession posts. To my fiancé Qing Xiao from Pharmacy Class 1, you can't escape. The man this lady has her eye on can't get away. Signed, your fiancé Xiao Iran from Design, Class 2 Sophomore. We've been childhood sweethearts. Stay away, you sudden engagement arrivals. My Qing Xiao, you were mine before, and you'll be mine forever. Hope you don't let this affection down. From Jiang Qinshu, Dance Class 1, Freshman. Seeing these two posts, Chun Shaoqing felt that this love battlefield was inescapable. For now, she didn't have time to worry about it, and could only take it one step at a time. The only thing troubling her was the comment section. Xiao Iran was a long-standing campus belle of Nandu University, a sophomore. In the comments, many simps and diehard fans were clamoring to teach the fiancé a lesson for being a heartbreaker. Fortunately, they hadn't left her full name on the confession wall, or she wouldn't be able to hold it together in class. Hey, still dawdling. We're going to be late. Hurry up and assemble. At that moment Chun Xiaoqing suddenly noticed it was already 8:20 and the military training assembly was at 8:30. Grabbing her hat and putting it on, Chun Xiaoqing and Hua Xiaonan headed out first, too lazy to wait for those two slowpokes. Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chenhao then hurriedly rushed out a step behind. At 11:00 noon, under the scorching sun, the school roads were lined with military training formations of various majors and classes. Damn it, Instructor Lin is favoring girls over boys. Why do the girls get to rest in the shade while we guys have to sit in the sun? No way. I'm taking a flight tonight to Thailand for a sex change and come back for training, or I'll be dead by the end of these 7 days. Hee, after you get your sex change, how about letting us brothers have some fun first? No need to go for a sex change. Oh, I'll come to your dorm tonight. You just wait. Oh, brother Jian, no. I was just joking. The pharmacy class 1 boys were like deflated balloons, barely maintaining their energy with crude jokes. Meanwhile, the small patch of shade nearby was completely occupied by the girls. The instructor stood in the sun with his hands on his hips, wearing a wry smile as he looked at the group of students. His bronze skin was covered in fine beads of sweat. Look at you, pathetic. Just a little bit of shade and you can't even let the girls have it. Do you even want to have girlfriends in college? It's just a bit more sun. When I was a soldier I had it much worse than you. I'm still here sunbathing with you. If you keep complaining you won't even get to sit in the sun. Stand at attention for 10 minutes. As soon as Instructor Lin said this, the complaining boys immediately shut up. None dared to bring up the topic again and started chatting about other things to distract themselves. By the way, did you see the forum this morning? That guy in our class with Qing in his name. He got confessed to by 2 campus beauties. And one of them is even a long-standing campus belle from the dance academy, a sophomore. The other one looks good from her profile and forum photo too. She'll surely become the new freshman campus belle. I might as well come clean now. I'm Zhu Yeqing, and I'm the Qing Xiao from the forum confession. Don't you impersonate me. I'm Cheng Haiqing, and that Qing Xiao is me. Oh, you two really have no shame. Why don't you fight it out? Whoever wins will believe they're Qing Xiao. As soon as the topic of campus beauties was brought up, many male students became wide awake. They began to jeer and egg each other on, but the 2 guys whose names contained the character Qing awkwardly laughed and tried to back out when a fight was suggested. They were all talk, just pretending to be strong when they were actually weak. Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chenhao sat together nearby, while Chun Xiaoqing squeezed into a narrow strip of shade, barely managing to stay cool. At this moment, they were even more listless than the others, with no interest in joining the idle chatter around them. It's all fatties and that pervert's fault for dawdling, making us miss breakfast. I'm starving. Even your hand, Fatty Ma, looks plump and juicy to me now. Chun Xiaoqing grabbed Ma Tianyuan's hand and stared at it blankly, complaining. This startled Ma Tianyuan, who had been lounging like a limp rag, and he quickly snatched his chubby hand back. Old Qing, are you turning into a zombie? You want to take a bite out of me? Dream on. Mo Chenhao, who was as skinny as a monkey, narrowed his beady eyes and spoke slyly. How about we fake being sick this afternoon and skip this damn military training? At worst we can have our families throw in some more money. Hua Xiaonan rolled his eyes at him. You two aren't ashamed to use your family connections just to skip military training. If your families find out, I wonder where your old man's face would be. Hua Xiaonan, who was sitting 2 steps away under the shade, forcibly pulled there by several female students, smirked and teased them. Beside him, some girls were fanning him and massaging his shoulders, which made the surrounding male students extremely envious. But there was nothing they could do. The girls had dragged him to the shade of their own accord, and the instructor hadn't said a word, so they had no right to interfere. Damn it. Shut your mouth. You're one to talk while standing there. We'll beat you up later. Mo Chenhao and Ma Tianyuan didn't let him off easy, firing back, and Ma Tianyuan even clenched his fist as a threat. Seeing how annoyingly smug Hua Xiaonan looked, the 2 of them really wanted to teach him a lesson on the spot. Hua Xiaonan was extremely flashy. Yesterday he drove a luxury car around the campus several times, and in the evening he organized a welcome party for the 2024 intake, which attracted the attention of many female students. At least half the girls in the school knew about this new rich playboy surnamed Hua. Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chenhao simply weren't interested in that kind of thing. One was into anime, the other into car models and Gundam figures. Even when they went out, it was to car shows and cosplay conventions. Chun Xiaoqing just hadn't had the time, and she also felt a strange sensation, perhaps because the system had restored her normal female body. With estrogen surging, she felt her excitement over female pheromones waning. So most people didn't know that these 3 were also rich kids. Chun Xiaoqing watched these guys horsing around and felt too embarrassed to look. Feeling the scorching sun overhead, she couldn't take it anymore. After all, she was a real girl now, and sitting on the hot ground worried her. Whether it was because her female body was too fragile, or because she hadn't eaten breakfast, she felt dizzy and on the verge of heat stroke. The only thing that comforted Chun Xiaoqing was that as the sun moved higher, the sliver of shade she was sitting in grew a bit wider. What annoyed her was the constant vibration of her phone in her pocket. Some unknown number had been calling her all morning, which was really frustrating. She was almost convinced that if she weren't still in her male guise, people would think she had a small vibrating toy hidden on her. Hey, move over a bit. A big guy like you taking the shady spot. Aren't you embarrassed? Just then a harsh voice came from beside Chun Xiaoqing. She turned her head and saw 3 girls who had somehow appeared next to her. The leader was a girl with a face that looked like she'd been through countless plastic surgeries, a snake-like face with mismatched features that now appeared extremely sharp and mean. And it was she who had just spoken. Sister, if your eyes are bad, you can go to the infirmary. I was sitting here from the start. The shade only reached here after the sun moved. Don't get it twisted, okay? Chun Xiaoqing shot back, without hesitation. These three girls, if she remembered correctly, had been sitting in the deepest part of the shade just now. Now that Chun Xiaoqing's spot had shade, they rushed over to squeeze, in which confused and angered her. I don't care. The instructor just said boys should yield to girls. We want to sit here now. Are you going to move or not? Yeah, have you no sense of manhood? Arguing with us girls over a little spot. Dumin, why bother with him? We'll just sit here. If he doesn't move, I'll post on Xiaohongshu and see if he's afraid. The three girls chattered on and actually sat down, trying to push Chun Xiaoqing out of the way. They weren't just causing trouble for no reason. They simply wanted to be closer to Hua Xiaonan. Their original spot was shady, but it was far from him, blocked by many girls, so they had no chance to talk to him. This spot was the closest to Hua Xiaonan. Earlier the sun was shining here, so they didn't want to come. Now that it was shady, they rushed over to grab the place. Chun Xiaoqing's temper flared. She slapped away the hand of the girl who was pushing her and stood up. Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chinhao, seeing their buddy being bullied by a few girls, immediately stood up too. What the hell are you three doing? Get back where you came from. Damn it, don't go too far. There's shade inside. Why are you squeezing out here? This is school, not your home. We're not your dads. No one's going to put up with you. The three girls had just sat down and were about to strike up a conversation with Hua Xiaonan when they heard Ma Tianyuan's voice. They frowned and turned around to confront them like unreasonable shrews. Fatty, watch your mouth. It's break time. We can sit wherever we want. Who are you to tell us what to do? Exactly. And you skinny monkey, who do you think you're calling dad? We're more like your mothers. The two lackeys started cursing, jutting out their chins. Du Min was even more ruthless. She pulled out her phone and started recording. Look everyone. These guys are from pharmacy class 1. They're so shameless. They want to snatch the shady spot from girls. Which class is boys like this? That's right, these three. Sisters, remember these faces. Avoid them when looking for a boyfriend in the future. This commotion was quite loud and immediately caught the attention of the other boys, but most of them just watched the drama unfold, treating it as entertainment. After all, they had been sitting in the sun all along, so seeing another boy being driven out of the shade gave them a chance to gloat. The most ridiculous thing was that a few simp-like guys started advising Chun Xiaoqing and her friends to let it go and be magnanimous. Only a handful of boys couldn't stand it and came over to help mediate. Instructor Lin, who had been resting in a shady spot and chatting enthusiastically with a female teacher, noticed the disturbance in the class. Frowning, he stood up. Hey, what are you guys arguing about? Instructor Lin strode over, raising his voice. Du Min and her two friends, spotting the instructor, immediately rushed to speak first, turning the tables with a preemptive strike. Du Min's once fierce gaze instantly transformed into a pitiful plea. Instructor Lin, you're finally here. These boys are bullying us and trying to take our shady spot. Instructor Lin, you need to discipline them. They've gone too far. I've already recorded the video. Just wait until you go viral. Chun Xiaoqing watched the three smug and arrogant girls, especially Du Min's fake pitiful expression, a look she knew all too well. Of course, Du Min's clumsy demeanor and poorly concealed venomous glare were far from the mastery of a true tea artist. Damn it, don't twist the facts here. Ma Tianyuan grew anxious and quickly retorted. Enough. She hasn't finished speaking. Who gave you the right to interrupt? Instructor Lin suddenly barked, casting a sharp glance at Ma Tianyuan before turning his attention back to Du Min. Miss, don't be upset. I'll make sure they're properly punished. I'm fair and just. Du Min, hearing this, gave a soft hum and discreetly dabbed at her tearless face with her sleeve. Simultaneously, she shot a smug, provocative look at Chun Xiaoqing and her friends. The challenge was practically written on her face. You three step forward. Causing a ruckus over a seat. How disgraceful. Run 3 kilometers. No lunch until you finish. Instructor Lin pointed at Chun Xiaoqing's group, barking sternly. What? You punish us based solely on our story. Don't you want to hear our side? Mo Chinhao couldn't hold back, demanding with disbelief. Chun Xiaoqing frowned at Instructor Lin, wondering how such a person became an instructor. Is there any need to ask? Didn't you see the girl crying? Besides, your boys. Can't you be more accommodating? Arguing over such a trivial matter and disturbing others. You have no sense of collective honor. At this, Chun Xiaoqing could no longer endure it. She had never been treated this way in her life. I'll run a damn egg. Even if she were a beast, it wouldn't matter. First, she stole our spot. Even if she were a girl, whether I give way is my freedom. Don't moralize me. Instructor Lin, seeing the 3 defiant students standing unmoving, laughed in anger. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and began calling. Report to head instructor, we have 3 troublemakers in pharmacy class 1. Please handle the situation. Not 3. It's 4. I'm sitting in the shade too. Deal with me as well. At that moment, Hua Xiaonan stood up, his face filled with disdain. Fine, fine. Very well. Report to head instructor, now it's 4. Beside him, Du Min grew anxious as she watched Hua Xiaonan rise. Young Master Hua, what are you doing? It's their problem, not yours. You don't have to do this. The 3 girls rushed to his side, grabbing his arm to pull him back. Get lost. Who said you could touch me? Hua Xiaonan shook off their hands with disgust. He stepped out and stood together with Chun Xiaoqing's group. The other girls, seeing their idol Hua, Xiaonan implicated, erupted in angry shouts. Why are you three causing trouble? If Hua gets disciplined, I'll settle scores with you. I'm furious. Instructor, I testify, those three girls stole the spot first. It has nothing to do with my idol. It's all those three's fault. Why did they have to argue? And now they've dragged my idol into it. Is Hua with them? Isn't it obvious? Would they take the blame together if they weren't close? My worry is whether they're also rich kids like Hua Xiaonan. The group of girls erupted into chaos as Hua Xiaonan stood up. Du Min, however, grew even more resentful, unable to understand why Hua Xiaonan sided with those country bumpkins. What's going on with Hua? Why is he hanging out with those three? Her lackey Lu Shanshan sneered in mockery. One is a sissy, one a fatty, and one a two-dimensional otaku. Another follower, Sunya, immediately complained with disdain. Right. That skinny guy even wears a Klee collaboration watch. Two-dimensional people are so disgusting. Mo Chinhao, hearing someone insult his precious Klee, could no longer bear it. He could tolerate being called an otaku, but insulting his two-dimensional waifu, that demanded a counterattack. He couldn't stand it one bit. You buck-toothed mouth, what are you saying? What's wrong with two-dimensional? What's wrong with Klee? Even a paper cutout is prettier than your buck teeth. Even if she's a paper cutout, we guys can get off just watching her through the screen. In reality, a woman like you would leave your husband limp, even naked, in front of him. These words made many boys burst out laughing, calling it satisfying. Sunya trembled with rage. She hated being called buck-toothed more than anything, and this struck a nerve. If Du Min hadn't held her back, she would have rushed to tear Mo Chinhao's mouth apart. And you short and ugly, I may be fat, but I'm tall. Unlike you, short and pathetic. Look at that cat ear headband you're wearing. On other girls it's cute and innocent. On you it looks like a stunted old cat demon. Don't scare people in broad daylight. Ma Tianyuan, grinning cheekily, shot back at Lu Shanshan, who had called him a fatty. This made her lose control, as well, wanting to claw Ma Tianyuan's face. Snake face, who are you calling a sissy? I'm clean-cut and handsome, something you could never achieve even after hundreds of plastic surgeries. I wonder if the seal on the Calabash brothers loosened, letting you out to plague the world. Don't stop them. Tell them to come at us together. Do you think we're afraid? Chun Xiaoqing looked at Du Min with disdain, her scrutinizing gaze making Du Min's hands tremble as she held the other two girls. These three classmates, I salute you. Our heroes. They insulted two-dimensional fans. We had to fight back. Brilliant. Masters, please take me as your disciple. Both boys and girls secretly cheered, enjoying the verbal duel. Seeing Du Min's group utterly humiliated brought immense satisfaction. Instructor Lin, however, had a dark face. These students were too arrogant. They dared to argue and even cheer right in front of him, completely disregarding his authority. You have so much energy with no sense of collective honor. Except for those three girls, everyone else stand up and run 3 kilometers before lunch. Otherwise, join those 4 in facing the head instructor's punishment and then the school's disciplinary action. His threat, combined with orders, proved effective. The other students stood up, reluctantly grumbling. Many regretted joining in the hype. Meanwhile, the head instructor, accompanied by a few students from the school's militia club, was approaching. Du Min and her friends, who had been barely containing their fury, regained their composure upon seeing the head instructor. They glared venomously at Chun Xiaoqing's group. Hell, let's see how you laugh later. Dare to mess with me. I'll show you what it means to not mess with girls. Instructor Lin, seeing the head instructor arrive, let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to himself, these troublemakers are despicable. Don't cry when you get demerits. At that moment, in the principal's office, Principal Qin Chongfeng's phone rang. He answered impatiently. Director Zhang, what's up? Principal Qin, check the freshman military training task group chat. Something big happened. Qin Chongfeng, puzzled, opened his phone and glanced at the group messages. Many were discussing the 3 troublemakers in pharmacy class 1 who had defied the instructor. Even the head instructor had been called in to handle it. He chuckled lightly, picked up his tea, and said indifferently, "Hey, look at you panicking, old Zhang. You've been the admissions director for years. How many times have I said it? Stay calm. It's just a few troublemakers. What's the big deal? Every year we get some. Just give them demerits and file them. Do I need to teach you that?" Director Zhang, hearing this, secretly admired the principal. As expected of the principal, he's ready to punish children from prominent families without hesitation. He's truly decisive. There's a reason he became principal. I still have a lot to learn. Thinking this, Director Zhang steadied his voice and continued his report. Then, Principal Qin, shall I prepare the disciplinary records for those from the capital now? What did you say? Qin Chongfeng spat out the tea he had just sipped, spraying it across the computer screen in front of him, letting out a shriek. The screen flickered wet and then went dark. Director Zhang was startled and stammered, "The troublemakers are those rich young masters from the capital. Damn it. Why didn't you say that earlier?" Qin Chongfeng held back his curse. He had no time to mourn the ruined computer screen, because he could already see the billions of dollars that had just arrived slipping away before he could even warm them. "But you didn't ask who they were." I don't have time to argue with you. I'm heading over now. Notify the homeroom teacher of pharmacy class 1. Why did you have to provoke those troublemakers? Director Zhang felt his mind go blank in an instant. He had assumed the principal did not care, and having no room to overthink, he simply nodded and agreed. Qin Changfeng also hung up the phone, immediately strode across the desk in one swift motion and rushed out the door. Over at the playground, a group of students spotted that Chief Instructor Yang Zhonghua was approaching. The other students from Pharmaceutical Class 1 who had just been preparing to run laps as punishment quickly and cleverly stepped aside to watch what would happen. Run my ass. It's already 1140 and lunch is about to start. Who would have an appetite to eat after running? As Yang Zhonghua approached, Instructor Lin saluted respectfully. After all, ordinary instructors like him were merely retired soldiers, but the chief instructor before them held a genuine official position in the local armed forces department. At this moment, he had no time to concern himself with the other students standing aside without continuing their actions. Chief Instructor, you have arrived. It is these 4 students. They are far too arrogant and completely refuse to follow regulations. It is truly necessary to report them to the school for disciplinary action. Yang Zhonghua was a middle-aged man in his 40s, broad and burly. Upon hearing Instructor Lin's words, he gave a slight nod and turned his gaze toward Chun Xiaoqing and the others. It was you lot who talked back to the instructor. Don't you know the rules during military training? All orders from instructors must be obeyed. Chun Xiaoqing and the others glanced at the chief instructor before them, their hearts showing no fear. They had encountered far more formidable opponents, and what was this to them? Just a chief instructor. Of course they should at least show basic respect and test his attitude first. Chun Xiaoqing understood that this trouble had started because of her, so she stepped forward and spoke up. Chief Instructor, we certainly know the rules you mentioned. But if an instructor abuses their authority and physically punishes us without distinguishing right from wrong, must we simply accept it? Instructor Lin, standing nearby, grew visibly agitated upon hearing this. Boy, don't talk nonsense. Who is abusing their authority? Isn't physical training during military exercises perfectly normal? Ma Tianyuan wanted to retort immediately, but Yang Zhonghua raised his hand to silence him. Alright, I think I've got a clear picture now. Wait, has this old codger even finished listening? Does he understand the situation before jumping to conclusions? Ma Tianyuan muttered under his breath, and the 3 beside him nodded in agreement, all watching Yang Zhonghua to see what he would do next. Yang Zhonghua acted as though he had everything figured out, speaking slowly in a way that left Chun Xiaoqing and the other 3 thoroughly bewildered. Just a few kids who can't handle hardship right. There are always a few like this every year getting defiant over such trivial matters. If you can't endure this little discomfort, how will you ever cope with the hardships of society once you enter it? You guys are like this. Hey, sorry, if we can't handle it, then we won't. No need for you to worry about us in society later. We simply won't endure hardship. Chief Instructor, stop beating around the bush. Just say it plainly. Will you settle this matter or not? Before he could finish, Chun Xiaoqing's words interrupted him. Chun Xiaoqing had pretty much figured it out. This old man was throwing accusations without even understanding the situation, which meant there was no point in discussing things reasonably. She didn't hold back and shot back directly. This move left the other students nearby completely stunned. That's badass. I thought they were invincible just now when they talked back to the instructor, but I didn't expect them to dare defy the chief instructor too. The chief instructor holds the power of life and death regarding disciplinary records during military training. They dare to provoke someone like that, like they don't even care about finishing their studies. I can't bear to watch anymore. I'll go run first. Yang Zhonghua was furious, his mustache bristling and eyes wide open. It was the first time anyone had ever dared to speak to him like this, and it was a student no less. Inside, Instructor Lin was popping champagne. Haha, keep it up, kid. The more you push your luck now, the harder you'll fall later. Du Min, Sunya, and Lu Shanshan also stood aside with cold smiles, already plotting how to make things worse for these kids later. Alright, young man, you're quite the talker. I'll help solve your problem right now. Let's go. Take them to the school's academic affairs office first. As he said this, he glanced at several students from the militia team beside him, who immediately stepped forward and walked toward Chun Xiaoqing and the others. Beep, beep, beep. Just then Yang Zhonghua's phone rang. He answered it irritably. Hello, who is this? Huh, what? Hearing the principal's words on the other end, Yang Zhonghua couldn't believe it and quickly waved his hand. You all wait a moment. The few students who had just stepped out of line turned around with confusion. Ahaha, it's nothing. I was just talking to them, not about you. Upon hearing the chief instructor's words, the students nodded knowingly and continued walking toward Chun Xiaoqing and the others. When Yang Zhonghua saw them heading toward Chun Xiaoqing again, he instantly flew into a rage. I was talking to you, not to my phone. The students then jogged back behind Yang Zhonghua. Feeling a headache coming on, Yang Zhonghua moved to the side, near a tree away from the group, before continuing his call. Principal Qin, this isn't funny at all. Those troublemakers are truly excessive. Not only did they defy the instructor, but they also showed no respect for me as the chief instructor. You want me to not make things difficult for them? They're the ones making things difficult for me. Oh, Minister Yang, you come to direct the military training every year. Would I really joke about this with you? Those 4 have truly special backgrounds, from Kyoto. You really shouldn't provoke them unnecessarily. Listening to the words from the other end of the phone, Yang Zhonghua felt deeply aggrieved. He had always been straightforward and upright. Though sometimes he might act foolishly, he had never feared anyone. Making him bow his head to a bunch of brats today? Impossible, absolutely impossible. So what if they're from Kyoto? The sky is high and the emperor is far away. I'm from the Yang family too. When has our Yang family ever feared anyone? Anyway, Principal Qin, don't worry about it. There won't be severe punishment, but some minor punishment is necessary. Otherwise, where would I Yang Zhonghua save face? Where would the Yang family's reputation go? After saying this, Yang Zhonghua directly hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone, Qin Changfeng felt his head throbbing and unconsciously quickened his pace. Oh, this stubborn old fool is being obstinate again. Why can't he adapt at all? Next year, I need to invite someone else to be the chief instructor. Returning to his position with the group, Yang Zhonghua frowned deeply, pacing back and forth as he pondered how to discipline these rascals. Taking them to the academic affairs office for punishment was no longer an option. He could only let them suffer a bit and give them a minor punishment. Chun Xiaoqing and the others were also somewhat confused, unable to understand what this old man was doing. Like a machine with a glitch, he had been fierce and aggressive just moments before, but now he was frowning and troubled. Did one of you call for backup, or tell your families? Mo Chenhao muttered quietly as he asked Chun Xiaoqing and the others. We definitely didn't. The three shook their heads in unison. Those around them also sensed something was off, as if events weren't unfolding as badly as they had feared. Instructor Lin felt a nagging doubt. When had Yang Zhonghua become so indecisive? In past years, he'd been swift and resolute in handling defiant students. Why the sudden change today? Du Min and the other two were equally perplexed. The situation felt like watching a piece of succulent meat catch in their throats, suspended between satisfaction and frustration. However, before anyone could dwell on it further, Yang Zhonghua's eyes suddenly brightened. He cleared his throat and turned his gaze toward Chun Xiaoqing and the other four. I've thought it over. You're first-time offenders, and I don't wish to pursue this further. Like the others, you'll run 3 kilometers as a lesson. What? Yang Zhonghua's words shocked everyone. Damn, there's definitely something going on. He was just threatening to take them to the academic affairs office for punishment. Now we only have to run. Could it be that phone call? What's their background? I was just gossiping about them. I hope they didn't hear me. The already disorganized formation grew even more chaotic as students erupted into hushed conversations. While others thought the punishment too lenient, Chun Xiaoqing and his companions remained unconvinced. Not acceptable. I think the commanding instructor should clarify what happened. Exactly, we need a proper explanation, or we won't accept this today. Chun Xiaoqing and Ma Tianyuan spoke up, their gazes locking onto Yang Zhonghua, without yielding an inch. Yang Zhonghua felt his temper rising again. Despite his concessions, these kids still dared to defy him, just as he was about to lash out without hesitation. Uncle, are you here too? A lively voice rang out. Yang Zhonghua followed the sound and spotted Yang Lingxue approaching, holding her lesson plan bag, dressed in a professional pencil skirt suit. Lingxue, aren't you the homeroom teacher for dance class 1? What brings you to pharmacy class 1? I'm looking for a student. I need to ask him something. Oh, that's simple. Go about your business. I'm dealing with a few troublemakers here. Won't keep you. Which troublemakers? Just those 4 over there. Yang Lingxue followed Yang Zhonghua's pointing finger, and her eyes lit up with delight. Oh, uncle, forget about those so-called troublemakers. I'm actually looking for that boy in the middle. Following Yang Lingxue's words, Yang Zhonghua's gaze landed on Chun Xiaoqing, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. What do you need with that boy? Don't worry about it. It's hard to explain right now, but it's important. Yang Lingxue was in a hurry and didn't hesitate. Ignoring Yang Zhonghua's stunned expression, she grabbed Chun Xiaoqing's arm and pulled him away. Chun Xiaoqing naturally resisted, but Yang Lingxue possessed surprising strength. Confused and bewildered, she couldn't very well throw herself on the ground and refused to go, so passively she followed along. Damn, old Qing's more impressive than me. On the first day of school, he's already picking up a female teacher from the dance academy. Hua Xiaonan stared in astonishment at Chun Xiaoqing in the distance, heading toward the dance academy, muttering to himself. Never mind whether he's impressive or not. That guy's no friend. We agreed to face things together, and he's the first to bolt. Ma Tianyuan cursed bitterly. No way should we call for help too. Mo Chenhao finally managed to blurt out after holding it in for so long. No need. Look, the principal and homeroom teacher are coming. Hua Xiaonan interjected from the side, his eyes fixed on the 3 figures panting heavily in the distance. Principal Qin, Chongfeng Director Zhang, and Li Dongshuang, the homeroom teacher for pharmacy class 1. Only upon seeing Hua Xiaonan and the others unharmed did Qin Chongfeng finally breathe a sigh of relief. Minister Yang, thank goodness you held back. I thought your stubbornness would drive you down a rigid path again. Yang Zhonghua shot Qin Chongfeng an annoyed look. The man was supposed to be the principal, yet spoke so harshly. Principal, I don't appreciate those words. When have I ever been stubborn? Fine. I won't argue with you. Let's take these students and handle it at the academic affairs office together. It's almost lunchtime. There are lots of students around, and if someone records a video and posts it online, it'll be troublesome. Qin Chongfeng waved his hand to stop Yang Zhonghua from retorting, then hurried over to where Hua Xiaonan and the others stood. Young Master Hua, Young Master Ma, and Young Master Mo, I understand you've been wronged. Would it be alright if we discussed this somewhere else first? Seeing the principal's amiable smile, Hua Xiaonan and the others felt greatly relieved. They understood that the person who could actually resolve the matter had arrived. They didn't hesitate and followed along immediately. But Du Min and the other 2 were not afforded such favorable treatment. Director Zhang and homeroom teacher Li Dongshuang approached them and launched into a fierce reprimand. You caused trouble on the very first day of school. Do you think you can afford to provoke them? They all come from prominent families in the capital. In recent years, the school's operating funds, including your scholarship grants, have all been provided by their families. Oh, by the way, you've lost your scholarship grants. Get ready to face disciplinary action. Hearing Director Zhang and the homeroom teacher's words, Du Min and the other two felt their legs go weak. What? They're actually from prominent families in the capital. Teacher, please no. If I get disciplinary action on the first day, my family will scold me to death. My family is counting on me to become a civil servant in the future. Teacher Li, Director Zhang, I know I was wrong. I can't do without this scholarship. I've borrowed a lot of money for my cosmetic surgery. Without this scholarship, I don't know what I'll do. Du Min, Sunya, and Lu Shanshan hurried forward, grabbing onto Li Dongshuang and Director Zhang's clothes as they pleaded for mercy. But the two paid them no mind. Without exaggeration, these three had nearly cost the school 200 million in funding. Not expelling them was already showing leniency beyond the law. He immediately arranged for militia squadron students to escort the three to the academic affairs office. Yang Zhonghua's mind was in turmoil. He didn't know what relationship his niece had with that boy. If they really were boyfriend and girlfriend, hadn't he seriously offended him today? What if she reported to the clan elders back home later? Wouldn't he suffer terribly? He wasn't afraid of the powerful families in the capital, but he feared his own clan members. At this thought, his glare toward Instructor Lin turned hostile. This kid was the cause of all this trouble, dragging him into this messy situation without even understanding what was going on. Damn it. You kid. I always thought you were sharp, but today you're acting recklessly. You like corporal punishment, huh? Fine, you run 20 kilometers, no 30 kilometers. If you can't finish, I'm recording this as a demerit on your file today. Instructor Lin was utterly stunned. Seeing the three girls he'd been protecting get reprimanded had signaled trouble, but he never expected karmic retribution to strike this swiftly. Huh, 30 kilometers. Commander, I haven't even had lunch. You think I don't know you haven't eaten? Did you consider whether your students had breakfast or lunch when you punished them? One more word, and I'm adding 40 kilometers. Understood, sir. Faced with Yang Zhonghua's furious outburst, Instructor Lin was too terrified to say another word. He promptly snapped to attention, turned, and took off running, all in one seamless motion. Running wasn't the real problem. Being seen by his former comrades in arms nearby would be truly humiliating. It was the first time in all these years that he'd been punished for trying to discipline students, only to become the one punished himself. Naturally, the ripple effects of this incident were significant, especially since numerous students had witnessed it firsthand. Within moments, the campus forum erupted with speculation about Chun Xiaoqing and his three companions, their backgrounds magnified into legend. On the forum, the girls who had looked down on Chun Xiaoqing and his group at the scene now flocked to praise them. Who said young Master Ma was fat just now? That's called being substantial and secure. Chubby is adorable. Hoping young Master Mo sees this message. I love anime and manga too. I can cosplay as Keqing for you. If you're interested, can you PM me? Young Master Qing's refined and handsome appearance is simply the best. I'm going to be your die-hard fan. Young Master Hua wins hearts more effectively. Every girl has an equal chance with him. I love young Master Hua the most. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoqing had been led by Yang Lingxue to a shaded pavilion on campus before she finally stopped. The moment they sat down, Yang Lingxue reached toward Chun Xiaoqing's waist. Startled, Chun Xiaoqing quickly grabbed her inappropriate hand. Teacher Yang, are we that close? What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Don't be so hasty. Upon hearing Chun Xiaoqing's words, Yang Lingxue's expression darkened. What do you mean by impatient? Chun Xiaoqing, why haven't you answered any of my calls all morning? I was in military training. Phones are not allowed during training, Teacher Yang. You should know this, right? Chun Xiaoqing shot Yang Lingxue an exasperated glance. He was somewhat puzzled. Although he had encountered Luo Xiaobai a few times, they hardly knew each other that well. Alright, I'll accept that as an excuse. But your cousin went missing. Shouldn't you care about that? What? My cousin went missing? Chun Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback. Luo Xiaobai. What's with that bewildered expression? How could a cousin not even know his own cousin had skipped school and gone missing? Yang Lingxue pressed her fingers to her forehead in exasperation, especially upon seeing Chun Xiaoqing's clueless demeanor, which only fueled her rising frustration. Phew, I thought it was something serious. Isn't skipping classes pretty normal in university? And if she didn't show up, you should just look for her yourself. Why are you coming to me? If I could find her, I wouldn't be here asking you. Anyway, I don't care. Find her or else. Or else what? My family has already spoken to the school. Whether she attends classes or not is fine by them. I can't control her either, okay? Chun Xiaoqing put on a brazen expression. Attending classes at the School of Pharmacy was exhausting enough. If he also had to disguise himself and attend the dance academy, it would be far too tiring. He had planned this carefully himself. He only showed up occasionally when bored. Otherwise, he had no intention of going there unless necessary. Especially after hearing about Xiao Chen's so-called confession wall incident. He'd been looking for himself all over the dance academy ever since. That only made him more reluctant to continue cross-dressing. With that said, Chun Xiaoqing stood up, stretched, and headed toward the cafeteria. I haven't even had breakfast. I'm starving. If you want to find your cousin, search for her yourself. I won't keep you. I'm going to eat now. You can't leave. The moment Chun Xiaoqing rose, he felt someone grab his hand. What are you doing? People will misunderstand. You're a teacher. This could cause rumors. You're a teacher. People will surely misunderstand. Yang Lingxue couldn't care less about such things now. The international competition was just around the corner. She had originally assumed that since the girl was her student, she could keep a close watch on her. Yet she never expected such an adorable young girl to skip classes. Skipping classes on the very first day of school. If this continued, forget dance practice and vocal training for the competition, she might not even pass her exams. You say you don't know where your cousin is. Then give me your phone and make a call. I can understand her not answering others, but she would definitely answer yours. Chun Xiaoqing instantly broke into a cold sweat. This girl wasn't stupid after all, but how could he possibly let her use his phone? If he did, everything would be exposed. No, that won't work. That's invading my privacy. How could I possibly let you go through my phone? Agree or not, here's the truth. Guess why I came to you? I had my family's intelligence department run a check. The location of the call we made has consistently traced back to your position. Yang Lingxue adjusted her glasses, looking every bit the detective who had seen through everything. There are only two possibilities here. First, your little cousin's phone is on your person. But in modern society, nobody separates themselves from their phone. So this is highly suspicious. Or perhaps you're some kind of pervert with an unhealthy obsession with your own cousin, meaning you abducted her. Chun Xiaoqing stared at Yang Lingxue in utter disbelief, feeling as though 10,000 horses had galloped past his mind. You should quit teaching and become a suspense novel writer instead. This was absurd. Hey, you've gone too far. You actually spied on me. Spy on you. I call it being responsible. As Luo Xiaobai's homeroom teacher, it's only natural that I care deeply about her safety, isn't it? Then explain why her location has been stuck with you this whole time. Chun Xiaoqing instinctively reached up to scratch his head, but quickly remembered that habit was dangerous. If she noticed, she might suspect something else entirely. Hey, don't throw baseless accusations around. I'm seriously impressed by you. Her WeChat is logged in on my phone, okay? Let me be straightforward with you. The military training was too exhausting, so she sneaked out of campus because she wanted to play. I told her to report to class tomorrow, all right. Chun Xiaoqing hurriedly changed the subject and offered a solution. He was genuinely afraid this girl would keep pressing him. In his heart, he silently vowed to ask his family for a hacker-proof phone as soon as possible. He wondered whether he could actually get one. After all, the Yang family was a politically influential clan with military ties. Obtaining technology even superior to military-grade equipment was probably only possible through a system. Upon hearing Chun Xiaoqing's explanation, Yang Lingxue finally nodded with satisfaction. Since she had gotten an answer, she was not the type to pester endlessly. She dropped the matter. Then thank you, young Master Qing. I hope you understand. I'm only doing this for Luo Xiaobai's academic welfare after all. Yang Lingxue's sarcastic remark left Chun Xiaoqing utterly speechless. He gave her a cold glance and retorted sharply. Oh, come on. I don't need your moral lectures, Teacher Yang. I won't keep you company any longer. I need to eat. With that, Chun Xiaoqing sprinted toward the South Campus cafeteria, which was closer. Watching him retreat, Yang Lingxue exhaled softly. Really worrying oneself to death for this family. And my younger brother. He's so inexperienced. Why didn't he walk that girl home last night? Whether she lives in the dorm or off campus, he should at least know where she stays, right? The South Campus cafeteria, being closer to the girls' dormitories, attracted more female students. Even the few male students who ate there were mostly there to pursue girls. Chun Xiaoqing casually picked a few dishes on the first floor and found a corner seat in the dining hall. Paired with a bottle of sugary soda, it was a simple yet delightful meal. What saw me and pretended not to? As Chun Xiaoqing was scrolling through videos to accompany his meal, he suddenly heard a familiar female voice. Jiang Qinxue, wearing the same military training uniform, sat down to his left. Her hair was tied in a single ponytail, and she had only lightly applied eyebrow pencil and eyeliner, without heavy makeup, giving her a refreshingly pure appearance. Oh, Qinxue, you're here too. What a coincidence. Sorry I didn't see you just now. Jiang Qinxue's gaze swept over Chun Xiaoqing's tray, and she smiled as she transferred a chicken drumstick from her bowl to his. Boys should eat more meat. Look at you eating so little. Besides, did you really not see me, or were you pretending? You specifically came to the South Campus cafeteria. Is this to look for your fiancé? Chun Xiaoqing, who was deeply immersed in his meal, almost choked on the rice when he heard Jiang Qinxue's sudden question. Cough, cough. At that moment, another voice chimed in from the side, gently patting Chun Xiaoqing on the back. Hey Qing, shall be careful. Here, have some water for me. Drink it quickly. Chun Xiaoqing, without thinking, took the water and gulped it down. Thanks. What did you put in this water? It's sweet. It's good, right? I added a bit of goji berry, and besides, I've already drunk from it, so of course it's sweet. Only then did Chun Xiaoqing realize that the speaker was Xiao Ran, who was sitting on his right looking at him with a smile. Wait, Xiao Ran, why would a girl like you carry goji berry water around? And how did you find me here? I was planning to visit you at your military training this morning. I prepared it for you earlier, but something came up and I couldn't go. I didn't expect to run into you in the cafeteria. And you're secretly having lunch with another girl. That really breaks my heart. Xiao Ran put on a pitiful expression as she said this. Also, you call her Qinxue, but you address me by my full name. That's too distant. Just call me Iran or Ranran. Xiao Iran deliberately spoke in a coquettish tone, clearly for the benefit of Jiang Qianxue. EW. Ranran Iran stopped that cutesy voice. Even I as a girl find it cringy. Jiang Qianxue mimicked Xiao Iran's tone and retorted sarcastically. The two girls were already at odds with each other from the moment they met. Chun Xiaoqing sitting nearby had given up. These two girls had noses sharper than a dog's. Next time he would avoid eating at the South Cafeteria unless absolutely necessary. Chun Xiaoqing said nothing and just kept eating. Within 5 minutes he had finished his meal. I'm full, you two beauties, take your time. I'll be off now. Under the oppressive atmosphere, Chun Xiaoqing quickly stood up, picked up his dishes, and left without caring about the expressions on Jiang Qianxue's and Xiao Iran's faces. He turned and walked toward the dish return area, unwilling to stay in this battleground a moment longer. Watching Chun Xiaoqing leave Jiang Qianxue did not stop him, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Hey, you're Xiao Iran, right? I think it's pointless to keep this up. I have an idea. Are you brave enough to play along? Xiao Iran's interest was piqued. Oh, what idea? Just so you know, I never bet unless the odds are in my favor. Jiang Qianxue elegantly crossed her legs, turned sideways to face her, and said provocatively, what? I haven't even said what the idea is, and you're already scared. Are you that lacking in confidence? Who's scared? I just don't see the point. Even without any contest, I can still win Qing Xiao's heart. Xiao Iran retorted disdainfully, but then added with a flicker in her eyes. But you can tell me your idea. Since you're right, this constant tug of war between us is ridiculous. If possible, I'd like to make you concede willingly, so I can peacefully date Qing Xiao. Hearing this, Jiang Qianxue frowned and let out a bitter laugh. Haha, Ms. Xiao is quite confident. Don't speak too soon. My idea is simple. Next Friday, the first night after military training ends, there's a freshman gathering. We'll get Qing Xiao to come. I know his tolerance for alcohol. A few drinks, and he'll be tipsy, saying whatever's on his mind, unable to hide anything. Then we'll each rely on our own skills to see who he chooses and who he truly likes. Xiao Iran's expression turned slightly cold. She didn't dare agree immediately, but after a moment of thought, she spoke in a low voice. What kind of idea is that? There are too many uncertainties. It sounds like a joke. I think it's very unreliable. And since you know Qing Xiao can't hold his liquor, why haven't you seized the opportunity in all these years? Jiang Qianxue seemed to be stung by this remark and said in a displeased tone of, you think I didn't want to? In the past, he had a brother who was an overprotective younger sibling defender. You might not know him. Every time there was a drinking session, that brother would be lurking nearby. It was so strange, like he had some kind of obsession. As if Qing Xiao, a grown man, would be taken advantage of if he got drunk outside. Xiao Iran's mind went blank for a moment. What? Qing Xiao has a brother? She was confused. She remembered that her family had 2 marriage contracts, one for a daughter and one for a son. So logically the Chun family should also have one for a daughter and one for a son. But now she heard that Qing Xiao had a brother. That meant the Chun family had 2 sons, not a son and a daughter. But that didn't make sense either. Her father had once said that her brother should stop causing romantic entanglements as he was supposed to marry the Chun family's daughter. Realizing the tangled and contradictory logic, Xiao Iran felt her mind reeling. She decided to call her father later to ask what was going on. Meanwhile, Jiang Qianxue, seeing Xiao Iran lost in thought and not responding, thought she was hesitating and unable to make a decision. A cold smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Whether Qing Xiao has a brother doesn't matter. The point is you don't have a better idea either. Anyway, I'm just informing you. I'll be there next week. By then, once Qing Xiao and I have made it official, don't come crying with your marriage contract. Your Xiao family may be a local power, but the Jiang family of the capital is no pushover. With that, Jiang Qianxue let out a light snort and turned to leave. Xiao Iran's mind was in turmoil, and she didn't pay much attention to Jiang Qianxue's words. She would just go next week anyway. For now, she wanted to clear up the matter of the Chun brothers. She quickly left the cafeteria, walked to a shaded green space, took out her phone, and dialed her father's number. Hello? My dear, why are you calling me all of a sudden? I'm in the land of the setting sun right now negotiating a business deal. Is it because you're short on cash after the new semester started? How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you right now. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Jincheng's hearty voice came through, mixed with the sound of ocean waves. Oh, Dad, I don't need money. I wanted to ask about the marriage contract. Oh, that's simple. You young people just get to know each other on your own. Especially your brother. He needs to fix that bad temper of his and be more polite to the Chun families. Child, we'll all be family soon, so no conflicts. Xiao Iran, upon hearing this, immediately thought of the broken engagement her brother had torn up, and anger surged within her, easily sidetracking her. Dad, please don't mention that engagement anymore. My betrothal was torn apart by your own son. What? The engagement was torn apart. An incredulous cry erupted from Xiao Jincheng on the other end of the line. Oh dear. That's not important. What matters is I need to ask, does the Chun family have 2 brothers or a brother and sister? Hearing her father's astonished voice, Xiao Iran had no time to explain, but could not resist asking the question that had been weighing on her mind. Not important. This concerns his most significant life decision and the honor of our entire Xiao family. That rascal truly intends to drive me to an early grave. I still have 2 weeks to finish my affairs here. Once I return, I'll deal with that brat. A dad, the one my brother tore up was mine. Xiao Ran attempted to clarify, but the call had already ended. Staring at the busy signal on her phone, she could only sigh, wondering why her father always seemed to talk in such cryptic fragments. He hadn't even answered the question I asked. Forget it, it seems I'll have to rely on myself. I'll know whether he's a mule or a horse once I take him for a walk. Internally, Xiao Ran couldn't bring herself to believe that Chun Xiaoqing was actually a girl. That simply defied all logic. After all, she was living in a boys' dormitory, and Jiang Qinxue had specifically mentioned they were childhood friends who had grown up together as boys. Even the legendary Liang Zhu couple of ancient times were exposed after less than 3 months sharing a room, so Chun Xiaoqing hiding her identity for so many years was clearly impossible. With that comforting thought, she left the cafeteria and headed toward the library to rest before her afternoon classes. Meanwhile, aboard a private yacht in the waters off the British Isles, Xiao Jinqing studied Chun Yanglong's number on his phone with a worried expression, debating whether to make the call. "Oh, that old fox made me keep this secret, and now it's caused problems. Forget it, I'll return home first and discuss it with him then." At room 233 in the Northgate boys' dormitory, Chun Xiaoqing had barely crossed the threshold when 3 figures wearing black hoods, ambushing her just as they had planned, grabbed her arms and shoulders. In an instant, they subdued her and pinned her against the desk by the door, leaving her completely unable to struggle. "Huh. Spare my life, hero. Money or goods, anything you want. Just don't do anything rash." Chun Xiaoqing hadn't registered what was happening, so her first instinct was to keep her captors calm. But still, how could there be assailants lurking in a dormitory in broad daylight? We're not here for money or possessions. We're here for your virtue. Will you surrender or not?" Hearing that lecherous tone behind her, Chun Xiaoqing's panicked mind suddenly cleared. That had to be Si Pang Ma Tianyuan. Who else would it be? Even though he was deliberately lowering his voice after so many years of friendship, she would have to be blind not to recognize it. "Damn it, you fat bastards, what the hell are you doing? Let me go right now, or I'll lose my temper." Yet her threats carried no weight to the 3 of them, sounding more like playful coquetry than genuine anger. "We're all guys here, old Qing. If you want to blow up, go ahead. We'll clean up after you. Need me to help you handle your little brother? You're no friend, man. We were willing to take the blame for you, and yet you slipped away early with that beautiful teacher. Hurry up and confess. When did you meet this gorgeous teacher? What were you doing at noon? Don't tell me you spent an hour eating." Hua Xiaonan sauntered over with a grin, interrogating her, as though ready to extract a confession through force if she didn't come clean. Chun Xiaoqing was internally devastated. Having these 3 eccentrics as brothers was truly a curse. "You're overthinking this. What makes you think I have the ability to pick up a female teacher? She had business matters to discuss with a student. Isn't that completely normal? Keep spinning your lies. You've got more than one type of women's perfume on you. Don't think my years of dating experience mean nothing." Hua Xiaonan heard this, but showed no signs of backing down, pressing forward relentlessly. "Oh, old Qing, saying that makes me believe you even less. I did some digging, and that teacher is a beautiful returnee from overseas who just joined the dance academy." Ma Tianyuan spoke with obvious envy while Mo Chinhao played along like a seasoned partner in their comedic routine. "Not only is she a returnee, she's also a Cambridge PhD and the eldest daughter of the Yang family in Nandu. How come a stunning beauty like her doesn't come after us? She singles you out instead." Hua Xiaonan immediately nodded with feigned certainty, playing his part perfectly. "Exactly. No wonder you came to Nandu so many days before school even starts. Clearly you had designs on her all along. If you don't confess everything today, we won't spare you as brothers. Otherwise." Chun Xiaoqing felt like dying right then. Heaven and earth knew she was more wrong than Dou-yi herself, especially when she caught that peculiar tone in Hua Xiaonan's last words, and immediately grew alert. "What would you do otherwise? Naturally, we'd let you experience the joys of the boys' dorm." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing instantly tensed up. "Wait, guys. You're not seriously into men, are you? Damn it, don't you dare defile me. Whatever you want to know, I'll confess, alright?" Chun Xiaoqing was genuinely frightened, not because of the threat itself, but because if her true identity as a woman were exposed, it would be catastrophic. "That's more like it, old Qing. It's not that we're being ruthless. Honestly, you running off and leaving us behind was just too chilling. Alright, Fat Ma, cut the sentimentality. Spit it out already. I'm about to lose feeling in my arms." Chun Xiaoqing had no patience for their nonsense. "Then we'll get straight to it. How far have you and teacher Yang gotten? We've barely met. We're not even friends. Besides, I'm not interested in her at all. If anything, I'm closer to her younger brother than to her. Really? Come on, I'm telling you the truth here. If you can't trust me with this, what kind of brothers are you?" Chun Xiaoqing snapped back irritably. "Then why did she come looking for you?" "To find my cousin, obviously. My cousin is in dance class 1. She skipped class today to go out and play, so she wasn't in session." "Old Qing, do you know where your cousin is?" Hua Xiaonan latched onto that key detail, his eyes lighting up instantly. "Well, obviously. If I didn't know, would she be coming to me?" Chun Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and answered wearily. Ma Tianyuan, who was also by the side, poured a glass of 1982 Sprite and presented it before Chun Xiaoqing, as if offering a fine vintage. "Old Qing, I just raised my voice a bit. That teacher Yang, I genuinely like her. Since you're not interested, and you even know her brother, why not help your bro out with an introduction?" Only Mo Chunhao sat aside with a look of disdain, fiddling with his rem figure. "Look at you two, such lechers. How could a 3D girl ever compare to a 2D one? Unrequited love only hurts the heart and the kidneys, and who knows when they might cheat on you. Shut up, kid. Move aside. You're not interested in 3D. Want me to dig up pictures of your pervy face at the comic convention? Hua Xiaonan and Ma Tianyuan shot back at him simultaneously. He dared not grumble anymore and opened his tablet to watch an anime. Wait, before we talk about this, could you two please take off the stockings you've pulled over your heads? Only then did Chun Xiaoqing belatedly notice the oddity, pointing at the heads of Hua Xiaonan and Ma Tianyuan. The two grinned sheepishly and removed the black stockings. Wait, where did you get those stockings? Hee, of course from you, Xiaoqing. To be honest, your original flavor stockings smell nice. No guy's foot odor at all. Damn, I thought they looked familiar. You two freaks. Aren't you afraid of getting athlete's foot in your lungs? Chun Xiaoqing snatched the stockings which had already been stretched out of shape from their hands. They were the very pair he had left at the foot of his bed last night, forgetting to give them to the cleaning staff along with the other laundry. They were definitely unwearable now. Those two had ruined them. Chun Xiaoqing had no choice but to tear them apart with his own hands and toss them into the trash. Hey, what a waste. We don't mind old Qing. Ma Tianyuan looked regretful and tried to stop him, but was too late. This isn't about whether you mind or not. From now on, don't touch anything without my permission, or I'll have it out with you. Exactly, look at the pair of you. I would never do something to embarrass old Qing like that. See, I just used a black plastic bag to cover my head. Mo Chinhao, who was watching his anime, chimed in with a laugh, adding insult to injury. Hey, shut up. You were the most eager one just now. You just didn't get the chance. Hua Xiaonan retorted irritably. This Mo Chinhao was truly a glutton for punishment. He felt uncomfortable if he wasn't roasted for a day. So can we talk about Teacher Yang and the little cousin now? The two pulled the topic back. Seeing that his diversion tactic had failed, Chun Xiaoqing could only reply perfunctorily. I don't know where my little cousin went, but she'll be back tomorrow. She'll definitely come to class then. You might run into her if you go. As for Teacher Yang, I can't help you with that. I told you I only know her brother, not her. Want me to push her brother's green bubble to you? Hua Xiaonan listened to Chun Xiaoqing's words, nodded slowly, and returned to his computer desk, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Ma Tianyuan, upon hearing that he could get the brother's green bubble, shamelessly nodded eagerly. Hey, great. Old Qing, I knew you had my back. Hurry up and push me her brother's green bubble. Without another word, Chun Xiaoqing pulled out his phone and shared Yang Xuesong's green bubble. Ma Tianyuan opened his phone and saw the message Chun Xiaoqing had shared, but his face darkened. Old Qing, is this green bubble profile picture really her brother? Or is it a photoshopped image from the internet? That's right, it's really her brother. Chun Xiaoqing shrugged nonchalantly. Damn, then what's the point? Look at that burly build. And look at his moments. He's over 2 meters tall. It's terrifying. If I add him and say I want to date his sister, I'm afraid my fat face Ma Xiao would get even more beaten up. Chun Xiaoqing suppressed a smirk and said sarcastically, Oh. You were so confident just now, and now you're cowardly. Want me to buy you some kidney tonic? Buff, this is called there are plenty of fish in the sea, why cling to one flower? What do you know? Better to pick up some young models at a car show when the time comes. Ma Tianyuan's utterly nonchalant attitude made Chun Xiaoqing click his tongue in disbelief. For a moment, he actually wanted to punch that shameless fat face. By the way, what happened with that earlier? How did you guys get back? Chun Xiaoqing suddenly remembered and hurriedly asked. He had left halfway through and had no idea what happened afterward. Haha, it's a joke. What could happen? The principal took all of us to his office for a talk, and even made us tea. Those 3 bitches got what they deserved. No scholarships, no evaluations, no nothing. They should have known their place before messing with us. They're probably still writing their confession in the discipline office now, or they'll likely have to read it over the broadcast this afternoon. Ma Tianyuan crossed his legs smugly, an air of superiority practically oozing from his face. If he had a tail, it would probably be wagging up to the sky by now. Chun Xiaoqing nodded, an understanding feeling quite vindicated, and asked absent-mindedly, Aren't you going to rest at noon? We have military training this afternoon. Rest my ass. Let's go straight to Genshin Impact. The homeroom teacher just said we're on special sick leave during military training, so we don't have to go. At that moment, Mo Chinhao, who was playing on his computer, answered smugly, his eyes already fixed on the portal to the world of Teyvat on the Genshin Impact login screen. Oh, that's great. I'm going home this afternoon to grab some clothes. I won't be back in the dorm tonight. You guys do me a favor and sign me in. You're not secretly going to pick up girls, are you? Damn, do you think I'm Hua Xiaonan? Huh. What does this have to do with me? Old Qing, don't talk nonsense. Right now my heart belongs entirely to the little cousin. Chun Xiaoqing rolled his eyes at Hua Xiaonan's exaggerated expression of devotion. You Hua Xiaonan being devoted. That would only happen if all men in the world were dead. Hua Xiaonan didn't argue with Chun Xiaoqing. He just fiddled with his phone. Knowing he didn't have to go to military training in the afternoon, Chun Xiaoqing glanced at his phone and walked straight out of the dorm to his villa. System, it's fine if I stay outside for just one night, right? On the way out of school, Chun Xiaoqing asked uncertainly in his mind. Ding. As long as your dorm mates sign you in, it counts. Hearing the system's response, Chun Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the system was quite considerate after all. It wasn't that he couldn't get used to the dorm, he just really wanted to go back to the villa and take a nice bath. He had been sweating all morning, and the chest binder he was wearing made it even more uncomfortable. The dorm didn't have the facilities, and since the villa wasn't far, it would be much more comfortable to soak there. In less than 10 minutes, Chun Xiaoqing arrived back at the villa in the servant's car. The moment he stepped through the front door of the living room, his heart skipped a beat, and his good mood from earlier evaporated. Because there were bloodstains all over the living room floor, and they trailed drop by drop toward the first-floor bedroom. Damn, could there be a burglar in the house? Chun Xiaoqing's first thought was exactly that, yet upon reflection, she found it unreasonable. There were no traps or guards stationed at home. If a thief had really broken in, there wouldn't be this much blood. To be safe, she grabbed a broom nearby. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it gave her courage. Cautiously, she edged toward the bedroom, where the trail of blood led. As she drew closer, she heard the rustling of items being moved, accompanied by heavy breathing. Holy crap, it really is a thief. Are thieves this brazen nowadays? Chun Xiaoqing swallowed hard, and continued advancing toward the door. Just as she reached the entrance and peered through the crack, a sharp female voice yelled, "Who's there?" Simultaneously, a dart shot past, embedding itself in the wall beside the door. It missed her head by a mere 3 centimeters, leaving her frozen in terror. But when she regained her composure, the voice struck a chord in her mind. She pushed the door open and exclaimed in shock, "What the hell, you pimp? It's you at home. You scared me half to death. Almost got killed by your stray shot." The door swung open to reveal Yi Xinming, who had been gone for a day and a night. Her pants were soaked in blood, dripping down her legs and pooling on the floor. She was rummaging through the medicine cabinet in the bedroom, searching for supplies. Yi Xinming's lips were pale, her face drained of color. Only when she saw Chun Xiaoqing did her fierce expression soften somewhat. "Oh, it's you. Weren't you going to school with your cousin? Why are you back?" Chun Xiaoqing found this remark utterly exasperating. She hadn't expected to run into Yi Xinming, or she would have switched back to her Luo Xiaobai identity before coming home. "Sis, this is my place. I can come back anytime I want, right? The real question is, why are you treating this like your own home? I thought a burglar had broken in." "Oh wait, you are a burglar. And what's up with you? Your legs are soaked in blood. That heavy a flow." My cousin's sanitary pads are on the nightstand, not in the medicine cabinet." Chun Xiaoqing said this deliberately to provoke her, still annoyed at nearly being killed by that dart. That dart had come within 3 centimeters of her skull. "You son of a..." Yi Xinming was so enraged by Chun Xiaoqing's words that blood rushed to her face, giving her cheeks a bit of color. "Can't you see? I'm not on my period. I'm injured. The wound is on my thigh. What nonsense are you spouting?" "Ugh, I don't have time to bicker with you. If you're not going to help, get out. I need to dress my wound." She took a deep breath before forcing out the last sentence. "Ding, congratulations, host. A side quest has been triggered. Gynecological Master. Heal Yi Xinming and raise her affinity for both your identities above 80 to receive the system reward, 100 change costume." The voice in her mind brought Chun Xiaoqing unexpected delight. But Yi Xinming's commanding tone made her laugh in disbelief. Who asks for help with such an attitude? This girl had saved her Luo Xiaobai identity once, but she showed no courtesy toward Chun Xiaoqing's true self. "Hey, if you speak nicely, I might help you. But with that attitude, you'll end up friendless." Chun Xiaoqing wasn't in a hurry. With her healing spiritual energy, Yi Xinming would just lose a bit more blood. She could always replenish it later. "I never considered you a friend. My friend is your cousin Luo Xiaobai. You and I are merely acquaintances." Yi Xinming glanced at Chun Xiaoqing dismissively, then picked up the bandages and iodine, preparing to dress the wound herself. But as she lifted the bandage and iodine, her grip faltered, her brain felt starved of blood. She swayed, then collapsed against the table onto the floor. Damn, this stubborn woman can't even soften up a little. Chun Xiaoqing, seeing her condition, abandoned any further teasing. She rushed forward and caught her. The wound on her thigh was a hideous gash, half an arrowhead still embedded in the flesh. It looked terrifying, and Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but gasp. "Bear with it. I'll bandage you first to stop the bleeding, then remove the arrowhead." Yi Xinming's brows were tightly knitted. She said nothing, only nodded faintly. Without another word, Chun Xiaoqing applied force. A sharp, tearing sound followed. Yi Xinming felt a chill on her thigh as her pants were ripped into shorts. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. This makes bandaging easier. Keep your head clear. If you start acting like a princess now, I'll leave you alone." Chun Xiaoqing retorted bluntly. Yi Xinming's face flushed with anger, but she suppressed it, biting her lip and turning her head away, refusing to watch his actions. With practiced hands, Chun Xiaoqing put on a disposable latex glove, grabbed a bandage strip, and tied it above the thigh wound to slow the blood flow. Then she poured iodine over the wound to disinfect it, picked up forceps, clamped the arrowhead, and pulled it out with a firm tug. Next, she rinsed the wound with several bottles of saline to remove debris before swiftly channeling her psychic power to activate the healing spiritual energy. The moment the arrowhead came out, Yi Xinming's thigh trembled in pain, and she let out a soft groan. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she clenched her teeth, enduring the agony. But to her amazement, a cool, soothing sensation soon spread over her thigh. The feeling was strangely familiar, as if she had experienced it before, but her mind was too foggy to recall where. Watching Chun Xiaoqing's back, she couldn't help but superimpose another adorable figure onto it. The only discrepancy was the lack of long hair. But that reminded her that this person was not Luo Xiaobai. Perhaps it was the excruciating pain, the mental exhaustion from enduring it, or the blood loss. Now that the pain had eased considerably, a wave of fatigue crashed over her, making her eyelids heavy and her mind hazy, threatening to pull her into sleep. Chun Xiaoqing noticed her state and tensed up. Falling asleep from excessive blood loss was dangerous. Though the wound was healing rapidly under her treatment, she couldn't let Yi Ximing drift off. Better safe than sorry. Spotting the alcohol bottle nearby, she had an idea. Without a second thought, she grabbed it, unscrewed the cap, and poured some over the unhealed part of the wound. Aunt, what did you do? Yi Ximing snapped awake instantly, even sitting up straight. Seeing her face redden with anger and her eyes blazing, Chun Xiaoqing put on an innocent smile. I'm disinfecting you. The alcohol is a bit strong, that's all. The alcohol's effect is indeed a bit intense. Yi Ximing felt as if she would faint from anger again. Who uses alcohol to disinfect such a large wound? Isn't there iodine beside? Chun Xiaoqing, looking innocent, deliberately continued. Oh, sorry, I thought the effect was similar, so I used it. Yi Ximing felt completely resigned. If there was a next time, she would rather bleed to death than let Chun Xiaoqing help. Seeing Yi Ximing had regained her spirits, Chun Xiaoqing was much relieved. In just 3 minutes, the wound on her leg had mostly healed. Looking at Yi Ximing still pouting and fidgeting, Chun Xiaoqing couldn't help but smile. What are you shy about? Look at your figure, not as good as my cousin's. No, but no chest, a flat princess. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. For the sake of saving me, don't force me to fight. Yi Ximing dark-faced glanced at Chun Xiaoqing and said through gritted teeth. Chun Xiaoqing saw that she could still retort, and her words were coherent, so she felt relieved, fearing she might fall asleep again. Finally, by 6 p.m., Yi Ximing's wound had fully healed, mainly because the wound was too deep and there seemed to be a strange substance that constantly hindered the healing process. It took Chun Xiaoqing considerable effort to fully cure it. Slap. All right, try if you can walk. Chun Xiaoqing, looking at the wound that had restored to its original state, couldn't help but give it a gentle slap. However, the new skin was paler than the surrounding old skin. You? Don't go too far. Your hands are frivolous like a pervert. Yi Ximing frowned and scolded in a low voice. Hey, I just wanted to let you know the wound is healed and no longer hurts, so I gave a pat to make you feel it. Don't slander me. Is this how you treat your lifesaver? Chun Xiaoqing, with an innocent face as if it were true, explained. She was speechless inside. She really meant it. She wasn't a lesbian, or why would she need to take advantage of her? Seeing Chun Xiaoqing's serious expression that didn't seem fake, Yi Ximing believed her a bit. She supported herself on the table and managed to stand up. Apart from looking a bit weak, she had indeed recovered. Clatter, clatter. Suddenly a sound of a hard object falling came from the living room. Startled, Chun Xiaoqing quickly walked out of the room. In the living room, it turned out that the servant Aunt Wang had come to clean and deliver dinner. A fallen kettle was on the floor. She was staring in terror at the blood all over the living room. When she saw Chun Xiaoqing come out, she said in a trembling voice, Second, young master, the dinner you asked us to prepare at noon is ready, and I've come to clean today's mess. Chun Xiaoqing let out a soft sigh, waved her hand, and explained, It's Aunt Wang. It's fine. My girlfriend was injured, but the wound is bandaged now. Don't worry. Please clean the room, and also change the dirty clothes and blood-stained bedding. With Chun Xiaoqing's explanation, Aunt Wang's terrified expression relaxed. She nodded in agreement and hurried to the storage room to get cleaning tools. Meanwhile, another elderly woman pushed a heated food cart into the room. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Chun Xiaoqing took out a set of her own women's clothes from the system space. Returning to the bedroom, she saw Yi Ximing lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. She directly threw the clothes beside her. Hey, don't fall asleep. Go take a bath and change clothes first. Eat dinner before sleeping. If you sleep on an empty stomach, you'll feel terrible tomorrow. First, wear this set of clothes from my cousin. Yi Ximing glanced at the set of casual loose rabbit plush pajamas thrown beside her. The small resentment in her heart dissipated quite a bit, and she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Thanks. Ding. Yi Ximing's favorability towards the host's dual identities has both reached over 80. Mission complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 100 transformations wardrobe. The system reward sound echoed in her mind. Chun Xiaoqing couldn't suppress her excitement. She had suffered from the inconvenience of changing clothes several times. Finally, she no longer needed to find a place to change clothes freely. It had been such a hassle. She didn't bother with Yi Ximing in the room anymore and returned to the living room sofa to play on her phone. Aunt Wang was very quick. In less than half an hour, she had cleaned the entire room inside and out. Yi Ximing took about an hour to bathe and change clothes before coming out. You finally finished. That was too slow. The food is cold. I'll reheat it in the microwave. You sit down first. Chun Xiaoqing helplessly carried the dishes from the table to the kitchen to reheat them. Yi Ximing sat by the table waiting for the meal. She was also hungry all day. Smelling the aroma of the food, she couldn't help but swallow, and her stomach uncooperatively growled. The only discomfort she felt was that since she finished bathing, her body had been unusually hot. After finally reheating the dishes, Chun Xiaoqing eagerly served a bowl of rice for Yi Ximing and then filled one for herself. Without any further pleasantries, she picked up chopsticks and started eating. After all, she was now in the male identity and didn't need to care about her image, and there was no one else. The school food was nowhere near as good as home cooking. She had specially asked the kitchen to make her favorite meat dishes. Watching Yi Ximing eat slowly and delicately, her face as red as a boiled crab, Chun Xiaoqing teased while eating. Are you that shy even when eating? Your face is so red like a monkey's, but... By the way, how did you get such a serious wound? Yi Ximing rolled her eyes at her and couldn't be bothered to reply. She didn't know why, but after the wound was healed, her whole body felt unbearably hot. She didn't want to say much, but forcing herself to calm down, she said, You're the monkey's butt. Is that how you describe a girl? You'll never find a girlfriend in the future. Hey, you don't need to worry about that. The girls who throw themselves at this young master are in a long line. Chun Xiaoqing silently added in her heart, and I don't need a girlfriend. Our organization's base was ambushed by the Nanyang monkeys. When I went to rescue, it was too late. I was hit by the ambush and barely managed to hold on until I got back here. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing tactfully didn't say more. She didn't understand those underworld forces, so she could only comfort her with a smile. Well, look on the bright side. You're alive. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there's no shortage of firewood. Take care of yourself, and you can take revenge later. Yi Ximing seemed to have come to terms with it. She nodded in agreement, and then began to eat heartily as well. That's right. There's no one else anyway. You need to eat more to recover faster. You just lost so much blood. Seeing Yi Ximing eat freely, Chun Xiaoqing smiled and nodded with great approval. After about 15 minutes, Chun Xiaoqing finally finished her meal. I'll finish first. If you're feeling up to it, just take the dishes to the kitchen. If not, leave them in the living room. Aunt Wang will collect them tomorrow morning. She stood up, left a playful remark, and then went to the bathroom of her own bedroom on the second floor. She had been covered in sweat and stench all day and was exhausted. She filled the bathtub with hot water, sprinkled some petals, and comfortably laid down in the tub. The 3 great ways to relax: massage, foot bath, and a bath. Even though no one is giving me a massage, it's almost the same. However, no one noticed that on the roof of the villa under the night sky, a young man dressed in tight black clothes, chewing on a dogtail grass, was looking at a message on his phone. These Nanyang monkeys really have no skills. They only barely won a firefight against a small thief sect. They left a loose end, and it ran here. I didn't expect the arrowhead to be removed, but it's coated with my exclusive secret Mihuan powder. Even if the wound heals, there's still a calamity waiting. It should be about time now. I, the flower bee, am going to have a good time. Little beauty, just wait for me to relieve your suffering. In the bathroom, Chun Xiaoqing, who was comfortably soaking in the bath, suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. She assumed it must be Yi Ximing coming up. She was just thinking whether to call out a warning, but the door was suddenly pushed open, and she saw Yi Ximing with a flushed face and dazed eyes bursting in. Yi Ximing, what are you doing? Startled, Chun Xiaoqing quickly submerged her body below the neck into the bathwater, using the foam to cover herself. Young Master Qing, I feel so uncomfortable. Please help me. Yi Ximing, as if losing her reason, threw off her pajamas without any hesitation and jumped into Chun Xiaoqing's bathtub. Chun Xiaoqing was dumbfounded, frantically complaining in her mind. Damn, sister, are you in heat? The problem is I'm a woman too. But at this moment, Yi Ximing had completely lost her sanity, caring about nothing else. After jumping into the bathtub, she entangled herself around Chun Xiaoqing like an octopus. Ximing, calm down. What's wrong with you? Chun Xiaoqing was in agony. Though the sensation was incredibly alluring, fear consumed her heart, for this girl's hands were wandering restlessly. System, what's going on with Yi Ximing? Why isn't my healing spiritual energy working? Ding. Silly host, you didn't read the ability description carefully, and now you blame this system. Healing spiritual energy can treat physical wounds, internal ailments, lethal poisons, and negative emotions. But it cannot cure non-lethal drugs. That girl is under the influence of love ecstasy powder, a carnal drug, which falls outside the treatment scope. Host, you'll have to fend for yourself. Chun Xiaoqing felt her heart shatter. She tried to break free, but how could she match Yi Ximing, who had martial arts training? She even feared that if she couldn't help the girl quench her fire, she might be killed in a fit of rage. The more she thought, the more likely it seemed. After all, the power of the lower head controlling the upper head was no joke. Her mind raced wildly, and then a flash of inspiration struck her. She suddenly thought of an idea. Fumbling blindly over Chun Xiaoqing's body, she couldn't find what she sought. Yi Ximing felt her burning body and heart grow even more restless. Searching and searching, forlorn and desolate, probing the depths of the bathwater, but finding no relief. Above the villa, the flower thief Yi Ping heard the seductive sounds coming from the second floor, and an excited grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha, the drug has taken effect. Time for me to make my move. But wait, it sounds like more than one person. 2 girls. Whatever, I'll see for myself. In a few leaps, he reached the second floor window. Through the gap in the misty bathroom, he caught a glimpse of an incredibly sensual scene. His heart burned with excitement. Just as he was about to climb inside, he sensed a chain with a blade carrying killing intent slicing through the night sky. Flower thief Yi Ping's eyes sharpened. He quickly dodged sideways, pulling a dagger from his sleeve and reversing his grip. Clang, clang. With a piercing metallic clash, Yi Ping was sent flying backward from the second floor. Using the wall and trees, he tumbled into the nature reserve beyond the villa's fence. After several rolls to dissipate the force, he barely managed to stop. Who dares ambush me, flower thief Yi Ping? Do you have a death wish? Yi Ping's face darkened as he looked at his dagger, which now had a huge gap after just one parry. He quickly adjusted his stance, scanning his surroundings warily, and roared into the night. Haha, a petty flower thief dares to be so arrogant. Don't you know that the Shao family of Nandu has this territory covered? Tisk you're a disgrace to the Chinese people colluding with the Southern Ocean monkeys. Usually when you smuggle small items using the Southern Ocean monkeys' connections, our Shao family turns a blind eye. But now you've grown bold enough to directly attack our organization. Do you think we wouldn't find out? A disdainful, arrogant voice came from the top of the tallest tree. Looking up, under the moonlight, a strikingly flamboyant figure stood atop the tree, leaning against the trunk. He wore a white shirt paired with suit trousers and leather shoes. If not for the red glowing murderous chain coiled around his right arm, with a gleaming scythe blade at its end held in his hand, any ordinary person would have mistaken him for a spoiled young master just returning from a meeting or a pleasure trip. His eyes held mockery, a cold sneer on his lips as he stared down at the nervously darting Yiping. Huh, you are Shao Chun of the Shao family. The moment that voice rang out, Yiping looked up, terror flashing in his eyes as he cried out in fright. Young Master Shao, we did attack a small organization, but it wasn't one of your Shao family's properties, was it? Why would you trouble yourself to personally intervene? If we had known you cared so much, you should have said something earlier. We would never have dared to act. Shao Chun leaped down, stepping on a few lower branches as he descended toward the ground. But just as he neared the ground, he spun around and kicked directly at Yiping. Yiping hadn't expected Shao Chun to strike so suddenly. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and the kick that was aimed at his chest instead struck his shoulder. That small organization doesn't matter, but the fact that you dared to act in Nandu, that's what matters. After kicking Yiping's shoulder, Shao Chun pressed forward. With a flick of his right hand, the chain coiled around his arm rattled with a chilling clank, clank, clank as it extended and lengthened. The scythe blade sliced through the air in a beautiful arc, heading straight for Yiping. Stumbling backward in terror, he dared not block the scythe a second time. The first strike had already split the tiger's mouth of his palm. Forgive me, and let me go, young Master Shao. I swear I'll never set foot in Nandu again. In the span of those few words, the chain scythe, like a ghost of death, had already closed in. With no other choice, he raised his dagger to parry once more. Bang! Another metallic clash rang out, and he was sent flying again, but this time luck was not on his side. Earlier near the villa, Shao Chun had deliberately held back. Now in the wild, with no restraints, he struck with 80% of his strength. Boom! Without any chance to absorb the impact, Yiping slammed heavily into a large tree. The tree shuddered violently, and he slid slowly down, crumpling to the ground. The dagger in his hand had shattered completely. His right hand, which had held it, hung limp and numb against his shoulder, obviously broken. Leaning against the tree in sheer terror, he watched Shao Chun approach slowly. Young Master Shao, please spare me. I have a lot of money. I can give you anything you want. How ridiculous. Do you think I, the young master of the Shao family, lack anything? Keep your junk as your burial goods. Hearing Shao Chun's words, the hope in Yiping's eyes withered. His left hand quietly reached for his waist. But if you answer a few questions correctly, I might let you go. Huh, really? Young Master Shao, what do you want to know? Ask away. I'll tell you everything. Shao Chun held the chain in his right hand, swinging the scythe blade like a toy. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he slowly asked, who did you see through that window just now? Was it the eldest young master of the Chun family enjoying himself with some other girl? Shao Chun's heart raced with excitement. After several days of investigation, he had finally located the Chun family young master's residence, and arriving here, he happened to encounter the flower thief. According to his intelligence, the only thing he could confirm was that Chun Shaoqing had definitely returned home today, and there was another woman in the villa. If he could record everything, his foolish sister would surely abandon her infatuation. Flower thief Yiping frowned in confusion at Shao Chun's words. He had no idea who the young master of the Chun family that Master Shao mentioned was, but surely it must be a boy. Yet just a moment ago through the window, he had clearly seen two girls. He had never before experienced the thrill of a threesome with lesbians, and tonight he had hoped to indulge in such a rare pleasure. Little did he expect that not only would this pleasure elude him, but his very life would be endangered here. Still hesitating. Trying to pull a trick. Can't you hear me asking you? Shao Chun glared at Yiping, who wore a pained expression and had suddenly drifted off into a daze. Impatiently, he kicked Yiping's leg. The pain jolted Yiping back to reality, and he hastily forced a smile that was uglier than tears, saying, Master Shao, I was just thinking. Just now I didn't see any young master or girls engaging in intimate affairs, but I did see two girls bathing together. Well, that's not the right term. It should be girls bathing together. Shao Chun heard this and felt his mind couldn't quite wrap around it. You didn't see that Chun brat with a girl. Only saw two women. How is that possible? He was absolutely certain that today the Chun family's young master had returned. How could it be two girls? No, wait. This guy is Yiping, the flower thief. He's been with countless women. How could he be mistaken? Since he's not mistaken, then inside that Chun villa, besides the Chun family's young master, the only one there would be his cousin, the goddess Luo Xiaobai. Suddenly realizing this, Shao Chun's face darkened. He cast a menacing look at the flower thief, who was leaning against a tree and lying on the ground. Are you saying that you just saw two girls bathing together, and you were about to climb in? Yiping sensed the atmosphere turning hostile, but damn it was Master Shao himself who had asked. He was just answering truthfully. His heart raced with anxiety, yet he still forced himself to nod slowly. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He had already decided to kill. By God, he hadn't even seen his own goddess, and this bastard had seen her, and was even thinking of climbing through the window to defile her. And Master Xiao, can I leave now? You promised that once I answered your questions I could go. Yiping grew increasingly nervous, quietly shifting his buttocks to the side. Hey, you can leave, but I'll take you out. Also, those eyes of yours are unclean. Let me wash them for you. As Xiao Chen's words fell, Yiping only felt darkness before his eyes. Ah yes, literally physical darkness. He could see nothing but a blur of red and blood. My eyes. Yiping's anguished screams echoed through the deep forest. He lifted his head in agony, trying to sense his own eyes. At the same time, with a fierce resolve, his left hand grabbed a handful of poison powder and flung it toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen reacted, swiftly retreating quickly. Fortunately, Yiping had lost his eyes and his aim was poor, so the powder missed completely. Otherwise, he might have succeeded in a sneak attack. Xiao Chen tossed away the 2 eyeballs in his hand with utter disdain. Looking at the howling flower thief, he snorted, waited for the medicinal powder to disperse in the air, then walked back to him. Seems you have plenty of energy, but you're too noisy. I don't like it. He grabbed Yiping's throat again, not breaking his neck, but destroying his vocal cords. Then with a few kicks he broke both his arms and legs. Watching Yiping struggle silently on the ground, Xiao Chen felt no guilt whatsoever. These people from the flower thief sect were all despicable. Throughout history they had defiled countless young girls, even married women, sparing none. And now they had grown even more arrogant. Not only did they commit rape, but afterward they would even collude with the Nanyang monkeys to traffic women. Letting you die like this would be a waste. Since you flower thieves have teamed up with the Nanyang monkeys again, you must be up to no good. Since you like Nanyang so much, I'll send you back. See how gentle I am. He raised his right hand lightly, and the chain in his hand slowly retracted and disappeared, turning back into a black death god tattoo on his wrist. He lifted the flower thief by the scruff of his neck like a dog and leaped through the forest toward the spot where his car was parked on the road. About 40 minutes later, Xiao Chen returned to the roadside where he had parked. Young master. Beside a flashy Lamborghini, a van was waiting. Inside the van sat several black-suited bodyguards. A sturdy man in a suit by the roadside respectfully bowed to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen tossed the Yiping he was carrying to the sturdy man. Hey, take this man to the dock. I'll be there shortly. Those Nanyang monkeys are getting restless again. Hey, caught Yiping and threw him like a dead dog into the van's trunk. The others in the van, seeing Yiping's miserable state, showed even greater respect. After disposing of Yiping, Hey turned around and quickly fetched a bottle of drinking water from the van. Xiao Chen, accustomed to this, extended his hand to wash off the bloodstains. Taking the towel handed to him, he dried his hands and frowned at a single drop of blood on his white shirt. Hey immediately fetched a brand new shirt from the van and handed it over. It's been a while since I last fought. I'm out of practice. I even got my clothes dirty. Xiao Chen joked as he took off his shirt, revealing a lean but well-defined, toned physique. After changing into the new shirt, he put on the suit jacket handed to him, got into his car, and drove toward Chun Xiaoqing's villa. Those Nanyang monkeys really have no memory. The last time the young master taught them a lesson and negotiated new trade rules, now they're acting up again. Those Nanyang guys have been like that since ancient times. They won't be convinced by talk, only by force. Exactly 100 talks are worse than 1 beating. Tonight they'll have some trouble again. But why isn't the young master going directly? He's driving in the wrong direction. I'll probably preparing something. We little soldiers shouldn't worry too much. Right. Let's drive first. If we're late, it'll be trouble. The young master's car is very fast. The group watched Xiao Chen's car drive away into the distance, chatted for a while, then started the van and left. At Chun Xiaoqing's villa, Chun Xiaoqing looked at Yi Xinming, who was now deep asleep on the bed, and let out a long sigh. She raised her trembling hands, feeling as if her fingers were about to break. The aftereffects of the Nanshan shadowless finger were truly immense. She felt as if her fingers no longer belonged to her. Chun Xiaoqing had even feared that Yi Xinming, seeing her short-haired male attire, would be insatiable. So she quickly changed back to long hair, and with her hand skills labored for over an hour before finally quelling the wildfire. Damn, I need to stock up on electric toys at home. This woman is terrifying when she goes wild. I don't know what to do tomorrow. Was she conscious just now? Did she remember anything? Did she figure out that I'm a girl? Heavens have mercy on me. What am I going to do? Chun Xiaoqing was still fretting. She got up, put on another set of bear-patterned pajamas, and went downstairs to grab a bottle of soda to calm down. Taking a bottle of soda from the fridge, she sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and enjoyed this rare moment of peace and relaxation. Suddenly, the villa's doorbell rang. Chun Xiaoqing wondered, pulling out her phone to check the time. It's already 11 at night. Who would come at this hour? Chun Xiaoqing took out her phone and operated the voice intercom at the door to ask, "Who is it? I didn't order takeout or buy any delivery. Are you at the wrong door?" After her voice sounded, the doorbell stopped ringing. Hi, scaring myself. Chun Xiaoqing gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She felt that ever since she came to Nandu, her luck had been bad. She was really afraid that something else might go wrong, or her little heart would be unable to bear it. For safety's sake, she still opened the door monitor to take a look. That glance made her, who was lying on the sofa, sit up instantly. Damn, that deadpan face. How did this guy find his way here? Chun Xiaoqing quickly used her phone to control the whole house smart system, instantly turning off all the lights in the room. Looking at the monitor again, Xiao Chun looked a bit stunned, then, with an expression that meant something, he actually looked up and waved at the camera, then left its range. Geez, does he know I'm watching the monitor? At this moment, Chun Xiaoqing felt it was as creepy as a horror movie. Oh no, he won't force his way in, will he? He wouldn't, right? Just based on the last time I cursed him in person, and when I tricked him while disguised as a man, if he catches me, I can't even imagine the consequences. Chun Xiaoqing was lost in such wild thoughts when she suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Through the window, she caught a glimpse of a figure. Holy crap! This shameless bastard actually climbed over the wall. He's way too fast. Chun Xiaoqing grew more panicked. She originally wanted to go to the second floor, but then it occurred to her that Yi Xinmeng was still up there. If she went up, wouldn't she be dragging her into trouble? She quickly thought of hiding in the bedroom on the first floor. Turn into a man or a woman? Chun Xiaoqing struggled internally, but at that moment there was no time to think because the window was being pried open. She no longer cared about much. With a thought, her hair shortened. If I turn into a man, at worst I'll get beaten up. If I turn into a woman, I might even get. You know, that deadpan face might actually do it. Xiao Chun watched the figure in the cute bear-patterned pajamas moving around the room, suppressing his laughter. What a fool. How is this any different from plugging one's ears while stealing a bell? And the goddess is too careless. Leaving the window open so late at night. What if a bad guy gets in? Of course I'm definitely not a bad guy. I came to protect her. Who told you to be elusive like a dragon? I finally found you, little rabbit. I can't let you slip away. Climbing through the window into the living room, Xiao Chun directly reached out to grab the shoulder of the figure in the dark. Chun Xiaoqing felt a strong force seize her shoulder, and she lost her balance, staggering to one side. She had only just changed her hair. She didn't dare change her clothes. The target was too obvious. Changing clothes right in front of someone would be a miracle if they weren't found out. Sensing that she was about to fall, her hand instinctively grabbed at the nearby coffee table. But it was useless. Instead, she knocked over the water glass on the table, and it fell to the floor. Chun Xiaoqing gave up, struggling in her heart, waiting to hit the ground and have her backside bruised. But the next second, she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist. At the same time, the hand that had grabbed her shoulder reversed its grip, and together with the hand supporting her waist, it pulled her into an embrace. Bang! The water glass hit the floor. One advantage of the whole house smart appliances was that when they detected a sharp piercing sound, they would enter alert mode and automatically turn on the lights. The lights in the living room instantly lit up. Originally full of anticipation, looking at the goddess in his arms, even the deep gaze he had rehearsed countless times was ready. Yet what he saw was Chun Xiaoqing with short hair. Oh! Xiao Chun was startled. This shock was second only to the time he encountered that domineering flower in the restroom. He instinctively pushed Chun Xiaoqing away, and she fell back onto the sofa. Why is it you? Luo Xiaobai. Xiao Chen's face darkened at this moment, especially when he saw that Chun Xiaoqing was wearing a women's cute fluffy pajama set. It made him even more disgusted. He was furious and questioned Chun Xiaoqing without any courtesy. Chun Xiaoqing rubbed her sore waist from the fall, frowned, and also glared at Xiao Chun without a good expression. What do you mean, why is it me? This is my home. Is it strange for me to be in my own home? As for you trespassing on private property, if you don't leave, I'll call the police. Hearing Chun Xiaoqing's threat, Xiao Chun laughed in anger. He stepped forward, his left hand gripping Chun Xiaoqing's throat, his tone fierce as he stared into her eyes. Don't make me ask a second time. Where is Goddess Luo Xiaobai? You sissy, whose clothes are you wearing? Chun Xiaoqing felt her throat being squeezed uncomfortably. She hadn't expected Xiao Chun to actually lay hands on her. She grabbed the wrist of the hand that was choking her, trying to make it loosen a bit so she could breathe easier. You? Let go a little. I can't breathe. Chun Xiaoqing's face flushed red as she squeezed out a few words. But Xiao Chun remained unmoved. In his heart, he had already developed a murderous intent toward this young master of the Chun family for repeatedly ruining his good plans. First, he coveted his own sister, then later deceived him and opposed him. Worst of all, now he was daring to obstruct his meeting with the goddess in his heart. That goddess who had appeared countless times in his dreams since childhood, as if fated from a past life. He would never allow anyone to hinder him. Not even this young master of the Chun family. She was afraid, truly afraid of someone for the first time in her life. Especially when she saw the murderous intent flickering in Xiao Chen's eyes, her mind began to wander wildly. As the oxygen in her brain grew scarce, she seemed to see her life flashing before her eyes, memories flooding back one after another. Damn system, your host is dying. What kind of lousy male lead did you arrange? This third world script is too hard. Who wants to be the female lead in this kind of plot? Stupid brother, you just washed your hands of it, leaving me to carry the burden of the family. And dad, what kind of engagement did you arrange? Luckily I broke it off. Otherwise, following him, I'd definitely be abused by this deadpan-faced, violent man for the rest of my life. But now it seems none of that matters anymore. And Mom, are you in heaven or somewhere else? If it's heaven, it's been 13 years since I last saw you. Your daughter can finally come to accompany you. Shaolini, your second young miss is really going far away this time. Why did you have to go on a mission? You promised to protect me. Thinking and thinking, 2 streams of clear tears flowed down Chun Xiaoqing's flushed face. Her lips were already purple, and even her breathing was faint. Xiao Chen's fierce gaze softened when he saw the 2 lines of tears on Chun Xiaoqing's face. His mind was dazed, and for some reason he felt a pang of pain in his heart. But at that moment he saw the young master of the Chun family's hair actually shimmer with starlight, changing from short to long. Xiao Chen's mind, which had been brimming with hatred, gradually regained a sliver of clarity. He wondered if he had been seeing things, shaking his head in disbelief. "You bastard. Let her go." At that moment a shrill and panicked voice echoed from the 2nd floor, and a vase hurtled towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun instinctively dodged aside, transforming his fate-bound sickle blade in his right hand, and swatted the vase away. Pure Xiaoqing collapsed weakly to the ground. Like a fish long deprived of water, she greedily drew breath, as if drinking in life itself. That had been Yi Ximing's voice. She felt gratitude, but now was no time for thanks. Having barely escaped, she had no intention of falling back into Xiao Chen's grasp. With her remaining strength, Pure Xiaoqing raised, bringing the conch shell from her bracelet to her lips, and blew a gentle, feeble note into it. Xiao Chen stood utterly stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening before him. The young master of the Pure family suddenly transformed into his long-cherished goddess Luo Xiaobai. How could he possibly be Luo Xiaobai? How could he be her? What had he just done? Attempted to kill his own goddess. Xiao Chen's mind descended into chaos as an ineffable regret spread through his heart, tinged with something approaching dread. Especially now seeing her so gaunt and broken, coughing up blood, yet still clutching that conch shell to her lips. His heart felt as though it were shattering, consumed by remorse over what he'd just done. He couldn't fathom why she would act this way, nor did he have the strength to dwell on it now. All he wanted now was to tend to her wounds, ask after her condition, and, if he dared dream, that she might somehow forgive him. His eyes filled with desperate concern fixed on Pure Xiaoqing as he opened his mouth to explain. "Xiaobai, I mean Xiaoqing. Please let me explain." But before he could finish, a massive figure crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window. Amidst the shattering glass, Erbao swiftly scooped Pure Xiaoqing in its claws. Fortunately, the living room was spacious enough. It beat its wings and retreated outward through the broken window. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes at the great Peng bird, and understanding dawned. Yes, that was the same bird that had appeared during the full moon when he'd first seen his goddess. Pure Xiaoqing was indeed his goddess. As Xiao Chun hurried to pursue, a dart whistled toward him. His attention fixed on Pure Xiaoqing had left him exposed. A slash cut his arm. Pain flaring, Xiao Chen spun around to face Yi Ximing, clad in sleepwear and brandishing a short sword, her eyes blazing with fury. Xiao Chen's brows furrowed, his heart burned with urgency, and he had no desire to entangle himself with this woman, certainly a friend of Xiaobai's. "Get lost. Don't block my way. This doesn't concern you." Swinging his sickle blade, Xiao Chun deflected Yi Ximing's short sword and sidestepped, eager to pursue the great Peng bird once more. "You'll harm her over my dead body. I won't let you walk away, you bastard." Yi Ximing's eyes gleamed coldly. Had she arrived even moments later, she couldn't bear to imagine what might have transpired. Though she'd only just learned the news and couldn't fully process it, the truth remained that Pure Xiaoqing had saved her life, even if the circumstances defied polite discourse. Xiao Chun felt a flush of shame and anger at her words. How could I possibly kill her? She's the goddess I've searched for all this time. I simply didn't know. A scornful smirk touched Yi Ximing's lips, skepticism etched across her face. As long as he abandoned pursuit of the great Peng, she would cease fighting. She wasn't foolish enough to believe she could best him. Save your excuses. I saw it with my own eyes how close you came to killing her. And not to mention what happened in the Yang family forest last time, where Xiaoqing nearly died. Could he deny orchestrating that kidnapping? Those weren't my intentions. I never imagined the young master Pure Xiaoqing was actually Luo Xiaobai. Yi Ximing dismissed his explanations. She trusted only what her eyes had witnessed. Even if Xiaoqing were a young master, that didn't justify his treatment of her. Gazing out the window once more, Xiao Chun found no trace of the great Peng bird. Rage surged within him as he struck toward Yi Ximing, but stopped mere centimeters from her face. He forced himself to withdraw his hand despite the fury burning inside. There's no point explaining to you. I'll find Xiaoqing myself and clear everything up. I'll make it right even if she demands my life as compensation. I won't hesitate. With those words, Xiao Chun departed the living room and strode swiftly toward the villa's exterior. He needed to mobilize his family's resources to search and also deal with the matter involving those creatures from Nanyang. Watching Xiao Chun leave, Yi Ximing exhaled softly in relief. Sending away that plague god was task enough. She wondered about Xiaoqing's condition and how she was faring now. High above, Erbao flew into the natural forest bordering Nandu, reaching a cliff summit. Pure Xiaoqing was gently placed on the soft grassy slope behind the cliff, where Lin Yi had previously rested, laying down a makeshift grass mat. Erbao nuzzled Pure Xiaoqing with worried affection. Stop fussing, Erbao. I'm fine. I healed myself earlier. Her voice came out hoarse as she forced a smile and gently stroked the bird's head. She felt as though her body were coming apart at the seams, her throat burning with pain. This was her first time attempting self-healing through spiritual energy. The results proved less effective than when she'd healed others. Congratulations, host. The Third World storyline has reached 50 completion with world integration at 60. You've earned a stage reward tarot divination technique. A reminder that doctors cannot heal themselves. Given your current weakened state, you should seek proper medical care. Your body is already damaged with insufficient internal energy. Self-treatment is impossible. Pure Xiaoqing felt no interest or joy at the system's announcement. She'd nearly died today. Xiao Chun was truly terrifying. She didn't dare remain in Nandu, let alone seek a hospital. Yet staying was unavoidable since the world mission still required completion. The complication was that 2 more people now knew her true identity. Whether the family would learn remained uncertain. If her family discovered the truth, it would be catastrophic. Her waistbag phone began ringing. Summoning her strength, she retrieved it. The caller ID showed Lin. Hey little Lin. Chun Xiaoqing answered the phone, her voice hoarse, each word feeling like a tearing pain in her throat. On the video call, Lin instantly noticed something amiss. Second miss, why is your voice so hoarse? And why are you outside now? It's the middle of the night. Chun Xiaoqing forced a faint smile and shook her head slightly. She was uncertain of Lin Yi's strength and feared he might not be a match for Xiao Chun, and she also worried that a conflict between them could affect the progress of the system mission. It's fine, I'm okay now. I just don't want to go back to school for now. I want to find a place where no one knows me to recover. Listening to her raspy voice, Lin Yi felt a pang of concern, but since the second miss wasn't willing to speak, he didn't press her. After all, she wasn't in good condition. Second miss, if you don't mind, I have a place where you can go. No one else would dare to cause trouble there, and it's close to Nandu, so you can return to school anytime you want. Hearing Lin Yi's voice from the phone, Chun Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. She had no room to be picky now. Anywhere to go would be good. Where is it? Where? Any place is fine. I don't dare. I don't want to go to Nandu Hospital. Tell me quickly. Chun Xiaoqing asked excitedly, then couldn't help coughing softly. Feeling a sweetness in her throat, she quickly turned away and spat out the blood from her mouth. Beside her, Erbao instantly raised its head, a cold gleam flashing in its eyes. It harbored even deeper resentment toward the one who had dared to harm its mistress. Though Chun Xiaoqing's movements were swift, they didn't escape Lin Yi's eyes. Moreover, he and Erbao shared a bond of over a decade. Every gesture from Erbao was unmistakable to him. Knowing that the second miss was putting on a brave front, Lin Yi spoke to Erbao through the phone. Erbao, take the second miss to Master's Sanqing Temple on Nanshan. Erbao let out a soft chirp in response. Chun Xiaoqing was a bit bewildered, not knowing where the Sanqing Temple was, but seeing Erbao already moving, she didn't hesitate and climbed onto its back. Second miss, show the bracelet I gave you to the little girl at the temple later. Tell her you're her senior sister. I've gotten leads on my business in Yinghua country. Once I'm done, I'll come back and stay by your side protecting you so you'll never be hurt again. Lin Yi quickly added, then covered the light from his phone with his hand. Seeing his situation, Chun Xiaoqing understood that he was likely in the middle of something, so she hung up promptly. There was no moon tonight and dense dark clouds filled the sky, not even a single star visible. Erbao flew swiftly, the cold wind slicing painfully against Chun Xiaoqing's face, forcing her to huddle behind its head as much as she could. Around 2 in the morning, Erbao arrived at the entrance of a temple courtyard atop Nanshan. Chun Xiaoqing looked around curiously. The surroundings were serene and tranquil. The courtyard was paved with bluestone slabs surrounded by verdant bamboo groves that swayed gently in the night breeze, evoking the idyllic charm of a secluded paradise. Before her stood an ancient temple, its door bearing a plaque heavy with the marks of time. Sanqing Temple. Chun Xiaoqing murmured, reading the inscription, then glanced at Erbao. Erbao nodded toward the door. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Xiaoqing stepped forward, lifted the door knocker and knocked. The knocker sounded 3 times, and the door opened quickly. A childish voice emerged from within, followed by an adorable-looking child of about 7 or 8 peeking out. Who visits in the dead of night? The moment Chun Xiaoqing laid eyes on the little servant boy, she was utterly astonished. The child was simply too adorable. If she had to describe it, this was undeniably a little lowly. But this was a sacred Taoist site, and such thoughts were improper. Before Chun Xiaoqing could figure out how to respond, the child's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing Erbao. Hey Erbao, what made you come to play with Lin Ling? Lin Ling hopped over, completely ignoring Chun Xiaoqing, and pounced on Erbao's feet, hugging them with immense joy. Erbao affectionately rubbed its head against Lin Ling's. The little girl somehow produced a small pill and stuffed it straight into Erbao's mouth. Erbao, here's a candy for you. You haven't been back for ages, so take this to replenish your spiritual energy. Eating ordinary meat every day has made your fur all rough. Erbao swallowed the pill, letting out a satisfied chirp. Hearing this, Lin Ling turned to look at Chun Xiaoqing, her eyes filled with curiosity. She hugged Erbao's head close as if listening to what it was saying. Chun Xiaoqing was baffled, murmuring to herself, can this adorable little girl understand animal speech? Before she could dwell on it, Lin Ling bounced over to stand before her. Without hesitation, she took Chun Xiaoqing's wrist, examining the conch bracelet closely. Her little face was flushed with excitement. Sorry, I didn't recognize you as senior sister just now. Let's go inside first, and I'll prepare a room for you to rest. Chun Xiaoqing quickly smiled and nodded. Thank you, little sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's cheerful expression faltered. Senior sister, just call me Xiaolinger. By the way, why is your voice so hoarse? Let's go to your room first, and I'll take a look. Under Chun Xiaoqing's bewildered gaze, Lin Ling, without any formality, grabbed her hand and dashed into the house. Bao, if you want to come into the courtyard, just fly in yourself. I'm closing the door. Lin Ling left these words and shut the main gate. Xiaolinger, since Bao can fly in directly, why did I have to enter through the main gate? Senior sister, you didn't know this. It's the rule of the Taoist temple. People must enter and exit through the main gate. If someone climbs over the wall, it's disrespectful and bad things might happen, Xiaolinger said with a mysterious air. Chun Xiaoqing nodded in understanding and wisely refrained from pressing further. They finally arrived at a room inside the temple. The decor was simple with plain-colored bed linens. Xiaolinger helped Chun Xiaoqing sit down. She then hurried over to a medicine box and fetched a bottle of medicinal liquid. Senior sister, drink this quickly. This celestial dew works wonders. After you drink it, your voice should be much better by tomorrow. But when I took your wrist to check your pulse, I found your body is quite weak. You need to rest quietly for 2 days, or it might leave lasting effects. Chun Xiaoqing didn't hesitate and drank the small bottle of celestial dew. It tasted sweet and cool, soothing her throat, and she marveled at its effect. By the way, Xiaoling, why do you call me senior sister? I feel a bit. Chun Xiaoqing wanted to say strange, but thought it might not be appropriate. Xiaolinger smiled and helped her lie down on the bed, tucking her in. It's a secret. Anyway, as long as you're wearing this bracelet, I have to call you senior sister. Otherwise, if senior brother Lin finds out, I'll get beaten. Chun Xiaoqing nodded in understanding and accepted it silently. Once Chun Xiaoqing was settled, Xiaolinger lit a scented incense stick beside the bed and then left the room. Meanwhile, back at the Chun family in the capital, chaos erupted. What? The second young master is missing. The surveillance footage shows that young master Xiao came by. Chun Yonglong answered the phone, his heart racing with anxiety. The late-night call nearly gave him a heart attack. Yao Yu lowered her head guiltily at the other end of the phone. She had just returned to the villa and was unclear about the situation. Only after asking Yi Xinming did she learn what had happened. Realizing the severity of the matter, she immediately called Chun Yonglong. I apologize, head of household. I will do my best to contact local forces to search. However, a friend who was present at the scene mentioned that before the second young master disappeared, it seemed he was. What? That brat from the Xiao family. How dare he? This is infuriating. Before Yao Yu could finish speaking, Chun Yonglong's angry voice came through the phone. And I heard a rumor that the second young master is actually a girl. I'm not sure if it's true. I didn't see it myself, so I wouldn't dare speculate recklessly. Yao Yu spoke hesitantly. Although it wasn't the right time to ask, she plucked up her courage and voiced the question anyway. At this moment, Yi Xinming beside her shrugged helplessly. Everything that had happened tonight unfolded too quickly. Although Yi Xinming knew the truth in her heart, she still couldn't believe that Chun Xiaoqing and Luo Xiaobai were the same person. Do you need to see it with your own eyes? Didn't you say my daughter was ruined by that brat from the Xiao family? Head of household, I never said that. Yao Yu broke into a cold sweat and hastily explained, but Chun Yonglong assumed she was making excuses to avoid blame. Enough, I don't need to hear more, I understand. Xiao Jinsheng, you irresponsible father. What kind of son have you raised? My own daughter. I've never dared to lay a finger on her since childhood, thinking things should develop naturally, and he actually dares. Just focus on searching. I'll also inquire about what's going on with the Xiao family. Yao Yu nodded eagerly. Even through the phone, she could sense the anger radiating from the head of household, so she didn't dare say another word. One more thing. Neither you nor your friend are allowed to reveal the second young master's true identity as a girl to anyone outside, especially not the main family. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu expressed her difficulty. But head of household, what about master and my senior brother? That won't do either. You need to understand, from now on I am the head of household. If it ever becomes impossible to keep the secret, I'll take responsibility. But before my son Chun Tiangang returns, absolutely no one else in the family can know. Yao Yu fell silent and could only nod in agreement. However, don't carry too heavy a burden on your shoulders. I'll transfer some funds for operational expenses to you. Share a portion with your friend, and make sure you both keep your mouths shut. Seeing that Yao Yu had agreed, Chun Yonglong's tone softened. He understood that combining a carrot with a stick yielded the best results, so he immediately offered words of reassurance. Hearing this, Yao Yu hurriedly expressed her gratitude. All right, go get to work. Chun Yonglong had no desire to say more and hung up the phone. He immediately dialed Chun Xiaoqing's number, but he had no idea that the aromatherapy in the room had already driven Xiaoqing into a deep sleep, and after an exhausting full day, no matter how many times the phone beside her rang, it remained unreachable. Damn it. It's truly a disaster now. My poor Xiaoqing, my sweet daughter. If anything happens to her, what will I do? Chun Yonglong muttered anxiously. He had originally thought sending Xiaoqing to Nandu would help her avoid the tensions within the family and perhaps give her a chance to build a relationship with the Xiao family's child in advance. Who would have imagined things would turn out like this? Neither the relationship nor the girl could be secured. His son was already missing, causing him enough distress, and now his daughter was gone too. He felt as though the sky had crumbled around him. All he could do was angrily call Xiao Jinsheng. Hello? Yonglong, isn't it deep into the night where you are? What brings you to call at this hour? It's only 8 p.m. here in the sunless country. I just finished dinner. Xiao Jinsheng smiled and tried to ingratiate himself. He was nervous inside. Had the old fox discovered that his son had torn up the engagement contract? Go eat dinner, my ass. Ask your good son what he's done. Oh, old buddy, I just found out myself and haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Actually, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's just that the engagement has been broken. Given the relationship between our two families, we can still become in-laws without that piece of paper. Xiao Jinsheng sighed inwardly. He never expected that what he feared most would come true. Pure Yang had indeed already learned about the broken engagement. The engagement has been broken. Bloody hell. Just how many things are you hiding from me, you old fox? Let me tell you, I've lost my daughter. And she went missing after your son ruined her. What? My son ruined Xiaoqing. And she's missing too. Xiao Jinsheng was shaken to his core, genuinely terrified. Could his son really be this reckless? And a young girl actually went missing. What? You think I'm lying to you? I don't care how big your clients are, or how important your business meetings are. Southern City is your Xiao family's territory. You must find my daughter at all costs as quickly as possible. Pure Yang declared with solemn severity. All right, old brother, rest assured. I will mobilize all the resources of my Xiao family to find Xiaoqing. We will find her alive, or bring back her remains. Hey, can't you even speak properly? Don't make me beat you up. What do you mean bring back her remains? And here I thought you were the head of a family. Learn to talk properly. Pure Yang was choked by Xiao Jinsheng's words and scolded displeasedly. Oh, my clumsy tongue, I'm getting old and talking nonsense. Forgive me, old friend. I don't have time for your nonsense. Go handle this. God, you're going to give me a heart attack. The call ended. Xiao Jinsheng lit a cigarette, feeling utterly drained. Only after finishing his cigarette did he take out his phone and dial Xiao Chen's number. Hey, Dad. When the call connected, the words Xiao Jinsheng had been about to curse with caught in his throat unspeakable. Xiao Chen, where are you right now? I just dealt with those Southeast Asian monkeys. I'm still out driving looking for people. Sigh. You've always been impulsive since you were a boy. Couldn't you just take your time getting to know her? Why the rush? Search as thoroughly as you can. If there's truly no news, make sure to rest as well. Don't collapse your health. Xiao Chen fell silent for a moment before continuing. I will take responsibility for Xiaoqing. I will definitely find her and explain everything clearly. Xiao Jinsheng retorted irritably. Explain what? You've already ruined her. What's left to explain? Be a man and take responsibility. Xiao Chun was bewildered. It felt like he and his father were talking about the same thing, but on completely different wavelengths. Dad, you're misunderstanding. I didn't ruin her. Act like a man. Don't try to shift blame with me. The Xiao family cannot afford this shame. And as for that engagement matter, don't be too upset. I'll clear it up with the Pure family later, and we'll discuss it then. Xiao Jinsheng sighed again. What? That engagement is mine. Wasn't it the engagement between the Pure family heir and Iran? Xiao Chun felt as though his heart had been struck once more. If only he had cherished that engagement with his goddess before losing it, perhaps he wouldn't be regretting it so bitterly now. You silly boy, what nonsense are you spouting? That girl specially came to Southern City. Why would she bring her brother's engagement contract? Obviously, it was her own engagement. I didn't tell you before because I wanted you two to get to know each other gradually. Something happened in the Pure family, so she had to present herself as a man. And according to what her father said, she has gender dysphoria. It can't be rushed. We need to take it slow. I never expected you to be this impatient. Hearing his father's explanation, the last thread of doubt in Xiao Chen's mind finally unraveled. He said bitterly, Dad, why didn't you tell me sooner? You've made my life miserable. At dawn, Sanqing Temple. At just 7 a.m, Chun Xiaoqing gazed glumly at the thin porridge and pickled vegetables before her. Xiaolinger, is this what you eat for breakfast every day? What's wrong with it? I think it's quite tasty. Besides, master and senior brother are away and the temple's incense money is scarce. It's good enough to have something to eat. Xiaolinger, however, ate with relish. After finishing her bowl, she even held it up to pick out every last grain of rice. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Chun Xiaoqing only ate half a bowl before putting down her chopsticks. Senior sister, are you going to finish the rest? Is it okay to leave leftovers? I think I'm full. Chun Xiaoqing said somewhat sheepishly, though in truth, she had only eaten until she was half full. Senior sister, every grain of rice is hard-earned. Since you can't finish, I'll reluctantly help you eat it. Xiaolinger said without ceremony, taking Chun Xiaoqing's bowl and finishing it in a few mouthfuls. Chun Xiaoqing watched in astonishment, then consoled herself that Xiaolinger was at a growing age and naturally ate more. Xiaolinger, I have money. How about I donate some incense money to the temple? You eat so little every day, you might not grow tall enough. Sitting on the stool, Xiaolinger patted her belly contentedly after her meal. Hearing Chun Xiaoqing's words, she shook her head like a rattle drum. No. The temple has rules. Every penny of incense money must have a cause and effect. Gifts without reason cannot be accepted. But your master and senior brother aren't home. What are you afraid of? They won't know if you keep it quiet. Senior sister, that mindset won't do. Above our heads there are gods watching. Man does, heaven sees. Besides, I'm a cultivator. Everything I do must be with a clear conscience. Seeing Xiaolinger acting like a little adult, Chun Xiaoqing felt helpless. And don't worry, senior sister, we won't starve. The government gives us a subsidy of 2,000 yuan every month. Alright, enough talk. I still have my lessons to do. You can wash the bowls. Xiaolinger put on an air of maturity. You have lessons too. Of course. Even though I'm deep in the mountains, I still have to study. But I only go to school when I feel like it. Except for exams, which I must attend. The rest of the time I cultivate in the temple. Can you actually keep up with the lessons? Humph, you underestimate me, senior sister. The stuff in elementary school is way too simple. Even if I skip school, I still top the exams with full marks. There are plenty of books on Taoist principles, cultivation techniques, and the 8 trigrams in the study. If you're bored, you can take a look. Feel free to ask me if you don't understand. I'm going to offer incense to the 3 immortals now. Amazing. A true child prodigy. Chun Xiaoqing exclaimed, inwardly feeling a sudden sense of shame as a university student. It was hard for Chun Xiaoqing to believe that this was a child of modern society. In her memory, other kids were glued to their phones all day, playing games, watching short videos, and spouting internet memes like, "I'm a milk dragon," or "chicken is too beautiful." After their brief chat, Xiao Linger returned to the main hall to offer incense to the 3 pure ones, dust the statues, and open the doors to welcome visitors. Though they were said to welcome visitors, not many tourists were willing to climb all the way up. The Sanqing Temple sat atop Nanshan Scenic Area. The cable car could take you 3/4 of the way up, but the remaining quarter had to be climbed on foot. Afterward, Xiao Linger settled herself on a small stool in the side hall to study and cultivate. Chun Xiaoqing collected the bowls to wash. After all, Xiao Linger had cooked, so it was only fair that she did the dishes. Washing the bowls, she grew bored and picked up the book on the 8 trigrams that Xiao Linger had given her. It wasn't that she didn't want to play with her phone, but the signal on the mountain was too poor. No 5G at all, occasional 4G, and 2 bars of 3G was the norm. At that moment, halfway up the mountain, 6 university students from Nanda University were laboriously climbing. Huang, how is this Sanqing Temple on the mountain really that efficacious? I'm about to break my legs climbing. If this turns out to be a waste of time, I'll have words with you. Why would I lie to you? You can search online. Plenty of high-ranking officials and nobles have come here for fortune-telling and to pray for talismans. It works every time. Huang Hao stared confidently toward the summit. However, a young man and a couple behind them opened his mouth, a sneer on his face. I think it's all a scam. I've never believed in any of this. I'm just tagging along for the trip. The girl beside the boy complained grumpily. Zhang Shan, is this off-path trail you chose reliable? I'm exhausted. If I had known, I'd have bought a ticket to enter the scenic area. Now we can't even take the cable car. Oh, come on, Shally, rest assured. I found this guide on Zaihongshu. This route is definitely safe. Otherwise, the tickets would cost over 100 per person, enough for us to enjoy a grand feast. Oh, just hang in there. Honestly, I think it's quite nice this way. Walking the main path is so boring. It's the off-path trails that are thrilling. You can see completely different scenery. The other couple in the group chimed in from behind, trying to comfort them. Hey, everyone, we've already reached the halfway point. This is the 3rd mountain I've climbed in high heels today. Could you all send some gifts to the streamer to keep me motivated? Jejia, the second in line, was wearing a JK uniform with black stockings and high heels. Her looks were decent. In her right hand, she held a hiking pole, while her left hand gripped a selfie stick for streaming. I've already tested it for everyone. The off-path trail is definitely passable and not too difficult at all. Those interested should definitely try it. As Jejia spoke, the comments in the live stream poured in rapidly. The streamer is amazing, climbing a mountain in high heels and taking an off-path trail. Don't throw away Jejia's used black stockings after the hike. I'll send a big rocket to reserve a pair. You're trying to hog it all to yourself? You only get one stocking, I want the other one too. Jejia baby, I'll also send a big rocket. Pure passerby here. Climbing a mountain in high heels. Streamers these days are too dedicated. Trading lives for money. Streamer, I heard the Taoist priest on Mount Nan is very accurate at fortune-telling. Be sure to expose him later and show everyone what those charlatans are really like. Watching the gifts flood the live stream again, a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum spread across Jejia's face. She hurriedly patted her chest and promised, don't worry, everyone. The streamer is a firm materialist. I'll definitely test how deep those Taoist priests really are. After resting at the halfway point for over 10 minutes, the group of 6, 3 men and 3 women, set off once more. Leading the way was Huang Hao, forging a path ahead. The main reason he had come to the mountain was to seek a divination, hoping to find out where his lost younger sister had gone. Second was the live streamer Long Jejia, while the 3rd and 4th spots belonged to Zhang Shan and Li Si. Zhang Shan kept pausing to admire the scenery and take photos, while Li Si, like a hopeless sycophant, constantly tried to strike up conversation in hopes of catching her attention. Brought up the rear was the couple Dial of Mayo and Wu Taoyuan. Wu Taoyuan complained as she trudged along, while Dial of Mayo walked beside her, smiling nervously and trying to soothe her. 12 o'clock at noon. At Nandu University, Yang Lingxue stared at the empty seats in her class, her phone displaying several unanswered outgoing calls. She was utterly speechless. She had been stood up. She had just checked class 1 of pharmacy, only to be told that Chun Xiaoqing and all 4 of them had received special medical leave approval. She personally went to dormitory 233 to look for Chun Xiaoqing, but still couldn't find her. That kid is absolutely infuriating. How dare he stand me up? And Luo Xiaobai, that little brat, is just as bad. She skipped class for 2 days straight after meeting me once as their homeroom teacher on the first day. After viciously cursing Chun Xiaoqing in her heart, she could only helplessly pull out her phone and ask her family's information department for help. Soon the family replied, Miss Yang, the individuals you located are at mountain and scenic area, though the signal is very weak and intermittent. How dare they? Standing me up only to go traveling. Yang Lingxue was determined to hold out against this Chun Xiaoqing today. She took out her phone and dialed Yang Xuesong. Hey Xuesong, are you free right now? Huh, sis, I'm filming. I recently got a campus short drama, and I'm auditioning. It's organized by our opera academy, so I can't get away. His elder sister's sudden call left Yang Xuesong puzzled. Oh, I see. Then you go ahead and work. Yang Lingxue, upon hearing that her younger brother had something important to do, didn't want to waste his time. She had originally planned to ask him to come along, but now there was no choice. Sis, have you heard anything from Xiaobai? Since we parted last time, I haven't heard from her in 2 days. She hasn't replied to any of my WeChat messages. Yang Xuesong thought his sister, being Luo Xiaobai's homeroom teacher, might have news. She's taken leave. I'm not sure where she is, but do you have time tomorrow? Come with me to Nanshan. Maybe we'll run into her. Yang Lingxue hesitated for a moment before fabricating a reason to change the subject. So she's on leave. No wonder I went to your class a few times and didn't see her. Of course I have time tomorrow. I'll finish my scenes today. The moment Yang Xuesong heard that he might meet Luo Xiaobai, he became excited. Alright, get busy for now. We'll meet tomorrow. Hearing the excitement in her younger brother's voice, Yang Lingxue sighed inwardly. After a few more casual words, she hung up. Brother Yang, who is that Luo Xiaobai? Just as Yang Xuesong hung up, his face brimming with smiles, a female voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw it was Cheng Yifei, the lead actress of this campus drama. The smile on Yang Xuesong's face instantly vanished, and he asked coldly, "Were you eavesdropping on my phone call?" Cheng Yifei, noticing his sudden shift from sunny to overcast, realized her impertinence and quickly offered an apologetic smile. Brother Yang, no, I wasn't eavesdropping. How could I? It's just that your scene is up and I came to call you. I accidentally overheard. Yang Xuesong couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He straightened his clothes and asked toward the crew, "Which scene are we filming now?" "Xuesong, it's time for the kissing scene with Yifei. Get ready." The director waved from the set. Cheng Yifei's face flushed slightly as she looked at Yang Xuesong with anticipation. However, he frowned and said indifferently, "Use a stunt double for this scene." Why? No reason. I don't want to shoot a kissing scene. The director hesitated, but after a moment's thought relented and agreed. After all, actors like Yang Xuesong, with a background in opera, solid martial arts skills, and good looks, were hard to come by. Besides, he was the young master of the Yang family, so it wasn't worth arguing over such a trivial matter. The director agreed, but Cheng Yifei was fuming. The hard-won chance for intimate contact with Yang Xuesong had slipped through her fingers. Every female star harbored a dream of stepping into a wealthy, powerful family. Brother Yang, why are you using a stunt double? Is it because of that Luo Xiaobai? After hearing this, the agent left without a word. Cheng Yifei murmured softly, "I want to see what kind of vixen is so arrogant. She thinks she can outshine me, Cheng Yifei, and dare to compete with me for a man." At the Xiao family villa on the rooftop, Xiao Chun lay sprawled like a lump of mud on a lounge chair. Scattered on the ground beside him were a dozen empty liquor bottles, and the ashtray on the table was filled with over a dozen cigarette butts still warm. His eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly the phone on the table rang. A flicker of vitality returned to his dim gaze, and he quickly sat up to answer the call. "Any news?" "Sorry, young master, we're still searching. But the information department has a clue. There was a signal in the northern suburbs of Nandu." "Then keep looking. Next time you call, I want more specific information." "Yes, young master," the subordinate replied fearfully. Xiaoqing closed his eyes slightly, let out a soft sigh, and hung up the phone. "Brother, you're amazing. Skipping class again. Look at your sorry state. What's wrong? Did your girlfriend dump you? But come to think of it, do you even have a girlfriend? I remember you never met a girl who caught your eye." Just then a teasing female voice came from nearby. Who else could be so tactless as to reopen his wounds? Xiao Chun turned around irritably, only to see his little sister Xiao Iran wearing a mischievous expression. In an instant his anger fizzled out. He said helplessly, "Iran, go play somewhere else. I'm not in the mood to mess around with you right now. TCH, as if I care about you. I just brought you some sleeping pills because I was afraid you'd drop dead. You haven't slept all night and you've been drinking and smoking like crazy. Are you asking for it?" Xiao Chun was speechless. "Are you sent by heaven to assassinate me? You know I've been drinking, yet you still want me to take sleeping pills. Having a sister like you is truly my luck." Xiao Iran suddenly realized the mistake and blushed. She hadn't thought of that. "Fine, I won't bother you anymore. But if you keep this up, even if you find someone, you won't have the strength to move. I'm heading back to school. Just came home to make sure you weren't dead." With that, Xiao Iran went downstairs seemingly carefree. Her words had a bit of an effect. Xiao Chun took one last deep drag on his half-smoked cigarette, then shook his aching head. Only then did he return to his room to shower and rest. At Sanxing Temple, poor Chun Xiaoqing stared at the bland lunch before her: a plate of stir-fried peanuts, a plate of greens, a bowl of seaweed, an egg drop soup, and a bowl of chili sauce. It was even worse than the food in the school cafeteria. Chun Xiaoqing silently resolved to sneak down the mountain later on Bao to buy some supplies. With no trace of meat, how could a young child grow? She felt as if she hadn't come to the mountain to recuperate, but to go on a diet. Little Linger, however, couldn't care less. She finished her meal quickly, took a final sip of the seaweed and egg drop soup, and wiped her mouth with great satisfaction. Not too salty, not too bland. Absolutely delicious. Even without chicken soup, I still have egg drop soup. How satisfying. Leaning back in her chair, little Linger patted her small belly and sighed contentedly. Suddenly her ears twitched, and a look of joy spread across her face. Senior sister, please clear the dishes. A visitor has come. I'll be right back. With that, little Linger jumped off the stool and ran out of the room. Chun Xiaoqing sighed, helplessly took a sip of soup, and began to gather the dishes. She was also happy, hoping that this visitor would donate more incense money, so she wouldn't have to secretly buy things. At the temple's courtyard gate, the 6 of them had finally made it up the mountain. Huang Hao gazed excitedly at the Sanqing Temple's entrance, his eyes filled with hope as he observed the temple before him. Guys, keep the gifts coming. I've made it to this legendary Sanqing Temple. Today's challenge is a success. It's not as magical as the rumors say. Look at this rundown decoration. If the ground weren't clean, I doubt anyone lives here. Guys, send your gifts. I'll take you to expose the fake old Taoist priest and debunk the online hype. Long Jejia held a selfie stick, filming the scenery at the temple gate and passionately narrating to the live stream. Li Si and Dial of Mayo were boasting beside her, critiquing the temple. This place is way too shabby. It must be a scam. Even the Buddhist temple in my hometown is better decorated than this. Good thing we took the wild trail. Otherwise, spending hundreds on tickets to see this shabby temple would have been a huge loss. Wu Taoyuan and Zhang Shan looked equally disdainful at the temple before them. Exactly. You guys got up at 5 a.m. to climb this mountain, and I think this broken temple is just an online hype. I see nothing impressive about it. Visitors, whether you wish to burn incense and make a vow or seek blessings and divine talismans, you may tell me, and I shall guide you into the main hall for worship. As the group idly loitered at the entrance, the moment they stepped into the temple, a tiny figure appeared at the doorway. Wow, what an adorable little child. Long Jejia's eyes lit up at the sight of Xiao Linger. She stepped forward to greet her, even reaching out to pinch the little girl's cheek. Xiao Linger, however, retreated a step, raising her small hand to make a gesture of refusal. Please, guest, show some respect. Though I am young, I am a legitimate disciple of the Sanqing Temple. If you have any requests for blessings or prayers, simply state them, and I shall do my best to assist you. Long Jejia, having failed to get her way and met with a rebuff, felt somewhat embarrassed. Still, as an internet celebrity accustomed to such situations, she quickly recovered. She paused briefly, then her eyes darted as an idea came to mind. Long Jejia crouched before Xiao Linger, retrieved a candy from her bag, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. At the same time, she raised her selfie stick to capture the scene, inwardly smug. Who's acting so convincingly? Using a child for publicity, they really have no shame. Just a little brat. I don't believe you can resist the temptation of candy. Once you take it, let's see if your priestly image crumbles. Yet Xiao Linger, clear-eyed and sharp-witted, saw through the woman's ill intent. Guess, do not toy with me. If you have no need, feel free to do as you please. Xiao Linger gave a slight bow, bypassed Long Jejia, and greeted the others. The livestream chat, however, grew lively. Haha, this little priest has some skill. Jejia's first round of debunking is a loss. Seems they've rehearsed well. The kid's professionalism is high, acting so convincingly. Go Jejia. None of that matters now. Isn't fortune-telling coming up? Stay tuned for the show. Watching the barrage of comments, Long Jejia could barely maintain her composure. Having been rebuffed again, she glanced at the little girl, who now ignored her and could only head into the temple to ease the awkwardness and search for any other fraudulent loopholes. Huang Hao, however, was different. He respectfully cupped his hands in salute to Xiao Ling. Little priest, I am here to make a wish. Please guide me. Guest, you may wait in the main hall. I shall come shortly to offer incense and bestow blessings. Huang Hao's face showed excitement as he entered the temple. Xiao Linger then turned to the others. Li Si and Zhang Shan quickly smiled and nodded at her, also imitating Huang Hao's cupped hand salute. A little priest, we've also come to burn incense and pray for safety. With that, the two hurried inside. Having just witnessed Long Jejia's failed attempt at glibness, they had no desire to court trouble. Dial of Mayo and Wu Taoyuan had been lingering in the courtyard, unaware of Long Jejia's earlier setback. Seeing the others enter, they quickly followed. Why is a child the priest here? Is it safe in this remote wilderness? Dial of Mayo, puzzled, muttered his complaint. Haha, hilarious. As expected, the internet has no shame when it comes to publicity. Mao, you're so dumb. How could such a small child be a real priest, let alone alone on the mountain? She's probably sent home after work. Wu Taoyuan sneered at Dial of Mayo, who scratched his head, awkwardly nodding obsequiously like a lapdog. Xiao Linger, seeing their frivolousness and lack of manners, could not be bothered with them. She cast a glance at them, said nothing, and turned to enter the temple. Hey, you rude little brat. You greeted everyone else, so why ignore us and walk away? Wu Taoyuan, displeased, shouted as she chased after her into the temple. Chun Xiaoqing had just finished clearing away the dishes. Hearing the commotion from the courtyard, she quickly rushed out of the room to see if there was anything she could help with. As she stepped outside, she spotted Xiao Linger already in the courtyard with a fierce-looking girl behind her, clamoring to reach out and grab her shoulder. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Noise-making is forbidden in this sacred Taoist temple, and keep your hands to yourself. Chun Xiaoqing wasted no time being polite with such people and immediately rebuked her. Wu Taoyuan was startled by the sudden voice. Looking up, she met Chun Xiaoqing's stern gaze and froze her outstretched hand, reluctantly pulling it back with a sheepish expression. But she still muttered dissatisfied curses under her breath. So there are adults here, yet you let a child come out to welcome the worshippers. Your child is terribly impolite, do you even realize that? Chun Xiaoqing ignored her garbage words entirely and stepped forward to shield Xiaolinger. Whether this child is polite or not is something I know well, but I witnessed your rude behavior with my own eyes. If you're here to burn incense and make prayers, you're welcome. If you're here to cause trouble, the exit is to the right. Chun Xiaoqing stared unyieldingly at Wu Taoyuan. Just then Dial of Mayo caught up, quickly grabbed Wu Taoyuan's hand and led her aside. Xiaoyan, never mind, never mind. Jejia is live streaming over there. If someone sees this, it'll look bad. Can't we find them for fortune-telling later? We'll have plenty of opportunities to mess with them then. Later we'll. Dial of Mayo whispered something in Wu Taoyuan's ear. Her eyes, which had been ready to argue to the bitter end, gradually softened. Watching the departing figures of Chun Xiaoqing and Xiaolinger, a cold sneer curled her lips. Chun Xiaoqing and Xiaolinger had no time to waste on them. They had long since gone to the main hall to assist Wang Hao and the others in offering incense and paying respects to the various deities. Wang Hao was the most devout of the group. Whether at the side halls or the main sanctuary, he performed each ritual with proper reverence. Long Jejia, meanwhile, was carefully maintaining her image as a polite streamer, mimicking the worship rituals while broadcasting. Li Si and Zhang Shan perfunctorily trailed behind, merely going through the motions. Dial of Mayo and Wu Taoyuan couldn't be bothered even to pretend. They strolled through each hall, snapping photos on their phones and showily displaying their affection. Xiaolinger completely ignored them. Pilgrims flocking to the temple year after year were countless, and she had seen many like them. Her strategy was always the same: pay them no mind, and simply let these plague spirits leave as quickly as possible. Senior sister, honestly, you didn't need to intervene on my behalf back there. If she had tried anything, she'd be the one who suffered. It was only after completing their circuit and returning to the main hall, when no one was around, that Xiaolinger spoke. She was genuinely touched that Chun Xiaoqing had stood up for her just now. Xiaolinger, don't say things like that. If I don't look out for you here, who will? I know you surely have your own remarkable abilities to protect yourself, but that doesn't prevent me from caring for you. Chun Xiaoqing smiled gently and patted her head. All right then, thank you, senior sister. However, I sense an overwhelming aura of death surrounding those people, especially that streamer and the couple. Their auras carry not just deathly energy, but also deep malice. I expect they'll attempt something underhanded later. Xiaolinger spoke slowly with a grave expression. Huh, that remarkable. Then can you tell specifically, Xiaoling? I'd like to make some preparations. Chun Xiaoqing asked in surprise. But Xiaolinger shook her head and sighed. I'm afraid I can't. I can only sense the general fortune and qi within each person. I haven't yet mastered the arts of divination and deduction. Master also says I'm too young. Studying that type of Taoist magic would damage my foundational roots in karmic fortune, so he hasn't taught me the arts of divination and deduction. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing suddenly recalled the tarot divination technique she had received as a system reward last time. She wondered if it might be useful, though she had never bothered to study it, and it remained unused in her system space. Before the two could dwell on it further, a voice rang out from the main hall. Young Taoist, we've completed all the rituals. What should we do next? Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqing and Xiaolinger immediately hurried over. Wu Taoyuan spotted them approaching, and unable to contain the malicious scheme simmering in her heart, eagerly began speaking first. What were the two Taoist masters whispering about behind our backs? Look, we've purchased quite a bit of incense, donated our funds, and paid our respects to the deities. Now we'd like the young Taoist to tell our fortunes. Is that acceptable? Yes, young Taoist, I've heard your temple is quite efficacious. We came all this way hoping to broaden our horizons. Why not display your powers and let us witness a miracle? Dial of Mayo eagerly chimed in from the side. Young Taoist, you'd better be accurate. I'm live streaming this whole thing. If you get it wrong, you'll ruin your reputation, and this temple will be exposed for what it is, a blatant scam to cheat people out of their money. Long Jejia, standing nearby with a wicked grin, added her own taunt. Upon hearing this, Xiaolingor's expression darkened. Just as she had feared, it had come. Huang Hao also gazed at Chun Xiaoqing and Xiaolinger with eager anticipation. He had come hoping the Taoist priests of Sanqing Temple would help divine the whereabouts of his younger sister. However, upon seeing two young women, one of whom was a child, he feared they might not possess the art of divination, and asking them rashly would only embarrass them. So he had kept his request locked within his heart. But now that Dial of Mayo and the others were voicing their requests, a similar hope kindled within him. Li Si and Zhang Shan, standing on the sidelines as fence-sitters, heard the trio's request for divination and watched with detached curiosity, waiting to see how Xiaolinger would respond. If it were possible, they too would have liked to have their fortunes told. Little Taoist, speak up quickly. You were so articulate just now. Surely you can't refuse such a trivial request. Or does this temple simply deceive people? You can't divine at all, which is why you dare not try. Seeing Xiaolinger's tense and speechless expression, Wu Taoyuan's heart swelled with triumph, and she eagerly went on shouting for all to hear. She was clearly directing her words at Long Jejia's phone camera, deliberately performing for the viewers in the live stream. Xiaolinger truly had no way out. She could only steel herself and speak. Honored patrons, I sincerely apologize. I do not possess the art of divination. Those who sought fortune-telling before had all made advance appointments. The art of divination and divination calculus is possessed only by my master and senior brother who are not currently at the temple. We are powerless to help. However, as compensation, I can offer you a set of peace talismans and worry relief pills. As Xiao Linger spoke, she flipped her hand and 6 square peace talismans appeared in her palm. Upon hearing her words, Wu Taoyuan's smile grew even more pointed and her eyes flashed with malice as she glared at Xiao Linger. With a sharp slap, she knocked Xiao Linger's hand away, sending the 6 peace talismans scattering across the ground in an instant. Who wants your fraudulent talismans? We came all this way for fortune-telling, yet you keep making excuses about your master and senior brother alone, knowing the art. How absurd. So many excuses. Next you'll tell us that even your master and senior brother cannot do it, and only the grandmaster can. Exactly. These excuses are dreadfully lame. This is indeed a fraudulent temple. Dial Mayo hurriedly chimed in, lending his support. Long Jejia also quickly raised her phone, beginning to shout into the live stream as well. Viewers, look. This temple is indeed a fraud. You must avoid it in the future. And she offered to give us pills. How ridiculous. Qin Shi Huang died from eating pills. Dangerous heavy metal-laced substances, and she dares to offer them as gifts. Huang Hao also sensed the atmosphere deteriorating and hastily picked up the peace talismans scattered on the ground, stepping forward to mediate. What are you doing causing a scene here? If we cannot get a reading today, we will simply return another time. I am sorry, little Taoist. My classmates have been rather impulsive, please. As Huang Hao turned to apologize to Xiao Linger, Dial Mayo stepped forward and shoved him. Huang Hao, why are you playing the fool at a moment like this? We are exposing a fraud, rid the people of this plague. Do you understand? A temple that deceives and preys on the public should never be allowed to exist. Hey, don't lay hands on each other. We are all classmates. Let's talk this through. Seeing that things had escalated to physical confrontation, Li Si could no longer remain idle and rushed forward to stop them. Zhang Shan also stepped forward to restrain the increasingly agitated Wu Taoyuan and Long Jejia, who were spewing foul language without restraint. All right, have you had enough? You just want a divination, is that it? I will perform it for you. Chun Xiaoqing frowned at the chaotic crowd and stepped forward, her voice cold and commanding. You practice divination and fortune-telling. Beautiful lady, are you joking with us? Dial Mayo stepped forward with a sneer, mocking her. Do you think I have nothing better to do? I'd rather tease cats and dogs than waste time on you. So do you want a reading or not? Chun Xiaoqing snorted softly. She had just activated the skill granted by the system, and her silence earlier was spent absorbing all the knowledge of tarot divination. Unlike other abilities which were instantly usable, without comprehension, this skill required time to assimilate its vast and complex knowledge. The knowledge it encompassed was too intricate and extensive, demanding more time. Otherwise, Chun Xiaoqing would not have tolerated these people barking for so long. Who are you calling a cat or a dog? I'll tear your mouth apart if you keep talking like that. Wu Taoyuan, irritated by Chun Xiaoqing's words, lunged forward aggressively. In her mind, they outnumbered the opposition. Only 2 women, one of whom was a child, so there was no fear in a physical confrontation. Long Jejia watched with excitement, her hands itching to join in. If a fight broke out, she planned to pivot the live stream and sneak in a few blows herself. Back off. Just as Wu Taoyuan's hand was about to reach Chun Xiaoqing, Xiao Linger, standing beside her, let out a soft command. Wu Taoyuan's forward momentum instantly reversed, and she was flung backward. She slammed hard into a pillar in the hall, the impact nearly knocking the wind out of her. Xiao Linger's voice, still childish and sweet, carried a harsh edge. Friends, you may argue and make noise as you please, but if you intend to resort to violence, that crosses a line. I dislike fighting. I only wish for you to speak civilly. The group was startled, their earlier defiant expressions now tinged with fear and docility. Dial Mayo quickly released Huang Hao and rushed to help Wu Taoyuan to her feet. Long Jejia forced herself to calm down, her voice stubborn. Fine, we'll start with the divination. Let's see if you really have the skill. If it's off, your temple's reputation will be ruined. Chun Xiaoqing glanced at Xiao Linger in surprise, impressed by the little girl's prowess. Without further delay, she retrieved the tarot cards provided by the system from her spatial inventory. She also spread out a diagram of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams as a tablecloth. This was her own creation, a fusion of system knowledge and her understanding, a syncretic tarot prediction method blending east and west. Who'll go first? Chun Xiaoqing asked calmly. I will. Let's see what makes you so special. Long Jejia stepped forward, handing her phone to Zhang Shan to continue the live stream. What are you? Are you insulting me? I'm asking what aspect you want me to read, you idiot. Long Jejia was momentarily speechless with rage, but dared not act rashly, suppressing her temper. Then tell me about my background and my future financial fortune. Chun Xiaoqing wasted no time, taking out the tarot cards. She shuffled, cut, and turned the cards. With her palm, she gently spread them in a clockwise arc on the table. Draw 7 cards. Long Jejia hesitated, but pulled out 7 cards. Chun Xiaoqing took the 7 cards and arranged them in a hexagram spread. As she revealed all the cards, a sly smile curled at the corner of her lips. She looked at Long Jejia with deep meaning. Your past is quite intriguing. Long Jejia tensed up at that expression. Stop playing the enigmatic fortune teller. Just say it straight. I don't believe you can actually predict anything. The live stream chat began to buzz with excitement. No way. Can this beautiful Taoist really predict? What are we about to learn Jejia's past today? I'm a longtime fan. Jejia once said her family is in business and streaming is just a hobby. Don't spoil it upstairs. If the Taoist sees that, she'll just repeat it. TCH, you actually believe this? I'm Jejia's diehard fan. If this Taoist gets it right, I'll do a handstand and eat rocks. Little glutton stops scamming for snacks in the chat. My lower brain is overriding my higher one. I'm defecting to this beautiful Taoist. Taoist, can you start a live stream too? I want to be your top fan. The moderator banned XXX for 10 minutes. Head trying to defect. Now you're silenced. Watching the chaos in the chat, Long Jejia grew even more uneasy. Chun Xiaoqing mimicked her waving cheerfully at the streaming phone before beginning to interpret the cards with a smile. Your family isn't wealthy at all. The reason you can afford high-end spending is that someone at school is keeping you, isn't that right? As soon as she spoke, everyone in the room fell silent, and the live stream chat exploded. Long Jejia's face flushed red like a boiling thermometer. A new mission has been issued. Broadcast the Little Witch. Upon reaching 1 million heat value, you will receive a mysterious system reward. As soon as Chun Xiaoqing finished speaking, a system voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Stop spouting nonsense. Be careful how you slander someone's reputation, or I'll take you to court. Long Jejia immediately rose to her feet, pointing at Chun Xiaoqing and rebuking her sharply. Try pointing fingers with some decorum if you're going to speak. Xiao Ling'er spoke up from the side with an utterly innocent expression. Long Jejia suddenly recalled the miserable fate of Wu Taoyun from moments before and quickly retracted her finger. Yet watching the live stream chat explode into chaos, she still stood stubbornly waiting for Chun Xiaoqing's explanation. Look at you getting flustered after just one remark. Then let me say a few more. Listen and tell me if I'm right. Chun Xiaoqing faced Long Jejia without the slightest panic. You're from Guishi. Your family, including yourself and your siblings, numbers 3. Your parents are fruit farmers. More specifically, you haven't streamed after 6 in the evening the day before yesterday or last Tuesday, correct? Upon hearing this, Long Jejia's face grew even paler, her breathing quickening. Shall I go on to describe what you did on Tuesday night? Cosplaying as a cat girl. And that cat tail was achieved with a plugin, wasn't it? Am I right? If you refuse to answer, then let your top donor respond instead. Are you their number 1 donor in the live stream? A mischievous smile played on Chun Xiaoqing's lips as she glanced playfully toward the camera and addressed the audience. The fans' barrage of question marks flashed across the screen at lightning speed, yet even so many devoted followers were still exhausting themselves in defense. Holy shit, this is explosive. A cat girl with plugins. I can only fantasize about that while watching streams every day. Top donor. Damn it, those 2 nights really had no broadcasts. Could what she's saying be true? It's not true, everything is fake. My goddess Jejia is a pure and beautiful maiden. Wah. The goddess could never do such a thing. This is absolutely slander. I'm sending a lawyer's letter to this gossipy nun. Isn't this enough? Then let me add one more detail. 2 nights ago you. Enough, stop talking. I'll keep going. Long Jejia finally cracked. Terrified, she hastily snatched the live stream phone from beside her. If this continued, her carefully constructed persona would completely collapse. Hey, why stop now? Weren't you so confident just now? I haven't finished yet. Let me finish. Chun Xiaoqing deliberately pressed on, asking with mock amusement. At this point, Long Jejia had no mind for Chun Xiaoqing's taunts. Frantically, she held the phone and began explaining. Everyone, what this female Taoist just said is all nonsense. How could I possibly be like that? She's baselessly slandering my reputation. You must believe me. Chun Xiaoqing suppressed a smirk upon seeing this, yet she also began to worry. With the live stream phone taken away, how could she possibly complete her system mission? Primarily ordinary phones had no signal. Her own phone was completely dead. Long Jejia's device was likely a dedicated global roaming phone used for streaming, which is why the signal was so strong. Since you think everything I said is false, then return the phone, and let's continue the fortune-telling broadcast, shall we? Chun Xiaoqing deliberately provoked her, but upon hearing this, Long Jejia grew even more wary, staring at Chun Xiaoqing. She quickly spoke into the phone. Family, I'm going offline for 10 minutes. I'll be right back. With that, she immediately tucked her own phone into her pocket. This left Chun Xiaoqing momentarily dumbfounded. Senior sister, it's fine. Use my phone and start your own broadcast. It's a good chance for you to gain some fame, and we can promote our Taoist temple at the same time. Xiao Ling'er, as if performing a magic trick, produced a phone from her waist pouch and handed it to Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing took the phone, turned on the screen to check the signal. Oh my goodness. It's a full signal, even better than Long Jejia's phone just now. And she looked at the phone's design. It seemed to be a military custom model. She wondered where the little girl had gotten it. Senior sister, how about my phone? This was a gift from Master on one of his trips. Xiao Ling'er seemed to notice Chun Xiaoqing's confusion and explained with a smile. Without further ado, Chun Xiaoqing logged into her Douyin account, started a live stream, and set the phone aside. The title was blunt and straightforward. Sorceress Divination Room Online Fortune Telling. Chun Xiaoqing generously invested $1 million in official promotion. Then she put the phone aside and paid no more attention to it. At that moment at Douyin's headquarters, several loafing official operators suddenly noticed a new account's live stream that had just received an injection of $1 million in promotion funds. One of them who was sipping afternoon tea was so astounded that he sprayed his lemon tea all over the keyboard. Holy crap! Which agency is backing this newcomer? $1 million in promotion investment. It's not an agency. It's a private investment. A big spender. Quick front page splash screen top placement. Get it all up? This is a major client. But does the streamer have the looks? If she has no real talent, no amount of promotion will help. Why do you care so much? We just do the job for the money. Besides, you all won't even take a look at the live stream. I just checked. It's an ethereal female Taoist priest. That transcendent aura. She even didn't use a beauty filter. Holy crap. Really? Let me take a peek. At this moment, thanks to the promotion, the live stream saw its first wave of viewers. Today, Chun Xiaoqing wore a light blue ancient-style Taoist robe complemented by her waist-length hair and a pair of antique jade hairpins. She looked quite ethereal and lively, and her appearance alone kept many viewers in the live stream. This outfit was naturally prepared by Xiao Linger for Chun Xiaoqing, as Chun Xiaoqing's storage space didn't contain any Taoist robes. Among the viewers, there were also a few who had just been in Long Jiejia's live stream. They instantly transformed into commentators, willingly explaining to the bewildered viewers what had just happened. The atmosphere was stirred up once again. Chun Xiaoqing paid no attention to all that. Her goal was simple: to complete the system mission. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered buying official promotion. Now she looked at the people in front of her, fixing her gaze on Wu Taoyuan and Dial of Mayo. Now it's your turn. Do you want to give it a try? You're not scared, are you? Wu Taoyuan's eyes flickered with hesitation and a hint of worry, especially after seeing how Long Jiejia's recent events had been accurately divined. Her heart grew a bit uneasy. But Dial of Mayo beside her wasn't thinking that much. He stepped forward indignantly. Isn't it just fortune-telling? Afraid of you? A bunch of phony Taoists pulling tricks. I'm not scared. Just now Long Jiejia said you didn't get it right. Chun Xiaoqing was both amused and exasperated by his bluntness. She wondered if the guy was faking stupidity or genuinely dumb. Couldn't he see that Long Jiejia was just talking tough? Meanwhile, Wu Taoyuan tugged at Dial of Mayo's sleeve. Mao, let's forget it. I feel a bit uncomfortable. I don't really want to do this divination. It's fine, Xiao Yun. It'll only take a few minutes. I don't believe this guy can really figure it out. Dial of Mayo comfortingly took Wu Taoyuan's hand. Wu Taoyuan felt a bit anxious upon seeing Dial of Mayo's straightforwardness. She wanted to say more, but Dial of Mayo had already sat down on the stool opposite Chun Xiaoqing. Chun Xiaoqing wasted no time. She looked at the seated Dial of Mayo and began to question him. What aspect do you want to calculate? Dial of Mayo replied without hesitation. Then help me calculate my relationship and future with Xiao Yun. But this is a freebie. I don't need you to tell me. I already know our future will be happy and perfect. Chun Xiaoqing remained silent. She gathered the tarot cards, began shuffling, cutting, and turning them, then gently spread the cards with her palm. Draw with your left hand. Draw 5 cards. Dial of Mayo casually drew 5 cards from the spread pile. Chun Xiaoqing took the 5 cards he had drawn and placed them on the tablecloth with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams pattern. This time she used the love cross card spread. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream gradually increased as time went on. Chun Xiaoqing's follower count and the stream's popularity also began to rise slowly. That guy in the comments just now, isn't he a shill? This streamer is indeed a beauty, but is she really that accurate? Shill your sister? Just now many people saw it in cute Jiejia's stream. If you don't believe me, wait and see. Hee, whether she can tell fortunes or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I like watching this ethereal streamer. I love speaking the truth. Probably fake. If the streamer can really predict accurately, I'll send her a rocket. Nandu University Dormitory 233. At this moment, the 3 bored guys in the dorm were idling away. Fatima Tianyuan was playing games, Mo Chunhao was watching anime on his computer, and Hua Xiaonan had multiple WeChat accounts open, chatting with several newly acquainted girls. At the same time, he was idly scrolling through local live streams, finding the monotonous female streamers extremely boring. With his fiery eyes that had seen countless women, he could instantly tell whether these girls were beauty-filtered monsters or painted-skinned female ghosts. However, as he swiftly swiped his finger, a live stream flashed by, because his hand moved too fast. His eyes widened, thinking he might have seen wrong, and he quickly swiped back. Holy crap! Little cousin. Come look, little cousin is streaming. Hua Xiaonan exclaimed loudly, his face full of surprise. Ma Tianyuan and Mo Chinhao, hearing Hua Xiaonan's ape-like howl, gathered around. Whoa, it really is little cousin. How did she become a fortune teller? No wonder Xiaoqing said little cousin wasn't at school. So she's playing cosplay at a Taoist temple. Ma Tianyuan muttered in surprise. Fatty, be more precise. How is this cosplay? This little cousin's ethereal ancient Taoist robe is so beautiful. This should be called uniform play, more or less. Hee. Mo Chunhao corrected with a sly grin. While the two were still bantering, Hua Xiaonan had already opened the private messages and sent a message. Of course, as expected, he got no reply. Hua Xiaonan, you're so stupid. You have to send gifts, become the top contributor, then she'll reply to your private message. The two beside him quickly offered advice with laughter. Hua Xiaonan suddenly realized and began sending gifts. Chun Xiaoqing, on the other hand, was unaware of the commotion in the live stream. She had already started revealing the cards. As the love cross spread on the tablecloth was revealed, Chun Xiaoqing's eyes grew brighter. After all the cards were turned over, a flicker of astonishment passed through her gaze, and she couldn't help but glance at Dial of Mayo before her. Her eyes were filled with pity. Dial of Mayo, however, felt uncomfortable being stared at. As the saying goes, there are two things to fear in Huaxiao. One is the sigh of a traditional Chinese doctor when diagnosing, and the other is the silence of a fortune teller when reading fortunes. What is your name? Chun Xiaoqing did not rush to interpret the cards. Instead, he posed a peculiar question. Dial of Liao's gaze turned strange, the tension on his face easing somewhat as he let out a mocking sniff. Looks like you're not very competent, are you? You don't even know my name. If you claim to be a fortune teller, a half-baked amateur like you is worthless. That reading for Long Jujia just now was surely nothing more than blind luck, wasn't it? Wu Taoyun, who had been wearing a melancholic expression, relaxed slightly. As she glanced at Chun Xiaoqing, a hint of disdain crept into her gaze. Upon seeing this, Chun Xiaoqing pursed his lips and shook his head ever so slightly. It's not that I couldn't divine it. It's merely that your name is so extraordinary that I hardly dared to believe it. Tell me, do you actually go by the name of wearing a green hat? Upon hearing this, Dial of Liao's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as he retorted stubbornly, what green hat? Stop spouting nonsense if you don't understand. I am LV as in lawyer and Mao as in the prime of life. This name took my father half a month of painstaking deliberation to choose. Chun Xiaoqing nodded with a meaningful expression. Oh, all right, so you're admitting it then. Dial of Liao was momentarily at a loss for words, his earlier torrent of rebuttals suddenly catching in his throat. 666. The streamer actually guessed it right. My god, this guy's name is truly unique. Are you the only one seriously watching the stream? Didn't any of you notice those 10 or so supercar rockets flashing on the screen? Who is this big sponsor? They've already topped the leaderboard. Wow. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed either. That must be worth over 100,000, right? They've literally shoved this live stream straight to the top of the gift ranking list. Watching Dial of Liao's embarrassed predicament, Chun Xiaoqing continued speaking. Besides, nothing. Names are trivial matters. However, given the context of this live stream, your name perfectly matches your aura and destiny, which is precisely why I was so startled. You weren't with your girlfriend the night before yesterday, were you? Dial of Liao's expression tightened as he turned a puzzled gaze toward Chun Xiaoqing. What do you mean by that? I indeed was not with Xiaoyan that night. What does that have to do with anything? Meanwhile, Wu Taoyun's heart clenched with sudden tension, and she let out a sharp cry. Mao, let's go home. Let's not bother with her divination. This person is nothing but a charlatan who talks nonsense. Before long, she'll certainly come between us and destroy our relationship. Dial of Liao looked at his girlfriend, tugging at him frantically, and his heart rose uneasily. Seeing Xiaoyan like this, it seemed as though she truly had something to hide from him. Xiaoyan, what are you afraid of? Didn't you tell me you went shopping the night before with your bestie? Let her read all she wants. I simply refuse to believe she can uncover anything. Dial of Liao endured his patience to comfort Wu Taoyun. Yet Wu Taoyun kept shaking her head, wanting to explain something, but utterly at a loss for how to begin. Tisk, you two play the devoted couple quite well. It seems you also possess the gift of divination, Miss Xiaoyan. I haven't even spoken a word, and yet you already know I'm about to drive a wedge between you. However, everything I say comes directly from what the tarot cards reveal. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Chun Xiaoqing said this with a distinctly sarcastic tone, resembling a mischievous little witch. That bestie who went shopping with your girlfriend wouldn't happen to be an international student, would she? Or perhaps an African male classmate? It seems you two are quite close. I'm genuinely amazed you feel comfortable letting your girlfriend spend the night shopping with such a companion. Chun Xiaoqing spoke these words with the air of a spectator devouring gossip. Yet to Dial of Liao, they struck like a bolt from the blue. He turned to Wu Taoyun beside him, unable to believe what he was hearing. No, she's talking nonsense. Mao, you must believe me. It's absolutely not what she's saying. Wu Taoyun had completely lost her composure. With tears streaming down her face, she grasped Dial of Liao's hand imploringly, desperately trying to explain. Even her carefully applied makeup had smudged from her tears, leaving her looking heartbreakingly vulnerable. A stark contrast to the arrogant confidence she had displayed earlier. Seeing his girlfriend's pitiful appearance before him, Dial of Liao's heart softened. Chun Xiaoqing, however, harbored no sympathy for her. Through the tarot reading just now, he had seen everything with crystal clarity. This Wu Taoyun was no saint. The reason she was so anxious now was not because she loved Dial of Liao deeply, but rather because he came from a wealthy family that could provide her with a comfortable life. She knew she was on the verge of losing all of that, and her heart refused to let go. Moreover, Wu Taoyun's family included 2 younger brothers. She was a devoted brother sponger, a girl who would drain everything she had to support her brothers. Chun Xiaoqing had also glimpsed the future destiny of this couple. If they were to marry, the entire Dai family would be dragged into ruin. Though Dial of Liao himself had irked Chun Xiaoqing somewhat compared to the alternative, allowing this Wu Taoyun to continue living comfortably as a parasite, he found the latter far more unacceptable. She added fuel to the fire and continued in a calm, measured tone. Do you really believe her? Already softening. Do you guess she's wearing thigh-high socks over her jeans? Want to check if her knees have scrapes? Has she been having diarrhea these past 2 days? Chun Xiaoqing's supplementary words completely obliterated the last shred of self-deception in Dial Mao's heart. He finally understood. No wonder last night at the hotel at the foot of the mountain, whenever he wanted Wu Taoyuan always said she was tired and unwell, yet she wasn't on her period. Why would that be? No wonder she refused to take off her pants while sleeping, and when she went to the bathroom it was a loud splatter, as if she couldn't hold it in. He had originally thought he was overthinking, but it turned out he was underthinking. In his fury, he slapped Wu Taoyuan twice, sending her to the side, and gritted his teeth as he said fiercely, "Let's break up." Wu Taoyuan, seeing that things were beyond repair, no longer bothered to pretend. She wiped her tears fiercely with her sleeve. Fine. Dial of Mayo, you've grown some nerve. Now you're actually hitting me. In these 2 years I've been with you, haven't I served you every other day? I've wasted so much of my youth on you. I only made a mistake that every girl makes. You were a condom, so why are you blaming me? Are you even a man? Breaking up is fine, but you must pay me 2 million as breakup compensation. Otherwise I'll go make a scene at your home. Anyway, I'm pregnant with your child. You figure it out yourself. The two in a strange atmosphere began to argue and quarrel to the side. Everyone present was completely convinced. Especially Huang Hao, who stared at Chun Xiaoqing with an excited face, feeling thrilled at the thought that his sister, missing for a month, finally had hope. Li Si and Zhang Shan were uneasy, yet also very relieved that although they had foolishly echoed a few words earlier, they had fortunately not done anything further to offend this divine maiden. Long Judge's face was even uglier. In her heart, she had drafted countless ways to apologize, hoping only to obtain Chun Xiaoqing's forgiveness. The livestream room's atmosphere was even more heated. Originally with only a few thousand viewers, after this wave of fortune-telling, it directly soared to over 100,000 in popularity. The Douyin officials were even more shocked beyond words. Many big streamers also noticed this livestream room. They couldn't believe it was a newcomer's room. Fairy sister, Mistress Witch, where's this? I'll pay a lot for a fortune-telling. So amazing. That couple really opened my eyes. Holy cow, they're actually from our Nandu University. What a disgrace to the school. How could the school produce such talent? Too explosive, it makes me doubt if this is scripted. Can reality really have such things? Little cousin, pay attention to the top donor. You've received so many gifts but won't even thank him. You're such an unprofessional streamer. Chun Xiaoqing finally had a moment to glance at the livestream room. At once she spotted the conspicuous IDs, Lao Ma Tian Xiao and Gutai Lung Mo. There was also the top donor, Yinyu Hua Xiaonan, whose gifts kept raining down. Chun Xiaoqing felt like rolling her eyes. Why did these three guys come to her livestream? Especially that Hua Xiaonan. You're so rich, why not wait until I'm back at school and treat me to a foot massage at the spa, or treat the brothers to a big meal? Donating so many gifts, all going to the platform. But seeing the crowd's hype and rhythm, she couldn't hold back and had to put on a sweet smile, pretending to be cute as she said, "Thank you to the top donor brother, Yinyu Hua Xiaonan, for the gifts. Xiaonan, you're so handsome. The gifts are enough, you can stop sending them." Chun Xiaoqing felt helpless, but she figured it was to satisfy the vanity of her three mischievous friends. At this moment at the Xiao residence, Xiao Chun, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by his phone ringing. "Hello? What are you doing? Damn, I only slept for a little over an hour. Young master, the person you asked us to find, she's live streaming on Douyin now." "What? Really? How would I dare deceive you? Search for which divination room, calculate your life online." Xiao Chun was both surprised and delighted. He sat up in shock, as if from a dying illness, opened Douyin to find the beauty. Sure enough, he found Chun Xiaoqing's livestream. Seeing her lively and energetic inside, the worry that had hung over him all night finally subsided. When he saw Chun Xiaoqing thanking the top donor with a cute smile he had never seen before, jealousy instantly flared up. Damn, who is this guy? How dare he be the top donor for my goddess? If anyone should be, it should be me. Xiao Chun, thinking thus, began to send gifts as well. In an instant, a storm of dozens of rockets swept across the screen. Many onlookers in the live stream were startled, having never seen anyone stream so extravagantly generous. In just 3 minutes, Hua Xiaonan's status as the top spender in the live stream was overtaken. Chun Xiaoqing was dumbfounded. Who was this idle rich person who had suddenly appeared to shower gifts? She had only started the live stream to complete a task. Was making money through streaming this easy? She had no idea who the user, Lung Hen, was. To avoid an awkward silence, she could only smile and thank him. "Thank you to this brother named Lung Hen for the gifts. All you need to do is share and like the stream. The host doesn't need tips." Chun Xiaoqing felt helpless and could only reiterate that she didn't need tips. However, the stream viewers didn't believe her. What host doesn't want tips? She's definitely playing hard to get. Brilliant. This is truly a new niche. Beauty plus fortune-telling, and even tarot cards that young people love. The host has really found the secret to traffic. Look at what you're saying. This little Taoist priestess is no mere decoration. She has real skills. Didn't you just see it? Right. If this is a scripted stream, it's absolutely brilliant. Where did they hire these actors? Their acting is so realistic. After hearing Chun Xiaoqing's thanks, Xiao Chen's face blossomed into a smile. He had never felt so gratified spending money. Meanwhile, in dormitory 233, Ma Tianyuan pointed at the screen angrily and cursed. "Hey, where did this punk come from? Hua Xiaonan, you've been upstaged." Hua Xiaonan was also bewildered. Who could have imagined that while sending gifts a sudden rival would appear out of nowhere? But I've already spent half of my monthly allowance. Bro, we can't lose face. My pocket money this month is just a modest 5 million or so. Here, I'll transfer you 3 million. Go surpass him. The reserved Mo Chunhao beside him declared with a domineering air. Ma Tianyuan also patted Hua Xiaonan on the shoulder and said seriously, my pocket money is a bit more than that reserved guy. I've got about 6 million this month, so I'll chip in 3 million to help you bro claim the top spot. Hua Xiaonan, seeing his two good brothers' generosity, nodded solemnly. The next moment, another rain of rockets flooded the live stream just as the previous one had subsided. This directly propelled the live stream into the top 10 of the gift rankings. The stream's popularity soared to 8.0, driven entirely by the gifts. Long Jejia, who was also a streamer standing nearby, was so shocked that her eyes widened. In 3 years of streaming, she had never even made it into the top 100 of the gift rankings. This little Taoist priestess had reached the top 10 on her very first stream. How could anyone else compete? Truly, people are incomparable. She was simply a born prodigy of live streaming. Even in my wildest dreams, Long Jejia wouldn't dare to be so bold. Is this the gap between a natural talent and a hard worker? Chun Xiaoqing was also stunned and couldn't be bothered to care about these spendthrifts anymore. Deep down, she was indeed grateful for their disruption, which had helped her complete most of the system tasks so easily. She set her phone aside and let the others continue with fortune-telling. The next in line were Zhang Shan and Li Si. Having learned from Long Jejia's experience, the two were relatively polite and only asked about their recent luck and future. Li Si, with a casual demeanor, bluntly asked Chun Xiaoqing to calculate whether he and Zhang Shan were fated to be together. Chun Xiaoqing, of course, obliged with good wishes. As the saying goes, better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage. The cards drawn were indeed favorable, so she did her best to speak positively. This made Zhang Shan blush deeply, and Li Si was overjoyed, compounded by the guilt he had felt earlier. He directly scanned the donation QR code for the merit box and donated 30,000 yuan as incense money. Little Linger beside him was so delighted that her eyes narrowed into slits. However, to maintain the Taoist air of profundity, she forcibly suppressed her expression. Finally, it was the last person's turn, Huang Hao. Huang Hao hadn't even begun to speak when tears welled up in his eyes. Chun Xiaoqing was somewhat puzzled, a guess forming in her heart. It seemed Huang Hao indeed had something very important on his mind. This benefactor need not worry. If you have any hardships or doubts, please speak freely. Your senior sister will surely do her utmost to divine for you. Xiao Linger offered words of comfort as she poured a cup of tranquilizing tea from the pot on the nearby table and pushed it toward Huang Hao. Drink this cup of tranquilizing tea first. It will help you calm your emotions and nurture your spirit. Huang Hao exhaled softly, lifted the teacup before him, and took a sip. Almost instantly, he felt his troubled mind settling into stillness. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and pursed his lips before speaking. Thank you, young Taoist. I'm hoping you can help me track down my sister. She's been missing for a long time now. I've filed reports and searched on my own, but found nothing. I truly have no other options. As he spoke, the desolation returned to Huang Hao's face. Without the calming effect of the tea, he likely would have broken down again. Chun Xiaoqing didn't waste time with words and immediately began her process. She shuffled, cut, and arranged the cards with practiced ease. Spreading out the cards, Chun Xiaoqing spoke slowly. Draw 6 cards. Huang Hao's heart raced with anticipation, his hand hesitating as he reached out. Fear gripped him. He dreaded choosing the wrong cards and losing any chance of finding his sister. Chun Xiaoqing showed no impatience, simply waiting with quiet patience. After a full 3 minutes of deliberation, Huang Hao finally selected his 6 cards and handed them over. This time Chun Xiaoqing employed the hexagram formation. As she turned over the cards, Chun Xiaoqing's brows furrowed. She had indeed located information about Huang Hao's sister, yet the reading revealed something unexpected. The disappearance itself appeared to be an opportunity for her sister. Seeing Chun Xiaoqing's expression, Huang Hao grew anxious. Taoist, what did you find? Your sister is in Japan. If you wish to see her, go to a village hotel named Tadebe in southern Osaka in 5 days. You will certainly find her there. Huang Hao's heart leapt with joy at these words. She could be found directly. That meant his sister hadn't been trafficked or kidnapped. She was free to move about. But why would she have traveled so far without sending word home? There was no time to dwell on these questions now. For Huang Hao, learning his sister's whereabouts was a blessing amidst misfortune. Thank you, Taoist, for your divination. Huang Hao said, preparing to kneel. Xiao Linger quickly summoned an invisible force to prevent him from bowing. A man's knees hold golden worth. Kneel only to heaven, earth, and parents. Finding your sister is enough. No need for such formalities, Chun Xiaoqing said with a resigned shake of her head. She was merely a temporary stand-in Taoist and had no desire to receive such an elaborate kneeling ceremony. Fortunately, Xiao Linger had intervened. Huang Hao, somewhat embarrassed, wiped his hands and nervously pulled out his phone to scan the QR code on the merit box beside him, transferring 3,000 yuan directly. Taoist, I don't have much money, but this is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Chun Xiaoqing nodded slightly and made no attempt to refuse. After all, Xiao Linger's stubborn nature meant she would never accept money directly from her, but with these donations their lives could improve. Nearby Long Jejia crept closer, her lower lip clenched tightly as she struggled with words of apology that never came. Instead, she silently scanned the QR code on the merit box. She transferred 50,000 yuan into the account.